Estella Dumbledore grew up in an orphanage, leading a tranquil existence, until she was intercepted by a mischievous boy named Tom Riddle. You could perform magic too. Riddle's face was both handsome and youthful, his expression resolute. From that moment forth, Astoria and Riddle embarked on a blissful and comfortable life together. Astoria placed her hands on her hips, exclaiming, "Today, let's see who can conjure fire first." Although Riddle was not particularly admirable, he indeed possessed some talent. Astoria gazed at Riddle, who held a flaming branch with an air of feigned modesty, feeling quite exasperated. Children who play with fire tend to wet the bed. Astoria felt a sense of satisfaction as she noticed Tom's expression darken. One day, a fellow named Grindelwald made his entrance. He leisurely pronounced her name, Dumbledore, fixating on her azure eyes with a predatory glare. In an instant, his expression changed, the corners of his lips curling upward. "Call me father." Astoria thought, "Who is this person? How rude," much like Riddle. Grindelwald and Riddle exchanged bewildered glances. Chapter 1. Perched atop his head. In 1933, at the Woe orphanage, a strikingly handsome boy with dark hair had a round, red-haired girl sitting atop his shoulders. The little girl, with arms as delicate as lotus stems, clung tightly to the boy's disheveled head, while he supported himself against the wall with one hand, the other struggling to grasp her flailing legs. The two of them teetered precariously on the staircase. Help! Help!" Astoria cried out, her eyes tightly shut, her voice barely a whisper. Yet her thrashing movements were quite vigorous, nearly sending Riddle flying. "Estella Dumbledore." Riddle enunciated each syllable with clenched teeth, his handsome face contorted in exasperation. Directly in front of them was a black snake, as thick as an arm, standing motionless, observing them intently. It was hard to imagine that a snake's face could display an expression of sheer astonishment. The peculiar tableau consisted of two beautiful children and a bewildered snake. 5 days prior, 5-year-old Astoria Dumbledore held a chipped bowl in her hands, standing on tiptoe, trying to peer over the layers of shoulders to catch a glimpse of Mrs. Martha's pot. However, her vision was obscured by a sea of gray robes, the cacophony of children's voices filling her ears. Silence. Mrs. Martha struck the edge of the pot with her ladle, the metallic clang momentarily silencing the children before they resumed their incessant chattering. Billy turned his head, a look of discontent on his face as he continued. "Then that Riddle kid ran off. I tell you, he was absolutely terrified." Estrella, in a state of utter boredom, busied herself with the chipped bowl, casting a glance at him and inquiring, "Why must you provoke him? He has done nothing to offend you." Billy immediately adopted an expression of feigned astonishment, exclaiming, "Does he need to offend anyone? Just look at him. He regards everyone with an equal measure of disdain. I would never do that." "Wow, you truly are remarkable," Estrella retorted, placing her hand over her heart and feigning admiration, though it was evident to any discerning observer that her demeanor was insincere. Billy was no exception. His eyes widened, losing all sense of vocal control as he shouted, "Estrella!" Amidst the crowd, she stood out conspicuously. Without hesitation, Estrella swiftly shrank back behind him. One could hear Mrs. Marsh straighten her posture, her robust voice resonating. "Billy, move to the back. Now, at once." Billy sulkily shuffled to the rear, and Estrella, hidden behind him, found herself equally exposed to Mrs. Marsh's gaze. Estrella obediently cradled her bowl, her lake-like azure eyes glistening with clarity. Mrs. Marsh's face, etched with deep lines, relaxed momentarily as she refrained from further comment, resuming her task of serving food to the children. Fearing that her dear friend Billy might erupt in anger, Estrella opted not to proceed directly to the dining hall after receiving her potatoes and batter, instead standing beside Mrs. Marsh to await him. Unconsciously, her thoughts drifted to the name that Billy incessantly murmured, Tom Riddle. Riddle was in the same class as Billy, 2 years his senior, and given that both Riddle and Estrella were not particularly inclined towards mingling, she had yet to encounter him. However, Estrella had always heard whispers of his moniker, the strange boy. It was said that Riddle was an exceptionally handsome lad, yet he possessed an odd demeanor that deterred most from approaching him. Estrella's gaze became unfocused as she noticed a spider on the ceiling weaving its shimmering web, diligently spinning strands of silk. It struck her as peculiar, The notice had stated that an inspection was forthcoming, and the orphanage had been thoroughly tidied inside and out. Mrs. Cole had once declared that no creatures other than humans were permitted to inhabit the premises. Lost in thought, Mrs. Marsh finally finished distributing food to the last child. "At least you have some sense," Billy muttered, craning his neck and huffing towards Estrella. "Thank you for your boundless generosity," Estrella replied, averting her gaze as she nonchalantly blinked at Billy. The tone of her dismissal caused him to grit his teeth in irritation. Behind them, Mrs. Marsh had completed her task and was making her way back to the kitchen. The two of them walked side by side towards the dining hall, where only a few stragglers remained. "Hurry up, we're going to miss out," someone ahead shouted to Billy, who stood beside Estrella. She noticed that the last ones to serve were all Billy's rowdy companions. The spider on the ceiling swayed gently as an unknown breeze stirred, and they drew nearer, only 2 meters apart. For some inexplicable reason, Estrella felt her heart begin to race. A gust of wind seemed to swirl around them. Bang! The spider before her suddenly enlarged, nearly matching the height of several children. The enormous arachnid obscured the window behind it, plunging the room into darkness. "Ah!" A chorus of shrill screams erupted around Estrella, the high-pitched cries of children resonating in her ears, creating a momentary echo in her mind. The spider's bristle-like hairs were thick and distinct, reminiscent of a dense jungle, while its mandibles swung like twin blades in the air, and its lantern-sized eyes glowed with an eerie green light. In an instant, Estrella's heart leapt to her throat, her entire body froze. She fought to keep her eyes open, gripping the bowl tightly in her hands. Suddenly, she felt a pressure on her nose, as if something had collided with her, her vision darkening. Simultaneously, Billy yanked her backward with a fierce tug, causing her to stumble a few steps. "What are you yelling about?" Mrs. Marsh's thunderous voice and rapid footsteps enveloped the scene like a dream. The colossal spider vanished with a loud thud, leaving behind a few terrified children and a furious Mrs. Marsh, whose anger was palpable. "What is going on? Why are you making such a racket?" "There was a spider. A massive one. Enormous," one boy stammered, gesturing wildly, trembling as he pointed. "Right there." "Liar," Mrs. Marsh retorted angrily. "What trouble have you caused this time?" But it was real. His voice dwindled under the fiery gaze of Mrs. Marsh's brown eyes. It really was. Mrs. Marsh regarded Estrella, who stood off to the side, scrutinizing her from head to toe, as though concerned for her safety. She inhaled deeply, turning her glare back to the boys, her chest heaving with agitation. "Go eat. Do not make me repeat myself." Immediately, several children exchanged fearful glances, their eyes wide with terror. Yet they hurriedly bowed their heads and dashed towards the dining hall. The corridor fell into silence. A dark-haired boy emerged from the shadows. His complexion appeared somewhat pallid, yet his strikingly handsome features hinted at the dazzling allure he would possess a decade hence. He lifted his gaze, the outlines of cobwebs on the ceiling becoming discernible, though the spiders themselves were nowhere to be seen. His obsidian-like eyes sparkled with an intriguing light, akin to a predator catching the scent of blood. He averted his gaze, following the direction in which the children had departed, faintly hearing the mindless shouts of that boisterous Billy echoing in his ears. "Estella, when did a lid appear on your bowl? What is that bulging thing in your pocket? Where did you find it?" "You are mistaken, Billy. Do you take me for a fool? Hey, what is this? A piece of cloth, and it's stiff. You haven't secretly torn my robe, have you? Are you hungry?" "Quite ravenous. In fact, I could consume an entire cow." Chapter 2. Under surveillance, a few rows of dilapidated wooden tables and benches, accompanied by children clad in identical gray robes, rendered the room rather somber. Despite the sunlight streaming through the windows, the brown-haired woman seated at the front surveyed every corner of the classroom with a grave expression. Estella felt an unsettling sensation, as if someone had set their sights upon her. It was reminiscent of the time when Max had been fixated on her. He often eyed the morsels that Mrs. Martha discreetly slipped to her, sometimes a hard candy, sometimes half a potato. Yet, she had swiftly dismissed him then. This time, however, she sensed it must be related to that day of exposure. On the day she encountered the enormous spider, in her panic, she had clumsily fashioned herself a pair of sunglasses, which fortunately she promptly stowed away in her pocket. Strangely, she had also managed to create a lid for her bowl, an oversight she had initially failed to notice. Estella loathed herself for this folly. Luckily, only Billy had taken note of it. It was not a significant issue. He had no need to deceive her. Nonetheless, Safeguarding her lunch was quite a comfort. It was wholesome and free of foreign substances, allowing her to eat in peace. Had it not been for the discovery upon her return that a large piece of fabric was missing from the back of her robe, resulting in a scolding from Mrs. Martha, she might have been inclined to believe it was all a mere figment of her imagination. That night, she had endured a series of harrowing nightmares. By the way, what does clutching at straws mean? Here it comes again. Estella had long realized that she was different from the other children. Unbidden phrases would often spring into her mind, as if diluted by the waters of the soup from the realm of the dead. And truthfully, none of it was of any use. Aya, what on earth is that soup? Not to mention the river of forgetfulness. She had been found by Mrs. Cole at the orphanage doorstep as a babe, swaddled only in a blanket bearing a wooden tag inscribed with her name. She had grown up there, the realization of which dawned upon her one sunny afternoon. At 3 years old, children her age were not permitted to venture outdoors unaccompanied. Yet, 5-year-old Billy, seizing an opportunity when Mrs. Sarah was distracted, had mysteriously dragged her to a corner behind a haystack in the yard. Look, Estella, Billy exclaimed, pointing excitedly at a fluffy white creature. Wow, what an adorable rabbit. Estella crouched down, her eyes sparkling with delight. Hey, how do you know it's a rabbit? Billy asked, puzzled. You haven't started lessons yet, have you? But Billy was not one to dwell on questions. His gaze returned to the rabbit. He plucked a few blades of vibrant green grass and offered them to the creature. This is Emma. I found her yesterday. Billy quickly dismissed his earlier confusion, animatedly recounting the saga of how he had discovered Ella. However, little Estella fell into contemplation. Indeed, how did she know it was a rabbit? Moreover, she not only recognized it as a rabbit, but she also knew that a frightened rabbit could bite. Thus, on one fateful day, when Estella witnessed a mischievous boy with striking black hair and eyes reaching toward the rabbit's mouth, she rushed forward and seized his hand. Little boy, Estella said, tilting her head back, her round face serious. A rabbit can bite when it's angry too. As for the mysteriously shed fabric, it was due to her remarkably potent wishes, such as when, prior to class, she would mentally chant, "You can't see me, you can't see me," and when Miss Katie sought to call on her, she would be overlooked. To this day, no one had noticed anything amiss. And then there was Max. She had no intention of sharing the morsels Mrs. Martha had quietly given her with that little tyrant, so she wished for him to be unable to find her, and the effect was instantaneous. Yet, she had never spoken of this to anyone, always devising ways to conceal herself. Outcasts were shunned, and she had no desire to complicate her existence. So, who had discovered her? What had they uncovered? Estella sketched aimlessly on paper with her pen. She could feel that gaze sweeping across her back once more. So, let us draw them out. Miss Katie, Mrs. Cole has asked me to see her around 3 o'clock. Estella raised her hand, addressing Miss Katie who sat at the front. Miss Katie glanced at the time before nodding towards Estella. Go ahead. Thank you, Miss Katie. Estella rose and exited the room under the scrutiny of several gazes, gently closing the door behind her. The corridor was tranquil, the perfect moment for rest and self-study at the orphanage. All Estella could hear was her own breathing and the rhythmic creaking of her shoes against the wooden floor. Creak. Behind her, the sound of a door closing echoed. Footsteps approached her. Estella quickened her pace, determined to reach the vicinity of Mrs. Cole's office before taking any further action. She descended 7 or 8 steps when she heard a distinct boyish voice calling her name. Estella. Before she could respond, the voice emitted a peculiar hissing sound, as if conversing with someone, with an oddly melodic cadence. Hisses. A chill ran down Estella's spine. Her limbs felt as though they were frozen in place. She turned her head cautiously. A pair of piercing black eyes met hers, cold and unyielding, framed by a triangular face adorned with scales, while a flickering tongue exuded a chilling air that seeped into Estella's suddenly enlarged pores. Estella's hair stood on end. She lifted her gaze to see a figure standing tall on the staircase behind the dark serpent. The handsome face was partially shrouded in shadows, the deep ebony eyes calm yet frenzied, looking down at her with an intimidating gaze. Though Estella had never encountered him before, she recognized him instantly. He was the infamous strange boy, Tom Riddle. At that moment, Riddle smirked slightly, surveying the wide-eyed Estella from his elevated position, issuing a command to the serpent, Hisses. Since that day, Riddle had been observing Estella for several days. He had meticulously calculated the spider's return to size, only for it to vanish into thin air. Not to mention the suddenly appearing bowl cover and the dark glasses. He had heard much about her, an exceptional student, the darling of the matrons, adored for her charming appearance and gentle nature. He had indeed seen her before. That day, Billy had attempted to bully him into relinquishing a glass marble he had found, prompting Riddle to abscond with Billy's rabbit instead. When Estella had rushed over, her cheeks puffed in indignation, he had broken into a cold sweat. He remembered her serious face as she had stopped him, declaring, "A rabbit can bite when it's angry, little boy." He had nearly laughed then, Another foolish child. How amusing it was that she called him little boy when she was clearly shorter than he was by a good half head. Estella's hand was soft and warm. A delightful sensation he had not felt since his earliest memories. At that moment, she had taken his hand, crouched down, and placed the grass she had prepared in his palm. You need to feed her this, but don't get too close, Estella had said, casually picking up a blade of grass to demonstrate. You can pet her now. Billy calls her Ella, but I prefer to call her Little White. As she called out Little White while stroking the rabbit's silky fur, Estella felt a profound sense of satisfaction, even forgetting the presence of the boy behind her. When Estella finally recollected herself, a palpable sense of embarrassment washed over her. With a nonchalant demeanor, she shifted to the side, her sparkling, doe-like eyes glancing at him inquisitively. Would you like to give it a try? At that moment, he remained puzzled as to why he had inexplicably lingered so long, observing a foolish child feeding a dim-witted rabbit, and yet found no boredom in it. Perhaps it was due to the allure of her striking azure eyes, he mused. Ultimately, he had simply turned away in silence, departing while Estella remained huddled like a little ball, continuing to feed the silly rabbit, chattering away. The rabbit, after all, could not comprehend English. Riddle scoffed inwardly. Yet, since the rabbit belonged to Estella, he resolved to deal with that oaf after all. Tom's features bore a casual air, which soon contorted into a frown. Although Estella was somewhat simple-minded, she was at least superior to the other fools. She could begrudgingly serve as his little follower. He thought as he softly instructed the little black snake to coil around her waist, cautioning it not to constrict too tightly. Unexpectedly, a loud crash erupted, followed by a cacophony of chaos. What on earth are you doing? Came Riddle's exasperated voice. Chapter 3, We Are Alike. Perched upon the shoulders of the strikingly handsome and brooding youth was a similarly beautiful young girl, one embodying both anger and terror, their trembling forms presenting a comical sight. Estella plopped down onto Riddle's shoulders, one hand steadying herself against the wall while the other clutched his silky hair. Rocking unsteadily, she felt as though she might be tossed off at any moment. Estella was plagued by a sensation akin to motion sickness. Riddle, steady yourself. Riddle was taken aback. Was she voicing her complaints? And that foolish snake, bobbing its head and entangled around her. Let go first. In an instinctive reaction to the sudden shift in gravity, Riddle instinctively steadied Estella's legs in a desperate attempt to maintain equilibrium, only to realize he could simply drop her. Yet, his hair was in dire need of rescue. What are you two up to? At that moment of stalemate, Riddle heard the sharp voice of Mrs. Cole. Resigned, he steadied Estella's knees and stood still. Mrs. Cole's hair was meticulously styled into a bun, her brow furrowed into two deep creases. Her gaze was piercing, her lips pressed into a thin line. She briskly approached them. The snake, upon hearing her footsteps, had already slithered away, yet Mrs. Cole was still taken aback by the sight before her. There stood Riddle and Dumbledore, both exceptionally intelligent. Yet Riddle was always the one to stir trouble. She had never heard of any camaraderie between them. Surely he wasn't bullying little Estella. However, their posture suggested otherwise. Estella, perched atop Riddle's head, flashed a sweet smile at Mrs. Cole. Riddle wanted me to inscribe Riddle was here on the ceiling, madam. Determined not to allow Riddle the opportunity to speak first, Estella pouted at Mrs. Cole, her gorgeous blue eyes welling with tears. I didn't want to. I tried to tell him it was inappropriate, but Riddle didn't give me a chance to speak and just hoisted me up. Riddle felt Estella's legs grow heavy under the grip he had tightened around her knees, and he glanced down to see his ears flushed crimson and the veins in his arms pulsing. Is the classroom not sufficient for your antics, Riddle? Upon hearing this, Mrs. Cole's sharp gaze swiftly turned to Riddle. Just as suspected, he was indeed bullying little Estella, though she had never heard of anyone bullying another by hoisting them onto their neck. I was merely jesting with Estella, madam, Riddle quickly retorted, concealing the chill in his voice, his tone deceptively calm. You see, we have no pens with us. Mrs. Cole's attention shifted toward Estella. However, to Riddle's surprise, Estella did not press the matter further. Instead, she played along with his narrative. With a prolonged, soft tone, Estella twirled a strand of Riddle's hair around her fingertips. Oh, I thought you were intentionally trying to bully me. Her uniquely sweet voice carried a hint of grievance, making it impossible for anyone to reject her plea. Yet, the muscles in Riddle's forehead twitched with irritation. His grip tightened once more, causing Estella's legs to feel a bit numb, as if he were silently warning her to not overstep her bounds. Nevertheless, Riddle's voice remained gentle as he lightly patted Estella's calf in a gesture of reassurance. How could that be, Estella? Imagining Riddle's furious yet begrudgingly submissive black eyes, along with the struggle evident on his face, brought her a sense of delight. Sensing the opportune moment, Estella extended her tender arms toward Mrs. Cole, her expression radiating complete trust and reliance. Mrs. Cole, please help me. This is too high. And I'm scared. I don't think I can get down. Mrs. Cole's gaze softened. Do not engage in such perilous antics again. She gently lifted Estella and placed her back on the ground. And you, Riddle, Mrs. Cole admonished, her tone still stern. Yes, Mrs. Cole, Riddle replied, the muscles in his forehead twitching again, though he managed a smile to suppress the chill within. This time, his attempt to lure the snake had inadvertently drawn Riddle out. Estella, her face scrunched in displeasure, angrily shoveled a potato into her mouth. That was terribly frightening. It would have been better to pretend I didn't notice. Yet suddenly, Estella found Riddle strikingly familiar. Ah, he asked the boy who was going to feed himself to the rabbit. She recalled, realizing she had actually feared he might get bitten. Estella fiercely jabbed her spoon into the potato. That scoundrel must have intended to steal the rabbit. What are you thinking about, little Estella? A soft, teasing voice broke through, sending a chill down her spine. Riddle deliberately mimicked the tone Mrs. Cole had used to call her that day, and in an instant, Estella felt the hairs on the back of her neck stand on end. The spoon in her hand clattered back into the bowl as she hastily swallowed the last morsel of potato, instinctively poised to shout. But Riddle swiftly covered her mouth. Riddle could feel Estella's lips against his palm, and he had no time to contemplate whether there were remnants of grease on her mouth. With his other hand, he wrapped around Estella's waist, anchoring her in place to prevent her from perching on his neck in the midst of the crowd. His brow furrowed slightly. His voice urgent yet low. It's me. I mean no harm. Stay calm. Estella patted Riddle's hand that covered her mouth, her bright blue eyes wide and glistening as she signaled that she would not scream. Riddle, his obsidian eyes focused intently on Estella, held her gaze for a moment before gradually lowering his hand. Taking a deep breath, Estella prepared to shout, Ma. Riddle swiftly covered Estella's mouth once again, only to be met with a sharp pang of pain as she bit down on his hand. Leaning down, he beheld the mischievous glint in her azure eyes, which were slightly curved as if she reveled in her prank's success. Estella savagely gnawed at Riddle's fingers, as if to say, you always bully others. She shot him a defiant look, yet was met with the narrowing of his eyes, an unmistakable sense of danger flooding her heart. In an instant, she released her grip, offering him a cheerful smile. I'm so sorry, it was just a reflex. Noticing the deepening shade in Riddle's gaze, Estella couldn't quite comprehend why she felt an inexplicable threat in his presence. Her smile turned sincere as she feigned innocence. I truly mean it. Riddle let out a cold hum, his 7-year-old cherubic face failing to convey the chill of his demeanor, yet it remained intimidating nonetheless. He sternly tugged Estella up from her chair, commanding, follow me. With no avenue for escape, Estella obediently trailed behind, adopting her usual nonchalant attitude in the face of unavoidable circumstances. Riddle halted at the very corner where he had once encountered the colossal spider, standing just slightly ahead of the spot where it had loomed. Estella's expression shifted dramatically. Was Riddle the spider? No. Rather, had he transformed from the spider? Or was it that the spider had morphed into Riddle? She perceived him as a giant spider, an enormous, fearsome arachnid. Riddle observed the myriad expressions flitting across Estella's face. Her brow furrowed in deep contemplation, and suddenly questioned whether choosing such a small companion had been wise. There was an unsettling feeling that she was up to no good. Nevertheless, the exhilaration of discovering a kindred spirit momentarily overshadowed his reservations, and he impatiently clicked his tongue, successfully capturing Estella's attention. With a tranquil visage, his dark eyes bore into hers. You can too. Estella's heart skipped a beat as she feigned confusion, innocently tilting her head and asking, can do what? I don't understand what you're saying. Chapter 4. Not a face of a villain. Riddle subtly tugged at the corners of his mouth, dismissing Estella's theatrics with ease. For the first time, he exhibited remarkable patience while unraveling the obvious truths, denying her any chance to evade. You can do magic. I have seen it. Though glimpses of his future allure began to manifest in his features, remnants of baby fat lingered on his cheeks, rendering him somewhat youthful. With that adorably youthful face, whether he wore a cold expression or a blank demeanor, the essence of his charm remained intact, even enhancing his appeal. Estella, initially irked by Riddle's spider scare tactics and the grotesque black snake, found her anger dissipating in the face of his striking countenance. Oh, she realized, everyone has their peculiarities, and perhaps they could assist one another. After all, Riddle was already aware of her oddities. Her adamant denial would not alter his perception. She recognized that Riddle was the type who would not relent until he achieved his goal. Even if she refuted it, he would remain unconvinced. In summary, she absolutely did not harbor a superficial inclination towards him, nor did she feel intimidated in his presence. Absolutely not. However, on a different note, Riddle was indeed rather childish, perpetually scaring others. At this moment, Riddle remained oblivious to Estella's thoughts. Otherwise, he would not appear so composed, eagerly anticipating this rare find of a kindred spirit. Yet Estella was determined not to simply acquiesce to Riddle's whims. She regarded the expressionless boy, waiting for her to fall into his trap, and tilted her head slightly. Her voice softening. What do you see, Riddle? As Riddle narrowed his eyes, Estella continued, I never expected you to believe in magic. His eyes subtly sparkled, and he raised his chin, a confident smile gracing his lips. Just as he parted his lips to speak, Estella pressed on, her eyes twinkling with excitement, as if she had found a kindred spirit. She stepped closer, nearly within arm's reach. Which fairy tale series do you favor? Andersen or the Brothers Grimm? Do you love The Little Mermaid, or perhaps the animal tales, like those of dogs, cats, tigers, or gorillas, since it involves magic? Do you fancy witches, like the one who poisoned Snow White? Oh, you can converse with snakes, so you must be Snow White herself, as she adored chatting with little creatures. But you also like witches. I get it. You're a duality. Estella's eyes lit up further with each word, until she edged closer, nearly a fist's length away from Riddle. She joyfully patted his shoulder, beaming, I never expected you, who seems so unapproachable, to enjoy the same stories as girls. Riddle was taken aback, his dark eyes no longer gazing down upon her with disdain. He stood dumbfounded as Estella rambled on about princesses and witches, her conclusion landing on the notion that he was a princess. The concept of duality was lost on him, but he distinctly heard her declare him a princess. Snakes? Wasn't he that a snake? A being who conversed with snakes. Was that a princess? He was clearly something cool and formidable. Riddle immediately retorted, a princess would converse with birds, wouldn't she? But as realization dawned on him regarding his own words, it was too late. He clamped his mouth shut, glaring at Estella in frustration. Estella seized the opportunity, her eyes sparkling with delight. But Snow White also conversed with mice. Riddle pressed his lips together, his fists clenching slowly, a surge of ire building within him, as Estella noticed Riddle's expression shifting from stunned to rapidly enraged. She hastily sought to remedy the situation. Glancing at his fury-induced narrowed pupils, she hesitated before adding, but you're certainly more formidable than Snow White, considering a snake can devour a mouse. Estella even mimicked the manner of the ladies who coaxed children, raising her fist with a thumb up towards Riddle, delivering a perfectly executed thumbs up. Yet it was evident that Riddle's anger was still on the rise. After a brief pause, Estella hesitated and raised her other thumb as well. Am I conveying that correctly? Riddle's heart was tumultuous, raging and thundering within him. Yet, he found it rather humiliating to be so easily unraveled by a petite girl whose height barely reached his chest. He swiftly composed himself. Perhaps his heart still thudded in discontent, but his handsome, yet somewhat youthful visage betrayed no emotion at that moment. His gaze was fixed intently on Estella, as if to convey, your tactic is futile against me. Estella, however, was certain it was effective. Yet, when her fiercely determined eyes met Riddle's, an inexplicable sense of danger washed over her. Trusting her instincts, Estella offered a sweet, demure smile. She knew, deep down, that Riddle was unlike anyone else. Just as she sought to apply the brakes on her impulsiveness, she was taken aback to see Riddle's expression soften considerably, a hint of a smile gracing his lips. An idea flickered in Estella's mind, but she couldn't quite grasp it. So, please answer my question, miss, he said. Outside, the clouds parted, sunlight streaming through the window and casting a warm glow behind Riddle, rendering him particularly gentlemanly and inviting. Although Estella was aware this was merely a figment of her imagination, she lifted her face, squinting slightly against the backlight, causing Riddle's features to appear somewhat indistinct. Yes, Riddle's expression shifted subtly. Estella continued, adopting an unusually serious demeanor. But I believe this is merely a wishing spirit. How could there be magic in this world? She was a staunch materialist, after all. Indeed, Riddle was just a self-important, overly dramatic child. A wishing spirit? Riddle echoed slowly, though his face remained impassive, internally scoffing. How could it be something as trivial as wishes? It was power, a strength unattainable by the mundane. Though he wasn't entirely certain of the circumstances, he deemed it magical, categorically dismissing the notion of mere luck. Nevertheless, Riddle refrained from directly contradicting her. He was in a rather good mood. After all, she was a newly acquainted companion, and her innocence mattered little. There would be time to enlighten her later. Thus, Riddle merely smirked, gesturing towards the corridor. You may go first. Otherwise, dear Mrs. Colf might think I am bullying you. Estella had long desired to escape, and paid little heed to Riddle's words. She waved lightly at him before turning and dashing towards the staircase. Only when Estella's figure had completely vanished did Riddle finally step outside. Chapter 5. Who was the boss? When Riddle awoke that day, it was with a smile upon his face for the first time. He had finally found someone akin to himself, rather than the imbeciles who always regarded him with those peculiar, disdainful, and fearful glances. However, when he and Estella met again in their usual corner, he discovered that things were not quite as he had envisioned. Moreover, this girl possessed an adorably innocent face, yet why was she so obstinate? In the grassy expanse beside the orphanage, Estella and Riddle lay side by side. Riddle's dark eyes gazed at the sky, which had turned a dreary gray due to years of industrial development. He had little time for appreciation or leisure. His mind was occupied with other matters. What kind of magic can you perform? Riddle inquired, tilting his head slightly. The only response was the sound of steady breathing. He fell silent for a moment, then turned to find Estella's face, puffed up in slumber. Riddle felt a vein at his temple twitch. So, she had come out with him merely to sleep? Not a single word exchanged. Yet he realized that Estella might be as excited as he was, having had a restless night. Besides, she was younger than he. And in Riddle's experience, children certainly required more sleep. He sighed heavily. Fine, I'll wait until she awakens, he decided. But as time passed, the day darkened significantly. When Estella finally stirred, the sky was already shrouded in darkness. Groggily, she opened her eyes, still disoriented, gazing at the dim sky with the faint prickling of grass beneath her palms. She had awakened from the cold. Although it was summer, the evenings tended to grow chilly. Slowly, Estella rubbed her arms. Awake? Riddle's voice cut through the cool night air, colder than the summer breeze and the dew on the leaves. Estella turned her head to meet Riddle's gaze. At that moment, he was propped on one elbow, observing her with a cold smirk, his dark eyes devoid of emotion. Yet a hint of menace lurked beneath the surface. Estella recalled how, during the afternoon's free time, Riddle had rushed over to whisk her away, claiming he wanted to talk. What was it about? Blinking slowly as if Riddle had not mentioned it, she sat up. Isn't it time for dinner? Riddle's expression hardened as he glared at Estella, as if he wished to crush her bones with his gaze. Don't you have anything to explain? Oh. Estella covered her mouth with one hand, letting out a leisurely yawn, her azure eyes glistening with tears. Why didn't you call me? Riddle nearly burst into laughter from frustration. He swatted her hand away from her mouth. Smack. The sound was crisp and resonant. Riddle was taken aback by the volume, feeling a twinge of guilt. Yet he managed to maintain his composure before Estella turned her gaze back to him. Estella, somewhat displeased, turned away, only to be met by Riddle's brooding expression. If it wasn't an illusion, why did his dark eyes seem to glimmer with a hint of red? Her new friend was rather intimidating. Estella immediately lay back down on the grass, adopting a playful demeanor, though her voice quivered slightly. I'm just a child. It's normal for me to love sleeping. She even patted her slightly rounded belly, producing a dull thud akin to a watermelon. Yet, after a long pause, Riddle remained silent. Estella lifted her eyes to find Riddle already standing, his brow slightly furrowed as he looked down at her. Upon meeting her gaze, he said with irritation, If you don't get up now, there truly will be no dinner for you. Estella needed no further prompting. She sprang up from the ground in an instant. Riddle was a trickster. It was clear that dinner time had not yet arrived. Clutching her chipped bowl, Estella gazed longingly at the kitchen doorway. Humph. Estella heard Riddle snicker beside her, and she puffed out her cheeks in annoyance, shooting him a glare. After that afternoon, she felt she had entirely relinquished her biases regarding her first, second, and third impressions of him. Riddle was quite a decent person after all, allowing her to sleep soundly and comfortably for an entire afternoon. She had imagined he might wake her midway or simply abandon her in the grass. Riddle raised an eyebrow at Estella, who had begun to display her audacious and unabashed demeanor. Although Estella's previous actions had been anything but normal, she typically presented herself as obedient and demure. Riddle's gaze darkened. Had he perhaps granted her too much leeway, causing her to forget who the true authority was? As he pondered this, he felt a tug on his arm, pulling him forward. Looking down, he met Estella's cerulean eyes, sparkling with an almost overflowing mirth. Riddle, we must hurry. Mrs. Marcia has emerged. Intrigued, Riddle found himself yielding to Estella's insistence. Standing before her and navigating through the throng to secure a position nearer to the front of the line, with a little shadow trailing behind him. The familiar crowd, the immovable bodies reeking of sweat and earth, kept Riddle's lips pressed tightly together. When he turned around, he was greeted by Estella's radiant grin. Her delicate, lily-white hand grasped the back of his gray robe as she timidly offered him a sweet smile. Perhaps he was overthinking it? Riddle nonchalantly turned his gaze back to the front. Surely, Estella's urgency was simply to ensure he could enjoy dinner sooner. Yet, when the time for dinner arrived, Riddle's expression darkened. Estella, why didn't you follow me this time? Billy, one of Riddle's most irksome classmates, bellowed as he approached them, oblivious to the presence of others. Billy rudely squeezed between Riddle and Estella, anxiously scrutinizing Estella, as if to ascertain whether she had been crushed in the crowd. Estella had been smaller than her peers for years, and during her first food line experience, she had nearly been trampled. Yes, that was indeed Billy. Despite his reckless nature, he possessed a protective instinct, which led him to always guide Estella in the queue thereafter. When Riddle overheard this, he nearly crushed his spoon in indignation. Estella, in a panic, attempted to cover Billy's mouth, but the words had already escaped. Very well then. However, Billy, following Estella's urgent gaze, turned around. Tom Riddle, Billy exclaimed in astonishment. What are you doing here? Riddle typically occupied a fixed corner, and no one ever ventured near him. His voice was icy, and he didn't even bother to glance at Billy. Your presence here is as inexplicable as mine. Initially taken aback that Riddle had actually responded, Billy quickly turned back around. Estella worried for Billy's neck as he executed a flawless 180-degree turn. Estella, you. All right, Billy, let's eat, Estella interjected, gently turning Billy's face toward his bowl. Her voice laced with affection. You are no longer a child. You must learn to eat independently. You're the one who is a child, Shorty, Billy retorted. His attention successfully diverted, though his head obediently remained facing forward. Riddle watched the scene in awe. Why had he ever been annoyed by such a fool? Going through great lengths to seek revenge? Chapter 6. The Unfortunate Billy. After Riddle's third encounter, having not had the chance to engage Estella before she fell asleep, missing out on the evening meal queue while listening to Billy's incessant chatter, he resolved to speak with Estella before she lay down. What magic do you possess? Riddle firmly grasped Estella's hand as she attempted to recline, insisting they remain standing on the grass. Just lie down for a moment, Estella pleaded, trying to lower her center of gravity in the process. However, Riddle's pull exceeded the force of gravity acting upon her. Estella gazed mournfully at the sun-drenched grass, now tinged with orange, her expression one of sorrow and longing for a rare beautiful day. Riddle, maintaining an impassive demeanor, remained steadfast, his resolve unyielding. Hence, it is even more unwise to squander it by sleeping. Estella, Riddle, you've changed. You were never like this before. Then let us sit, she conceded, lifting her chin in a manner that suggested she would withhold conversation unless he agreed. Riddle begrudgingly nodded. Once seated, Estella sighed contentedly and suddenly felt a prickling sensation at the roots of her hair. Glancing to the side, she saw Riddle smiling gently at her, a handful of her hair in his grasp, just to be cautious. Estella. Ultimately, they reached a mutually agreeable arrangement. Estella was not permitted to sleep, and Riddle would refrain from tugging at her hair. I don't possess magic, Estella insisted, her eyelids battling to stay open. But she held them apart under Riddle's threatening gaze. Upon hearing her words, Riddle's expression shifted to one of danger. Yet, he recalled their first conversation when Estella had claimed, wishes are indeed powerful. They certainly are, Estella quickly added. A sudden feeling of being under the influence of some mysterious force causing the hair on the back of her neck to stand on end. Though the sensation vanished almost instantly, Riddle's brow furrowed slightly before relaxing again. He regarded Estella with a tone infused with confidence and a hint of concealed arrogance. This is true strength, Estella. His voice resonated with power, imbued with an enchanting charisma that stirred excitement within listeners. This is our superpower. However, this did not extend to Estella. It is merely wish-granting, she countered seriously. We ought to strive to be the new youth of materialism. Riddle had no desire to delve into the intricacies of materialism with her, having recently discovered that Estella often spouted peculiar phrases she must have heard somewhere. Then let us have a competition, Riddle suggested, lifting his eyelids slightly, the disdainful expression surprisingly blending well on his cherubic face. Whoever wins gets to dictate the other's wishes. Very well, Estella replied, adopting a similarly grave expression. Tomorrow, Billy shall have a day of misfortune. Riddle smirked wickedly. He certainly held a strong dislike for Billy. Isn't that a curse? Estella exclaimed, her eyes wide with shock. Riddle shrugged nonchalantly. In your terms, that counts as a wish. All right then, Estella said, unconvinced of Riddle's success. But she clasped her hands together. I wish for Billy to have a fortunate day tomorrow. Closing her eyes, she placed her hands over her heart, murmuring incantations. Riddle gazed at her actions with keen interest. Are you finished? If you don't believe, why are you taking so long to wish? All right, Estella insisted, feeling the need to be sincere. But truthfully, it didn't seem very effective. Her earnest prayers were no match for Riddle's casual remarks. Estella harbored doubts, suspecting that Riddle appeared relaxed on the surface. Yet internally, he must have been grinding his teeth, delivering left and right punches to a small figure marked with the name Billy. It was undoubtedly Riddle's wicked nature that resulted in such pronounced effects. For Billy, this day dragged on interminably. Estella watched helplessly as Billy, from the moment he woke, choked on water, stumbled over potatoes, fell down the stairs, had his head caught in a door 3 times, and was struck squarely on the head by a ball while positioned far from the group playing. Estella realized she could no longer remain apathetic. During lunch, she dutifully cradled both her bowl and Riddle's, closely trailing him until he took a seat, at which point she eagerly placed the spoon into his hand. Riddle said nothing, methodically grasping the spoon and scooping a bite of potato into his mouth. Estella blinked her large eyes, yet did not receive even a glance from him. Thus, she edged closer, halting decisively when she sensed his brow furrowing. Her face was nearly touching his shoulder. Estella tugged at Riddle's sleeve, giving it a gentle shake, her voice barely audible, akin to a mosquito's buzz. That must be the extent of her powers. Tom's expression remained stoic as he continued to eat, but the slight upturn of his lips betrayed his good mood. Seeing his lack of reaction, Estella assumed her attempts were insufficiently pronounced, prompting her to roll up her sleeve and nudge him with her elbow. Riddle nearly dropped his spoon. With an exasperated click of his tongue, he cast an impatient glance at her, and Estella, with her lake-like azure eyes, earnestly leaned towards his ear and whispered, "Please help Billy." Riddle rubbed his ear, slightly irritated by the heat, and pushed Estella's head aside. He leaned back in his chair, arching an eyebrow. "What did you just say?" Suppressing the surge of shame and indignation within her, Estella raised her voice. "You were right. It is a superpower." With Riddle's bemused gaze upon her, she closed her eyes and added, "It is magic." Riddle chuckled softly, no longer pressing her, and nodded slightly in acceptance of her concession. He then resumed eating. "Well, you should help him then." Noticing Riddle's lack of further action, Estella leaned in anxiously. Riddle, ever considerate, placed his spoon down once again, leisurely smoothing out the wrinkled sleeve that Estella had tousled, meeting her gaze as he remarked, "It's only been a day. What if it backfires on me?" Chapter 7. Ignore him. Estella did not expect Riddle to resort to such trickery. He mentioned it earlier. Moreover, she refused to believe he had never attempted it before. Suppressing her impulse to deliver a sound thrashing to Riddle, she adopted a stance of righteous indignation, as if she must vehemently defend herself against his assertions. "With your prowess, a mere Billy is no challenge." Estella even mimicked a fist-clenching gesture, signaling that it would be effortlessly simple. Tom remained silent, yet his entire body had turned towards Estella. A slight smile played upon his lips as he nodded subtly, encouraging her to continue. He was adept at playing coy, yet he had found the right direction. Estella gritted her teeth, her sweet voice laced with irritation. Riddle was eternally correct and remarkably adept at everything he undertook. With one fist raised high above her head, her gaze earnest, she proclaimed, "Future leader Riddle, lead us forward." Her voice, however, was too loud, drawing numerous curious glances, including that of Mrs. Marcia, who had been observing the children. As Mrs. Marcia furrowed her brow and began to approach, Riddle quickly took Estella's fist down. "Keep it down." Mrs. Marcia settled back into her seat. Estella replied dryly, "Oh." Yet Riddle's eyes still sparkled with mirth as he tilted his head, observing the now silent Estella. He chuckled lightly, poking her stiffened lips with his finger. "All done?" "All done," Estella replied, her expression wooden. "Then it seems there's nothing to be done." Tom feigned regret with a theatrical demeanor, spreading his hands. "You have failed to impress me, young lady." Estella felt her patience wearing thin. She propped herself up on the table, rising angrily from beside Tom. The elevated perspective lent her courage. "Don't think I'm unaware that you just had a quarrel with Billy a few days ago, which is why you resort to such childish antics." Tom's expression turned icy, the smirk that had once graced his lips vanishing in an instant. Estella's courage faltered, and she opened her mouth, steeling herself to continue, "You're just a miser." Yet her voice faltered. She gazed directly into Tom's cold, black eyes, feeling the chill and malice radiating from them. Tom remained expressionless, though his posture was unyielding, imbued with a condescending pride. His voice slithered forth like a whisper from the coldest marsh, "Do not assume I will not deal with you." Despite her lingering fear of him, Estella felt emboldened enough to chastise him in Riddle's presence. After all, he might not fully comprehend. Little human. With a fierce expression, Estella delivered her retort, snatching up her bowl and turning to flee before Riddle could respond. Tom watched impassively as Estella hurriedly retreated. Had she just insulted him? As Estella fled, she encountered Billy, the very subject of her earlier frustration. "Estella, have you already eaten?" Billy's nose was stuffed with paper after being struck, causing it to resemble a makeshift bandage. As he spoke, the yellow paper bobbed comically. Estella felt a pang of guilt at the sight of him. "You haven't eaten yet." Billy approached, glancing at Estella's brimming bowl, his tone filled with surprise. "Were you waiting for me?" He circled around Estella, noticing the absence of the detestable Riddle, and his eyes brightened. "Have you finally realized that Tom Riddle isn't a good boy, Estella?" The mention of Riddle reignited Estella's ire. She retorted angrily, "We shall ignore him." Billy cheerfully placed his hand on Estella's shoulder. "You are absolutely right, Estella. Let's go eat together." However, their meal did not proceed smoothly. Halfway through, Billy's spoon snapped in two, scalding soup spilling onto his lap. Estella frantically waved her hands to fan him. "What a cursed day this has been." Billy spoke with tears of frustration, scraping the bottom of his bowl with a broken spoon that was reduced to half its former size. Fortunately, there was only one bite left. As expected, he was reprimanded once more by the diet-conscious Mrs. Martha. Estella silently observed her good friend Billy stumbling back, her gaze inadvertently drifting towards Riddle, who was casually walking towards the dormitory not far away. Could Billy possibly survive the day intact enough to see the sun rise tomorrow? Estella harbored doubts about that. She must devise a plan. This was the first time Estella had foregone a nap during her lunch break. With wide-awake eyes, she stared at the grayish expanse of the ceiling. Eureka! She had an idea. Her ultimate trick, to hide him. With her eyes closed and hands clasped together, she fervently made a wish for a full half an hour. When she finally emerged from her blanket cocoon alongside the other children, she continued to chant. I wish Billy's presence is minimized today. I wish Billy's presence is minimized today. I wish Billy's presence is minimized today. At last, Billy managed to navigate a peaceful afternoon and evening, though he did not attain the fortune Estella initially hoped for. Nevertheless, Estella felt invigorated. Yet, she still refused to acknowledge Riddle. Indeed, since their conversation had soured at noon, she had not exchanged a single word with him all day, despite their usual reticence towards conversation. Throughout the entire day, Estella had not even granted Riddle a single glance. However, Riddle seemed oblivious to Estella's ire. As was his custom, he approached her during free time, seizing the back of her collar. To his surprise, Estella reacted with considerable intensity. In the past, when he had gripped her collar, she would sometimes resist, making it feel as though he were tugging on a heavy weight. This time, however, Estella nearly sprang up, straining with all her might to escape his grasp. Riddle furrowed his brow slightly, suggesting, let's talk. Estella turned her head defiantly to glare at him, her struggles unabated, declaring, we have nothing to discuss. Didn't you say you would deal with me? Riddle's brow remained tightly knit as he countered, did you not also scold me? In usual circumstances, he would have taken action against someone without needing to announce it, especially since Estella had already berated him. He had done nothing to warrant her seeking him out. Who scolded you? Estella was taken aback that Riddle was indeed aware she had insulted him. Overcome with guilt, her struggles diminished slightly. Seizing the opportunity while she was momentarily distracted, Riddle began to lead her away by the arm, until they arrived at the grassy area behind their usual residence. Chapter 8. His Wish. Estella still ignored Riddle, focusing solely on feeding the rabbits grass. Riddle stood silently beside her, merely observing. An oppressive silence enveloped the two, causing even the rabbits, who had not been fed for days, to slow their grazing. Ultimately, it was Riddle who broke the silence, his tone somewhat cold. What are you sulking about? His voice held an undercurrent of confusion and misunderstanding, as if to say, is it because I did not agree to lift the curse on Billy? Or are you upset over your loss? The coldness and indifference expressed in the first part of his statement was matched by the irritation in the latter. It seemed to imply that it was a foregone conclusion that he would best Estella, leaving no room for displeasure. Estella's grip on the grass tightened, pulling up clumps of soil. Was it something to be proud of to bring misfortune upon others? Unable to restrain herself, she retorted angrily. What if it leads to more severe consequences? Yet Riddle's expression conveyed indifference, as if saying, if severe consequences arise, so be it. What of it? For reasons unknown. Estella suddenly felt a chill. She stared blankly at Riddle's impatient demeanor and slowly asked, what is your wish, Tom? What? Riddle glanced over, his expression one of confusion. If you had more powerful magic, what would you wish to do? Riddle's gaze deepened. What would he do? He wished to stand out. In the short term, he desired to seize all of Billy and James's toys, especially the flute that had been taken from him in his youth. But what about the future? He wanted to command everyone's attention, to control their destinies. He aspired to possess supreme authority and power. Yet he instinctively knew that if he uttered these thoughts aloud, Estella might choose not to remain his devoted follower. Riddle did not particularly wish to hold Estella's affection through coercion or fear, as he found her to be a timid yet astute child. However, in the brief days he had known her, Riddle sensed that Estella would never offer him her genuine heart. Absolutely not. He did not understand why he felt the need for her sincerity, but he thought, if there were simpler methods, why engage in unnecessary actions? I wish for an abundance of food and a clean, comfortable home, Riddle stated, his expression softening to resemble the gentle demeanor he had worn during their first confrontation. I wish to live a better life. Estella's expression softened somewhat. Noticing her change in demeanor, Riddle felt a stirring in his heart and displayed a flawless smile. You may have misunderstood me. I was merely joking. When I said I wanted Billy to be unfortunate, I only meant to suggest he might get caught daydreaming in class by Miss Katie, not anticipating such outcomes. Estella's brows relaxed, warmth returning to her features. Indeed, who would not wish for a better life? Yet she couldn't shake the feeling that something was amiss. But she could not pinpoint what that might be. Riddle, seeing the thaw in Estella's expression, did not grant her more time for contemplation. He stepped closer, shortening the distance between them. Noticing her lack of resistance, he playfully ruffled her hair, asking, and you, Estella, what would you wish for? Estella furrowed her brow, clearly lost in thought. She was unsure of what she truly desired, but if pressed to articulate it, freedom. After a moment, she slowly replied, I wish to possess freedom. To be unbound by anyone's control, to determine my own destiny. She glanced at the tightly enclosed fence of the orphanage and the dark, looming building behind her, thinking, not this life, governed by strict routines where stepping half a meter outside was forbidden. Estella did not turn around, thus failing to see the expression in Riddle's eyes, a blend of gloom, obsession, and an inexplicable, pathological desire for control. Yet Estella remained unaware. As Riddle absorbed her response, an undeniable sense of relief washed over him, yet his demeanor remained unwaveringly calm. He hoped fervently that little Estella would have her wishes fulfilled. Estella turned, her face illuminated by a radiant smile. In her eyes, Riddle appeared to embody a hopeful outlook towards the future, his presence a blend of sunlight intermingled with the unique shadows of gloom and elegance that characterized him. You too, Tom, she mused, her azure eyes shimmering like sapphires under the sun, treasures coveted by a dragon, yearning to hide them away in its lair. This marked the first lesson Riddle learned from Estella, the art of concealment. To mask one's true thoughts, to veil one's desires and ambitions. For now, it was difficult to ascertain whether this was a boon or a bane. At the very least, their friendship had deepened. They could bask in the sun on the grassy knoll each day, share meals, and exchange morning and evening salutations. Riddle and Estella no longer shunned the company of others. Many children at the orphanage became aware that the infamous odd boy, Tom Riddle, had forged a new friendship with none other than the perpetually cheerful and amiable Estella Dumbledore. A favorite of the teachers. You haven't been kidnapped, have you? Aside from Billy, Lucy, Estella's restroom companion, who often held her hand on their way to the lavatory, was among the first to learn of her newfound friendship with Riddle. It's not that exaggerated. Estella chuckled, playfully pushing Lucy's face away from her ear, entirely oblivious to the resemblance between her action and Riddle's from days prior. But really, Tom Riddle is rather handsome, Lucy said with a cheeky grin, inching closer to Estella's ear once more. This time, Estella did not immediately shove Lucy away. She merely blinked slowly. Yes, he's rather handsome. Then Lucy exclaimed, no? Estella, you can't possibly think it's because Tom Riddle is good-looking, can you? I thought I was the most attractive in your eyes. Estella shot her an annoyed glare. And you're not any less smug. It's not like you don't think I'm pretty. They locked eyes and erupted into laughter, engaging in playful banter. I hope I'm not interrupting your little tete-a-tete, ladies. A gentle voice chimed from behind them. Remembering their previous discussion, Estella's ears flushed crimson. Surely, he hadn't overheard their conversation about Riddle's looks. I just arrived, Riddle replied, a hint of amusement in his tone. Indeed, he had heard everything. Go on, Lucy urged, nudging Estella toward Riddle with a mischievous sparkle in her eyes. Estella shot her a furious glare. She glanced at Riddle, whose face bore a smile, cleared her throat, and followed him. They made their way to the familiar grassy expanse, where Estella lifted her chin, striving to conceal the warmth creeping up from her neck, and adopted a serious demeanor. What do you need? Chapter 9, Best of 3. What do you need? Estella inquired, her chin held high, exuding confidence. Oh, nothing much. Riddle replied, casting a sidelong glance at her as he leaned casually against the wall. I merely wished to ask when you began to find me handsome. Shut up, Estella retorted, stepping forward to deliver a playful punch to Riddle's shoulder, glaring at him in annoyance. Yet, for reasons unknown, Riddle felt an inexplicable joy, even brushing off the audacity of being playfully struck by his junior. Observing Estella's cheeks flush deeper, he graciously chose to overlook her antics. With a chuckle, he brought his finger close to Estella's cheek, as if to gauge its warmth, only to have it swatted away by her hand. All right, Riddle chuckled, unable to suppress his amusement, before ruffling Estella's fluffy hair. We agreed last time to finalize the naming of the spell. Now we can continue our research. I refuse. Estella pouted. Last time was your forte. Oh. Although he understood that Estella was likely chastising him as a rogue, Riddle remained unfazed, raising an eyebrow. So, you don't wish for Billy to have a stroke of luck one day? Estella turned her head away, her voice lacking conviction. It doesn't count anyway. I've never come second since classes began. She adhered to the principle of being lazy but not lacking in skill for the first 7 years of her life. She had been unbeatable until she encountered Riddle. Estella puffed out her cheeks. At the very least, I've given it some thought and determined we should play best of 3. Riddle smirked slightly, choosing not to comment on Estella's change of heart, merely shrugging nonchalantly. Childish. Estella glared at him with her sparkling azure eyes. Fine. Riddle himself was unsure how he had acquiesced, but once he had, he resolved to earn Estella's respect. Unbeknownst to her, Riddle's intentions were unclear. Yet for the safety of others, she decided to take the initiative. Let us see who can conjure water first, Estella exclaimed, her eyes sparkling. Riddle chuckled softly and nodded. All right. For an entire afternoon, the two remained engrossed in silence on the grass. Riddle was focused on the wall, lost in his thoughts. while Estella chanted incantations directed at the grass, her face growing increasingly flushed. As evening approached, they began to showcase their respective results. Estella bounced with enthusiasm, radiating confidence. Riddle remained unfazed, nodding slightly at her, indicating, ladies first. Estella extended her hand, palm up, her gaze fixed intently on it as she chanted. After several seconds, water began to accumulate in her palm, albeit slowly. It took considerable concentration for her to fill her small hand. Estella felt a swell of pride. This was her first conscious use of her abilities. However, she refrained from displaying it, instead offering Riddle a modest smile, conveying an expression of nonchalance. Oblivious to the fact that in Riddle's eyes, she resembled a proud little rooster, her excitement causing her errant hair to stand on end. Riddle exerted great effort to refrain from tampering with it. Your turn, Estella nodded at Riddle. He stepped back 2 paces before commencing. Estella, feeling competitive, pouted slightly. Surely, he couldn't conjure a fountain? With a smile playing on his lips, Riddle elegantly extended his finger, and in an instant, a slender stream of water flowed effortlessly from its tip. You say stop, and it stops. Riddle appeared to seek Estella's approval, though in truth, he was merely flaunting the endlessness of his water. Humph. Estella turned her head, unwilling to acknowledge him. Riddle chose not to tease her further, gracefully halting the flow of water and retracting his hand. With an amiable demeanor, he inquired of Estella, so, what shall our next contest be? Perhaps a best of 3. Considering I've already triumphed twice. A flicker of hesitation crossed Riddle's face, as if he were genuinely troubled by the prospect. Shall we compete once more? Tom Riddle. Estella turned, her tone fierce. For reasons unbeknownst to him, Riddle felt his spirits lift, seemingly not solely due to his victories. He lounged, one leg casually extended, a languid air of satisfaction evident in his voice. I am indeed. Ultimately, the two stormed off to the dining hall, their bodies separated by an imaginary space that could easily accommodate a row of people, both casting their gazes aside and ignoring one another. A half-hour prior, Riddle had nonchalantly replied, his dark eyes dancing with mirth as they rested on the indignant Estella. Suddenly, Estella dashed to the corner where Riddle had just practiced conjuring water. Oh, she exclaimed in a hushed tone of surprise. Riddle, uncertain of Estella's intentions, nonetheless followed her, kindly asking, what is it? Little did he realize that Estella's subsequent actions would make him wish he had withheld his inquiry. Even if he had chosen to remain silent, Estella would likely have spoken. She pointed to the remnants of watermarks at the base of the wall, remnants of Riddle's earlier practice. With wide, innocent eyes, she feigned dismay. Riddle, are you a puppy? She asked, her tone imbued with righteousness, as though she were a divine arbiter of justice judging an egregious act. Riddle's smile vanished. Estella, however, appeared quite pleased, continuing her charade. I won't tell the teacher about your behavior. I believe Tom Riddle is a good boy and won't repeat such mistakes. Her smugness caused a slight irritation in Riddle. Taking a deep breath to steady himself, he nonchalantly glanced at Estella and offered a smile. Yet, you have lost. Estella gasped in indignation. The two equally competitive children, each unwilling to concede to the other, nevertheless formed a brief alliance while queuing for their meals. Perhaps it was too effortless. Riddle instinctively grasped Estella's hand from behind, and she, in turn, clutched him tightly, her expression fraught with anxiety. It wasn't until they stood in the midst of the line that they realized their actions. Estella was the first to release Riddle's hand, clutching her bowl with a puffy-cheeked, irate expression. Riddle, less overtly affected, naturally withdrew his hand without uttering a word. The two were not fond of conversing while waiting in line, especially when the air was thick with the scent of perspiration from the crowd. It was Riddle who broke the silence during their meal. Considering himself 2 years Estella's senior, he felt he ought to exhibit greater maturity. Having accepted her as his little companion, he resolved to be more accommodating of her temper. Shall we have another bout? You may choose. However, his tone was somewhat ungracious, as rigid as a hammer striking the table. Humph, if you were so unwilling, why put yourself through the trouble? Estella pouted, stuffing a large bite of potato into her mouth. Riddle gritted his teeth. He had already compromised, yet Estella remained obstinate. What makes you think I am unwilling? Riddle endeavored to soften his tone, yet it only emerged even more stony. Estella huffed, but she understood Riddle's temperament well enough to appreciate that he had initiated conversation, which was quite generous of him. She pondered seriously. How about a best of 5? Without lifting his gaze, Riddle replied, that is acceptable. But you must not gloat when you lose, Estella retorted, her irritation evident as she poked at her potatoes, causing them to clatter. Huh, Riddle let out a soft scoff, glancing at Estella. And you must not speak ill of me simply because you lost. He added with gritted teeth, that would be exceedingly childish. You are the childish one. Estella retaliated, playfully kicking Riddle. He retaliated in kind, questioning the need for such childish theatrics. At that moment, Billy, who had come to join them for lunch, happened upon their light-hearted skirmish. What on earth is happening here? Have both of your brains been caught in the door? Chapter 10. 3 years later. 3 years hence. We have played 177 matches, with 89 victories, Estella declared solemnly, diligently marking another line in her notebook. Riddle, with a charming smile adorning his handsome visage, appeared at ease, yet the clenched fists hinted at the tension beneath his composed exterior. Very well. 2 years had passed. Yet Estella and Riddle remained undecided on whether they possessed true supernatural abilities or merely the power to wish. Initially, Estella had been consistently defeated, prompting Riddle to refrain from taking advantage of her youth, thus allowing their competitions to multiply. However, as time progressed, Estella's persistent practice led her abilities to gradually catch up with Riddle's. The two began to match each other. A thrilling rivalry ensued. Both were remarkably perceptive, each excelling in different areas. Should Riddle be deemed the loser this time, he would certainly object. Yet, had Estella been willing to concede, she would have done so long ago. Thus, they continued their contest for a full 2 years, having long forgotten their initial objective. Who could recall that their early goal was merely to vie for the right to name their abilities? Now, these two were utterly engrossed in their competition. This time, let us see who can conjure fire first. Estella's fierce determination radiated from her, her lips pressed together as she fixated on Riddle. I shall gladly accept the challenge. Riddle sneered, equally fixated on Estella with a fervent competitive spirit. The two faced off for a moment, as if issuing a formal challenge, before turning to occupy opposite corners of the room, muttering incantations under their breath. Indeed, they had chosen to keep their distance due to an earlier incident where Della, displeased with Tom, had banished him with the proclamation, "You disrupt my magnetic field." Riddle had learned not to question Della, but to seek answers for himself. Eventually, while perusing the donated books at the kind-hearted orphanage, he stumbled upon the chapter on electricity and magnetism, realizing there was some merit to her claim. What he had not anticipated was the wisdom possessed by these seemingly ordinary individuals. Furthermore, Riddle finally understood why, during their previous competition to illuminate a light bulb, Estella had succeeded while he had inadvertently burned it out. She had secretly studied physics texts behind his back, and she hadn't even shared this knowledge with him. How could he possibly triumph when she had delved into the principles of the subject? Consequently, he spent several arduous days thoroughly digesting the entire physics book. However, this endeavor also yielded rather unfavorable consequences. The financial condition of the orphanage had been deteriorating due to the increasingly adverse external environment, and the incident of the broken light bulb had been a source of lament for Mrs. Chell for several days. She attributed the mishap to the poor quality of the bulbs supplied by the electrical company, grumbling incessantly about how the company had the audacity to swindle even the orphanage. Furthermore, they imposed even stricter regulations on the usage of light bulbs within the orphanage. This left the entire cohort of children too intimidated to speak above a whisper for several days. Although Estella and Riddle had not been caught red-handed, they subsequently refrained from using items that could damage the orphanage's possessions in their competitions. 2 days later, Estella was crouched on the ground, her gaze fixated on a twig, her face flushed with concentration. She was still not finished. Tom ambled over to her side, picked up the twig, leaned against a tree, and toyed with it in his hands, a smile curving his lips that indicated his good spirits. Seeing him in this manner, Estella surmised that he had likely succeeded in his endeavor. Choosing to ignore him, she continued to crouch down, refusing to look up. Why would she want to witness his performance? However, while Estella was dismissive, Riddle had crouched directly opposite her, deliberately raising the twig in front of her. Look, he drawled lazily, his eyes fixed intently on the tip of the twig. In an instant, a small flame leapt to life upon the twig, spreading gradually backward. As Estella was crouched, the tiny flame nearly singed her hair. Caught off guard, she jumped back in fright, landing squarely on the grass with a muted thud. Fuming, she glared up at Riddle, who was nonchalantly tossing the twig to the ground, extinguishing the flame with his foot. "I'm terribly sorry," he said, his eyes wide with feigned remorse, though his tone lacked any genuine contrition. He struggled to suppress a smile, fully aware that if he were to laugh, the consequences would be dire. Estella, the fiery young girl, would undoubtedly erupt. In truth, the flame had not been dangerously close to Estella. He had no intention of scorching her hair. After all, he wasn't reckless enough to court trouble. It was simply that Estella had chosen to ignore him first. Estella, perceptive to Riddle's barely contained laughter, leaned back and, using her hands to push against the ground, kicked at him several times in frustration. "You did that on purpose." Riddle, unable to stifle his laughter, stood his ground, allowing her to vent her frustration before finally pulling her up from the grass. "I truly did not mean it," he insisted. Estella brushed the dirt off her back, her expression still sour. Once she had finished, Riddle waved his hand lightly, and the footprints on his trousers vanished. It was a cleaning charm, a spell they had employed during their 123rd duel, which he had won 60 times. Estella shot him an exasperated glare, while Riddle wore a smile, as if the incident had been a mere afterthought. Though Estella knew the charm well, she preferred not to use it as casually as Riddle did, having a penchant for concealing her abilities. Finally, when Estella met his gaze, Riddle resumed their earlier conversation. "The illustrious Miss Dumbledore, if given the chance, I eagerly await your next move." His tone was filled with humility and a hint of regret. Yet the slight arch of his brow conveyed unmistakable provocation and pride. Estella's resentment surged, compounded by past grievances. Riddle's insufferable habit of gloating after victories grated on her nerves, just as she could not resist speaking ill of him following her defeats. When Riddle noticed Estella break into a dazzling smile, he sensed impending trouble. Her cerulean eyes sparkled with a pure desire for revenge, captivating yet ominous. Children who play with fire will wet the bed. Regardless of how many times it happened, Riddle's face darkened at her words. Chapter 11. Who is whose lackey? Riddle still could not comprehend why Estella often spouted such bizarre phrases. He wondered from where she gleaned such peculiar notions, or if her mind simply operated differently from others. Not a single serious remark escaped her lips. All were intended to irritate him. During a meal the previous year, Estella had suddenly tapped him on the shoulder. Her expression grave. Riddle had anticipated she had a new idea, so he turned to her. Curiosity etched on his face. To his surprise, Estella frowned slightly. Her blue eyes locked onto his, as she earnestly declared, "Eating earwax will turn you mute." Riddle was taken aback. Thus, it remained a mystery why he still held hope for a serious conversation with Estella. Nearby, Billy had overheard and exclaimed dramatically, "Did you eat earwax, Riddle?" Billy's voice was notoriously loud, and the moment he spoke, all eyes at the table turned toward Riddle. Billy, feigning concern, timidly offered his bowl. "Would you like some of mine? You shouldn't eat that." His gaze was filled with sympathy. What if you really went mute? From that day forth, Riddle's rapport with his peers began to improve gradually. Initially, they had kept their distance out of fear, a situation he had found rather cool, as he believed he was unlike those fools. However, after that incident, he noticed their gazes toward him began to mirror how he used to regard them, with a hint of condescension, reminiscent of looking at fools. Perhaps they found Riddle more approachable, as some even began to engage him in conversation. Riddle decided he could not allow this trend to continue. He had no desire to intimidate anyone further. Estella had often mocked him for once attempting to frighten her with spiders and snakes, labeling it as an incredibly childish act. He had begun to agree that it might indeed have been immature. Hence, he resolved to feign some goodwill, akin to deceiving Estella. Yet, it was different. No one could provoke Riddle into such a fury as Estella did. Moreover, he found himself utterly powerless to resist her. In the dining hall, while Riddle and Estella sat at the same table, they maintained a considerable distance from one another. Estella had deliberately placed her bowl at the far side, turning her back to him as she ate. Riddle, though less dramatic, wore a similarly cold expression. When Billy and his close friend Jack approached, they displayed no surprise whatsoever. They had become accustomed to the erratic dynamics of Riddle and Estella's relationship, which oscillated from moments of intimacy to fierce hostility in the blink of an eye. There was no need to intervene. It was likely that any attempt to mediate would result in both of them turning their ire upon him. To be honest, their exchanges were increasingly caustic. "The quality of our meals has deteriorated significantly. I am beginning to doubt whether we will even have potatoes to eat in a few days." Billy lamented as he poked at the meager potato in his bowl, a look of sorrow etched upon his face. "This afternoon, we are to gather in the park to sing for donations, but honestly, in light of our current predicament, it feels utterly futile." Jack sighed, turning his gaze towards Riddle, wondering aloud, "Boss, should we devise a means to sneak away?" Indeed. Billy's eyes suddenly sparkled with excitement, and he lowered his voice. "Lest we end up with no lunch. After all, Mrs. Check would hardly miss our absence, right, boss?" Estella, overhearing their incessant calls to boss, let out a heavy huff, clearly displeased. Over a year had passed, and Estella remained irked. Her good friend had become Riddle's lackey. What did that make her? Moreover, Billy had refused to address her as boss or even sister. He claimed to be older than Estella, yet he was merely a few months her senior than Riddle, and he had no qualms in calling Riddle boss. Discontented, Estella jabbed at her potato. She too wished to have her own underlings someday. Billy and Jack were completely absorbed in their joyous daydream of escaping, oblivious to the undercurrents swirling between the two. Riddle had been acutely aware of Estella's demeanor. Upon hearing her huff, his spirits lifted considerably. He could easily deduce the source of her discontent, as she had been giving him the cold shoulder for several days due to this very matter. Estella was originally his little follower. Though she remained blissfully unaware of this fact, he had refrained from mentioning it at first, and today was no exception. He shot Billy an approving glance, which was met with an unexpectedly bright smile from Billy. "Does that mean you agree?" Billy's voice trembled slightly as he struggled to suppress a laugh. Riddle, with an exasperated twitch of his lips, slowly raised his eyelids and replied, "When have I ever said that I agreed?" Riddle had also been instructed to stand in the middle. Estella, ever considerate, explained this predicament to Riddle, though she avoided meeting his gaze, instead regarding Billy with a feigned smile of regret. "So, you and Jack must make your own escape. Trust me." Estella flashed an innocently sweet smile, revealing her ulterior motives. "I certainly won't report you too." "What? Boss, you've also been commanded to stand in the middle?" Jack exclaimed in shock as he looked at Riddle. Indeed, Riddle's long-standing act of compliance had significantly improved the teacher's perception of him. Additionally, Mrs. Check firmly believed that attractive children would draw more attention when placed at the front. Even though Estella and Riddle were among the older children, which could potentially obstruct the view of the younger ones behind them. Nevertheless, she had deliberately positioned them in the middle. Riddle initially found the arrangement somewhat bothersome. However, since Estella was conveniently placed in front of him, he shrugged it off with a slight smirk. "Well, it seems your plan must be executed by you alone." "Then let it be," Billy sighed, setting aside his empty bowl. His body slumping over the table in despair. "Without you, we will surely be caught by the teacher." Billy had previously discerned that Riddle possessed a sharper intellect. Such schemes would never escape Mrs. Check's notice. If it were just he and Jack, the outcome would be uncertain. Estella had anticipated that mentioning Riddle's role in singing among the children would evoke embarrassment in front of his underlings. To her surprise, he seemed utterly unfazed. She pouted, savoring the last bite of potato with utmost care. She continued until not a crumb remained, her hand instinctively resting on her somewhat empty stomach. In her younger days, with a smaller appetite and occasional treats from Mrs. Martha, she had not found it so intolerable. Yet, with age, the meager portions left her stomach yearning for more. Moreover, she couldn't shake the feeling that each time she attempted to use her powers, her hunger intensified. She and Riddle had once experimented with conjuring food, a rare occasion where they chose cooperation over competition. However, the outcome was utterly fruitless. They even tried altering the size of the food. It indeed grew larger. But the taste underwent peculiar changes, and the sense of satiety remained unchanged. Perhaps they should contemplate alternative methods. Sighing, she pondered when this arduous existence would come to an end. Riddle noticed Estella's hand resting on her abdomen, a sign of her discomfort, and though his head remained still, his peripheral vision caught her slender fingers, no longer chubby as in her youth, but now elongated and graceful, with a discernible bone structure. Riddle pursed his lips slightly, choosing silence as he redirected his gaze. Chapter 12, The Peculiar Man. After the meal, Mrs. Check gathered all the children from the orphanage who were to embark on the outing. "Gather around, children," her authoritative voice resonated throughout the building. "Form 2 lines as previously arranged, and proceed without speaking." Following a brief moment of chaos, everyone fell in line behind Mrs. Check, according to her predetermined order. Riddle found himself standing right beside Estella. Yet, due to their earlier scuffle, they were both quite awkward, exchanging harsh words. Even when they were on amicable terms, their conversation had never been particularly pleasant. "Hey, shall we take the opportunity to sneak around during the break?" Riddle's voice was barely audible, meant only for Estella's ears, while his gaze remained fixed ahead, as if conversing with the air itself. "I am not Hay. I am Estella Dumbledore," she huffed, stubbornly refusing to look at him. "Oh, then, Estella, shall we take the chance to wander about when we have our break?" Riddle continued to speak to the invisible void. At lunch, Billy and Jack had asked, "Why didn't you agree?" Estella shrugged, maintaining her pace alongside the line. "Oh, I had a sudden change of heart," Riddle replied, his expression unperturbed. In truth, during the break, the two of them could easily slip away while Mrs. Check was distracted, if they wished to prolong their absence. A simple spell to induce forgetfulness would suffice. However, Estella held little interest in such escapades. Feeling hungry, she was even less inclined to exert herself. Thus, she languidly remarked, "I have no interest in your boys' adventurous games." Yet, her tone lacked the usual sharpness. Riddle huffed in response and fell silent thereafter. Estella felt confident in her decision. They sang for nearly the entire afternoon, and Estella felt her voice growing hoarse. After a brief intermission of less than 10 minutes, during which her numb legs had barely begun to recover, they were once again compelled to line up and continue singing. Madame Chekhov had chosen a vacant space near a bustling marketplace. With Christmas fast approaching, the populace was busy gathering supplies for the festivities, resulting in a steady flow of passers-by. However, the fruits of their labor were rather meager. The prevailing circumstances were dire. Even the government could no longer afford to provide for the Vol orphanage, let alone these ordinary citizens. Their capacity to contribute was exceedingly limited. Estella twisted her body slightly, continuing to mimic the gestures practiced earlier. As she casually glanced over her shoulder, she noticed that Riddle was no longer present. Where had he gone? He had been there during the break. A slight frown creased Estella's brow. She suspected that Riddle had slipped away while the others were distracted. She shrugged indifferently. Riddle was a mischievous lad, and it was unlikely he had encountered any danger. Thus, she resumed her efforts while occasionally allowing herself to daydream. As the performance neared its conclusion, Riddle still had not returned. The children stood idly, chatting in small groups, lacking the energy to shout or frolic. Madame Chekhov, positioned behind everyone alongside Mrs. Martha, was busy organizing their belongings. Suddenly, Estella became aware of a man not far off, seemingly fixated on her. He was of an unremarkable appearance, the kind of man whose face one would forget almost immediately after a glance. Estella blinked slowly, realizing the man was still observing her. Just as she intended to avert her gaze, he approached their direction. Upon reaching Estella, the man bowed slightly, executing the gesture with an elegance that seemed entirely incongruous with his ordinary features. It was only when he drew closer that Estella discerned an intriguing aura about him, one that was hard to overlook, contrasting sharply with her initial impression of forgetfulness. "What is your name?" he inquired, his voice imbued with a unique cadence, calm and unhurried, reminiscent of an invitation to waltz at a grand ball. The thought of such a scene caused Estella to stifle a laugh. Yet, simultaneously, she became more vigilant. Something was clearly amiss with this individual. Could he be a trafficker? Instead of directly answering his question, Estella tilted her head slightly, offering him a polite smile. "If you wish to contribute to the lives of the children at the orphanage, you may wish to speak with Madame Chekhov, sir." She gestured towards Madame Chekhov with her finger and maintained her courteous demeanor. "I shall do so, miss," the man replied, revealing a remarkably friendly smile, though the curve of his lips inadvertently reminded Estella of Riddle's feigned innocence. It was a disconcerting contradiction. "However, I am still quite curious about the name of this lovely young lady." When an ordinary man compliments a girl, especially a child, by calling her beautiful rather than cute, it can easily come across as frivolous. Yet this man was different. His demeanor was entirely natural, devoid of any ostentation. As though even if he were to proclaim that this little girl resembled the moon above, an unearthly beauty, one would find credence in his words. Estella returned his smile, ensuring she revealed no cracks in her facade. She deliberately donned an expression of innocent charm, her azure eyes sparkling like scattered stars. "Sir, I would recommend you inquire with Madame Chekhov. If you possess the qualifications for adoption, you would certainly learn my name. However, I would much prefer to be among the other children at the orphanage." Her demeanor was that of an oblivious child, yet her wariness was unmistakably evident, a universal caution. The man chuckled, displaying no signs of discomfort from her rejection. He straightened up, smirking at Estella, a prudent little girl, it seems. "I believe I must have a word with Madame Chekhov today." Estella remained silent, simply continuing to smile back at him. The man nodded slightly in her direction before striding towards Madame Chekhov. Estella observed him converse briefly with her, their gazes darting towards her, and moments later, he deposited several banknotes into the donation box. Her keen eyes noted that the amount was substantial, likely exceeding the total collected that entire afternoon. Soon after, the man departed with an air of decisiveness. It was only when he vanished from sight that Estella turned her gaze away. Perhaps she had been overly suspicious, after all. What trafficker would donate to an orphanage? He would be more inclined to make off with the donation box. "What are you looking at?" Riddle's voice broke her reverie. Sounding somewhat unsteady, Estella turned to find him back, appearing as nonchalant as ever, as if he hadn't just slipped away. Yet she couldn't help but notice the dampness of his hair at the temples and the slight heaving of his chest. "What were you up to?" Estella whispered. Her curiosity piqued. "Oh, nothing much," Riddle replied, his expression flat, shrugging casually as he claimed to have merely taken a stroll. "Really?" Estella scrutinized him for a moment, but discerned nothing amiss, prompting her to look away. "So what were you just watching?" Riddle pressed on. Chapter 13, The Arrival of the Elves. Estella refrained from probing Riddle further about his earlier activities. However, Riddle's brow furrowed slightly as he glanced toward the direction Estella had been observing, seeing nothing out of the ordinary. "So what were you looking at?" he reiterated. "Oh, nothing much," Estella replied, noticing that Mrs. Cole was nearly finished with her tasks. She tugged at Riddle's arm, leading him back into the line. There was a man who didn't seem trustworthy. "Hiss," Riddle inhaled sharply. Though he did not exhibit any dramatic reaction, his frown deepening. "But he didn't do anything, right?" He asked for my name and then generously donated a considerable sum. Estella responded in a remarkably calm tone, walking alongside Riddle as if discussing the weather. "But I didn't tell him," she added, turning to Riddle with a smug tilt of her chin. "Perhaps he merely thought I was pretty, and he just happened to look like a villain, much like you." Riddle chose to selectively disregard her comparison to his supposed villainy, nodding encouragingly at Estella and even reaching out to ruffle her hair. "You're quite clever, little Estella." "Tom Riddle." Estella shot him an annoyed glare, her irritation palpable at his patronizing tone. Riddle merely smiled back, wearing an expression that suggested she was still just a little child, which incited Estella's desire to leap up and pinch his cheek. Riddle laughed as he dodged her playful ire, and the two returned to the line, sharing a moment of levity amidst their surroundings. However, in a place unseen by Estella, Riddle's gaze darkened slightly. Nonetheless, his voice betrayed no hint of alteration. From now on, you mustn't wander about recklessly. Wherever you go, take me along. Estella pouted, wrinkling her nose at him. You should mind your own affairs. It was you who just ran off aimlessly. Not even Billy or Jack did that. Riddle, unusually, refrained from retorting. He merely echoed her words. You are right. I shall stay here obediently with you from now on. Estella cast a surprised glance at Riddle, which elicited a questioning look from him in return. Being somewhat susceptible to gentler approaches, Estella let out a soft hum. All right, fine. Riddle had been rather secretive of late, his daily activities shrouded in mystery, and it was only as mealtime approached that he leisurely joined Estella, accompanying her to queue for food. Estella had long ceased to be the smallest child in the orphanage, yet Riddle persistently took the lead, helping her in line. Even during their occasional spats, they maintained a stony silence, each gazing in opposite directions, yet still queuing together. Estella had once protested, but Riddle dismissed her objections, claiming that despite her growth, she was still too petite to stand in line independently, which earned him several glares from Estella. With Christmas approaching, Estella sat munching on dry potatoes, her gaze drifting out the window to the falling snow. The delicate flakes drifted down, blanketing the earth in a pristine white. Beyond its beauty, the cold remained. Achoo! Estella sneezed in perfect harmony with her surroundings, drawing Riddle's attention. We won't have to endure dry potatoes for Christmas, will we? Billy lamented, gazing tearfully into his bowl of potatoes, which hardly sufficed. You should be grateful. At least someone has donated us clothes, Jack remarked, his brow still furrowed, though his tone carried a hint of consolation. This winter will be considerably warmer than usual. Jack gently closed his eyes, as if he were already nestled in a cozy winter coat, warm and dry, ready to frolic in the cold. How do you know? Riddle raised an eyebrow in surprise. I overheard, Jack admitted candidly, opening his eyes. I was at the door of Mrs. Cole's office. I heard her speaking with Mrs. Martha. She mentioned that a kind-hearted individual had donated winter coats and pants for all the children at the orphanage and expressed a desire to adopt a child. They plan to visit the orphanage soon. Jack and Billy exchanged wild glances, and he continued, they must be quite wealthy. I wonder who will be so fortunate. Billy, with a grimace, stuffed another bite of potato into his mouth. As for us, we might as well forget it. Adoptions usually favor younger children. He then cast a glance at Estella, his eyes widening slightly, but Estella still has a chance. She is only 8 and quite adorable. She might catch their eye. Before Estella could respond, Riddle spoke first, his demeanor noticeably less cheerful. Keep your voice down while eating. Huh, when did we establish this rule? Billy queried, perplexed. Oh, Billy acquiesced, returning to his potatoes. Riddle could not quite fathom why his mood had soured so suddenly, yet he soon reconciled himself to it. It was merely a possibility. Besides, if he disapproved, Estella could not be adopted. He did not dwell on why he felt this way, silently taking his empty bowl away and retreating to the dormitory to continue his tasks. Estella paid little heed to the lunchtime conversation. She lay on her small bed, rubbing her somewhat flat stomach, lost in thought. So, how can I conjure food? She pondered. Moreover, with Christmas approaching, perhaps she ought to prepare a gift for Riddle. Staring blankly at the bare ceiling, she curled up against the cold. What gift would be suitable for Riddle? While Estella fretted over what to give Riddle for Christmas, one day during class, she was unexpectedly summoned by Mrs. Cole. She was brought before a couple who appeared exceedingly affluent. The man was handsome and impeccably dressed, exuding an air of refinement, while the woman was equally elegant, adorned with a beautiful necklace, her expression warm and serene. Upon seeing Estella, Mrs. Cole beamed with affection, beckoning her closer. This is the L couple. Chapter 15, Riddle's Anomaly. Estella had not witnessed Mrs. Cole in such high spirits for quite some time. Her smile seemed to smooth out the wrinkles that had begun to crease her face recently. Mrs. Cole placed her hand on Estella's shoulder and gently nudged her toward the couple, smiling at them. This is Estella Dumbledore. She is a remarkably intelligent and considerate child, never causing trouble here. Everyone adores her. The couple smiled warmly at Estella, appearing to be in their 30s, not particularly old, and their comfortable lifestyle enhanced their youthful appearances. Mr. and Mrs. L. Estella greeted them dutifully, offering a charming smile. Hello, Estella, Mrs. L. said, slightly inclining her body, tenderly caressing Estella's face with a gentle touch. What a lovely girl you are. Now, Mr. and Mrs. L., you may have a conversation with Estella, Mrs. Cole said, retreating toward the door. Yes. Please attend to your matters. Mrs. L. politely acknowledged Mrs. Cole with a nod. With a soft click, the door closed, and the room fell silent. Estella quickly grasped the situation. This couple was likely the ones Jack had mentioned, who intended to donate clothing to the orphanage and wished to adopt a child. Yet, Estella had not anticipated that they would indeed be considering her. For some reason, Estella felt as though she were at an interview, where receiving an offer would signify success. Nevertheless, she felt a surge of happiness. If this couple's circumstances were as favorable as they appeared, and they were as gentle as they seemed, it would be the most coveted outcome for any child in an orphanage. She sensed that she had forgotten something important. "Come, Estella, have a seat here," Mrs. L said, taking Estella's hand and leading her toward Mrs. Cole's sofa. Mr. L gallantly shifted over to provide space, ensuring Estella would not feel any discomfort. "Estella, what do you enjoy doing in your free time?" Mrs. L inquired warmly. Her eyes, a beautiful amber, radiated concern and affection toward Estella, while behind her, Mr. L's gaze mirrored the same gentleness. Estella's heart fluttered momentarily as she cast a demure smile towards the elves. Typically, her days were spent in the courtyard attending lessons with her teachers, engaging in leisurely strolls and conversations with friends. In retrospect, most of her time had been devoted to clandestine studies with Riddle. "What a well-behaved child," Mrs. Elf mused, affectionately ruffling Estella's hair. "Tell me, dear Estella, do you have something you particularly cherish? What do you like?" Truth be told, I find it a bit difficult to recall," Estella admitted. "Perhaps Riddle is drawn to sinister, slithery things akin to snakes, but as for me, I suppose I lean towards the furry. Yet, what if the elves held disdain for such pets? Regardless, she felt inclined towards the peculiar and the whimsical. Or perhaps she should mention something universally endearing." Estella blinked slowly, revealing an almost bashful smile. "Perhaps a doll?" The elves chuckled heartily. Estella's desires seemed remarkably easy to fulfill. Mr. Elf's laughter rang out, warm and resonant, evoking the essence of affluence. It was the first time Estella truly grasped the sound of a wealthy person's laughter. Mrs. Elf continued to stroke her long hair gently. "If that is your wish, we can arrange an entire room filled with dolls for you." Estella blushed and smiled shyly. "That's quite unnecessary. Just one to cuddle while I sleep would suffice." For half an hour, Estella engaged in delightful conversation with the elves, with peals of laughter occasionally echoing from Mrs. Corf's office. As their chatter began to wind down, Mrs. Corf returned. "Until next time, dear Estella," Mrs. Elf said, bending down with utmost tenderness. "Yes, next time we shall bring your beloved doll," Mr. Elf added, making a comical face behind Mrs. Elf, prompting Estella to giggle shyly. "Goodbye, Mr. Elf, Mrs. Elf," Estella said sweetly, waving at them. "I'll see you off." Mrs. Corf gestured to Estella. "You may return to your study session for now." With a hint of reverence, she escorted the elves out. Once they were far away, Estella let out a long sigh of relief. She gently closed the door to Mrs. Corf's office and strolled back down the corridor, massaging her slightly stiffened smile. As she turned a corner, Estella spotted Riddle standing ahead. Finally, she recalled the source of her earlier sense of forgetfulness. Riddle's obsidian eyes were cold, yet his face bore a gentlemanly and gentle smile. Standing in the shadows, Estella could distinctly perceive the darkness lurking within his gaze. "You seem to have enjoyed your conversation," he remarked, his tone rising as if he shared in her delight. This only heightened Estella's unease, leaving her unable to articulate the reason for her discomfort. "Estella," Riddle approached slowly, transitioning from shadows to light, the winter sun warming his skin ever so slightly, though it still emanated an unsettling chill. "Do you long to be adopted?" His voice was soft, almost a whisper, reminiscent of how he conversed with his plump snakes. A sense of unease washed over Estella inexplicably as she discerned a hint of obsession in Riddle's gaze, an intensity he could scarcely conceal. It was perfectly natural to feel a reluctance to part with one's friends. Yet, why did his expression and tone convey a sense of having everything forcibly taken away? It felt as if she could not assert her own autonomy, as if every action required his approval. This notion was profoundly unsettling. Estella found herself at a loss for the appropriate expression, unsure whether her instinctive desire to comfort her friend was inherently selfish. However, her instinctual self-defense manifested as a bright, unclouded smile, as if entirely oblivious to Riddle's disquiet. She genuinely beamed at the prospect of embarking on a new chapter in her life. "Of course I hope so," she said, tilting her head slightly, her lips curving in a smile. "Do you not wish for it?" Riddle paused momentarily before returning her smile, though devoid of warmth. "Certainly. I wish for it as well." Chapter 15. The dispute. Estella and Riddle did not engage in any vehement quarrels, nor did they exchange harsh words. Yet, inexplicably, they found themselves ensnared in an unprecedented Cold War. It was not quite a Cold War in the traditional sense, for they still communicated and interacted normally, albeit with a politeness that bordered on the eerie, like two strangers partaking in a cordial exchange. "Could you please pass me the spoon, Riddle?" Estella asked with a polite smile. "Of course," Riddle replied, deftly placing the spoon into Estella's bowl, accompanied by a smile of his own. "Thank you. You are truly kind." Estella maintained her bright demeanor, revealing a full set of 8 teeth. "Not at all. It is merely my duty, Dumbledore." Riddle inclined his head slightly. Billy and Jack, with potatoes lodged in their mouths, dared not chew, holding their breath as they surreptitiously observed the pair. For several days now, they had refrained from speaking much, as being near the two felt akin to rolling around in sub-zero temperatures. With Christmas just around the corner, the ongoing tension between the two had left Billy and Jack pondering whether they should devise plans for celebrating the holiday, even if those plans merely entailed taking a stroll to the kitchen. Estella rested her chin on her hand, expressionless as she gazed at the Christmas gift she had prepared for Riddle. This gift had been in the works for many days in advance. She had experimented with various methods to animate the mini serpent before her. Diza, the small black snake that Riddle always kept close. The very same serpent he had used to frighten her during their first encounter. To this day, Estella still harbored a fear of such slippery creatures. Consequently, she had fashioned it from some fabric, even using a bit of fur from her rabbit, dyed with carbon ink to create a black pattern. Leaning over the table, Estella gently poked the small, furry serpent, softly calling out, "Diza." The little serpent responded in Riddle's voice, "Do not address me with such a foolish name. It only leads me to question your intelligence." Estella could not help but burst into laughter at the slow, deliberate manner in which the little serpent echoed Riddle's unique cadence. Following that, she playfully tapped the serpent's head with her finger, her voice bubbling with mirth as she cheerfully inquired, "Who is Estella?" A charming little flower fashioned from fabric sprouted atop the serpent's head, adorned with a smiling face, though it only accentuated the creature's foolishness. Continuing in Riddle's voice, the small serpent replied, "Miss Estella is undoubtedly the most beautiful, intelligent, and kind-hearted young lady I have ever encountered." Riddle's voice carried a hint of surprise and respect, albeit still tinged with a languid tone, primarily because Estella had never before heard him speak in such a reverent manner. Immediately following, the charming little flower atop the chubby serpent swayed joyfully from side to side, mimicking Estella's voice with a playful, "Of course, of course." Estella, her eyes sparkling with mirth, gazed at the Christmas gift she had crafted for Riddle, aware that the dialogues embedded within were preset to automatically trigger upon the mention of specific keywords. She felt positively brilliant for her ingenuity. Yet, upon reflecting on the discord between her and Riddle, a sense of melancholy washed over her. She found herself perplexed by the sudden wariness she felt towards him, for she had never perceived Riddle as a particularly virtuous individual. Nevertheless, an inexplicable sense of his overwhelming possessiveness loomed larger than she had previously imagined. Furthermore, she had yet to contemplate whether she should leave if the elves decided to take her in. She had never anticipated anyone would be willing to adopt her, especially given the economic downturn in recent years, which had led to a continuous influx of abandoned infants. While only a scant few dared to step forward to adopt children from this place, she had always believed that only a fool would choose to remain in an orphanage, even if the people there were relatively kind, and Riddle was quite agreeable as well. Well, it was still uncertain. She would think about future matters later. Estella approached the edge of her bed and sprawled herself across it. She placed the flower-headed plush toy beside her pillow and turned to admire her creation, pouting slightly. It seemed almost too precious to give to Riddle. Moreover, he was still engaged in their silent standoff, and she had no intention of approaching him. It felt as if her existence hinged upon leaving him behind. Suddenly, the lovely little flower twisted its waist, adopting a petulant tone reminiscent of Estella's, declaring, "This lady shall not share a pillow with you." Estella, exasperated, gave the flower a gentle tap on the head and said earnestly, "How could you still not recognize your mother? Christmas is almost upon us." The tradition of singing near the marketplace remained an essential afternoon activity as the holiday drew near. Ever since Riddle had proclaimed his intention to refrain from venturing outside, he had remained obediently within the group, singing and participating in actions alongside all the children, culminating in the final activities. Following their Cold War, even when they stood in close proximity, they had not exchanged a single unnecessary word. Previously, their conversations had flowed freely until they reached their destination. Estella, unwilling to let Riddle affect her mood, swapped places with a few of the others and stood beside Lucy. Riddle observed Estella's retreating figure, his gaze deepening. "Why have you become somewhat clingy lately?" Lucy teased as she wrapped her arm around Estella's, playfully winking at her. "Have you had a spat?" Estella was reluctant to mention Riddle, but did not want to appear overtly dismissive. Thus, she replied casually, "Not at all." Lucy giggled, teasingly poking Estella's side, eliciting uncontrollable laughter from her. "I can see right through you," Lucy whispered, adopting a conspiratorial tone. "Let me tell you, a boy like Riddle will do anything you say if you just flatter him a bit." Estella rolled her eyes and retorted, "Then why don't you go flatter him?" Lucy narrowed her eyes playfully at Estella, laying a meaningful hand on her shoulder, suggesting it would only be effective if Estella did the flattering herself. With Lucy's experience of having had several boyfriends at such a young age in the orphanage, she knew Riddle was different when it came to Estella. Estella turned her face away, unwilling to engage. Why should I have to flatter him? Yet you two are rather peculiar, Lucy continued, undeterred by Estella's reluctance. Stroking her chin thoughtfully, Riddle should be reluctant to let you go. Under normal circumstances, shouldn't he be eager to spend time with you instead of sulking? Estella looked at her dear friend, Lucy's words prompting contemplation. She smiled, playing with her hands. Stop overthinking it. Spending time with my sisters is far better than playing with those annoying boys. Lucy squeezed Estella's cheeks affectionately, beaming at her. I hope you say the same after you and Riddle make amends. Unexpectedly, today they encountered the elves, who were out shopping. From a distance, Mr. and Mrs. Elf spotted Estella and waved joyfully. Mrs. Cole also noticed them and called Estella to join her as they approached the elf couple. What a coincidence, Mr. Elf, Mrs. Elf. Mrs. Cole exclaimed with a radiant smile. Indeed, with Christmas approaching, Mrs. Elf replied warmly, linking her arm with Mr. Elf's. We thought we'd take a stroll. Her gaze then turned to Estella, her voice softening with a tenderness reserved for children. Estella, how have you been lately? Very well, Estella replied obediently, flashing a smile at Mrs. Elf before greeting Mr. Elf. Mr. Elf responded kindly to her. Mrs. Cole and the elf couple exchanged pleasantries, while Estella listened attentively. The conversation soon shifted back to her. After Christmas, perhaps, Mr. Elf said with a gentle smile, turning his gaze towards Estella, would you like to join a new family? We have 2 older brothers who are eagerly awaiting your arrival. Though Mr. Elf's tone was steady, his eyes sparkled with anticipation. Mrs. Cole chimed in, Mr. Elf? You truly are kind-hearted. All eyes turned to Estella. She had not expected such a sudden inquiry, her heart racing. She hesitated, realizing she had no legitimate reason to decline. But would they accept the peculiarities that came with her? Although she felt she could continue to conceal them. What if she rejected their offer and they subsequently withdrew their support? How would Mrs. Cole regard her then? And what of Riddle? Would they have to part ways? Since they had discovered their similar abilities, they had never been apart. Yet, she had not contemplated the implications of this situation, and now she found herself unprepared to respond. She should agree, she thought. Just as she was about to nod, a commotion erupted behind her. Tom Riddle. Riddle, wake up. Boss, what's wrong? Billy's voice boomed, filled with urgency, and Estella suspected that the marketplace could hear him. The mere mention of Riddle's name caused Estella to whip around. Mrs. Cole also caught wind of the disturbance. The children formed a circle, and Mrs. Martha anxiously squeezed her way in, exclaiming loudly, please, step aside a little, don't crowd. Estella felt her mind go blank. It appeared that a situation was unfolding, and Mr. L turned his gaze in that direction. Noticing the restlessness of both Mrs. Cole and Estella, he kindly suggested, you two should go ahead, we can discuss this later. Indeed, echoed Mrs. L, her eyes laden with concern. You should first see what is wrong with that child. Very well, we shall talk another time. Mrs. Cole, seeing their agreement, chose to say no more. She nodded apologetically to the two and turned toward Riddle. Estella, having lost any inclination to ponder adoption, dashed forward without a second thought, and as Mrs. Martha had just entered, the children did not close ranks again, thus clearing a path for Mrs. Cole and Estella. Riddle lay on the ground, his complexion pale, his brow furrowed tightly as if enduring immense pain, his lips devoid of color. Even the sweat beading on his forehead was dampened. Estella's heart twisted painfully. She had never seen Riddle in such a vulnerable state. She crouched down and gently patted his shoulder, unaware that her voice trembled with unshed tears. Tom, what's wrong? Yet Riddle offered no response. Mrs. Cole, decisive and composed, instructed Mrs. Martha to fetch some porridge to feed Riddle, to ascertain if he was suffering from low blood sugar. She then addressed the other teachers. Who amongst you has no pressing matters? Please take Riddle back. After a tumult of activity, Miss Isa escorted Riddle and Estella back. When Estella proposed to accompany Riddle, Mrs. Cole considered for a moment before acquiescing, for it was well known throughout the orphanage that Riddle and Estella were inseparable. By this time, Riddle had regained consciousness and was able to walk on his own, though his pallor suggested he might faint again at any moment. Estella draped Riddle's arm over her shoulder, attempting to bear some of his weight. She looked at him with concern. Can you walk? Riddle feigned a struggle to withdraw his arm. But he could not escape her grasp, his voice hoarse. Estella, it's unnecessary. I'm too heavy. Hearing the frailty in his tone, Estella felt her heartache deepen. She resolutely held onto Riddle's arm. Do not speak. Conserve your strength. Though her words were far from gentle, they were laced with a pronounced nasal tone. Consequently, Riddle obediently ceased his movements, slowly proceeding in tandem with Estella. Upon returning to the orphanage, Estella remained uneasy, only departing after ensuring Riddle was settled in his room and had lain down. She brushed her fingers over Riddle's forehead, her azure eyes filled with worry. Riddle, is there anywhere else that feels uncomfortable? Do not fret over me, Riddle replied weakly, yet he managed to muster a reassuring smile for Estella. I will be fine once I wake up. Estella felt tears threatened to spill. Just yesterday, she had contemplated how to voice her grievances to him. Though you can be quite the scoundrel at times, I vow not to quarrel with you again. You must stay safe. The glimmer of unshed tears sparkled in Estella's blue eyes as she struggled to swallow the lump rising in her throat. Riddle's lips twitched slightly. No. This is all my fault, Estella. His voice was exceptionally gentle as he tenderly brushed his fingers against the corner of Estella's eye. She leaned into his palm, feeling the heat radiating from his hand, alarming in its intensity. Miss Isa, who had returned with them, had been of little assistance, and upon seeing Riddle settled, she resumed her own tasks. After all, the orphanage's financial constraints did not permit sending a child to the hospital without evident cause. Nor were there enough staff to constantly attend to ailing children, especially given Riddle's age. Estella lingered in Riddle's room for a while, only leaving when she noticed his eyelids fluttering with the weight of sleep. Rest well, MHM, Riddle replied with a faint smile, his handsome features bearing a fragile beauty in his weakened state. Under Estella's watchful gaze, he gradually closed his eyes. With a soft click, the door shut, and Riddle opened his eyes once more. He slowly sat up, his expression devoid of emotion as he gazed at the closed door, the earlier fragility vanishing in an instant. How foolish he had been. He had nearly allowed Estella to be truly adopted by that obviously insincere couple. He had been attentively listening while they spoke to Estella, only to witness them ask if she wished to accompany them. Absurd. If she did not wish to go, no one could take Estella away. Moreover, in recent days, rather than devising a way to retain Estella, he had acted like an immature child, sulking in silence with her. Regardless of the circumstances, he must devise a means to keep her close. Yet he had overplayed his hand earlier. Seeing Estella's tear-filled eyes had nearly compelled him to rise and reassure her that he was fine. Leaning against the headboard, Riddle furrowed his brow in contemplation and summoned Vanis. With a hissing sound, a black serpent slithered through the window. Vanis flicked its tongue, poised on Riddle's desk, awaiting orders. Riddle's voice was now devoid of the earlier rasp. Calm as he instructed, hisses. Keep an eye on the L couple, the ones seeking to adopt Estella, and inform me of their circumstances, particularly any unsavory aspects. However, before he could finish, the sound of the door opening interrupted him. Vanis promptly slithered back out through the window, and Riddle quickly pulled the covers over himself, feigning sleep. Yet it was too late. What are you doing? A youthful voice queried, somewhat stiffly. It was Estella returning. Chapter 17. Are you still pretending? What are you doing? Estella, having sensed Riddle's elevated body temperature, had brought a towel and a basin of cool water, intending to help reduce his fever. Yet upon her return, what did she find? Riddle was sitting up, conversing with Vanis, and it appeared he was plotting something nefarious. There was no trace of the frailty he had exhibited moments ago. Estella reasonably suspected he could run 100 laps around the orphanage's fence without breaking a sweat. Just as her words fell, Riddle dove under the covers, feigning sleep with an air of guilt. If she had thought earlier that she was merely overthinking, the reaction of Riddle now confirmed her suspicions. She had not wronged him in the slightest. As Estella recalled her earlier state of tearful distress, fearing for Riddle's well-being, she felt an overwhelming urge to douse his sleeping face with a bucket of water. However, she refrained from making a scene, as if she had noticed nothing amiss. She quietly placed the basin aside, submerged a towel within, and soaked it thoroughly until it was filled with the cold, refreshing water. Riddle, listening to the sound of water splashing and the rhythmic dripping as she wrung the towel, felt his lashes quiver slightly with tension. Surely, Estella had not noticed? Just as Riddle believed he had evaded a predicament, he failed to anticipate that Estella would not apply the towel to his forehead as one might expect. Instead, she boldly lifted his blanket and hiked up his shirt from his abdomen. Riddle sensed something was amiss. Slowly, he opened his eyes and grasped Estella's arm, his voice still raspy from illness. You've returned, Estella. Was he truly still pretending? Estella was infuriated, her teeth grinding in frustration. With a swift motion, she placed the towel over his navel, glaring at him with indignation. Riddle inhaled sharply but maintained a subdued demeanor. He merely removed the towel from his midriff, gazing at Estella with his frail black eyes, slightly furrowing his brow as if he did not comprehend her motives, yet was willing to accept all that she bestowed upon him. His voice bore a hint of grievance. It's cold, Estella. Unable to contain herself any longer upon witnessing Tom Riddle's theatrical performance, Estella placed her hands on her hips, her azure eyes ablaze with ire. Tom Riddle, an informant, had revealed that upon their return, they fortuitously encountered Estella's furious shout, nearly shaking the very foundation of the orphanage. At the very least, a significant amount of dust must have fallen from the ceiling. Then there was Billy. As soon as he entered, he was met with Estella's enraged calls for Riddle, causing his already heightened concern to explode. He shouted and dashed upstairs. "Boss, don't die on us." Jack, hearing Billy's cries and recalling Estella's earlier panic, hurriedly followed suit, exclaiming, "What will we do if you perish, boss?" Lady Cole and Mrs. Martha, still at a distance and initially unaware of the commotion, nearly dropped their belongings upon hearing Jack and Billy's frantic calls. They hastened upstairs to ascertain the situation. Nothing else wrong. Riddle suddenly insisted on sitting up and nearly toppled over, Estella explained, her face etched with worry. Her azure eyes cast an apologetic glance at Lady Cole. "I had no idea this would lead to a misunderstanding." Lady Cole's heart, which had undergone a tumultuous roller coaster of emotions that day, finally settled back into her chest. Wiping the cold sweat that had formed on her brow, she managed a smile for Estella. "It's all right, I don't blame you. Billy, Jack, both of you." She turned sharply, her expression stern. "You will be responsible for cleaning for a week." Billy, still lingering by Riddle's bedside, continued to fret. "Boss, are you truly all right? Your face is ashen, akin to that of a corpse." Riddle, through clenched teeth, replied, "I'm fine." He resolved that in the future, he would be more discerning in choosing his followers. "Billy, did you hear?" Lady Cole, struggling to contain her rising frustration, declared, "You, 1 month." Billy immediately fell silent. "Yes, ma'am." Emerging from the anguish of nearly losing his beloved leader, he now faced the grim prospect of a month of relentless cleaning. "All right, nothing to worry about. Disperse," Lady Cole announced as she made her way toward the door. Mrs. Martha and the crowd that had gathered followed suit, and the children who had been peeking in quickly dispersed, leaving Riddle, Estella, and the despondent Billy and Jack in the room. "You two may return. I'm fine," Riddle stated, suppressing his frustration and exasperation, maintaining a calm facade as he regarded them. Though Billy and Jack were simple-minded, their instincts picked up on the simmering tension beneath Riddle's composed exterior. Without uttering another word, they walked toward the exit. "All right, boss." With a resounding thud, the door closed once more. The room was left with only Estella and Riddle. In truth, Riddle had also wished for Estella to leave at that moment, yet he dared not voice it. Silently, he pulled the blanket over his head, remaining perfectly still. He could not fathom why, but he felt an overwhelming sense of guilt. "Isn't this amusing?" Estella exclaimed, disregarding all else as she yanked the blanket from Riddle. Her azure eyes nearly sparked with fury. Riddle remained motionless, his throat feeling parched. "No." Although he had not intended to, his voice emerged hoarse and similar to earlier. "Still pretending?" Estella glared at him angrily. Riddle knew this time he truly was not acting. He quickly sat up, cleared his throat, his complexion returning to a healthy hue while still retaining an air of fragility. He looked earnestly at Estella, speaking softly. "I simply do not wish to be apart from you, Estella." Estella felt a void in her heart. She had not expected Riddle to express such vulnerability. She stared at him, momentarily taken aback. "This time, it was my fault." Riddle's expression resembled that of a drenched puppy, pitiful and forlorn. "I shall not behave this way again. If you desire to join them in a new home, I will not impede you." He spoke slowly and laboriously, as if grappling with a monumental decision, grasping Estella's hand that hung limply by her side. Seeing no attempt to withdraw, he gazed directly into her eyes. "As long as they are good people, I hope you can live better than anyone else." Chapter 18, Tolerance or Deception. Estella had to concede that despite being aware of Riddle's duplicitous nature, she had willingly chosen to befriend him, and even now, they were inseparable, beyond their shared peculiar abilities. She was undoubtedly captivated by Riddle's visage. Observing this proud and arrogant individual, with such a face, expressing genuine sorrow and vulnerability, admitting his previous awkwardness, and sorrowfully stating his willingness to let her pursue the life she desired, softened Estella's heart. How could she have ever viewed her friend in such a light? It was utterly unfounded. After all, they were companions who shared their days together. How could she deem her friend frightening based on a mere encounter? It is precisely due to their daily companionship that Riddle understands Estella so well. Observing the fleeting changes in her gaze, he resolved to grant her no further opportunity for contemplation. He sat upright and enveloped Estella in his embrace, his body trembling slightly as if burdened by immense anguish. "Estella, do you not trust me?" Estella's instinctive reaction governed her actions. She immediately reciprocated the embrace, answering without a moment's hesitation, "Of course I trust you." What else could she possibly say at such a moment? Yet, it was as if Riddle discovered solace and strength in her words, his body relaxing completely, as if he held unwavering faith in every utterance of hers. A pang of conscience gripped Estella as she suddenly realized that she should not be quarreling with her dearest friend. Pouting, she buried her head in the crook of Riddle's shoulder, her voice soft and tender. "Even though you are as cunning as a sieve, I still cannot bear to part with you." For a fleeting moment, Riddle's hand, which had been stroking Estella's hair, stiffened, yet he quickly regained his composure. "It's all right," he replied, his voice imbued with a soothing gentleness as he tenderly patted her hair. "If Mrs. Elf is indeed doing well, I shall visit you often." "Do you mean to say that once you have a family, you will forget your old friends?" he teased. "Of course not," Estella retorted, lifting her gaze to meet Riddle's amused eyes. Feeling a bit bashful, she added, "If I ever do, I will certainly come to see you often." With her arms outstretched, she indicated an abundance. "I'll bring you and the dullard plenty and plenty of delicious food." "Your visits would suffice to make me content," Riddle said, a smile playing on his lips as he gently patted her back, resembling someone comforting a child. Once more, Estella nestled into Riddle's embrace, her voice muffled as she resolved not to overthink matters. "Thank you, Riddle." He replied softly, his tone exuding a willingness to embrace all of his best friend's flaws. However, from a vantage point hidden from Estella's view, his eyes were dark and turbulent, resembling a fierce whirlpool poised to tear apart and consume all that drew near. He would never allow the elves to become virtuous in his eyes. Regardless of the cost, he was determined to keep Estella by his side. Having reconciled, Estella and Riddle grew closer than ever, nearly inseparable. Billy and Jack finally breathed a sigh of relief. Soon, Christmas arrived. Due to the orphanage's dire financial situation, decorations were nearly non-existent, and the Christmas tree was merely a distant dream, with only a few stray ribbons symbolizing the holiday's arrival. Nevertheless, dinner was considerably more sumptuous than usual. Each child's bowl even contained a piece of beef. Estella ate with utmost reverence, savoring each morsel, her eyes narrowing in delight, radiating sheer happiness and bliss. Meanwhile, Billy watched from the side, swallowing hard in anticipation. Of course, he too received a portion, for although Mrs. Cole punished them with chores, she did not diminish their food supply. As soon as Billy caught sight of the beef in his bowl, his eyes sparkled, and before he even reached the dining table, he hastily swallowed it whole. It was only after it had disappeared into his stomach that he realized he hadn't even tasted it before it was gone. Riddle cast a fleeting glance at Billy, his voice heavy. "Have you completed your chores?" "It's Christmas," Billy replied instinctively, his gaze still fixed on Estella. Riddle's tone remained calm, tinged with an unspoken sense of righteousness and transparency. "You ought to perform your duties with utmost diligence today. Just yesterday, I overheard Mrs. Cole mention that she would be inspecting your work." "What?" Billy and Jack exclaimed in unison. The two boys, believing that Mrs. Cole would be too preoccupied to check on them today, had slacked off during the day, neglecting their tasks. It wasn't until evening, when no one came to inquire, that they finally relaxed, unaware that Billy and Jack had hastily scraped their nearly empty bowls clean and were now exiting with empty dishes. Oblivious to the implication of Riddle's message, they hurried along, whispering to each other, "We must be quick. We should enjoy Christmas to the fullest." "Exactly. Let's finish up before they notice, so we won't get scolded. The boss is good to us." Estella watched as the two, spurred by Riddle's words, hurriedly departed. Momentarily taken aback, "Let's eat," Riddle said, turning to Estella with a raised eyebrow, transferring his piece of beef into her bowl. "Take it if you like it." Estella blinked slowly at the unexpected addition to her bowl. "Oh." Riddle chuckled at her bewildered expression, playfully ruffling her hair, undeterred by her displeasure. "Hurry up and eat. I'll take you out to play soon." He winked at her. "Ah, but won't that be inappropriate? After all, the orphanage has rules against wandering out freely." "Nevertheless, yes. Yes." Estella's eyes sparkled with excitement. After dinner, the children of the orphanage gathered to sing carols. Mrs. Cole spoke a few words before sending the children back to their rooms to rest. Once the sounds of their voices gradually subsided, Estella heard a rhythmic tapping against the glass of her window. Turning her head, she saw the little snake, Days. She formed the words silently. "You're here, Days." Days, still oblivious to the meaning of Estella's words, as he could not comprehend human speech, nonetheless cherished her presence, particularly because Riddle seemed fond of her company. Aside from forbidding him from eating her little white mouse and initially feeding him leaves, Estella was quite agreeable. However, Days was incensed that while she fed him leaves, Riddle neither stopped her nor intervened, merely signaling him with a glance not to escape. Thus, he was left to dryly munch on the leaves, only to discreetly spit them out when they were not looking. It wasn't until Estella caught him in the act that he found a way to evade the wretched fate of chewing on bitter leaves. Sensing Estella's gaze, he twisted his body in acknowledgement and gradually slithered along the windowsill. Estella adjusted her movements to a minimum, carefully donning her outer garments, and skillfully arranged the bedding to create a semblance of a person, tiptoeing toward the door. Chapter 19. The mysterious cloaked figure crouching low, Estella pulled the door open, cautiously closing it behind her until the lock clicked into place. Only then did she straighten up, stretching her back, which had grown tense and sore from her anxiety. "Such a timid creature, and yet still daring to follow me out?" Riddle's voice suddenly resonated from behind, causing Astoria to feel a shiver run down her spine. She whipped around, locking eyes with Riddle, whose expression was a blend of amusement and mockery. With arms crossed, he leaned casually against the wall, watching her flustered demeanor with a smirk and raised eyebrows. Astoria, flustered and indignant, shot him a glare and proclaimed with righteous indignation, "I am a good student, unlike you." The troublemaker. Riddle feigned enlightenment, prolonging the phrase good student in a teasing manner, which led Astoria to uncontrollably recall the mischief they had conjured together over the years. In a fit of embarrassment, she clenched her fist near her ear, pretending to strike him. "Tom Riddle." "Shoo," Riddle responded, placing a finger to his lips and effectively scanning the surroundings. "Keep your voice down, lest we attract attention." If there truly were anyone around, he would have already whisked her away. His current demeanor was merely imitating her. Astoria's fist landed on Riddle's shoulder. He stifled a laugh, gently lowering her hand as he suppressed his amusement under her fierce glare. He grasped her wrist, leading her onward. Their escape went remarkably smoothly. Perhaps it was the Christmas Eve spirit, as the elderly gatekeeper remained snug within his abode, failing to cast a glance outside. Additionally, Astoria possessed an innate ability to render them inconspicuous. Riddle scrutinized the lock on the gate, which soon yielded to his touch. They slipped outside quietly, and Astoria turned back to softly close the door behind them. After walking approximately 50 meters, she finally shed the tension that had gripped her moments ago, stretching languidly and exhaling a sigh of relief. At that moment, Riddle let out a soft chuckle. Astoria shot him a disapproving look. She wished to evade any further ridicule regarding her timidity. "Well, aren't you going to say where we are headed for fun?" The exhilaration of their newfound freedom made Astoria's glare resemble that of a kitten spotting a tantalizing toy, brimming with anticipation. Riddle's smile widened perceptibly. Astoria, annoyed, widened her striking blue eyes in response. Ahem, Riddle coughed lightly, suppressing his mirth, yet her reaction ignited a sense of excitement within him for the evening ahead. "We are going to Triple X Street." Astoria cradled an enormous hamburger, nearly as large as her face, her cheeks bulging with each bite. "How do you?" "Chew. Chew, chew, no there s, chew, 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 so much delicious food here." She tilted her head towards Riddle. There are quite a few schools nearby. Riddle appeared markedly more composed than Astoria, yet his face radiated evident delight. After swallowing his mouthful, he continued, "The eateries near universities tend to be more plentiful." "You're so clever," Astoria exclaimed, her eyes sparkling as she gave Riddle a thumbs up. Though he remained silent, the slight upturn of his lips betrayed his jovial spirit. He cast a sideways glance at Astoria, raising an eyebrow. "You seem rather cheerful." With her mouth stuffed, Astoria could only emit soft grunts in response. As they strolled, Astoria's curiosity roamed the surroundings. But then she suddenly recalled something. "But where did you get the money?" Riddle, observing her wide-eyed eagerness for knowledge, couldn't he help but gently tap her head, maintaining an air of composure. "What is there that I cannot acquire?" Astoria let out a soft hum, recalling how Riddle had stealthily slipped away during the market carols a few times, likely earning some pocket money then. "But at your age, where could you possibly find work?" Astoria asked, her astonishment evident as she gazed at Riddle. The inquiry transported Riddle back to those moments. He had indeed sold goods at the market. On those occasions, he had purchased fresh flowers and resold them to couples at nearby malls. His youthful charm and eloquent demeanor made him quite appealing to those couples, who often requested a kiss upon receiving their flowers. "Huh, I wouldn't casually kiss anyone," Riddle remarked, adopting a nonchalant expression. "Why would I work for someone else when I can be my own boss?" Astoria gasped, her joy spilling forth in a cascade of compliments. "You truly are my friend." Riddle anticipated her need to praise herself alongside him, so he ruffled her hair, only to retract his hand when she protested, scoffing lightly. "Oh, what an honor it is for me." "Of course," she replied, seamlessly continuing their banter, much to Riddle's amusement. The atmosphere tonight was splendid. Despite Christmas prompting many to stay home with family, the streets remained relatively lively. This particular avenue sparkled with bright lights and beautiful decorations. Through every window, one could glimpse Christmas trees adorned with gifts and colorful bells, symbols of joy and peace. Astoria, cradling her oversized hamburger with both hands and dressed in a warm coat, felt that this day was perhaps the happiest of her entire year. "Look, there are two little children," she pointed out, spotting a group of young people nearby, laughing together. One boy exclaimed dramatically, "Out on Christmas, not at home? Surely, they must be in love." Before Astoria could ponder the meaning of love, another lazy male voice interrupted. "You think the whole world revolves around you, dreaming of your goddess every day? Get lost." Following that, a commotion of laughter and running ensued. Unable to suppress her curiosity, Astoria turned to look, only to catch a blurry glimpse of a few boys around 12 or 13 years old. "They aren't much older than me. How can they be called little kids?" she thought indignantly. Moreover, their attire was quite peculiar, donning oversized cloaks unlike anything she usually saw. Well, even the younger ones think you're embarrassing, and they're watching you, one boy lazily remarked, lifting his eyelids with a smirk, nudging another boy with unruly hair aside. The ruffled-haired boy, noticing Astoria and Riddle's gaze, sheepishly greeted them, earning a laugh from his companion. Estella was in exceptionally high spirits this evening. She blinked her eyes and waved cheerfully at them, exclaiming, "Merry Christmas." The group of boys exchanged glances and, smiling, responded in kind, "Merry Christmas." The older ones were certainly long-legged. Before long, they had passed by Estella and Riddle. As they walked by, a languid boy casually placed a beautiful bell into Estella's hand. Adorned with a delicate red bow, he flashed a grin at her, saying, "A Christmas gift, for you and the young boy beside you." Oh. A new character makes his entrance. Chapter 20. The Handsome Boy and the Bell. The lad was rather handsome, exuding an air of elegance and refinement in his every gesture. With the bell clutched in one hand, Estella's gaze lingered momentarily on the retreating figures of the boys. Suddenly, she heard Riddle's cold snort beside her. Turning her head, she tilted it inquisitively towards him. Riddle, with a slight tug at the corner of his mouth, stated expressionlessly, "You've been watching for quite some time. Why not follow them?" Estella wrinkled her nose in confusion, her fingers unconsciously twirling the bell as she asked, "What would I follow them for?" Riddle hesitated, feeling an inexplicable annoyance wash over him. Perhaps it was due to Estella's radiant smile upon receiving the bell. He pursed his lips, his gaze sweeping over the bell in Estella's hand before settling on her sparkling blue eyes, through which he could distinctly see his own reflection. "Estella," he said earnestly, "you must cultivate a sense of self-preservation and remain vigilant. You cannot accept gifts from just anyone," he added, "especially from unfamiliar males." Estella glanced down at the bell, then back up at Riddle's serious countenance, retorting, "But he said it was for you too," implying that he had not objected at the time. Estella could not comprehend why Riddle suddenly appeared displeased, yet she felt compelled to placate him. She moved closer, her eyes shimmering as she said, "But you're right beside me. Didn't you say I'd be fine with you around?" Riddle's lips curled slightly, though he suppressed the smile, frowning as he replied, "That only means you should be even more cautious around such people. Look how petty he is, gifting a single bell for two." Estella slowly blinked, sensing something amiss but unable to articulate what it was. Riddle extended his hand, subtly lifting his chin as he suggested, "Allow me to safeguard it." Noticing Estella's dazed expression, he added, "This is to enhance your awareness. Do not accept gifts from strangers so readily." Estella paid little heed to his lengthy admonition, but was taken aback that Riddle sought to claim her shimmering prize. She concealed the bell behind her back, glaring at him. "You don't even like it. So why should I give it to you?" Riddle replied, his expression unchanging. "Who said I don't like it? I adore this hideous bell. It brings me joy just to glance at it." His words were spoken with such gravity, tinged with an undertone of frustration. Listening to Riddle, Estella found his reasoning quite perplexing. Her eyes widened as realization dawned upon her. Observing her reaction, Riddle felt an unexplainable discomfort. He averted his gaze, only to find Estella leaning closer to his face. "Riddle, I never noticed before, but you seem to have a bit of a quirk yourself," Estella exclaimed, covering her mouth in shock. "No wonder you're so fond of being dull." Riddle's lips twitched. He had truly overestimated Estella. Furthermore, having spent too long with her, he found himself relieved that Vanis could not comprehend human speech. With a heavy sigh, he lowered his hand, pondering why he was competing over a bell. Hadn't he just seen Estella hiding it from him earlier, now obliviously letting it slip from her grasp towards the floor? Never mind, if worse comes to worst. He could simply take it later. If discovered, he would merely claim it was for Billy. Riddle firmly resolved his plan. Thus, he refrained from further discussion, shifting the topic as he glanced at her. "Is there anything else you wish to eat?" Instantly, Estella, who had just experienced an epiphany, dismissed the prior matter and excitedly grasped Riddle's arm, declaring, "I want candy." "Then let us go." Riddle observed Estella, who had swiftly transitioned into contemplating their next culinary adventure, unable to suppress a smile. By the time Riddle and Estella returned, it was already quite late. Estella was so full she waddled like a crab. "If you enjoyed it, I'll take you out again next time," Riddle remarked, observing her unsteady gait with exasperation. "I am a good student, never engaging in any misconduct," Estella replied silently, determined to be the model of propriety. "Oh," Riddle responded with an expressionless agreement. He carefully unlocked the door, leading the way as Estella instinctively hunched down. Riddle opened his mouth, intending to say something, but swallowed his words. Watching Estella, he found her demeanor unexpectedly amusing. "What are you staring at?" Estella asked, cautiously locking the door and catching Riddle lost in thought. Riddle withdrew his gaze, smirking as he teased, "Look at the crabs scuttling about." Unsurprisingly, Estella playfully punched Riddle from behind. Riddle exhaled deeply, He recognized that Estella was still a child, and children must be nurtured. In due time, they would learn who truly held the authority. Estella's room was on the second floor. After watching her return, Riddle turned to leave, only to have Estella suddenly call out to him. Curiously, he turned around. "I am rather polite, so I prepared a Christmas gift for you." Without waiting for Riddle's reaction, Estella tossed the wrapped present into his arms and dashed towards her room. At that moment, she seemed unconcerned with the noise. Riddle stood there, momentarily stunned, as Estella slammed the door shut behind her. He retrieved the oddly shaped gift wrapped in yellow paper from his arms, a smile unconsciously creeping across his face. Estella concluded that she and Riddle were indeed ill-suited for the typical childhood camaraderie, preferring instead their adversarial relationship. She felt that giving a gift felt rather awkward. Yet, the thought that Riddle might soon be captivated by her extraordinary talent filled her with exhilaration. Invincible. How lonely it is. She remained oblivious to the neatly wrapped object placed beside her pillow, covering her full stomach, and drifted sweetly into slumber. On the other side, Riddle placed the gift that Estella had given him by his pillow, set his coat aside, and was about to snuggle into the covers when he heard a voice that was exceedingly familiar. The voice carried the unique cleverness of its owner, lazily tinged with a hint of disdain. Riddle could almost envision the pout on Estella's face as she uttered the words, "I refuse to share a pillow with you." He blinked, his gaze falling upon an unopened, yet unmistakably wriggling object beside him. For some inexplicable reason, his ears flushed with warmth. Such delightful thoughts. He snorted softly, though the amusement in his eyes was concealed beneath his lowered eyelids. Chapter 21. Riddle's gift. The following day, Estella was roused by a refreshing, sweet fragrance of fruit. She felt something persistently stirring in her hair, occasionally poking her face. Irritated, Estella swatted at her face, unsure of what she had struck. She turned onto her side, facing the wall. However, the poking sensation grew more pronounced, accompanied by the scent of sweet fruit invading her senses. Slowly, she opened her eyes. To her astonishment, right before her nose sat a strawberry, complete with arms and legs, even a nose and eyes, perched atop a slightly elevated pillowcase. The strawberry appeared oddly handsome. Its legs crossed in an elegant posture, one arm raised as if to poke Estella's nose. The proximity made her feel as though she were cross-eyed. She gasped in shock. Her mouth agape. The strawberry, initially displeased with Estella's astonished expression, pursed its lips. Yet, upon catching sight of her gaping mouth, it promptly leapt from the pillowcase, nimbly dashing behind a beautifully wrapped box, eyeing Estella with caution. Estella, regaining her composure, closed her mouth. "Who are you?" she blurted out, immediately realizing the absurdity of conversing with a strawberry. To her surprise, the strawberry moved. Estella had never considered that a strawberry could exhibit such a range of expressions. It ambled from behind the gift box, raised its arm, and pointed at the box beside it, wearing an expression that seemed to ask, "Are you really this foolish?" Estella paused, realizing the gift was indeed from Riddle, as the strawberry's demeanor mirrored his exactly. Following the strawberry's gaze to the gift box, she picked it up and, as expected, discovered a small hole at the back. She marveled at it, comparing it to the size of the strawberry. It must have crawled out from there in the middle of the night. Slowly, Estella began to open the gift box, while the strawberry, seated back on its pillow throne, watched her intently, exuding an air of urgency. However, whenever Estella glanced over, the strawberry maintained its poised demeanor, feigning nonchalance. Upon fully unveiling the box, Estella found a flower pot inside, with a robust strawberry plant bearing 6 ripe strawberries. She blinked slowly, directing her gaze to the strawberry sitting atop the pillow. "Are these all edible?" The strawberry modestly nodded. "So, did Riddle send you to bring your offspring for me to eat?" Estella's eyes widened in shock. "Riddle is so filial?" The strawberry froze momentarily, aghast. It was no ordinary strawberry. It possessed thoughts and a soul, unlike the others that merely hung from branches. "Can you be eaten?" Estella asked, her tone friendly. The strawberry sprang up from the pillow. Why would this human ask such a cruel question? It leaped behind the pillow, eyeing Estella warily. Were it not for its current predicament, it might have burst into tears seeking its father. Estella's eyes sparkled as she could not help but laugh. She was merely jesting, feeling an overwhelming fondness for the charming strawberry. Indeed, they emanated a delightful fragrance. Had she not feasted so heartily the previous night, she might have plucked one to taste. After all, during her years at the orphanage, she rarely encountered fruit. She wondered where Riddle had procured such treasures. The strawberry soon realized that Estella was only teasing and had no intention of consuming it. Thus, it emerged from behind the pillow, pouting in irritation as Estella scooped it up, disregarding its protests, and began inspecting it closely. Estella noticed that while it resembled a strawberry in shape and aroma, its body possessed a firmness akin to wood. Its arms and legs were evidently crafted from twigs. The strawberry's eyes glinted with discontent, reminiscent of Riddle. prompting Estella to think of a name for it. "Let us give you a name," Estella said eagerly, and the strawberry cast a glance her way. As if receiving an enthusiastic response, she cradled the strawberry in her palm, placing it before her. "What do you think of the name Little Grass?" The strawberry was baffled. Why Little Grass? What connection did it have to grass? Was it simply because its hair was green like grass? It was so unique. Why bestow upon it such a mundane name? It would have been far more fitting to simply call it Strawberry. As Estella observed Little Grass attempting to crawl from her palm, she could tell from its expression that it was quite disgruntled and seemed intent on escaping along her arm, clearly displeased with its new name. "Hey, don't run away." Estella grasped the top of Little Grass, which clutched desperately at its leaves, unwilling to let go. Out of kindness, Estella lifted the entire strawberry to free its hair. "Little Grass symbolizes vitality," Estella explained earnestly. "Spring breezes bring forth new life. This is my sincerest blessing for you." Little Grass's struggles noticeably weakened, evidently swayed by Estella's heartfelt words. Watching Little Grass accept, but still remain pridefully dissatisfied, Estella felt an impulse to kiss it, though she feared it might think she intended to take a bite. Thus, she stifled the urge with great effort. As the time for breakfast assembly at the orphanage approached, Estella placed the pot of strawberries on her windowsill, offering one last glance and reminding Little Grass not to wander off before reluctantly stepping out of her room. Upon seeing Riddle, her eyes instantly brightened. "You are truly remarkable." Estella nestled beside Riddle, resting her face upon his arm, albeit slightly inferior to my own prowess. Yet, an amusing thought struck Estella. Just yesterday, she had been smugly intent on compelling Riddle to acknowledge her as the unparalleled one, and she could not suppress a huffy remark. Although the little snake and flower she gifted Riddle were capable of conversation, they merely twisted about mechanically, devoid of any expression. However, Riddle's strawberry exhibited such vivid life. Estella puffed out her cheeks, as Riddle surreptitiously coiled around her. Riddle did not refute her, merely casting a gentle gaze upon Estella, a faint smirk gracing his lips. "Have you ever tasted one?" Estella blinked, her voice soft. "After all, it was a gift from you. I couldn't bear to eat it." She resolutely refrained from mentioning her urge to devour the strawberry with arms and legs. Nevertheless, Riddle was evidently delighted by Estella's response. He appeared unperturbed amidst the chaotic throng of children clamoring to be served, exuding an aura of serene detachment. "You may give it a try. Within half a day, any consumed strawberries will automatically regrow." This implied that a fresh strawberry could be produced every 12 hours. If you desire, other plants can also be cultivated. All things flourish. Would you like to learn? Chapter 22. Will you learn or not? All things flourish. Would you like to learn? Riddle slightly raised his chin, adopting an air of modesty, as if this were a trivial endeavor, easily accomplished. In truth, this represented perhaps the most significant breakthrough the two had achieved concerning the conjuration of food. It is worth noting that they had grappled with this issue for an entire 2 years. Estella immediately discerned the concealed pride beneath Riddle's calm demeanor. Initially, she rested her face on Riddle's arm, gazing at him expectantly. However, upon witnessing his demeanor, she promptly withdrew her gaze. She pouted discontentedly, wishing to dismiss Riddle's smug expression. "It's rather ordinary." Yet, upon observing Estella's reaction, Riddle's facade of indifference faltered, his smile barely contained. Clearing his throat, he casually shielded Estella from a suddenly charging child, turning his head with feigned nonchalance. "Ah, well, I am quite eager to teach you. I believe you possess great talent." Estella hummed in acknowledgement, smoothly accepting this opportunity. "Since you are so sincere, I suppose I shall reluctantly learn a bit." Seizing the moment while Estella muttered behind him, Riddle couldn't resist pinching her cheek. Under Estella's fierce glare, he feigned innocence. "I merely wish to test the resilience of your resolve." Before Estella could respond, Billy and Jack suddenly emerged from an unknown location. "What are we learning?" Billy inquired eagerly, looking at Riddle. Riddle's expression flattened, his face devoid of emotion as he regarded Billy. "You should first learn what 1 equals 2. Billy replied with evident pride. Estella returned to her room to fetch a potted plant, where the little grass sat idly on her pillow, swinging its legs in boredom. Upon seeing Estella enter, the little grass's dark, bean-like eyes sparkled with excitement. Estella cradled the pot of strawberries in her arms, extending an invitation. "Would you like to join me?" The grass slowed its leg movements, positioning itself at the edge of the bed, not expressing a desire to accompany her, merely tilting its head as it gazed at Estella. "Shall I be off then?" Estella feigned to depart. Turning around, she noticed the little grass eagerly preparing to leap from the bed. Quickly, Estella scooped it up. "Why the rush? Who knows if you're sturdy enough? What if you leap poorly and become strawberry juice?" The grass, initially wriggling to escape Estella's embrace, appeared utterly appalled by her words, gazing at her as if subjected to immense torment. How could such a cold statement emerge from a mouth so warm? It was then promptly stowed away in Estella's pocket. In the orphanage's backyard, Riddle stood with arms crossed, visibly displeased as he observed Estella crouching on the ground, feeding the little white rabbit. Perched on Riddle's left shoulder was the little grass, mirroring his crossed arms posture, its expression equally disgruntled. While on his right shoulder sat a small fabric flower, grinning brightly and contentedly squatting. The rabbit's mouth moved, its lips stained a vivid red, quite enchanting. Presumably, the little white had never tasted such delicious fare. Its eyes sparkled, fixated on Estella without blinking. Estella, equally delighted, watched the little white rabbit, her hand gently stroking its fluffy fur. Ultimately, Riddle could no longer contain himself. You said you couldn't bear to eat it this morning, Estella? He knew all too well. This heartless creature had claimed earlier that she couldn't bear to consume the gift he bestowed. Yet, what transpired? She brought down the strawberries and immediately offered one to the little white rabbit. She hadn't even spared him a glance. Moreover, she handed the little grass over to him, instructing him to take good care of it, not to mention the utterly mundane name she had given it. She even remembered the little grass, expressing concern that it might be crushed in her pocket. How could he not know that the little grass was so resilient? The grass could leap from the 8th floor without a scratch. Riddle recalled how Estella had specifically cautioned him not to let the little grass witness them eating strawberries, lest it be left with psychological trauma. He felt a peculiar itch in his molars. Even including the little white rabbit, it seemed entirely unrelated to him. Estella finally turned around, and upon seeing Riddle and the grass sharing identical displeased expressions, there was an uncanny resemblance, almost father and son. But why didn't you cover its eyes? What if you frightened the little one? Estella exclaimed, her eyes wide with concern. The little grass, in response, displayed a facepalm expression, appearing fragile and on the verge of collapse. Riddle remarked, how come I never knew you could act so well? Do you even know who the real father is? Closing his eyes, Riddle endeavored to suppress his irritation. Just then, a wave of sweet fragrance enveloped him. Instinctively, he opened his mouth, and a burst of exquisitely sweet strawberry aroma flooded his senses. Riddle opened his eyes to find Estella holding a strawberry, presenting it near his lips. Her cerulean gaze filled with mirth. Indeed, it is quite sweet, Riddle remarked, his expression neutral, yet the corners of his mouth subtly curled upwards. Estella nodded, extending her hand to rinse another strawberry with a spray of water before placing it in her mouth. She looked up at Riddle, her smile radiant. Yes, Riddle, you are truly remarkable. Riddle observed Estella's actions, furrowing his brow. Suddenly, a thought struck him. The strawberry he had just consumed was dry. Slowly, he turned his head toward Estella. Did I wash this one? Estella's motion of eating the strawberries came to a sudden halt. She quickly consumed the fruit, revealing an even more radiant smile. Riddle exclaimed, Estella Dumbledore. Estella gazed at Riddle with a sorrowful expression, gently patting his shoulder. How could you think of me that way? Am I really such a person? Riddle looked at Estella with an impassive expression, indicating that indeed, she was that kind of person. Estella feigned wiping away non-existent tears, earning a cold scoff from Riddle. At that moment, a small flower on Riddle's right shoulder suddenly twisted and spoke. Estella is the most beautiful and kind-hearted girl in the world, la la la. Hearing her own voice utter such embarrassing words made Estella inexplicably blush, though it wasn't too bothersome. Riddle once again questioned why he had brought the flower along, especially since it was just the two of them. Yet, he felt an inexplicable sense of isolation from the world. Estella, in her melodic voice, graciously applauded. What a wonderful song. Riddle gritted his teeth. Are you still going to learn or not? Chapter 23, Estella's Talent Points. When all the strawberries had been consumed, the world finally fell silent. Estella pulled Riddle down onto the lawn. The small flower stood in Riddle's pocket, while a little grass curiously circled around it. As Estella turned her head, she found the flower twisting toward her. She had not anticipated that Riddle had thoroughly unwrapped his Christmas gift and brought it outside. Noticing Estella's gaze, Riddle smiled modestly. She likes me so much that she insisted on coming out. Estella replied, if I recall correctly, the flower cannot run out on its own. She pouted, and what about that fat snake? Did you pull the flower from its head? Riddle smiled slightly. The fat snake is lounging inside. It's that way because it doesn't like to move. And I didn't use such violent means. He turned, propping his head on his hand. His dark eyes fixed on Estella's face, deliberately emphasizing, it was her insistence to come with me. The flower turned to Riddle, twisting incessantly. Estella wondered why it was silent at that moment, so she responded with an expressionless, oh. Meanwhile, the unjustly maligned Bunis turned over in a dark corner. To get back on track, Riddle was undeniably handsome when he took things seriously. He placed seeds on the ground, his hands resting atop them, eyes gently closed, invoking the growth of all things. Soon, a soft green light glimmered in his palms. As the delicate green specks fell onto the seeds, they gradually burrowed into the soil. And after a while, shoots began to rise, reaching knee height. It was yet another strawberry plant. Riddle halted only when buds began to form on the branches. He withdrew his hands, turned to Estella, and nodded slightly. Would you like to give it a try? Estella eagerly nodded. Yes, yes. Riddle's teaching was quite profound. Perhaps it was because neither of them had studied systematically, relying solely on their exploration together. However, their tacit understanding allowed them to grasp each other's intentions. Riddle grasped Estella's wrist, positioning her hand palm down on 2 other seeds. His voice was soft, with a deliberate tempo. The energy flowed through his grasp, and Estella relaxed her body, fully opening herself to Riddle. The energy coursed from Riddle's palm into Estella, and she felt a wondrous and inexplicably intimate energy traversing through every cell in her body, breathing freely. Close your eyes and focus your consciousness on the seeds. Imagine the seeds taking root in the soil, absorbing nutrients from it, drawing all the nourishment into themselves. Then envision the seeds undergoing photosynthesis. Do you remember that equation and process we studied together? Feel the earth, feel the fluctuations of air around you. Now, recite the incantation. Estella closed her eyes and, in unison with Riddle, whispered, all things grow. Their youthful voices intertwined, one high and one low, as green light suddenly appeared in Estella's palms, cascading onto the seeds. Estella sensed an energy within her connecting with something in the air, a substance flowing into her, and warmth swirling around her. Riddle too sensed something amiss. He felt a torrent of energy rushing between him and Estella. He had experienced this sensation during other magical endeavors, but never while nurturing plants. He opened his eyes. At that moment, Estella felt something tickling her palm. She opened her eyes and discovered that the seeds had swiftly sprouted roots and stems, climbing upwards. Riddle quickly pulled Estella's hand back. In the blink of an eye, strawberries had already formed. Estella stared in awe at the vibrant red strawberries, while the little grass joyfully circled around them. Originally, it too was a strawberry, but Riddle had infused it with additional qualities and consciousness. It had long felt a preference for Estella, and indeed, its judgment was not flawed. As Estella gazed at the strawberries that had grown in an instant, she slowly blinked and cautiously plucked one from the plant. She turned around, gleefully presenting the strawberry to Riddle's lips. Try it. Is it sweet? Riddle, still frowning, pondered whether Estella's closer connection with the plants was the reason for their success, or whether their combined magical efforts yielded better results. Just then, a sweet aroma wafted to his lips once more. It must be Estella. They had communicated this way before, yet never had such an occurrence transpired. He thought to himself. He felt the strawberry near his lips, instinctively preparing to bite down. Suddenly, a familiar sensation washed over him. His awareness coalesced as he looked down at Estella, who was gazing up at him with bright blue eyes. Riddle's brow twitched. Haven't you washed again? With a stoic expression, Riddle rinsed the freshly picked strawberries in water, extending them toward Estella's mouth as he did so. Estella opened her mouth and bit down, her cheeks puffed out, with red strawberry juice trickling down the corner of her lips, which she hardly noticed. Riddle, you are so kind, Estella beamed at him. Riddle recalled Estella's earlier convoluted reasoning and initially intended to turn away with a scoff. However, upon turning, he found himself met with Estella's bright smile, rendering his retort inexplicably stuck in his throat. The corners of his mouth began to curve upward once more. Perhaps it was best to wait until later, until she matured a bit more and could recognize her own position. He would never bully a child. Riddle extended his hand to wipe away the strawberry juice from Estella's lips, humming softly, wishing she would remember her own words. Her own words? Estella recalled how she often felt like tugging at Riddle's ears, berating him for being a scoundrel. Thus, Estella cupped her hands to form a trumpet shape and leaned closer to Riddle's ear. Riddle, you're so wonderful. Riddle, you're so wonderful. Riddle, you're so wonderful. Riddle, you're so wonderful. That's enough. Riddle, maintaining a stoic expression, gently pushed Estella's face aside. The sweet scent of strawberries lingered on her breath, causing a tickling sensation in his ear. Sit up straight. Riddle regarded Estella with utmost seriousness, even as his hand continued to feed her strawberries at an increasingly swift pace. After finishing this round of strawberries, Riddle and Estella crouched before a seed. Now you try it yourself. Riddle reached out to collect the little grass that was bouncing on Estella's shoulder to avoid disturbing her, despite its apparent reluctance. Estella, with a serious demeanor, focused intently on the seed, her hands poised perfectly above it. Drawing from her previous experience, she quickly felt the familiar sensation returning. Energy surged into her body, and she felt as though she could barely contain it, nearly transferring all of it back to the seed. When the seed reached her waist height, Riddle whispered quickly from the side, "That's enough." Estella withdrew her hands, yet energy continued to flow toward the seed. It was only when Riddle grasped her wrist that it ceased entirely. This time, The seed had grown nearly as tall as Estella herself, producing a bountiful harvest of strawberries. Estella felt a wave of exhaustion wash over her, as though all the energy within her had been drained. However, gazing at the abundant fruits, she proudly placed her hands on her hips, proclaiming, "I must be a genius." Chapter 24, Awakening Genius? I must be a genius. Estella rose, surveying the plentiful fruit with pride, hands firmly on her hips. Then, without warning, she toppled backward, her head falling toward the ground. She felt a pair of hands catch her, a familiar scent enveloping her entirely. Her consciousness began to blur, a heavy drowsiness sweeping over her mind. She realized Riddle had caught her, and with that knowledge, she surrendered her thoughts to slumber. Of course, she still possessed a smidgen of conscience. Mustering her last vestiges of awareness, she reached out to grasp Riddle's sleeve, murmuring, "I'll just sleep for a moment." Riddle's heart raced as he watched Estella collapse. He struggled to keep his mind clear, understanding that she was likely suffering from a depletion of magical energy. Simply nurturing plants should not result in any strange aftereffects. Yet, his heartbeat thundered in his chest, his fingers turning pale from strain. At that moment, he noticed Estella clutching his sleeve, eyes closed. For the first time, Riddle felt a sense of losing control. What if something truly were wrong with her? Would she become a fool? Without a second thought, Riddle scooped Estella into his arms, ignoring everything else, including the wildly overgrown strawberries and weeds behind him, and bolted to seek Mrs. Cole's assistance. Just then, he heard Estella's steady breathing in his embrace. His pace slowed. Lowering his gaze, he found her face nestled against his chest. Her lips slightly pouting from the awkward position, her complexion no longer pale, but flushed from entering the realm of dreams. Estella's hands rested upon him, her body relaxed, her abdomen gently rising and falling with each breath. She sleeps quite soundly, Riddle mused, a vein throbbing at his temple as he came to a complete stop. He contemplated tossing her onto the ground to prevent her from engaging in such alarming antics, but ultimately refrained. He returned to the spot where they had been reclining. The once sparse grass now towered to his calves. He sat carefully in the grass, adjusting Estella into a more comfortable position, gently parting the greenery to rest her head upon his lap. Riddle's gaze lingered on Estella's peaceful face, captivated and reluctant to look away. Awakening genius? When Estella awoke, she felt as if she were lying on something soft and warm, embracing a source of heat. She adjusted her posture, opened her eyes, and was met with Riddle's enigmatic smile reflected in his dark eyes. She had been sleeping while holding on to Riddle's waist. Estella withdrew her hands and slowly rose from his legs. Surveying her surroundings, she noted that the overgrown weeds and strawberries had been neatly tended to by Riddle. The precise cuts on the weeds suggested he had employed a slicing spell. Truly, a savior for the obsessive-compulsive. "You know, this is easily noticeable," Estella remarked with feigned seriousness. "The tops should be pointed, and a hint of yellow would be ideal." Riddle smirked, casting a sidelong glance at Estella, who was to blame for that. Ultimately, they chose to disregard the weeds. Given that this place could serve as their secret hideaway, it was seldom traversed by others, and had been doubly enchanted to be overlooked. "Estella," Riddle said, his gaze steady as he turned her face toward him, "until you master this completely, do not attempt to nurture the seeds in my absence." He had discovered that the seeds he had originally tucked away in his pocket had sprouted roots while Estella slept. It was evident that these seeds had not even touched the soil. Riddle mused that perhaps Estella had been a plant spirit in her past life. Understood, Estella replied, swatting Riddle's hand aside. "You just need to accompany me for practice these next few days." Riddle huffed, offering no response. Estella leaned closer, batting her eyelashes at him. "Tom, please help me." For the following several days, Riddle devoted himself to assisting Estella with her plant nurturing exercises. "Riddle, you mentioned that the strawberries you gifted me would bear new fruit every day." Estella observed the potatoes sprouting anew on the ground, deep in thought. She had practiced in the same spot over the past few days, and with each repetition, it was evident that these plants were not growing as robustly as the initial one. Although they still yielded fruit, something about them felt lacking. She tilted her head, pondering. What if the nutrients in the soil are running low? Riddle, who had been closely monitoring Estella's movements, momentarily froze at her words. Estella regarded Riddle with palpable skepticism, her gaze then drifting to the small, dazed plant beside her. "You cannot be suggesting that the little one should be repotted, are you?" Her expression was one of profound dismay. Such a diminutive and endearing plant, tasked with relocating a pot that weighed several times its own weight. How could that not be considered exploitation of child labor? Riddle, catching the look on Estella's face, instinctively retorted, "Of course, I shall do the repotting myself." Estella raised an eyebrow in disbelief. Under her astonished yet threatening stare, Riddle cleared his throat, his gaze momentarily evasive. "The little one will assist by opening the window, and Bunius will help carry it away." Once I have filled the pot with soil, I shall have it returned. Estella huffed, a well-coordinated operation, quite efficient. Riddle, having felt the embarrassment from earlier, now appeared completely at ease. He smiled and nodded at Estella, relieved. In response, Estella shot him an exasperated glance. After the Christmas festivities, Riddle was not only preoccupied with strategizing how to expand his flower-selling venture, but was also closely monitoring the elves. After their previous conversation, he was aware that the couple intended to return post-holidays. In a room at the end of the third-floor corridor, the curtains were drawn tightly, enveloping the space in darkness. A man and a serpent were engaged in a hushed conversation. "What have you observed?" Riddle inquired, seated beside the table, his dark eyes casually scanning the coiled serpent perched atop it. Bunius poked its head out, its tongue flicking rapidly. "Hiss. They appear unremarkable. Merely absent from home frequently." "Oh." Riddle raised an eyebrow. "And where do they venture during their outings? Were they not home during the Christmas days?" Bunius swayed its head slightly. "They have been wandering about various attractions. Nothing unusual. Indeed, they were home during Christmas." Riddle stroked his chin, deep in thought. "Wandering about? Then what do they engage in at home? Have they interacted with any suspicious individuals?" Bunius's head continued to sway with a lazy rhythm. "They have not encountered anyone notable. Always just the two of them together. When out, they simply roam, and at home, they engage in mating." Riddle mused. Mating? Such a straightforward term. Yet, if they are so inseparable, why adopt a child? Bunius flicked its tongue. "However, there is something peculiar. I occasionally lose track of them, though I can swiftly locate them again. Moreover, I have yet to see the two elder sons mentioned by the elves." Riddle pondered momentarily. That alone is not concerning. They could simply be at school. But losing track is indeed somewhat suspicious. Unless you, Bunius, were distracted by a meal. But if that were the case, you wouldn't have mentioned it. His dark eyes deepened with contemplation. "Continue to keep a close watch on them, and strive to uncover any undesirable habits they may possess." Bunius hesitated, its head bobbing uncertainly, unsure whether to speak. Sensing the serpent's reluctance, Riddle cast a glance its way, encouraging it to proceed. Bunius, unusually bashful, wriggled its tail. "Actually, there are some things." It understood that Riddle was still somewhat juvenile among humans, and that certain topics might not be appropriate. Yet, since he insisted on hearing it, it continued. "They exhibit quite a variety of mating behaviors." Riddle remarked, "While I comprehend that animals and humans are quite different, is it not somewhat peculiar to observe others so intently? You are a female, are you not, Bunius?" Riddle regarded Bunius with an expression of mixed amusement and incredulity. Bunius retorted confidently, "You instructed me to keep a close watch. Besides, serpents do not concern themselves with such matters." Riddle rubbed his forehead. "Continue observing them. Report any developments immediately." Meanwhile, within the elves' residence, a strikingly attractive young couple lounged languidly on a grand double bed. "Has that foolish serpent departed?" The woman's voice was laced with a sultry tone, her pitch rising slightly, as if laced with allure. "Indeed." The man smirked, his fingers tracing circles around the ends of the woman's hair, his gaze lingering on her lips. Feeling the heat of his gaze, the woman lazily turned her face away, casting a sidelong glance at him. "You should take a break." The man's kiss landed leisurely on her cheek as he murmured, "I still prefer your visage." "Humph." The woman huffed, kicking him playfully, though he restrained her. "Then do not kiss me if you are so keen. It is all your fault." The man held her face, continuing his kisses. After a while, the woman reclined against him. Why not simply kill that serpent outright? Why resort to such elaborate illusions? She pushed his hands away, her gaze drifting back to the windowsill, where she sensed a lurking presence. "Mr. Elf instructed us to maintain a low profile." The man's expression darkened as he looked at her. "If we alarm it, we might not know who among us is foolish enough to provoke danger. Yet it should be an ordinary serpent, at least one that cannot comprehend human speech." He glanced toward the window, scoffing lightly. The woman lifted her head, surprise widening her eyes, which lent her an unexpectedly innocent allure. "Can you truly enchant a serpent?" The man's lips curved into a smug smile. "I had my illusionary self recite various recipes for serpent stew. That foolish serpent displayed no reaction, so it likely only observes actions." The woman giggled, leaning forward to peck him on the lips. "You are quite clever, Alaric." Alaric helped Polly sit up, winking at her. "We should assess our results." With a graceful gesture, Alaric conjured a silent, radiant display that fell upon the oblivious Bunius, fixated on the illusion. Just as Alaric prepared to ensnare Bunius, it suddenly darted away. Perhaps due to instinct, it disregarded the happenings within the bedroom, swiftly making its escape, vanishing in an instant. Alaric frowned momentarily but soon relaxed. It is the wall orphanage. He had no particular intention of dealing with the serpent, having just retracted the tracking spell placed upon it. Letting it go was inconsequential. With a wave of his hand, he revealed the scene of Bunius conversing with Riddle. They had deliberately assumed the identities of the elves to avoid suspicion, while this residence merely employed some entrance charms without any intentional concealment. Bunius, having departed from their abode, made its way directly to the wall orphanage, climbing to the third floor of a particular room. That boy looked somewhat familiar. Polly gazed thoughtfully at Riddle, with his ebony eyes and raven hair. It seemed he had a rather amicable relationship with Estella Dumbledore. On one occasion, I noticed this boy fixating on the two of us. Alaric was equally lost in contemplation. While Bunius and Riddle engaged in a hissing dialogue, Polly and Alaric simultaneously displayed expressions of astonishment. They exchanged a silent glance before turning their attention back to the scene. Polly raised an eyebrow, startled by the revelation that the orphanage might conceal a young wizard. Alaric, intrigued, lifted his brow, pondering the notion of Parseltongue, British Parseltongue, to be precise. Could he possibly be a descendant of Slytherin? Chapter 26, The Fugitive Princess. Parseltongue? British Parseltongue? Could he truly be a descendant of Slytherin? Alaric stroked his chin, raising his brow with interest. A descendant of Slytherin? Polly leaned in closer for a better look. Are you implying he is one of the founders of the British Wizarding School, Hogwarts? What a coincidence. An unassuming orphanage housing not one, but two young wizards? Polly turned her astonished gaze toward Alaric. If he is a friend of Astoria, Alaric mused, observing the boy's interaction with the serpent, though I cannot comprehend their exchange. It likely signifies no trouble. He is probably merely curious about his future guardians. We can proceed with our plan. The gentleman is urging us. Polly languidly reclined. We cannot delay any longer. By the way, is it appropriate to show a child as serpent such illusions? Alaric shrugged nonchalantly. You did mention it was a serpent. Let us see if there are any other places we wish to visit. Alaric rose and retrieved 2 vials of polyjuice potion from his backpack. We ought to return and report. Riddle's birthday fell on December 31st, shortly after Christmas, yet he was rather disinclined to celebrate. In his own words, birthdays are rather unremarkable. I am far more interested in how long I can endure. Astoria, too, was not fond of celebrating her birthday, unlike Riddle, whose mother passed away shortly after giving birth at the orphanage, thus marking his birthday as the day of his birth. Astoria's birthday was the day she was found by the orphanage. She had been abandoned with only a wooden tag bearing her name, devoid of any other information. Many children at the orphanage, like Astoria, used their admission date as their birthday. In truth, Astoria was aware that Riddle's indifference towards his birthday was likely because it coincided with the day his mother died, the day he was abandoned. Astoria felt similarly. Her birthday marked her true, complete abandonment. Nevertheless, on the morning of Riddle's birthday, she presented him with a slice of cream-covered bread. The cream was a reward she received from helping the teacher with crafts, exchanged with Mrs. Marcia. Astoria shaped the bread into a round form, carefully slicing it to create a layered effect. Happy birthday, Tom, Astoria beamed as she presented the makeshift cake to Riddle, tilting her head with a smile. She had arrived at his room early in the morning, before anyone else at the orphanage was awake, knowing Riddle was an early riser. This morning, she felt as though she might doze off with each step up the staircase. When she entered, Riddle was seated on a stool, perusing previous notes. Upon hearing her approach, he turned to see Astoria tiptoeing in with an unknown object cradled in her hands. At that moment, he noticed the sparkle in her azure eyes, likely the result of a recent yawn, shimmering with moisture. Riddle extended his hand to take it, a smile involuntarily creeping onto his lips. Thank you, Astoria. He feigned indifference even as he added, though I don't celebrate birthdays. Astoria dismissed his words, seating herself beside him. I've heard that one must eat cake on their birthday, she said, her legs swinging as they barely touched the ground from the edge of the bed. She turned to Riddle, her face lit with a smile. This is a makeshift cake, with bread and cream, and it's even cylindrical. Astoria gestured a circle with her hands, her beaming smile creating an image of a perfectly delightful birthday cake. Riddle tilted his head, regarding Astoria with a glimmer of amusement hidden in his dark gaze. Indeed, quite perfect. Riddle felt a warmth radiating from his heart. He had never imagined someone would care about his birthday. In the orphanage, no one celebrated birthdays, least of all himself. When Astoria once inquired about the date of his birth, he had been lost in thought, wondering why she asked. Did she envy him for having a true birthday? He had never deemed the day he was left at the orphanage worthy of commemoration. Moreover, did Astoria think he hadn't noticed the melancholy in her eyes when she mentioned birthdays? Riddle had always known that Astoria longed for parents of her own, even fantasizing that one day her biological parents would return to claim her, explaining they had merely misplaced her. Although Astoria had never explicitly voiced this, she often joked about being a lost princess. How did Disney put it? The fugitive princess? Thus, when Astoria had questioned him, he had played it cool, despite his underlying indifference. Yet, for reasons unknown, when he caught a glimpse of the sorrow in Astoria's eyes, he found himself inexplicably concerned. Aren't you going to try it? Astoria waved her hand in front of Riddle's face, breaking his reverie. As Riddle's obsidian eyes regained focus, Astoria lifted her chin. A look of anticipation on her face. I assure you, I haven't poisoned it. Riddle's voice was somewhat muted. He took a small piece with a fork and placed it in his mouth. It was quite sweet. Upon looking up, he found Astoria gazing at him with eager expectation in her azure eyes. Riddle suppressed the urge to smile, clearing his throat. It's not bad. Astoria pouted, reaching for the treat. If you don't like it, then give it back to me. If I can't finish it, there's always Billy. However, Riddle's grip tightened around the cake, insisting, Billy isn't celebrating a birthday, so why should he get any? I never said I disliked it. Riddle countered as Astoria continued to nudge for a bite. I made it, so I deserve to eat some. In the end, most of the cake found its way into Astoria's stomach. Soon, it was time for their morning assembly, and as Astoria and Riddle walked out together, she declared, I invested all my savings into this cake. A little taste shouldn't be too much to ask. Astoria rubbed her belly, her gaze unwaveringly fixed on Riddle. He noticed the remnants of cream still lingering on her lips, and chuckled softly as he reached out to wipe it away. Oh, so you only had a little bit. Hey. After Estella wiped the cream from the corner of her mouth, she swatted Riddle's hand away, glaring at him in displeasure. Riddle couldn't help but chuckle. Just as he was about to speak, a voice interrupted. What did you eat, boss? And Estella, why are you two always together without me? And you're at it again early in the morning? Billy suddenly sprang out from nowhere. Chapter 27, recalling a false smile. What did you eat, boss? Estella, why are you two always together without me? And you're at it again early in the morning? Billy exclaimed as he bounded into view behind the two. Estella cast a swift glance at Billy, nervously retreating behind Riddle. Speaking of which, she had given Billy a small piece of potato for his birthday last time, which had delighted him immensely. Riddle sensed Estella's movement and casually glanced at Billy, asking, Is there something you need? Can't I just come to see you for no reason? Billy pouted like a forsaken spouse, casting a woeful look at Estella and Riddle. Estella covered her face, unable to bear the sight. Oh. Riddle twitched his lips and replied nonchalantly. Billy was about to say something when Estella, peeking out from behind Riddle, interrupted. Three's a crowd in our friendship. Why don't you check if Jack is still asleep? Estella advised earnestly. Haven't you noticed your good buddy hasn't shown up yet? Billy paused, suddenly recalling something, slapped his forehead, and muttered as he turned to leave. Almost forgot. Jack said to wake him up this morning after disappearing last night. If there's no food left, just tell him I couldn't get him up. Anyway, I finished eating. Estella thought to herself that perhaps she had been too kind to Riddle. When afternoon free time arrived, Estella leisurely scattered seeds on the ground. With a delicate flourish of her hand, the seeds burrowed into the soil, taking root and sprouting into resplendent roses. Riddle sat nearby, engrossed in a book, occasionally diverting his attention to Estella to prevent any mishaps. After several days of practice, Estella had nearly mastered the art of plant growth stimulation, with only rare instances of failure. As she gazed at the roses swaying gently in the breeze, Estella couldn't resist bending down to inhale their fragrance. Over the past few days, she and Riddle had achieved a state of culinary freedom, with an abundance of potatoes and tomatoes. They even shared some with Billy, Jack, and Lucy, claiming it was bartered with others. They had stashed away a considerable amount of produce in the corners of the yard, and even in Riddle's room. Previously, no one dared to share a room with Riddle, so he had been allotted a single room. Even though Riddle's social standing improved and no peculiar incidents occurred afterward, Mrs. Cole and others seemed to have completely forgotten about it, leaving Riddle with his solitary quarters. Estella didn't believe for a moment that Riddle had done nothing with that room. Crouching on the ground, Estella contemplated the roses, pondering whether they should research some preservation spells, perhaps involving cooling or freezing. But how could they maintain such conditions over an extended period? Lost in thought, she suddenly turned to Riddle, who was still absorbed in his book. Tom. Riddle lifted his gaze from the pages, his expression neutral. What is it? Where did you acquire all these seeds? Estella's fingers lightly brushed the roses before her. She recalled that aside from the initial few days when he brought potato seeds, Riddle had started bringing flower seeds once they could no longer eat. They had cultivated quite a number of flowers together, most of which Riddle seemed to have taken away. Riddle raised an eyebrow slightly, leisurely placing the book on his lap. I didn't expect you to notice. Estella detected a hint of pride in Riddle's demeanor and guessed he was up to something. She scooted closer to him, asking, So, where did you take all the flowers? Riddle's lips curled into a subtle smile as he gazed at Estella, choosing not to respond. Crossing her arms and tilting her head, Estella playfully suggested, You aren't delivering flowers to some young ladies, are you? Of course, she knew Riddle was too busy for that, but she feigned astonishment, covering her mouth in mock disbelief. Then, witnessing Riddle's expression shift from pride to a sudden downturn, she scoffed. What a cad. Riddle snorted, slowly picking up his book again. His attention returning to the text. I was going to broaden your horizons, but since you're unwilling, I suppose it's for the best. Oh, Estella replied with an indifferent tone, moving to observe the rose's growth while retrieving a small blade of grass that had settled on Riddle's shoulder. The grass happily danced around her, attempting to reach for a rose petal, but after Estella flicked its forehead, it sulked on her shoulder, ignoring her. In her mind, Estella silently counted down. 10, 9, 8, 3, 2, 1. Forget it, I'll take you to sea. Riddle's voice lazily drifted from the corner, punctuating his statement with a weighty addition, out of humanitarian spirit. Estella shrugged, knowing full well that Riddle had been waiting for days just for her to inquire. Oh, Estella feigned indifference in her response. Behind her, Riddle fell silent. The sound of pages turning filled the air. Estella abruptly turned, catching Riddle in the act of glancing at her back with an annoyed expression. Riddle, caught off guard, briefly faltered but quickly regained his composure. He smirked lightly, pretending to be oblivious. What are you looking at, Estella? Estella replied slowly. Just observing the person who intends to show me the world. She offered a polite smile. What an honor. Riddle returned the gesture. It should be my honor, truly. They both simultaneously displayed false smiles before retracting them, turning away to give each other a haughty huff. In the evening, as Estella was about to fetch her bowl, Riddle grasped the back of her collar. Estella turned in confusion, looking up at him curiously. Riddle met Estella's striking blue eyes, a smile creeping onto his lips. With a slight lift of his brow, he declared, Let us go. I'll take you out for a nice meal. Chapter 28. Did you rob a bank? Let us go. I'll take you out for a nice meal. Riddle's smile broadened, and his brow arched slightly. Estella decisively placed the bowl back down, grasping Riddle's arm with a radiant smile that was almost excessive. I knew you were exceptional, Tom. Riddle, in high spirits, gently patted Estella's head, feigning modesty. It's all right. The two, familiar with each other's company, cast an invisibility charm upon themselves and, taking advantage of the bustling atmosphere at the orphanage, boldly exited the premises. Although they had cast the charm, it was likely that Billy and Jack would instinctively seek them out for dinner. Shouldn't we wait a little longer before coming out? Billy and the others probably won't look for us, Estella said, a hint of trepidation in her voice as she glanced back at the orphanage from time to time. Not at all. I informed them earlier that we wouldn't be dining at the cafeteria tonight, Riddle replied. Estella immediately felt reassured. Her eyes sparkled with anticipation, and she showered him with compliments without pause. Wow, you're incredibly perceptive, Tom. Let's hurry. Riddle cast a sidelong glance at the bouncing Estella, striving to suppress the upward curve of his lips. They chatted and laughed as they made their way out, with Estella assuming Riddle would take her to the snack street near the university they had visited before. To her surprise, Riddle led her to a restaurant that exuded opulence. Estella tilted her head back, gazing in wonder at the lavish establishment that could easily be mistaken for a palace, her mouth agape. Tom, you haven't robbed a bank, have you? Riddle chuckled lightly, stretching his legs languidly. I told you, I'm just here to broaden your horizons. Estella closed her mouth, clinging tightly to Riddle's arm, her excitement palpable. You mustn't forget our childhood bond. It's a tale that brings tears to listeners' eyes. All right, Riddle said, placing a hand on the back of Estella's head and covering her mouth with the other. That's enough. In truth, it was Riddle's first visit as well. He had merely heard of a fine restaurant here and decided to bring Estella along. Upon their entrance, a well-dressed attendant approached, slightly bowing with a smile. Please, come in. Riddle and Estella had cast a charm to obscure their ages, allowing others to perceive them as fitting for their activities. Should we perhaps obscure our clothing as well? Estella whispered in Riddle's ear after struggling to climb onto a chair. She glanced at her own tattered attire, with frayed collars and sleeves, worried they might be turned away. Having rarely ventured out before, Estella had not considered such charms, and the two had never discussed it together. It's fine. I've already cast it on us, Riddle murmured, a slight frown creasing his brow. He realized his oversight. He had focused on simplicity and had feared that new clothes would attract attention at the orphanage, coupled with his limited funds at the start, so he had opted for the charm instead of purchasing attire. However, seeing Estella's predicament, he recalled that as a girl, she would likely appreciate beautiful things. She would care about appearances, especially in such an exquisite environment. Riddle set down the menu, a somber expression on his face. Ah, Estella, initially excitedly perusing the menu, turned to see Riddle's expression and thought he was worried about the prices being too high for his pocket. She scratched her head, offering quiet reassurance. It's all right. After all, you didn't rob a bank, I know that. She declared confidently, you could buy a hamburger and still be considered wealthy. Riddle recognized Estella's misunderstanding, and upon hearing her words, the earlier gloom lifted significantly. He placed the menu back on the table, took Estella's hand, and smiled slightly. No, I just thought we might want to peruse the mall before dining. Estella blinked slowly. Shopping? Aren't we here to eat? She recalled their earlier conversation and suddenly exclaimed, "You don't mean to buy clothes, do you?" Her eyes widened in surprise. "Yes," Riddle replied quietly. Estella stared at him, momentarily speechless, just as Riddle furrowed his brow, pondering what Estella might be thinking. Suddenly, she enthusiastically patted his shoulder. "Wow, Tom, have you really become that wealthy?" Estella's beautiful azure eyes sparkled with excitement as she hugged Riddle's arm. "You mustn't forget our childhood bond. It's a tale that brings tears to listeners' eyes." Riddle thought it unnecessary to dwell on such matters. He gently restrained the suddenly exuberant Estella, keeping her seated. "All right, let's keep quiet now." Ultimately, they did not purchase any clothes, for Estella's love for food had eclipsed all else. Nothing could soothe the soul quite like a delectable meal. "You were right," Estella said, savoring a piece of steak with a look of bliss. Riddle watched Estella enjoy her meal, unable to suppress a smile. While he typically held a lukewarm appreciation for material indulgences, seeing Estella's joy made him think, perhaps, it wasn't so bad after all. He realized that it was Estella's happiness while dining that made him willing to share such experiences with her. As Estella stuffed her mouth with food, she affectionately nudged Riddle like a cat. Recognizing her cheerful mood, he remained still, striving to control the fork that nearly slipped from his grasp as she leaned closer. "Thank goodness we didn't wait until after dinner to come here," Estella said, her cheeks puffed up with food. "Otherwise, I wouldn't have any room left." Riddle cast a glance at her. "We can come out more often. Isn't that a bit much?" Estella replied, though the slight lift in her tone suggested she found the idea rather appealing. Having finished his meal, Riddle set down his knife and fork, wiping his mouth with a napkin. "Such adherence to the orphanage's rules, Miss Dumbledore?" Chapter 29, He Can Too. "Wow," Estella marveled, gazing at the flower shop adorned with blooms. Covering her mouth in awe, she turned to Riddle, shaking his arm. "Did you open this?" "Yes," Riddle said, leading Estella inside, tilting his head with a smile. "Do these flowers look familiar?" "Familiar? They look all too familiar," Estella exclaimed, recognizing many of the flowers they had nurtured together over the past few days. Now, these blossoms were beautifully wrapped in paper, arranged in clusters, and filled the entire room. Flowers naturally command a higher price than crops, and maximizing profit requires meticulous processing, something they were not particularly skilled at. Moreover, with winter upon them, the price of these flowers soared considerably. Riddle's lips curled slightly, and with an established sales channel now in place, all that was required was the provision of flowers. This was merely one of the storefronts. As Riddle and Estella were about to enter, a young man emerged cheerfully from within. Upon noticing the two, he quickly set down the scissors and flowers he was holding and gave a slight nod to Riddle. "Mr. Riddle, you've arrived." Riddle returned the gesture with a subtle nod and introduced Estella. "This is Jones, the primary manager of the shop." He then turned back to Jones, tilting his head slightly. "This is my friend, Miss Dumbledore." Jones wore an expression of understanding, though Estella was left puzzled about what exactly he comprehended. He turned to Estella with a smile, albeit one he seemed to struggle to contain, giving his face an odd appearance. "Hello, Miss Dumbledore." "Hello, Jones," Estella replied, feigning ignorance as she greeted him with a smile. "You too, please feel free to browse," Jones said, revealing his lively nature despite having appeared quite composed during the initial greeting. His freckles added to his cheerful demeanor. "Oh, I just remembered, I need to head over there. I'll be back shortly." To Estella's surprise, Riddle actually acquiesced, giving a slight nod. "Go ahead." Jones immediately began to exit, throwing a playful wink and wave to the two as he left. Estella slowly blinked, looking up at Riddle, unable to suppress a laugh. "I never expected you would choose such an employee after becoming a boss." Riddle cleared his throat. "He initially assisted me, and I discovered his strong social skills and loyalty. So I decided to let him manage the shop. In truth, this establishment had only recently opened. Had they arrived a bit earlier, he would have had to introduce Estella to clients. If it's about meeting clients, let us skip that." However, Estella was somewhat curious, gazing thoughtfully at Riddle. "What do you think you would appear like to them if you were of a different age?" Riddle turned to her, shrugging. "Since we both have no effect on one another, you'll only know when you grow up." He gave her head a meaningful pat, raising an eyebrow slightly. Estella suddenly jumped up, attempting to bump into Riddle's chest, but he deftly evaded her. "You're the short one, Tom Riddle." The two of them frolicked in the flower shop until Jones returned, at which point they decided to leave. "I'm so full. I can't believe I'm actually sleepy." Estella yawned lazily as they walked. "We're almost there." Riddle wrapped an arm around Estella's shoulders, drawing her weight against him. He gazed down at the top of her head, contemplating the news he had received from Binns. The couple, the elves, who wished to adopt Estella, seemed to pose no significant issues. Their relationship appeared harmonious, and their wealth could afford Estella a comfortable life. He felt little reason to impede her departure. "Estella." He watched her lean against him, reluctant to walk properly, and softly called her name. Estella's voice was thick with nasal undertones, clearly indicating her fatigue. After a moment of hesitation, Riddle finally spoke, his tone carrying a hint of coaxing. Do you enjoy your current life? Though Estella's mind felt hazy, she could still grasp Riddle's words, reflecting on her past life, her present, and the future. I do. She stretched her arms above her head lazily before letting them drop, her voice sticky with drowsiness. What about you, Tom? Riddle's eyelashes cast a shadow over his eyes, obscuring his expression. A faint smile graced his lips as he replied softly, I do indeed. I like it very much. Since Estella expressed such sentiments, he found justification to prevent her from leaving. He could also provide her with a good life. Haha. The official Christmas holiday was about to conclude. This had little impact on the children at the orphanage. For ease of management, the orphanage gathered the children during their former class hours for self-study. It hardly mattered what they did, as long as they didn't cause trouble. Estella, Mrs. Cole is looking for you. Inside the classroom, just as Estella was dozing off, a 5 or 6-year-old girl suddenly knocked on the door and chirped. Estella jerked her head up at the sound. Chapter 30, The Adoption Turmoil. Estella, Mrs. Cole is looking for you. Hearing the commotion, Estella's drowsy body jolted awake. Estella, off you go. Miss Mary said nothing further, gesturing for Estella to leave. Yes. Miss Mary, Estella replied brightly. The elves must have arrived, she thought. She stood up and strolled slowly towards the exit, casually glancing into the room where Riddle was. Their eyes met, locking onto Riddle's dark gaze. Estella froze for a moment, her heart racing, and quickly turned away to continue walking. Once she had passed, Riddle estimated that she had turned the corner of the corridor. He stood up, concocting an excuse to take leave with Miss Gain, stealthily following Estella. Observing her distracted demeanor earlier and noting the timing of her passage by their classroom, he surmised that the pretentious couple was indeed coming back. He needed to follow and prevent them from taking Estella away. Meanwhile, as Estella made her way to Mrs. Cole's office, she pondered the situation with the elves. This time, it was likely to confirm whether she would return home with them, possibly even packing her belongings to leave immediately. Truthfully, she was uncertain about leaving with them. She felt a twinge of reluctance towards Riddle. Moreover, would her peculiar abilities pose any issues? Would they send her back if complications arose? If that were the case, she would prefer not to be adopted at all. Although she had concealed her odd abilities in the orphanage, it did not mean she relished the secrecy. She genuinely enjoyed exploring various things alongside Riddle, despite their frequent quarrels during such explorations. However, being adopted by a wealthy and cultured couple was the dream of every child in the orphanage. Yet time did not allow her to dwell on such thoughts. Soon, she reached the door of Mrs. Cole's office. Taking a deep breath, she pushed the door open. Oh, come in, Estella. Mrs. Cole, seated behind the desk, was the first to greet her, nodding with a serious face that bore traces of a smile. The three of them had clearly been engaged in lively conversation moments before. Hello, Estella. The L family, seated on the sofa, turned simultaneously towards the entrance. Mrs. L waved at Estella with a look of delight, her face radiating warmth. Estella, do come in. Mrs. L, Mr. L, Mrs. Cole. After greeting each individual in turn, Estella stood obediently to one side. You both meet the adoption criteria perfectly, Mrs. Cole remarked with a smile, seemingly aware that the office environment was rather formal for comfortable conversation. With great thoughtfulness, she added, you may converse further with Estella, and if you wish, feel free to explore the surroundings. Thank you, Mrs. Cole. Mrs. L gracefully nodded towards her. Then we shall take a stroll nearby with Estella. Of course. Mrs. Cole rose and gestured politely towards the exit, then turned to Estella with a gentle smile. Estella, you may show Mr. and Mrs. L around our garden. With a soft click, the door to Mrs. Cole's office closed. Shall I lead you to the garden for a casual stroll? Estella asked, lifting her chin and smiling at the couple. Certainly, Mrs. L replied tenderly as she gently patted Estella's shoulder. Perhaps you could show us your room? We are quite curious about the place where you have lived. She winked playfully at Estella. All right. Estella's smile grew sweeter. Holding hands with Mrs. L, she led the way, her heart swelling with emotion. Indeed, a life of abundance awaited her. Though Mrs. L appeared to be a gentle woman in her 30s or 40s, her subtle expressions revealed the youthful spirit of a girl in her 20s, making it hard to believe she was a mother of two. The orphanage was rather small. It took only a few steps to reach Estella's room. Since it was a regular class time, the room was empty. Mr. L kindly remained at the door, refraining from entering the girls' quarters. Estella pointed to the innermost bed on the left, looking up at Mrs. L. This is my spot. Mrs. L gazed at the simple wooden bed, adorned with plain sheets and blankets, her expression reflecting just the right amount of tenderness. She gently stroked Estella's hair, praising her. It seems Estella is quite a tidy and organized little girl. Estella blushed at the compliment. Sometimes, Mrs. Martha comes to check. You are doing splendidly, Estella. Mrs. L continued to shower praises. Her gaze casually swept around the room, and Estella noticed her eyes linger momentarily on her pot of strawberries. At that moment, the little plants basked in the sunlight behind the flower pot, hidden from view. Yet, how could Mrs. L have seen them when only she and Riddle were aware of their existence? But it was only a fleeting instant. Mrs. L quickly averted her gaze. It must have been a coincidence, Estella sighed in relief. Mrs. L's attention returned to Estella, her face adorned with a gentle smile, her demeanor relaxed and kind. Our previous conversation was interrupted due to unforeseen circumstances. I wish to ask you again, would you like to live with us? We would be thrilled to welcome you, Estella. Out of the corner of her eye, Estella sensed Mr. L observing from outside. Looking into Mrs. L's gentle eyes, she opened her mouth. Finally, they had arrived at this juncture. Although she felt a twinge of reluctance towards Riddle, the opportunity for a life of comfort lay before her, and of course, she was eager to embrace it. A blissful and serene life beckoned her. However, before she could voice her thoughts, another voice interrupted. Wait a moment. It was Mrs. Cole, entering with purpose, her tone grave and unmistakably unwelcoming. Estella turned to the source of the voice. Mrs. Cole, is there something amiss? Mr. L, standing at the door, met Mrs. Cole's cold gaze, his brow furrowing slightly in confusion at the sudden turn of events. I believe there is a problem with this matter, Mrs. Cole stated, holding a stack of documents, her lips turned downwards. You do not meet the qualifications for adoption. There are even suspicions of ulterior motives. She approached Estella, pulling her behind her. Do not be afraid, child, she whispered softly, bending down to Estella. Chapter 31. What are you feeling guilty about, Riddle? Estella was still trying to grasp the situation, peeking from behind Mrs. Cole to catch a glimpse of the L couple's troubled expressions. Mrs. Cole spoke sternly. You are suspected of child trafficking, and the charges have yet to be cleared. The review of your documents has not passed, and I now harbor doubts about the assets you have presented. Thus, I must ask you to leave. Mr. and Mrs. L exchanged silent glances, their expressions unreadable. Mr. L was the first to speak, still maintaining his gentlemanly stance at the door, his voice calm. Perhaps there is a misunderstanding? Perhaps there is. Mrs. Cole's expression remained stern. But until this matter is clarified, I absolutely cannot agree to let you adopt Estella. She paused, adding, even after it is cleared, I still will not consent. Mr. L's expression tensed for a moment, and he pursed his lips while maintaining his courteous smile. If we had ulterior motives, we would not have donated a batch of clothes to the Wall Orphanage. You must understand, we had no obligation to do so. Mrs. Cole's demeanor faltered slightly, as if she realized her logic was flawed. However, she quickly regained her seriousness, her tone unyielding. I do not need to understand your reasoning for your past actions. Estella observed Mrs. L's expression shift to one of impatience as her hand subtly slipped into her pocket. Mrs. L glanced at Mr. L, who slightly shook his head, prompting Mrs. L to withdraw her hand from her pocket. Estella remained oblivious to their interaction, but felt an unsettling tension in the air. Something felt amiss. Whether it was Mrs. Cole's abrupt change in stance or Mrs. L's odd demeanor. Might I see what the documents say? Mr. L's demeanor was still cordial, as if Mrs. Cole's cold demeanor did not faze him in the slightest. That may not be possible, Mrs. Cole rebuffed, showing no signs of softening due to Mr. L's attitude. After placing Estella back in her position, she walked to the door and nodded at the couple. Mr. L, Mrs. L, allow me to escort you out. Estella keenly noticed Mrs. L's hand once again slipping into her pocket, moving restlessly. A low hum echoed in the air. Estella glanced over, seemingly toward Mr. L. For a fleeting moment, Mr. L's expression stiffened, and he hastily pulled his wife, who could hardly maintain her composure, aside, conceding, let us visit again next time. Mrs. Cole remained silent, insisting on escorting the two individuals away. Before departing, she turned to Estella and said, you should head to class now, Estella. Only after the voices of the three had completely faded did Estella slowly rise from her bed and make her way toward the classroom. It felt peculiar. The entire situation was undeniably strange. Never mind, she decided not to dwell on it. Judging by Mrs. Cole's demeanor, it seemed unlikely that the L couple would adopt her. She had heard that Mrs. Cole once had a child who was taken away and had never been found since. This, perhaps, was the reason for Mrs. Cole's fervent dedication to the orphanage. It was no wonder she reacted so strongly. Yet, oddly enough, not being adopted left Estella with a sense of relief she could not quite explain. As she walked toward the classroom, her fingertips grazed the wall, leaving a smudge of gray on her hand after traversing an entire corridor. This was the scene that Riddle observed. The gentle evening sunlight bathed the girl's face. Her head slightly bowed, casting shadows from her thick lashes onto her eyelids. He could not discern Estella's expression clearly, yet he felt an inexplicable aura of desolation surrounding her. Riddle's heart tightened. She must be disappointed, he thought, so longing for a family, only to find the other party was merely a charlatan. However, he had no regrets about his actions, for Estella had stayed. When he arrived, he had seen Mrs. Cole hastily ushering the L couple away. Only those wronged by them could truly grasp the depth of their injustice. Whether the L couple were deceivers was ambiguous, but the accusation of child trafficking was baseless. He had inserted a forged document into the file and subtly guided Mrs. Cole's thoughts. Mrs. Cole genuinely cared for Estella, and having heard whispers of her past, Riddle had expended little effort before she promptly approached them. He saw no issue in exploiting others' histories, as long as the end justified the means. This matter would not affect any of them. The records would remain within the orphanage, and once the situation had dissipated, he would retrieve the documents to avoid leaving traces. After a moment of contemplation, Riddle slowly approached Estella, feigning ignorance. His voice carried a tone of inquiry. "What are you doing here, Estella?" Hearing the sound, Estella lifted her head and met Riddle's gaze, filled with concern. She pouted slightly, leaning against Riddle's arm, and slowly said, "The L couple said they wanted to adopt me. But Mrs. Cole suddenly barged in and informed me that they are under suspicion of child trafficking, which remains unproven. How could this be?" Riddle's voice resonated with just the right amount of disbelief as he supported Estella's frame, scrutinizing her arms and asking, "Are you all right?" Estella tilted her head, gazing directly into Riddle's concerned black eyes. For reasons unknown, she felt as though Riddle's reaction was somewhat textbook. Had he always displayed such gestures? Riddle, meeting Estella's unwavering gaze, felt an unusual tightness in his throat due to nervousness. Yet, he did not flinch away. Silence enveloped them as they stood in the sun-drenched corridor, locked in a prolonged stare. The atmosphere gradually thickened. "Riddle, what are you feeling guilty about?" Estella's voice was barely above a whisper. She lifted her chin, leisurely hooking her finger under Riddle's chin, drawing his face closer to hers, and inquired, word by word, "Why did you look into my eyes for so long?" "I did not," Riddle responded, offering no resistance as he lowered his head in compliance with Estella's gentle pull, nearly feeling her sweet breath against his face. "Then why did you maintain eye contact for so long?" Estella tilted her head, still holding his gaze. Riddle fell silent for a moment, and the tension between them escalated, as if an invisible force was pulling them into an inescapable vortex. Suddenly, Riddle smiled, the corners of his mouth lifting gently, his eyes sparkling with mirth. The vortex dissipated with a gentle breeze, leaving behind the faintest ripple. Riddle's smile momentarily startled Estella. "Because I suddenly realized you were quite beautiful." His voice held a light laughter, akin to a hook gently scratching at the listener's heart. Estella, suspecting that Riddle might be employing his charm to divert her attention, found herself lacking evidence to support her doubts. She ruthlessly withdrew her fingers from Riddle's chin and turned, resting her head against his arm. Indifferently, she replied, "Oh, Riddle indeed. Seemed somewhat off." Though she was uncertain of his exact role in the unfolding events, she decided to let it be. She did not wish to ponder over what Riddle had done. After all, her own mind was hardly in a healthier state than his. Having spent so much time together, she knew Riddle, though not the most upright individual, would not engage in anything excessively outrageous. When Mrs. Cole burst through the door to express her disapproval, Estella felt a wave of relief wash over her. She realized that she did not genuinely desire to be adopted. This current state was quite satisfactory, she thought. The two resumed their earlier conversation, and Riddle, with a relaxed demeanor, saw Estella safely back to her classroom before returning himself. However, matters did not unfold as smoothly as Riddle and Estella had envisioned. Instead, they took a turn toward the uncontrollable. Chapter 32. I'll give you 2 days. It was only when Estella averted her gaze, turning back to rest her head on Riddle's arm, and continued to walk leisurely, that Riddle quietly exhaled a sigh of relief within himself. He had not anticipated Estella to be so perceptive. Fortunately, she did not press further. Meanwhile, the L couple was not in the dire straits Riddle had imagined. To put it another way, the reasons for their distress were not as he had supposed. "Why are you pulling me?" Polly, displeased, yanked Alaric's hand away forcefully, glaring at him. "That muggle spoke of us in such a manner. If it weren't for the Master's instructions to avoid rash actions, what would you do?" Alaric asked, unperturbed as he attempted to pull Polly back, only to be rejected again. He looked at her helplessly. "You previously claimed to disdain bullying muggles." Polly's gentle face bore a dissonant liveliness that seemed to clash with her muscular features, creating an unsettling dichotomy. "She insulted me," she retorted, glaring at Alaric. "All right. It's highly likely that someone is meddling," Alaric said, raising his hand to check the time. "Our people have procured documents from the Ministry of Magic. We must act swiftly to assist, lest we be thwarted." Polly's words caught in her throat as she rummaged through her pocket for the elixir, swiftly darting towards the shadows of the adjacent building. "Why didn't you speak up sooner?" Alaric followed her, a charming smile on his face. "Aren't you still upset?" Upon reaching the corner, Alaric wrapped his arms around Polly's waist and spun her around, and in an instant, the two vanished from sight. Only the wind, swirling the leaves that had been trodden upon, bore witness to their presence. Once all matters were resolved, Alaric and Polly returned to their room to report to their superior. Polly sat on the opposite side of the sofa, idly flipping through a magazine, while her gaze occasionally drifted to Alaric, who sat rigidly beside her. Had Estella been present, she would have recognized the cadence of the gentleman's speech as identical to that of the man she encountered outside the market square. Due to the ease with which the ministry could monitor cross-border fireplaces, they had brought a two-way mirror for international communication. "You've done well," came the measured tone from the other side of the mirror, laced with an inexplicable yet potent authority that incited no desire for rebellion, only a yearning to offer everything they possessed. The gentleman continued, inquiring about the orphanage and when they might return. Alaric, sitting upright on the sofa, replied with unwavering calmness. "We encountered a minor inconvenience, but we shall return shortly." Unbeknownst to him, his words piqued the interest of the man on the other side. "A minor inconvenience?" The gentleman echoed, his tone nonchalantly rising at the end. "Indeed," Alaric pondered momentarily before articulating, "a boy has been causing trouble. He is likely a wizard and may very well be a descendant of Slytherin." A soft chuckle emanated from the mirror, intensifying the seriousness of Alaric's expression. The voice from across the mirror, steady and unhurried, delivered a pointed remark. "Two saints cannot even handle a child? Are you questioning my capability or my intellect?" Alaric wiped non-existent sweat from his brow and cautiously responded, "Sir, you previously instructed us to maintain a low profile in Britain and to avoid causing disturbances. Therefore, we have refrained from using magic in front of those muggles. Additionally, you mentioned that this matter was not urgent." A cold laugh reverberated from the mirror. "Devoid of any emotion. You merely wish to vacation in England, believing I am too preoccupied to attend to you?" Polly, observing Alaric's speechlessness, nestled closer to him, her gaze locking onto the heterochromatic eyes staring back from the mirror, eyes belonging to Grindelwald, signifying the prophecy. Polly, whose eyes typically held a slight upward tilt, feigned innocence, making her gaze appear rounder, her voice laced with an alluring charm. "Sir, you have wronged us. We have been diligently attending to the tasks you assigned." Grindelwald's voice remained devoid of emotion. "Polly, since you are here, why don't you recount the various tourist attractions you have visited this past month?" Polly promptly distanced herself from the mirror, casting Alaric a look of resignation. Alaric struggled to suppress a smile, clearing his throat as he addressed the mirror with utmost seriousness. "Sir, we will return as swiftly as possible." "Huh, I shall grant you 2 days," Grindelwald replied with a dispassionate snort. Before Alaric could respond, the mirror abruptly darkened. Having resolved a significant concern, Riddle felt as though the weather had brightened considerably. Seizing the opportunity during class, he stealthily ventured out to inspect the current state of the floral channels, returning with a selection of Estella's favorite foods. Chew, 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 this is simply chew, chew. Chew, delightful," Estella exclaimed, nearly burying her entire face in a hamburger, savoring its flavors. Given that it was her first outing with Riddle to indulge in hamburgers, she had come to believe that hamburgers were unequivocally the most delicious food in existence. Riddle chuckled softly, though he couldn't entirely conceal the amusement in his eyes. The warm sunlight bathed the youth's previously pallid complexion in a gentle glow as he watched the girl eat with the fervor of a little hamster, creating a delightful scene under the winter sun, save for the incessant chatter nearby. "Boss, you're incredible. It's been ages since we've had any real meat." Jack and Billy, each clutching a hamburger, perched on a single chair, gazing at Riddle with admiration. Riddle's smile faded, his expression turning neutral as he met their starry-eyed stares. "What are you two doing loitering around my room? Can't you eat in your own?" Riddle asked, a hint of annoyance creeping into his tone. "Boss, this is your room, and it's not like anyone will catch us here," Billy replied, his cheeks stuffed with food, rendering his words somewhat garbled. Riddle frowned slightly, casting a glance at the crumbs on Billy's lip before redirecting his gaze, noting that the dormitory was currently unoccupied. Indeed, they had skipped class. Estella finally extracted her head from the hamburger, watching their playful bickering with interest. She suddenly understood why Jack and Billy often crowded around during her arguments with Riddle. "Estella's here too. Why don't you include her, boss?" Billy muttered under his breath. "She's just here for the spectacle. Why should the blame fall upon her?" Estella retorted, indignantly. Riddle shot a sidelong glance at Billy, but remained silent. Billy, seemingly realizing the source of the issue, glanced from Estella, who was leisurely swinging her short legs at the bedside, to Jack, who was squeezed beside him on the chair, and looked at Riddle with a pout. "Boss, why do Jack and I have to cram onto one chair while Estella gets to sit on the bed?" The forlorn expression on his face captivated Estella, nearly causing the tomato in her hamburger to slip from her grasp. Riddle kept a watchful eye on the unfolding scene. He had been poised to toss Billy out, but, catching sight of the precarious tomato in Estella's hold, quickly reached out to steady it. "Be careful," he admonished gently, his tone far softer than it had been with Billy. Billy clutched his chest, feigning injury as he gazed at Riddle with an expression of profound sorrow, as though bearing the unbearable weight of existence. Estella, aware of her slight wrongdoing, gripped her hamburger more securely, murmuring an acknowledgement. Riddle chuckled lightly as he released his grip, then turned his attention back to the still stunned and pained Billy, the hint of a smile vanishing from his face. His tone was devoid of emotion. "Do not force my hand." Just moments ago, Billy, who wore an expression of utter despair, abruptly lowered his head and nonchalantly continued devouring the hamburger in his grasp. Jack, standing nearby, pledged his loyalty, though I uttered not a single word. Riddle, with an inscrutable expression, added, "You too." Jack. Estella finally swallowed the hamburger that had been lodged in her mouth. With Riddle having subdued the troublesome Billy, there was little room left for her to exert her influence. Thus, she cleared her throat, made a peculiar face, and mockingly declared, "Your boss is going to give you a beating." Billy and Jack. Riddle cast his gaze down at the vengeful Estella, unable to suppress a soft chuckle. After Jack and Billy departed, Estella was about to take Lucy's portion to her when Riddle grasped her wrist. Estella turned in confusion. Riddle's demeanor had transformed completely. His face was pale, as if he had been merely holding himself together moments ago. His dark eyes fixed intently on Estella, the corners slightly drooping. He remarked, "Estella, I've been overexerting myself with the flower propagation lately. I'm quite fatigued." Estella recalled his entire flower shop and felt a twinge of guilt for not assisting Riddle since mastering the art of propagation herself. The lingering aroma of the hamburger she had just consumed still clung to her hands. Due to the numerous events that had transpired recently, the two had not resumed their endless contest, leading to several days where Riddle and Estella had not appeared together in the backyard, save for those days when Riddle instructed Estella in plant propagation. Observing the expression on Estella's face, Riddle discerned that her conscience was beginning to weigh heavily upon her, prompting him to press on. With his brows slightly furrowed, casting a shadow with his lashes, he stated, "I don't truly require your assistance. Merely having the little grass accompany me could significantly improve my spirits." Indeed, he did not need any help. He was not particularly fatigued, and his focus was shifting towards refinement. Estella's brow knit in concern, her voice tinged with empathy. "Tom, I shouldn't allow you to toil alone." Riddle pressed his lips together, his tone remaining calm, yet curiously subdued. "It's all right, Estella." 10 minutes later, in a secluded corner of the backyard, Riddle stared indifferently at the rosebush before him, which had begun to root and sprout on its own, his hand hovering above it. Perched on Riddle's shoulder was the equally indifferent little grass. The strawberry's face revealed a sullen expression, its tiny, dark eyes void of emotion as they gazed at the slowly unfurling rose, hands planted firmly on its waist, or rather, its belly. "What is troubling you?" Riddle caught a glimpse of the little grass's discontent, turning his expressionless face towards it. "It seems you are not faring well. Estella said to give you to me, and I shall do just that." The little grass glared at Riddle, asserting that it was Estella's favorite. It even leaped up as if to kick Riddle in the face, only to be caught by Riddle, who held it upside down by one leg. Riddle, with an unperturbed expression, smirked slightly. "You'd best behave." Estella always treated it gently. He knew well that this little creature could fall from 10 stories without a scratch. After struggling in Riddle's grasp for a moment, the little grass met Riddle's gaze and fell silent. Riddle toyed with the little grass for a moment before tucking it back into his pocket. The little grass poked its head out of the pocket's edge after a while, but dared not speak further. The two, one human and one strawberry, silently watched the rose bloom. The little grass occasionally endured Riddle's jibes, but it remained mute, secretly plotting how to perform convincingly when Estella arrived. Unbeknownst to Estella, who lay peacefully in her warm bed, feeling utterly healed, Riddle and the little grass were engaged in their lively antics downstairs. Nothing could compare to the bliss of enjoying an entire hamburger followed by a delightful afternoon nap. Upon seeing Riddle's weak demeanor earlier, she had known he was feigning. With Riddle's robust spirit, it was impossible for him to face any issues from propagating a mere handful of seeds without rest. After all, she had argued with Riddle for so long. How could she not be aware? Initially, she contemplated offering her assistance out of humanitarian concern. However, since Riddle had the little grass for company, lending it to him for the afternoon would suffice. After all, the little grass would not cuddle with her during sleep. Estella joyfully rolled over in her warm blanket. Thinking of Riddle laboring below, she rose to wash a few strawberries he had gifted her, setting them aside. Although the wool came from the sheep, she resolved to be a kind-hearted person. Moved by her conscience, she rolled back into her blanket, cocooning herself entirely before closing her eyes and drifting sweetly into slumber. Shortly after Estella fell asleep, all the children in the room simultaneously entered dreamland. Even one child, who had been rummaging for something, sat on a chair swaying back and forth, sound asleep. Suddenly, 2 figures appeared out of thin air. All were asleep. Excellent. Let us carry them away. This blanket is wrapped so tightly, it's difficult to remove. Couldn't we take them both at once? Polly, you're quite clever. A soft conversation echoed in the room, yet the children showed no signs of awakening. In the blink of an eye, the two figures vanished with the cocooned Estella. Meanwhile, Riddle, oblivious to it all, diligently continued propagating plants in the backyard. Now it was the Rose's turn. Soon, I shall ensure Estella is impressed. Riddle muttered expressionlessly, completely unaware that he had been robbed. Chapter 34. I, your future father. Estella dreamed a vivid dream. She found herself ensnared by a gigantic spider. The web bound her tightly, rendering her immobile as she watched the imposing spider advance toward her. Estella struggled desperately, but could not escape. She glared fiercely at the spider, her voice trembling. You should go after Riddle. He is the one who devoured your offspring, not me. I only consume hamburgers. Let us make a deal. Perhaps next time, Riddle can assist you in bringing one as well. Yet the spider continued its relentless approach, its dark mandibles sending shivers down Estella's spine. Just as she began to recall the shrinking spell she and Riddle had studied, silently reciting it to diminish the spider, Riddle appeared suddenly, brandishing a comically large machete. He descended upon the spider's head like a divine figure. In Estella's astonished gaze, Riddle severed the web surrounding her, hoisted her onto his shoulder, and fled. As Estella dangled from Riddle's shoulder, she noticed the once massive spider shrinking behind them, prompting her to pat Riddle's shoulder. It's all right now, let me down. However, little did she anticipate that Riddle's arm remained firmly wrapped around her leg. Riddle sprinted forward, acutely aware of Estella's strength. He turned his head, a sinister smile curling at the corners of his mouth, his dark eyes fixated upon her. His voice was a whisper, akin to a chilling serpent slithering past her ear. You devoured my hamburger, and now I shall consume you. Estella met Riddle's inky gaze, her fear causing her to struggle like a shrimp caught in a net. It is worth noting that when Riddle had rescued her moments ago, the cobwebs were still tightly ensnaring her. Ah, help! Help! Just as Estella was desperately writhing, she suddenly spotted a tantalizing chicken leg nestled in the nearby grass. An unexpected surge of vigor coursed through her. It felt as if the spider's web had transformed into mere threads that could be easily snapped, and Riddle's arm loosened its grip effortlessly. In an instant, Estella leaped off Riddle's shoulder, racing towards the chicken leg, declaring, I will vanquish you with this chicken leg. The wicked grin that had adorned Riddle's face moments before was now replaced with sheer terror as he gazed at Estella. Estella, you have evolved from the hamburger technique to the chicken leg technique. With a large cleaver perched atop his head, he looked at her with a mix of fear and desperation, pleading, spare my life, Estella. Estella erupted into laughter. Oh ho, oh ho, oh ho, ha ha ha. Today, you are fortunate. I shall spare you. But should there be a next time, I will ensure your utter annihilation. As Riddle's expression oscillated between fear and submission, Estella laughed once more. Oh ho, oh ho, oh ho, ha ha ha. Meanwhile, in Numungade, within a dimly lit chamber, flickering candlelight danced around intricate carvings, adding an air of mystery to the room. A tall man stood by the bedside, his chiseled profile resembling a sculpture, appearing even more profound under the candle's glow. Behind him, a man and a woman stood with bowed heads, silence enveloping the space. All eyes were fixed on the frail girl lying on the bed, who appeared to be no older than 7 or 8. Are you certain you did not administer any peculiar potions to her? The man's voice was exquisite, his unique tone compelling one to listen intently. No, we took her out while she was asleep, the man behind him replied, his head still bowed. After a brief silence, the man spoke again, devoid of emotion. Are you certain she did not hit her head during the journey? Alaric recalled the moment Estella had suddenly jolted, uncertain if she had sustained any injury, yet he had heard no sound throughout. There should be no issue, he responded. The trio fell silent. In the vast room, only the sound of a youthful voice could be heard, exuberantly exclaiming, oh ho, oh ho, oh ho, ha ha ha. The resounding laughter of the villain echoed in the chamber, rendering both the Dark Lord and his 2 acolytes momentarily speechless. Sir, Estella does not typically behave this way, Alaric pondered briefly before stating, it should be. After a moment of contemplation, the leading man waved his hand. You 2 may leave for now. Understood, sir. The bedroom returned to silence, punctuated only by intermittent laughter. Estella awoke, drawn by the alluring scent of a chicken leg. Following the aroma, she turned in her sleep, and upon opening her eyes, she was met with the sight of a succulent chicken leg, glistening with juices. Wow, Estella gasped, unable to contain her admiration. What a perfectly standard chicken leg. Just like the one I saw on the advertisement in the shop window. She couldn't help but lick her lips. Did Riddle bring this? Did he not say he would never casually enter a girl's room? She wondered. Or perhaps it was brought by that clumsy fool. That would be rather inappropriate. My appetite has waned significantly. While Estella was lost in thought, a burst of laughter interrupted her reverie. She followed the sound and met the gaze of an exceedingly handsome, yet wickedly charming man, leaning casually against an intricately carved wooden chair. His legs stretched out in front of him, his mismatched eyes fixed upon her with a cold yet intrigued expression. One eye burned like a blue flame, while the other was shrouded in a misty white, enhancing his devilish allure. Estella felt a prickling chill run down her spine, her instincts heightened as she regarded him warily. His demeanor, his hairstyle, exuded an air of mischief. Yet, the man paid her cautious expression no heed, effortlessly smirking as if they were merely exchanging pleasantries. Awake? How did you sleep? Estella sat up, her gaze firmly locked onto him, her tone deceptively casual. Not bad. Huh. The man chuckled lightly. Do not be so tense, Estella. He leaned slightly forward, extending his hand toward her, introducing himself. Allow me to introduce myself. I am Gellert Grindelwald. You are my future. Grindelwald raised an eyebrow slightly, speaking with deliberate slowness. Father. Estella blinked slowly, her eyes widening. How rude of him to demand she call him father upon their first meeting. She would never acquiesce to such a thing. Estella lowered her gaze to the hand Grindelwald had extended, tentatively placing her own within his palm, offering a cordial response to his self-introduction. Hello, father, I am Estella Dumbledore. Nothing more. She had merely awoken with a desire to acknowledge a father figure, with no intention of submitting. Grindelwald laughed once more, his malevolent aura intensifying. While Estella slumbered, he had sensed an intriguing quality within her, and upon her awakening, she proved to be even more fascinating. Estella found herself perplexed by his amusement. Every word she uttered elicited his laughter. Perhaps he should simply declare her his comedic daughter. Grindelwald remained unaware of her thoughts, gazing at the girl before him, her lake blue eyes filled with curiosity, unable to suppress a smile. He withdrew his hand, glancing at the meal resting on the bedside table, and with a paternal smile directed at Estella, remarked, You must be hungry. Please, eat. Indeed, Estella was hungry. Had it not been for the commanding presence of this man in the room and her uncertainty about the chicken leg's edibility, she would have devoured it long ago. Observing the night sky, now completely dark, she surmised it must be evening. Estella had no suspicion that Grindelwald would poison her. He had no reason to do so. If he had wished her harm, he could have done so during their journey. With a demure demeanor, her bright blue eyes sparkling, she thanked him. Thank you, father. Grindelwald raised an eyebrow, slightly intrigued by Estella's remarkable adaptability. He rose from the chair with a buoyant spirit, acutely aware that Estella might find it difficult to let go in this moment. I'll come back to see you shortly, he said with utmost consideration. Estella, ever so obedient, nodded in agreement. However, the instant Grindelwald turned his back, she swiftly descended from the bed and seated herself in a nearby small chair, skewering a chicken leg with her fork and delivering it to her mouth. To her surprise, Grindelwald suddenly turned around, with her mouth stuffed full of chicken leg. Estella gazed at him with wide eyes. Grindelwald then smirked, casually uttering a few words, the prowess of the chicken leg. Estella, taken aback, never anticipated she would be caught in such a moment. It was undeniably a tad embarrassing. Grindelwald seemed to have merely spoken in jest, for he turned and exited the room, the door clicking shut behind him. Estella continued her valiant struggle against the heaping plate of chicken legs and vegetables, her eyes slightly squinting in satisfaction. Meanwhile, Riddle remained oblivious to Estella's contentment, resembling a tempest poised to erupt, his very presence casting a shadow over the vicinity. Upon his return, he discovered Estella was nowhere to be found, and curiously, no one else seemed to find this peculiar. Initially, Riddle suspected Estella had employed a spell of invisibility, yet when mealtime arrived, and she still did not appear, he sensed something was amiss. Has Estella been adopted? He uttered each word with a heavy tone, his dark eyes fixated intently on Jack. Who told you this? Jack, noting Riddle's ominously somber demeanor, stammered slightly as he spoke. I overheard a conversation between Mrs. Cole and Mrs. Martha. Mrs. Cole mentioned that Estella was adopted today by the elves, claiming they are a kind couple with a good living situation, and that Estella would fare well with them. Before Jack could finish, Riddle dashed upstairs, moving faster than he ever had in his life, reaching Mrs. Cole's office in mere strides. Just as he was about to open the door, it swung open unexpectedly. Riddle? Mrs. Cole regarded him with a hint of curiosity. What brings you here? Riddle strained to maintain his composure, forcing a stiff smile. I wish to inquire about Estella's whereabouts. Madam. Oh, Estella, Mrs. Cole replied, her face breaking into a smile, the stern lines of her visage softening. She has been adopted by the elves. A very kind couple indeed. She glanced down at Riddle, as if recalling something. However, Estella left in quite a hurry and did not have the chance to bid farewell to her friends. The elves mentioned they were in a rush to collect their son from school for a family reunion. Riddle was taken aback by the unusual outpouring of words from Mrs. Cole, who typically communicated in terse commands before departing. I recall Estella mentioning that the Cole couple might be involved in child trafficking, Riddle inquired, striving to maintain an air of calm, feigning confusion. Upon hearing the term child trafficking, Mrs. Cole's brow furrowed momentarily but quickly relaxed. That's nonsense, Riddle. Surely. You must be mistaken. Riddle's fingertips nearly dug into his palm. He refused to accept the elves' nonsensical claims, convinced they had manipulated Mrs. Cole's memory. He believed that no matter how urgent the circumstances, Estella would have informed him of her departure. She would, wouldn't she? Riddle found himself gripped by uncertainty. Yet, he was certain that something was amiss. Without waiting for Mrs. Cole to finish her sentence, he hurriedly made his way to Estella's room. Behind him, he could still hear Mrs. Cole's voice. She did not reprimand Riddle for his rudeness. She recognized the bond between Estella and Riddle, understanding that he would inevitably miss his friend. Estella's belongings had been removed, but they had left behind an address where he could write to her, Riddle thought. What address? He mused, convinced it must all be a fabrication. He should have recognized the couple's abnormality long ago. Perhaps they possessed those damned magical abilities as well. This was the first time Riddle realized that, aside from himself and Estella, there might be others with such powers. This revelation suggested he might step into a genuinely new world, gaining even greater power. Yet, he felt no joy in this realization. As Riddle's hand rested upon the doorknob of Estella's room, it trembled slightly. His other hand clenched tightly at his side before he abruptly flung the door open. The empty bed assaulted his eyes with a painful starkness. Chapter 36. Who are your true family? Estella's bed was left with nothing but a bare wooden frame and a hard, uniform mattress. The sheets and blankets had been removed, likely taken by Mrs. Martha to be given to the next child who would occupy the space. The table by her bedside was also devoid of items. Her water cup, notebooks, and books had all vanished. The sole remnant was the pot of strawberries he had gifted to Estella. The strawberries had presumably found their way into Estella's belly. Or perhaps, his gaze inadvertently fell to the floor, where he noticed a splash of red. He crouched down, discovering several strawberries lying quietly, dusted with remnants of dried soil, evidently having rolled around after being washed. Riddle's hand quivered. The little sprout that had long been hidden in his pocket seemed to sense a familiar presence, poking its head out. It paid no heed to the missing items on the bed, only noticing that it had returned home. Elated, it scuttled out with sprightly limbs. Riddle felt the stirrings in his pocket and gently lifted the sprout. In the astonished gaze of the little plant, he spoke softly, "You no longer have a mother." His tone was devoid of emotion, yet anyone with keen perception could detect the undercurrents of suppressed turmoil. The little sprout, not particularly astute, disregarded Riddle's anguish and leapt from his hand to the ground, scampering toward the strawberry pot. Riddle furrowed his brow, observing the empty strawberry plant, his expression tightening. If Estella had left in a conscious state, she would have certainly taken the pot of strawberries with her. It was highly likely that Mrs. Martha, while tidying up, had overlooked this pot, enchanted with a spell of invisibility, thus allowing it to remain. This implied she had likely been taken away while unconscious. The mere thought of this possibility deepened Riddle's frown, as he felt his heart knotting in turmoil. He paid no mind to the languid little sprout lounging in the flower pot, and turned to stride toward the door. He needed to find Estella. "Buenos," Riddle hissed, his voice echoing through the air. As he called out, Buenos emerged from a corner. "Hiss! Seek out Estella, and summon your fellow companions. You must locate her before nightfall." Meanwhile, in Austria, Numgard, Estella had just set down her cutlery when a resounding crash echoed in her ears. Bang! A disproportionately large head with a diminutive body materialized out of thin air before her, its elongated ears and oversized eyes slightly bulging, leaving Estella suspecting she could almost see the entirety of the eyeball. "Miss Dumbledore, Winnie has come to collect your plate. May I offer you any further assistance?" Her voice was piercing, causing Estella's ears to throb. Striving to quell her racing heart, startled by the sudden appearance, she was about to respond when another voice interjected. It was Grindelwald, returning. "There's nothing to worry about. You may leave now, Wendy," he said with a calm demeanor. Wendy, her voice shrill, replied, "Yes, sir." Another loud bang resonated as Wendy vanished with the empty plate. Estella lifted her gaze to the now reappeared Grindelwald, presenting a compliant smile. She was acutely aware that he had ulterior motives. Otherwise, why would he have gone to such lengths to bring her here? It was improbable that he was simply overflowing with paternal affection and wished to adopt a child. He seemed more akin to a figure who would abduct a child, much like a mother scaring her disobedient offspring, threatening to let Grindelwald take them away if they continued to cry. Estella Dumbledore, Grindelwald pronounced her name slowly, and Estella sensed an unusual significance attached to her surname as he uttered it. Choosing silence, she feigned ignorance, attentively listening to his forthcoming words. With a faint smile curving his lips, Grindelwald settled leisurely into the chair beside the bed. Alaric and Polly, the couple from the orphanage you visited, spoke highly of your intelligence and good nature. Estella, resembling a bashful girl receiving compliments, replied, "Thank you for your kind words." Grindelwald chuckled softly, continuing, "Do you recall the man who inquired about your name in the square before Christmas?" Estella furrowed her brow momentarily, connecting his words to the familiar tone and cadence of his speech. After all, she had never encountered such English before. "You remember," Grindelwald observed, his gaze fixed on her expression, noting the slight softening of her features as she recalled the encounter. "To be honest, I felt quite regretful." His expression conveyed a genuine regret, and despite his typically arrogant demeanor, his sorrowful countenance elicited no skepticism regarding his sincerity. Estella, being intelligent and beautiful, and a formidable little witch, deserved to grow up carefree in a nurturing wizarding family. A flicker of concern crossed Estella's brow. Little witch? How did he know? Alaric must have mentioned it upon his return. Grindelwald reclined in his chair, a look of delight dancing in his eyes. "You are a remarkably gifted young witch, capable of performing astonishing spells without any wizarding tutelage." Estella recalled the elf couple, Polly and Alaric, who had inadvertently cast their gaze upon her pot of strawberries. Coming back to her senses, she beamed with excitement. "So, I am a little witch. I thought it was merely my good fortune." Of course, Estella's luck was not to be underestimated, as indicated by the gleam in Grindelwald's eyes. However, his expression soon grew solemn, causing Estella's heart to constrict in response. It must be said that Grindelwald's manner of speaking was remarkably persuasive, compelling one to unwittingly trust him, as if he understood the deepest facets of their being. Thus, one would find themselves led by his thoughts, following his every lead. Grindelwald's tone turned cautious, as if probing a sensitive subject. "Have you ever pondered who your true family is?" Chapter 37, The Yearning for Kinship. "Have you ever considered who your true family is?" Grindelwald spoke softly, as if afraid to tread upon Estella's sorrows. His gaze remained fixated on her, capturing every fleeting expression. Upon hearing his words, Estella felt a subtle pang of emotion. Indeed. How could one not wish to know? And then what? Was Grindelwald about to reveal that she was the granddaughter of a millionaire? That would indeed be rather thrilling. Noticing the fleeting distraction in Estella's eyes, Grindelwald felt a stir within him. After all, she was still a child yearning for familial bonds. Thus, the next steps would follow naturally. With a contemplative frown, he continued, "In truth, the moment I laid eyes on you, I recognized you." Estella abruptly lifted her head. Could it be that she truly was the granddaughter of a wealthy magnate? Grindelwald, interpreting her expression as one of a child longing for affection, hesitated, torn between the desire to shield her from pain and the urge to reveal the truth. "They have been doing well. I never anticipated they would abandon their child." Abruptly halting his words, he refrained from letting his next statement hurt Estella, quickly donning a benevolent smile. "But fret not. I shall take good care of you from now on, Estella. I am also quite pleased that you wish for me to be your father." Estella discerned that Grindelwald was likely employing some form of manipulation, his acting and rhetoric far superior to that of Riddle. However, she understood the necessity of appearing touched, for she was well aware that this man before her was not someone she could contend with. Moreover, his words were far from finished. With her cerulean eyes glistening with unshed tears, Estella pursed her lips. "I am truly moved. When you grow old and can no longer move, your mind clouded and drooling, with your eyes turned white, I shall take care of you dutifully, father." The word father resonated with a striking clarity, jolting Grindelwald from his momentary distraction. Pondering Estella's words, he endeavored to maintain his smile, his voice strained as if squeezed from between clenched teeth. "That day will never come, but thank you for your devotion, Estella." As Estella attempted to speak further, Grindelwald interrupted her. "Enough, child," he said, gently pressing down on her head. Realizing he could not treat a little girl so roughly, he tenderly stroked her hair instead. "Rest well." With a soft click, the door closed, and silence enveloped the room once more. Estella descended from the bed, meticulously surveying the entirety of her surroundings. The wooden furniture exuded a peculiar fragrance, with intricate carvings adorning the cabinets and the headboard, signifying its exquisite craftsmanship. Estella had never encountered another household. Her existence had been confined to the drab orphanage, rendering everything she beheld remarkably novel. The myriad of objects around her seemed to possess an ethereal quality. "Oh, what a lovely little girl," exclaimed a flamboyant voice as Estella passed by a full-length mirror. She lingered before the mirror until its extravagant compliments dwindled to silence, before turning away. "Your vocabulary is rather lacking, dear mirror," Estella remarked with a sage tap on its edge. "You ought to indulge in more reading." The mirror remained mute for the rest of the evening, cloaked in a shroud of reticence. As Estella drew back the curtains to gaze outside, She reflected on the limited places she had visited, only a few outings with Riddle, as she was not particularly inclined to disrupt the orphanage's rules. Moreover, she was naturally a girl who cherished stillness. Thus, as she peered out at the scenery, she found herself utterly unable to ascertain her whereabouts. With her chin resting on her hand, she stared blankly into the distance, her thoughts wandering. Grindelwald's intentions remained unspoken, and while she could not fathom them, she sensed a connection to family, perhaps those related by blood. Perhaps in a matter of days, the truth would unfurl before her. Would she truly acknowledge him as her father? Upon reflection, it seemed a pleasant prospect, for it would grant her the semblance of a normal family that every child yearns for, despite the dubious character of this newfound relative. Yet, she was, after all, brought here against her will. Nonetheless, she could distinctly sense that Grindelwald bore her no malice. On the contrary, he exhibited a marked kindness towards her. Slowly, Estella made her way back to bed, enveloping herself in the warmth of the soft blankets. She wondered what Riddle was doing and whether he had realized her absence. Based on her brief acquaintance with Grindelwald and his cohort, she presumed they would manage the aftermath adequately. After all, she had never heard of a wizard in this world until now. It must be a realm concealed from the Muggles. Pulling the blanket over her head, she hoped that Riddle would not be too despondent at her departure, considering that he would now have one less person awaiting his rise to greatness. Indeed, losing a supportive ally might not be entirely unfavorable. She should focus on her own concerns instead. Just as she began to contemplate her own situation, a wave of drowsiness washed over her, and she succumbed to a deep slumber. Meanwhile, Riddle was in a frenzy. Are you saying a snake witnessed a man and a woman with a little girl, turned around, and then vanished? He inquired of Binnies, articulating each word with meticulous precision. Binnies, sensing the oppressive atmosphere emanating from its master, struggled to maintain its composure. Yes, master, it hissed. A flicker of red ignited in Riddle's dark eyes. Take me there. Lowering its head, Binnies glided towards the location described by the small serpent. Upon arrival, Riddle crouched down, his fingertips brushing the ground as he concentrated. Immersed in a peculiar sensation, he perceived a distinct vibration in the air, as if some essence bore witness to the presence of magic that had lingered here. Yet, he could only grasp a fleeting hint of it, entirely unaware of its origin or destination. After a moment of contemplation, Riddle turned to Binnies, his voice barely above a whisper. Lead me to where the elves resided. Chapter 38. Oh, you have a crush on him? Estella was a girl who adapted to her circumstances. She recognized that with her slight 8-year-old frame, there was little she could accomplish. Moreover, Grindelwald was a perilous individual, far more so than the danger she had felt when Riddle had cornered her at the age of 5 or 6. There was, however, one other reason. Grindelwald was quite handsome to the point of appearing as if he belonged to another realm altogether. The last person she had encountered with such striking features was Riddle. Thus, when she greeted Grindelwald the following morning, she did so with a disarming innocence. Good morning, father. She gazed at his sculptural profile, which made her breakfast taste infinitely more delightful. Indeed, it was delicious beyond measure. How can this breakfast be so exquisite? Estella buried her face in her meal, utterly unable to lift her head. Grindelwald's gaze fell upon the contented little girl before him. He had seen her in the prophecy. He was determined to dismantle the foolish secrecy of the Ministry of Magic. Only by exposing wizards to the Muggle world could they attain the fullest extent of rights and freedoms. Wizards deserved such liberties. He had witnessed the Muggles' atomic bombs and their wars, conflicts that wielded a threat as formidable as magic itself. The sheer number of Muggles was too great to be underestimated. Wizards could no longer afford to remain complacent, believing they could live in peace while turning a blind eye to Muggles. Yet, he also envisioned himself facing off against Dumbledore, witnessing the shattering of their blood pact. With Dumbledore's wand poised at his throat, he was likely to fail, ultimately becoming an adversary of Albus. However, one detail struck him. In that vision, a girl stood behind Dumbledore, possessing the same cerulean eyes as Albus and bearing a resemblance to his younger self. Had he not been well acquainted with Albus, he might have assumed the latter had fathered an illegitimate child. Upon further investigation, it became apparent that Estella was indeed Albus's daughter. Perhaps he could position her near Albus to keep tabs on the latter's movements? When Albus learned that this girl, loyal to him and sharing the Grindelwald surname, was meant to be a child of the Dumbledore family, he imagined the expression on Albus's face would be quite exquisite. Wasn't Dumbledore under the impression that love could resolve all? Yet, even his own kin did not love him. Regardless, this girl must belong to him. Observing Estella enjoying her meal with abandon, Grindelwald sensed that she was in a state of utter relaxation, devoid of vigilance. A gentle smile graced his lips. Estella, how did you sleep last night? Very well, father, Estella replied, chewing thoughtfully before adding, your bed is truly soft. There's no need to be so formal, Grindelwald chuckled softly. Raising a hand, Upon hearing this, Estella promptly took another bite of her meal. A hint of amusement danced in Grindelwald's eyes, and his voice took on the warmth of a true parent. Seeing you like this reminds me of your... He seemed to drift into a memory, but abruptly caught himself, halting his words before they could escape. In such circumstances, a child raised in an orphanage would undoubtedly exhibit some reaction towards their family. Their hearts would surely be brimming with curiosity, even if abandonment was a likely reality. Astoria paused in her movements, sensing Grindelwald's hesitance to speak. Gradually, she blinked, as he desired, and turned her gaze towards him. In her cerulean eyes lay an unmistakable anticipation, albeit she endeavored to maintain an air of nonchalance. My family, she said slowly, what are they like? Grindelwald regarded Astoria's azure gaze, momentarily lost in thought. Though it was but a fleeting instant, he spoke gently. In truth, I have met your family. In fact, I have spent time with them. Astoria stuffed a spoonful of an unidentifiable mush into her mouth. Upon tasting it, a sweet and salty explosion graced her palate, soothing her long-injured taste buds. Wow, this is delicious, she exclaimed, nearly brought to tears by the delight. At the head of the table, Grindelwald observed the glimmer of moisture at the corners of Astoria's eyes, his voice remaining soft. I am acquainted with your uncle, your father's elder brother. The proximity of such a relationship left no doubt in Grindelwald's mind regarding her father's identity. Why not speak of her father first, instead of her uncle? Astoria, lost in the delicious meal, found herself in a state of relaxation, which soon led to an impulsive response upon hearing Grindelwald's words. Oh, do you have a crush on him? The moment Astoria realized what she had said, it was too late to retract her words. She stole a cautious glance at Grindelwald, then resumed her meal as if nothing had transpired. Surely, he wouldn't mind such trifles. He was not the petty Riddle, after all. Yet, to her surprise, Grindelwald responded, momentarily caught off guard before he composed himself and asked, devoid of emotion. Why do you think that? Astoria blinked slowly, offering a sweet smile. I was just joking. Grindelwald remained silent, simply gazing at her. Astoria pondered, wait. Does he really have feelings for him? Grindelwald sighed, continuing the previous topic. In fact, we were once like-minded friends, but due to certain events, we parted ways. The past held its beauty, yet it was tinged with regret. His brow knitted slightly, as if burdened by sorrow. His gaze returned to Astoria, filled with sympathy. However, I never anticipated they could be so cruel as to leave such a lovely child behind. Yet, fortuitously, fate has led me to you, and I shall raise you with care. Astoria blinked slowly once more. The more he spoke, the more it began to sound like a tale of unrequited love, seeking vengeance by raising his niece as a means of retribution. Wow. Astoria's mind lingered on the earlier sentiments. With genuine admiration, she exclaimed, the past was truly beautiful. How beautiful it must have been. She was on the verge of becoming infatuated. Grindelwald's lips twitched. Was this truly what he intended to convey? Thankfully, he remained oblivious to Astoria's full thoughts. Otherwise, he might not have continued to engage her with such earnestness. I hope you will not harbor resentment towards them in the future. Grindelwald's gaze softened as he looked at Astoria, though the gentleness was not entirely fitting on such a rebellious visage. Though they have achieved great success, your uncle is even the deputy headmaster of Hogwarts, the sole wizarding school in Britain. Chapter 39, A Loving Father and a Filial Child. Though they have attained great accomplishments, your uncle is indeed the deputy headmaster of Hogwarts. He bears numerous titles, holds significant power, and is among the most formidable wizards of our time. Grindelwald praised him, yet his gaze towards Astoria was imbued with tenderness. Astoria scratched her face. This translated sentiment increasingly suggested that they lived so well, yet abandoned her in an orphanage, a heartless act indeed. Such seemingly ordinary yet incendiary rhetoric alerted Astoria to Grindelwald's gradual encroachment upon the crux of the matter. She was on the verge of discovering why he had taken her away. Oh, why he insisted on becoming her father. Astoria adeptly feigned indignation, as though incensed by her family's formidable stature, leaving her alone in an orphanage. How could he do this to you, leaving you here to face endless solitude? Her tone was dramatically fluctuating, her gaze distant. Grindelwald, though Astoria's reaction was precisely what he anticipated, recognized that she adeptly steered the conversation back to him, revealing her not to be merely a fool who laughed wickedly in her sleep, but rather quite astute. Yet, he couldn't shake the feeling that something about her words felt amiss. Grindelwald strove to maintain his composure, remarking, nevertheless, when you turn 10, you shall enter Hogwarts. His gaze fell upon her face, and he offered a slight smile. Your name has been inscribed on the enrollment list of Hogwarts since the moment of your birth. Soon, you shall meet your uncle, and then you can help me keep him in check. Though he refrained from voicing the latter part of his thought, Astoria seized the opportunity to chime in. Her small face puffed up in indignation, contorting into a comical expression. I don't want to go to Hogwarts and see him. No. My dear, Grindelwald, embodying the patience of a true father, gently coaxed her. Every young wizard must attend a magical school. It is the only way to better control your powers. Are you not curious about your limits? Astoria seemed swayed, though her displeasure remained evident. But he is the deputy headmaster of that school. If I go, I will have to listen to everything he says. No way. Grindelwald's lips curved subtly. Indeed. She was but a child. Perhaps he could gradually instill his thoughts within her. It is all right, Astoria, he spoke in a calm tone, akin to soothing a child. Do you not wish to heed your father's counsel? Of course not. Astoria retorted, lifting her head defiantly. Then you should go to Hogwarts and learn magic properly, Grindelwald suggested. As if he were cleverly coaxing her into attending school. Consider it a means to observe what he is up to. You know, we haven't been in contact for quite some time. Though Grindelwald appeared to jest, Astoria recognized the seriousness beneath his words. He wanted her, a mere child, to oversee, or rather spy on one of the most powerful wizards in the world. What a ludicrous notion. What distinguishes this from instructing the little monster to capture Tang Song, and then eliminate Sun Wukong? Well, let us momentarily set aside the sudden thoughts of who Tang Song and Sun Wukong are. Estella's eyes widened in shock. Are you all right? However, as soon as the words escaped her lips, she recalled that she was on unfamiliar territory, and her companion appeared rather intimidating. Thus, she began to hum and sing. Are you okay? Hello. Thank you. Thank you very much. As she sang, Estella's voice grew in volume, and her confidence blossomed. Hello. Thank you. Thank you very much. Grindelwald pondered. Why? Why on earth? Why was she singing? And what kind of song was this? Was this how Muggles taught children to communicate? After a moment of silence, Grindelwald reflected on the origin of the situation, recalling Estella's initial question. Perhaps it was an expression of concern for him? He lowered his voice. Though his expression remained somewhat peculiar. You needn't feel sorrow for me, Estella. That was long ago. Estella ceased her song and obediently sat still. Actually, it's not that. She still felt a twinge of sadness for herself. This was a father of a competitive child, with less than noble intentions. However, it mattered little. Since she was returning to school in England, he likely wouldn't concern himself with how diligently she was monitored. Besides, she didn't believe Grindelwald truly expected her to achieve anything. A joyful and fulfilling life need not be marred by worries about an uncertain future. Estella lowered her head, continuing her battle with the delicious porridge she had just discovered. She turned to Grindelwald and earnestly inquired, Father, is there more of this porridge? It's so delicious. Grindelwald mused. Why does he always feel this girl is somewhat different from the ordinary children he envisioned? He smirked slightly, raising his hand. Wendy. With a sudden pop, the oddly shaped little creature appeared. Please fetch the young lady some more of that porridge. Grindelwald tilted his head slightly. I mean, mashed potatoes. Yes, sir. After a slight bow, Wendy vanished with another pop. This was a house elf, and noticing Estella's curious gaze, Grindelwald elaborated. Her name is Wendy. If you require anything, simply call her name. House elves possess remarkable skills in apparition, a spell that transcends space, which you will be able to learn once you come of age. Observing Estella's eager and inquisitive gaze, Grindelwald felt an unexpected sense of parental responsibility. Estella, would you like to learn more about the magical world? Grindelwald had long set down his knife and fork, reclining slightly against the back of his chair. Even in such a relaxed posture, it appeared entirely fitting for him, emanating an air of defiance. After they finished their meal, when he would take you to the study downstairs, he lightly tapped the table with his fingertip. You can read. Can't you, Estella? Of course, Estella replied, her eyes sparkling with joy, believing this to be the first genuine act of kindness from her newly acknowledged father. Well, perhaps the second, as he had already treated her to a delightful feast. Very well. Grindelwald felt gratified by his newfound daughter's eagerness to learn. After all, she was a Dumbledore. It was unlikely she would be a dullard. If you desire anything, just call for Wendy. Grindelwald sensed the two-way mirror in his pocket vibrating subtly. I must attend to some matters. All right, Estella nodded obediently. At the dining table, bathed in sunlight, the newly established father-daughter bond painted a picture of familial warmth and affection. Meanwhile, Alaric's brow furrowed deeply. He gazed at the boy before him, whose fierce demeanor resembled that of a wolf cub, unable to suppress his inner doubts. How had this boy found his way here? Chapter 40. The confrontation between Riddle and Grindelwald. How had this boy found his way here? Alaric peered through the window, his gaze resting on Riddle. Although the boy appeared somewhat disheveled, he could not conceal the chilling aura that surrounded him. Alaric's brow creased slightly. Something about Riddle seemed familiar. At that moment, the two-way mirror in Alaric's pocket trembled. He quickly retrieved it, addressing it with respect. Sir, it is Miss Estella's friend from the orphanage. The boy suspected to be a descendant of Slytherin. On the other end of the mirror, Grindelwald raised an eyebrow, seemingly surprised by this revelation. Then bring him in. Yes, sir. Alaric replied in a subdued tone. What is his name? Grindelwald inquired leisurely. Tom Riddle. After placing the mirror down, Grindelwald murmured the name, Tom Riddle. He had not anticipated that this boy would manage to find his way here. Across international distances, 2 of his most capable followers had been located by such a young lad, who hadn't even entered school yet. Grindelwald strolled to the parlor, a subtle smile gracing his lips. He couldn't help but feel a sense of anticipation for the forthcoming meeting. Both Estella Dumbledore and this boy named Tom Riddle appeared rather extraordinary. As he reflected on his earlier conversation with Estella, he realized he may have underestimated the child. He had assumed Estella's reactions were merely instinctive responses. However, upon further contemplation, it dawned on him that Estella had consistently responded in a manner that aligned with his expectations, allowing him to articulate his true intentions. Throughout their exchange, Estella had not made any substantial commitments to him. Naturally, a child's promises, or those lacking magical guarantees, are often ephemeral. Yet, it was not until the conversations concluded that he recognized this. Grindelwald's pale fingers tapped rhythmically against the armrest of his chair. Perhaps he should not treat these 2 individuals as mere children. Knock, knock, knock. The door to the parlor resonated twice. Enter, Grindelwald called, raising his gaze toward the entrance. Upon seeing Riddle, he couldn't help but arch an eyebrow slightly. The young man was strikingly handsome, though his attire was plain and marred by evident stains, clearly indicating that his arrival had not been without difficulty. Nevertheless, the frigid aura that enveloped him compelled attention. Yet, the intensity of his gaze was fierce, embodying the raw anger and malice that children often cannot conceal. Grindelwald had to admit that he found the boy rather unappealing. Meanwhile, as Riddle stepped into the manor, his expression remained unchanged, but his heart was anything but tranquil. His fists clenched tightly in his pocket, his anger surging as he contemplated how he would rescue Estella. As he stepped into the opulent manor, he found himself momentarily disoriented. What if those individuals truly intended to adopt Astoria? Despite their dubious methods, what if their intentions were sincere? If Astoria could reside in such a grand estate, on what grounds could he demand that she return with him to the dreary orphanage? Yet, he considered his own abilities and future, having traversed the ocean to arrive here. Surely he would one day possess everything he desired. Riddle exhaled deeply, lifting his gaze to meet Grindelwald's, his dark eyes piercing as he inquired coldly, "Where is Astoria?" To his surprise, Grindelwald suddenly laughed, as though the animosity Riddle displayed were utterly inconsequential. "Do not be so hasty, my child," Grindelwald said, raising a hand slightly. In the empty parlor, an exceptionally luxurious sofa materialized seemingly out of thin air. Its intricate patterns harmonized perfectly with the room's overall aesthetic, as if it were always meant to be there. Riddle's heart raced at Grindelwald's casual display of magic. "Please, have a seat, Tom," Grindelwald said with a faint smile, gesturing. "I apologize, today. All the chairs have been sent for cleaning." After observing Grindelwald for a moment, Riddle slowly approached the sofa. Yet, as he settled into it, he realized that while the man appeared nonchalant and indifferent, every detail of his demeanor subtly constrained him. This was a sofa designed to ensnare those who sat upon it. In such a plush and comfortable setting, it was all too easy to let one's guard down, especially in a confrontational scenario where such posture instinctively diminished one's stature, placing him at a disadvantage. Once Riddle sank into the depths of the sofa, he found it too late to rise again. However, he remained unperturbed, choosing not to perch on the edge to project a more resolute stance. Instead, he reclined into the sofa's softness, effortlessly crossing one leg over the other, his arms casually draped over the armrests, exuding an air of calm composure. Grindelwald observed Riddle's reactions, a smile lingering at the corners of his lips. Riddle resolved not to allow Grindelwald to maintain the upper hand. He nodded slightly, adopting a facade of politeness, yet his words carried an undercurrent of bravado. "I am not yet acquainted with your name, sir." Grindelwald exhibited no trace of irritation, responding with an air of ease. "That is my oversight." He leaned forward slightly, introducing himself, Gellert Grindelwald, Astoria's future adoptive father. Riddle's fingers, resting on the armrest, instinctively curled slightly. His voice turned frigid. "I must say, I do not concur with this arrangement." "Of course," Grindelwald replied languidly, reclining back against the chair's support, raising an eyebrow, "but your agreement is of little consequence." Riddle clenched his jaw, prepared to retort when Grindelwald leisurely interjected, "I believe Astoria's opinions would hold greater weight." Riddle's dark eyes flickered with sudden intensity. Had Astoria consented? Or was this man deceiving him? Regardless of whether Astoria had agreed, Riddle's lips curled into a slight smirk. "I must apologize on behalf of Astoria, sir." Though his tone bore no hint of genuine contrition, Astoria was not an overly audacious young lady. Thus, when external circumstances proved unfavorable, She often found herself yielding to the tyranny of certain individuals. Riddle's dark gaze remained fixed on Grindelwald, a hint of a smile gracing his lips. Yet his eyes betrayed no mirth. I suspect that if Astoria were aware of my presence here, she would reconsider her stance. He added the title with deliberate slowness, Mr. Grindelwald. Chapter 41. What grants you such confidence? Grindelwald listened to Riddle's words, which were almost accusatory, with an air of nonchalance. As if Riddle were merely discussing the pleasant weather. Is that so? Grindelwald replied, maintaining eye contact. Were you not similarly inclined at the outset? He reiterated each word, prompting Riddle to recall how Astoria had been compelled to acquiesce to the whims of others. Riddle's expression darkened. He recalled the initial conversation he had with Astoria. Although he had not realized it at the time, once their relationship deepened, it became evident that she had merely been humoring him, even covertly seizing opportunities to chastise him with words he had not grasped in the moment. Have you remembered? Grindelwald observed the fleeting change in Riddle's countenance and could not help but chuckle. As Riddle's expression soured further, Grindelwald kindly retracted his amusement, saying with feigned sincerity, "Look, your relationship now seems rather amicable, does it not?" Riddle discerned the underlying implication in Grindelwald's words. Regardless of Astoria's current sentiments, it was certain that her future bond with Grindelwald would flourish, surpassing her connection with him. Riddle steadied his heartbeat, his expression returning to its previous placid state. His voice devoid of emotion. "I believe, Mr. Grindelwald, that you might be overly confident in this regard." "Of course," Grindelwald smoothly replied, gesturing with open hands. "I see no reason to dispute that." Riddle, having lost interest in further banter, leaned forward. "Will you release her or not? You have no right to do this." Grindelwald's expression remained unchanged. "As for my rights, I believe you lack the standing to comment." Riddle abruptly rose from his seat, his gaze icy as it bore into Grindelwald's. "What you are doing constitutes child trafficking. Astoria will not associate with someone like you." "Ah," Grindelwald scoffed softly, leisurely fiddling with the ring on his finger. "You fabricate accusations to malign others. Does Astoria know of this?" Riddle's lips pursed slightly. Grindelwald feigned surprise, raising an eyebrow before laughing. "So Astoria is unaware," he remarked with a tone of mock astonishment. "I had not anticipated that the bond you speak of would prove so fragile." Riddle indeed feared what Astoria might discover. Before meeting her, he had never comprehended the meaning of fear. He understood that her moral compass was far superior to his. In her presence, he instinctively concealed his darker side. He dreaded that she would abandon him upon learning of his vile nature. He feared that any reason could drive her away. He had never contemplated the reasons behind his feelings. He simply recognized that Astoria had become an indispensable friend in his life. Riddle let out a cold laugh. "I have caused no adverse consequences. Even in the absence of special abilities, that holds true. What of you?" Grindelwald noted Riddle's desperate attempt to salvage his position, but chose not to dwell on it further. Instead, he extended an olive branch, offering a potential avenue for dialogue. "Perhaps we could discuss this calmly, could we not?" Riddle remained perplexed as to why Grindelwald continued to exploit his vulnerabilities. What was that phrase from Estella? "Oh, kick the bad leg of the cripple." As thoughts of Estella crossed his mind, Riddle gradually felt his earlier agitation subside, yet he remained vigilant. "What shall we discuss?" "Please take a seat, Tom," Grindelwald said, extending his hand with an air of elegance. Riddle slowly sat back down, his gaze still fixed intently on Grindelwald. "In truth, we need not dwell excessively on whether Estella should return to Wool Orphanage with you," Grindelwald stated nonchalantly. Riddle noted the unique cadence and tone of Grindelwald's speech, which compelled him to listen intently and believe his words without question. He furrowed his brow slightly, focusing on what was being said. "If my memory serves me correctly, you have already celebrated your 11th birthday," Grindelwald remarked, meeting Riddle's gaze with a faint smile. "This summer, you will be embarking on your journey to Hogwarts. Perhaps you are unaware of what Hogwarts is. Allow me to provide a brief introduction. Hogwarts is a school of magic, designed for young wizards like yourself to learn to control their powers. You will acquire a wealth of knowledge there." The flicker in Riddle's eyes indicated to Grindelwald that he must be yearning for such an experience. Children like him and Estella, who had spent their lives in the Muggle world, especially in an orphanage where they often felt ostracized, would undoubtedly long for that new realm. Particularly a child as ambitious as Riddle. As Grindelwald had anticipated, Riddle was indeed shaken by these words. If he were to attend, he would meet others like him. What were they called, wizards? He could gain more power? Yet, he continued to stare at Grindelwald intently, about to speak when Grindelwald continued. With a smile reminiscent of an elder addressing a favored protege, he added, "Estella will be attending as well. Of course, she is a couple of years younger than you. This means that in 2 years' time, you will frequently be in each other's company." Riddle did not allow Grindelwald's words to divert him. He frowned, recognizing that this had no bearing on whether Estella would be taken in by him. I can bring Estella along to Hogwarts, Riddle said, instinctively dismissing the possibility of Estella remaining alone at Wool Orphanage. Children who have not reached the appropriate age are not permitted to enter the school, Grindelwald explained earnestly. As if unperturbed. I can, Riddle replied, his voice imbued with conviction, as he unflinchingly met Grindelwald's gaze. I can bring her with me. Grindelwald chuckled lightly, speaking with deliberation. You believe you can leave with Estella from here without negotiation? What gives you such confidence, Tom? Chapter 42, Riddle's Plan. What gives you such confidence, Tom? Grindelwald's tone was soft, lacking any overt mockery, yet the words caused Riddle's heart to plummet. Since his entry into this mansion, the uncertainty he had strived to suppress resurfaced with Grindelwald's remark. Beyond this unusually vast estate, there were wizards bustling about. Cloaked figures often appeared at the door, clutching items of which he had no understanding. He was utterly ignorant of this world, having blundered and unguarded. He could not overlook the chasm that lay between him and Grindelwald. Even Alaric, who had guided him into this room, was beyond his current capabilities to overcome. Riddle's exposure to the world had been too limited. Emerging from the drab orphanage, he endeavored to awaken and harness the power within himself, seeking his own path. He had exerted himself to the utmost, yet it still fell short. Far too short. Given another 10 years, no, 5. Grindelwald had been observing Riddle's expression keenly. Although Riddle concealed his inner turmoil well, Grindelwald perceptibly sensed the tumult within him. The corners of his mouth turned upward slightly, as if oblivious to Riddle's distress. I am still curious about how you found your way here, he remarked, his voice laced with just the right amount of commendation, which helped Riddle rein in his emotions. Riddle's voice carried a subtle tremor. Are you still curious about this, Mr. Grindelwald? I assumed you knew everything. Riddle smirked, a hint of sarcasm in his tone. Grindelwald did not display any irritation at Riddle's sardonic remark. His demeanor remained relaxed. Of course, there are many things I do not know, he shrugged, a playful glint in his eye. Thus, I am curious about how you made your way here, so I can determine whether I should converse with my two reckless friends. Riddle found himself amused by Grindelwald's lightheartedness, allowing a smile to escape. He had to concede that Grindelwald was a charismatic man, always leaving him with a sense of ease, preventing any excessive awkwardness. Indeed, he had come to realize that he could neither defeat nor outmaneuver this man. I discovered some clues in the villa where they once resided. Traces of magic. Riddle leaned back into the sofa. Grindelwald raised an eyebrow, genuinely taken aback. Riddle was merely 10 years old. Yet he had learned to trace magical signatures without any guidance. Such brilliance was rare. Perhaps only a few would emerge in a century. You are not telling me you transported directly from there, are you? Grindelwald joked. He knew that was impossible, not to mention the skills required to do so. Even adults would require several attempts due to the distance. Across the sea, no less. Not quite, Riddle replied flatly. I concealed myself aboard a cruise ship. Grindelwald couldn't help but study him more intently, laughing softly. That indeed sounds like a commendable mode of transportation. It seems I truly need to have a thorough discussion with those two friends of mine. As Riddle listened to Grindelwald, he couldn't suppress a chuckle. Grindelwald glanced at his watch, then looked up, saying, Let's have Alaric, the gentleman who escorted you in, show you to a guest room for some rest. Grindelwald rose, patting Riddle's shoulder. I suspect you haven't slept a wink since discovering Estella's absence last night. Riddle stood, aware that he no longer needed to persist in this conversation. He nodded slightly. I am still young. This is nothing. Therefore, you are merely older than I. Grindelwald understood Riddle's implication. He hadn't expected that even at this moment, Riddle would seize any opportunity to strike at him. He smiled faintly. Indeed, this is widely recognized as the beginning of a wizard's peak. The two exchanged a silent gaze. Grindelwald chuckled lightly, breaking eye contact first. He retrieved a mirror from his pocket, which appeared to be pitch black, revealing nothing. Alaric, please escort our guest to rest. Within a few breaths, Alaric knocked on the door. See you soon, Tom, Grindelwald remarked with a subtle smile. Riddle nodded slightly in acknowledgement and followed Alaric out of the room. Upon returning to his quarters, he expressed his gratitude to Alaric with a nod, saying, Thank you for your guidance, sir. Alaric offered no further words, merely waving his hand, indicating that Riddle could reach out if he needed anything. As Alaric departed, Riddle's demeanor shifted. His expression turned cold. He swiftly approached the window, narrowing his eyes as he cautiously surveyed the surroundings. Since there was no way to openly take Estella away, he resolved to devise a clandestine route to spirit her away unnoticed. Meanwhile, after watching Riddle leave, Grindelwald slowly resumed his seat. Perhaps in a few years, the magical world would witness the emergence of another luminary, adept and meticulous, with a temperament far from ordinary. Riddle was indeed a remarkable talent. Were it not for his tender age, Grindelwald might have been confident in deciphering his intentions. In truth, he was quite eager to recruit him. But the defiance and ambition evident in Riddle's eyes made it clear that he was not one to submit to the authority of others. He was inherently unyielding. Grindelwald's gaze lingered on the sofa where Riddle had recently sat. This realization only intensified his assessment of Estella. While he could maintain control over the conversation with Riddle, he found himself utterly at a loss when engaging with Estella. Grindelwald would not simplistically attribute any errors to the presence of a rival. Such a notion would be both arrogant and foolish. He was uncertain whether Estella's unconventional thinking was innate or merely a reflection of youthful precocity. He couldn't help but envision the youthful Albus Dumbledore, recalling that the reckless fool had likely not displayed such traits in his childhood. Was it possible that he had inherited some of Albus's characteristics? A wry smile curved Grindelwald's lips. Regardless of the outcome, Estella would dutifully refer to him as father. Meanwhile, Estella remained blissfully unaware of her biological father's ambitions or the meticulous prison break plan concocted by her childhood friend. She was currently entranced by the beauty of her older sister. Snap out of it, Estella, she chided herself. Polly's luscious, alluring lips curled into a smile, her eyes sparkling with mischief as she engaged in lively banter. Estella blinked in awe, a radiant smile illuminating her face. Sister, you are simply stunning. Chapter 43, Pink Magic and Dark Magic. Sister, you are simply stunning. Estella gazed at Polly's face, her eyes unblinking. Polly threw her a flirtatious wink and teasingly caressed Estella's cheek, saying, had I known you adored me so much, I would have used my own face to adopt you long ago. Estella nodded vigorously, her laughter bubbling over. Then I would have made a prompt decision to follow you without hesitation. Polly couldn't help but laugh, and for the first time, Estella experienced the sound of laughter akin to silver bells. You are truly delightful, little Estella. After Estella had sufficiently admired Polly, she reluctantly averted her gaze. She tilted her head up to behold the towering shelves of books that reached almost to the ceiling. This was hardly a study, but rather a library of grand proportions. The reading corner at the orphanage might have contained just a couple of rows from a single shelf. Estella felt an overwhelming urge to dive into those books and kiss them, if only she could avoid being labeled a weirdo. She stepped forward, her eyes landing on a shelf within her reach. The fundamentals of dark magic. The theoretical foundations of dark magic. How to use dark magic to surpass life quickly. A compendium of dark magical creatures. In light of this, Riddle's previous assertions seemed remarkably close to the truth. He often claimed that the two of them possessed magic. Yet it appeared that it was, in fact, dark magic. But why prepend dark to magic? Was it simply because the world's first wizard favored the color black? Estella mused that if it were up to her, she would dub it pink magic. She turned to Polly and posed this question, boldly speculating about her future. Sister, if I were to become the most powerful witch in the world, could I rename dark magic to pink magic? Estella's eyes sparkled with a thirst for knowledge. I believe pink magic has a more pleasing ring to it. Polly smiled knowingly, remarking, perhaps Wendy has overly polished the floor today, it feels a tad slippery. She grinned as she patiently explained, in truth, we collectively refer to it as magic, which is further divided into white magic and dark magic. Once you enroll at Hogwarts, you'll be studying white magic. Estella blinked, curious. Then why not study dark magic? Polly considered the possibility of numerous books on dark magic in this study. Grindelwald did not strike her as one who would earnestly teach children, and Estella, having grown up in the Muggle world, knew little of the wizarding realm. Grindelwald had simply tossed Estella into this study. She hoped he wouldn't lead her astray. Thus, Polly earnestly elaborated. Dark magic is a powerful and mysterious form of magic that distinctly influences human emotions, particularly extreme feelings. She leaned down, playfully winking at Estella. So, little one, do not attempt it on your own, especially without supervision. You must possess a resolute heart and a thorough understanding before deciding whether to experiment. When the time comes for you to learn, you can inquire with your father. At that moment, Polly remained blissfully unaware of the extent of Grindelwald's forthcoming reckless and hasty cultivation of Estella. Estella pouted, glancing at the plethora of dark magic texts, muttering, no wonder my father is so rude. Polly's eyelids fluttered. Did she just hear that correctly? Surely it must have been a mistake. Observing Polly as she earnestly addressed her questions, Estella felt she must be a genuinely good person. Remembering that she was completely unaware of the current situation at the orphanage, she tugged at Polly's sleeve, standing on her tiptoes to whisper in her ear. Although Estella could only reach Polly's thigh, Polly clearly understood her intent. What is it? She chuckled softly, kneeling to bring her ear closer to Estella's head. Estella formed a circle with her lips and quietly asked, Sister, do Mrs. Cole and the others know I am here? Polly leaned in, whispering back, we let them believe you were adopted by the elves. Estella's heart settled back into her chest. Once again, she leaned closer to Polly's ear and inquired, may I send letters to the lady and my friends at the orphanage? Polly turned her gaze towards Estella. a radiant smile gracing her enchanting face, yet she remained silent. Estella was nearly swept away by Polly's beauty, regaining her composure. She deciphered Polly's implication and could not suppress a slight pout. Polly herself was uncertain as to why she held such affection for the young girl before her. Playfully, she extended a finger to touch Estella's nose, whispering, "But I can first provide you with the address of the Walcott orphanage." Estella's eyes sparkled with excitement. Polly blinked and added, "If the opportunity arises, you might consider sending a letter to your little boyfriend, provided your father consents." Polly was already aware that Riddle had sought her out, though she was astonished that the boy had indeed managed to find this place. Remarkable. Estella tilted her head in curiosity. Little boyfriend? Who could she be referring to? Riddle, perhaps? But what might he be doing now? Well, perhaps it is best not to dwell on it. Estella rested her face on Polly's arm, her bright azure eyes glistening as they gazed at Polly's visage. "I only like you, sister." Polly could not resist pinching Estella's cheek, her eyes sparkling with mirth. Estella lingered beside Polly, engaging in light-hearted banter, intermittently posing questions about the whimsical world of wizards. Suddenly, a voice erupted from above them. Estella was certain she had not heard any footsteps. "What are you doing here?" It was Alaric. Chapter 44, The Frenzied Rebels. "What are you doing here?" Alaric's voice unexpectedly pierced the air above them. Estella looked up, and before she could fully discern Alaric's appearance, she witnessed him being hurled away. Estella. Polly had been quietly gossiping with Estella when the sudden voice startled her. Alaric had a tendency to appear out of nowhere, startling others in the process. It was not a deliberate provocation. Alaric was deeply engrossed in the study of illusions and often unconsciously created such serene facades. Yes, their family had previously been involved in assassination, a professional hazard. Polly gazed at Alaric with an impassive expression, which, on her captivating face, exuded a distinct aura. Estella's gaze returned from the parabolic trajectory Alaric had just traversed. She had just realized that Alaric had been propelled away by the beautiful sister's punch to his waist. Her eyes involuntarily fell upon Polly's fist, and she blinked slowly. Polly did not spare Alaric another glance, suddenly feeling a soft pressure on her arm as Estella playfully pinched it. Turning her head, she met Estella's sparkling eyes. The little girl's smile made one wonder if she might drool from the corners of her mouth. "Sister, you must save me," Polly mused. Are today's children, those emerging from the Muggle world, truly this ferocious? That they would even contemplate harming themselves? Alaric gasped, clutching his waist as he rose from the ground. His voice carried a hint of grievance. "I didn't mean to, Polly." Polly scoffed softly, remaining silent. As Alaric approached them, he was visibly surprised to see Estella. "Estella, you're here too?" Perhaps it was due to Estella's petite stature. Polly had just been blocking his view, leading him to believe that only Polly was present. Estella looked up at Alaric. He was a man of striking cleanliness and distinguished appearance, adorned with gold-rimmed glasses that lent him an air of cultured nobility. "We have met before. I am Mr. L." Alaric flashed a slight smile at Estella, inclining his body slightly. "However, we ought to reintroduce ourselves," he said, extending his hand towards Estella. "I am Alaric Bellich." Estella raised her hand, and Alaric gently shook her chubby little hand. After their brief introduction, Polly cast Alaric a disapproving glance, though to Alaric, it likely appeared as if she were flirting with him. "You shouldn't be here, Alaric," Polly remarked, raising an eyebrow. "The gentleman sent me to find you," Alaric replied cheerfully, his eyes subtly lowered as they locked onto Polly's. "He mentioned that he would like us to meet him shortly for a serious discussion." Alaric's gaze seemed to inadvertently sweep over Estella, and Polly, following his line of sight, immediately grasped his implication. It must pertain to Estella and the boy named Tom Riddle. Polly nodded in acknowledgement, crouching down to meet Estella's curious gaze. "Estella, do you have any further questions? Sister has matters to attend to." Estella tilted her head, her eyes twinkling like stars. "Sister, could you recommend a few books for me?" She pointed to the nearby bookshelf. "You know, I never realized there was a world of wizards." Polly hastily selected 2 books from the shelf before departing, promising to compile a list of recommendations for her when time permitted. Estella eagerly accepted this, bidding a cheerful farewell to Polly and Alaric, knowing they would see each other again at lunch. Clutching her books, Estella settled into a corner and began to read intently. One of the books introduced basic spells, and Estella discovered several magic incantations that she and Riddle had previously studied together, such as the enlargement charm, the unlocking spell, and the fiery conflagration. However, it was noted that these required a wand to perform, along with specific gestures. Additionally, it stated that young witches and wizards, who had not yet entered magic school, could still exhibit their magical talents in the absence of a wand, referred to as a magical surge. The term surge? Estella's round face scrunched in confusion. Did it not sound like a rather ominous term? Had she and Riddle been in a state of surge every day? Yet, when Estella picked up the next book, Overview of Magic, She began to understand the concepts of nonverbal spells and wandless magic. Estella stroked her chin, pondering. Were they indeed surging rebels or extraordinary prodigies? Well, the next time she encountered Riddle, she would have to discuss this with him thoroughly. However, after chatting with Polly for so long, she realized she felt somewhat hungry. Estella attempted to softly call out to the air, "Wendy?" She stared at the empty space for 2 seconds. Just as she was about to contemplate whether Grindelwald was deceiving children and whether there were actual spells involved, Wendy appeared out of thin air with a resounding pop. "Miss, how may I assist you?" Wendy seemed to instinctively lower her voice, mindful of the quiet atmosphere in the study. Despite her voice still possessing a high-pitched quality, this was the first time Estella had ever made a request of anyone. She pressed her lips together and offered a shy smile, confessing, "I feel a bit hungry." Wendy appeared quite elated at Estella's directive. In her large, bright eyes, Estella could see a shimmering anticipation and excitement. "What would you like to eat, miss? Do you prefer sweets or meat pies? Lunchtime is approaching. Would you like to have your meal early or perhaps enjoy some tea snacks first?" Wendy can prepare many delightful and delectable treats. Estella found it utterly perplexing why anyone, especially a fairy, would take joy in work. The little sprite's sudden enthusiasm left her somewhat dazed. You can just bring me some tea snacks. Thank you, Wendy." "Oh." Wendy suddenly became animated, her eyes brimming with tears of joy. Miss actually said thank you to Wendy. What a kind and beautiful young lady. Estella was taken aback by Wendy's exuberance and hastily admonished, "Don't get so excited, Wendy." Wendy nodded vigorously, causing Estella to worry that such fervor might lead to a concussion. Yes, we mustn't frighten the miss. Wendy will go fetch the tea snacks right away." After a flurry of self-talk, Wendy twirled around a few times before vanishing with a soft pop. Estella stared at the empty space, gingerly touching her head. The wizarding world was indeed quite extraordinary. When Estella received her tea snacks, her spontaneous expression of gratitude sent Wendy into another fit of excitement. After a flurry of disjointed exchanges between the girl and the sprite, the study returned to a state of tranquility. Estella, however, did not consume her treats within the study. Books are sacred, and she could not bear to leave traces of crumbs or lingering scents. Thus, she awkwardly hoisted a chair and settled at the threshold of the study, indulging in her snacks. Oh, why are these treats so delicious? Estella felt as though tears might spill from her eyes. When Riddle arrived, he was met with the sight of the young girl, forlornly seated in the corridor, clutching an unknown object, her little head bobbing as she sobbed heart-wrenchingly. Riddle felt a dull ache in his heart. He should have known that anyone capable of abducting a child could hardly be a good person, especially if it had rendered Estella in such a pitiable state. Suppressing his anger, Riddle hurried toward Estella. "Estella." Chapter 45. "I have come to steal you away." Estella. Just as Estella was lost in the exquisite flavors of her tea snacks, she vaguely perceived Riddle's voice drawing nearer, unmistakably his voice. She lifted her head in a daze and, seeing Riddle approaching with a furious expression, murmured in disbelief, "Tom?" Only when he reached her side did she realize that he had truly come for her. Earlier, during her conversation with Polly, she had understood that she was no longer in England. There was even a sea separating her from her homeland. Yet, just a day had passed, and Riddle had arrived. She had presumed he would be sad for a few days before returning to his routine at the orphanage, since entering this entirely unfamiliar realm. Every aspect of the magical world and every person she encountered felt foreign to Estella. She had thought herself capable of swiftly adapting to any environment or circumstance. However, upon seeing Riddle again, she recognized that she was not as formidable as she had imagined. It is often said that a person's sense of security largely stems from childhood experiences. For Estella, who had grown up in an orphanage, she did not perceive security as a necessity. She had always known that Riddle lacked a strong moral compass, despite his attempts to conceal this fact in her presence. Yet, Estella never felt entitled to criticize him, though she would occasionally intervene. In truth, the children of the orphanage often exhibited certain obsessive traits. Much like Riddle, Estella was precocious. While other children struggled to learn English, she remained indifferent to the babble of conversation surrounding her, instead pondering why she had come to such a noisy place, which she found quite bothersome. The children in the orphanage received no embraces. With limited staff and an abundance of children, fostering dependency would only burden them with excessive work. Thus, it had never been part of their approach. This absence of affection instilled in Estella an inherent sense of detachment from all relationships. She never believed that any connection was unbreakable. The affection from Mrs. Cole and others was something that had to be earned through diligent effort. She had to behave impeccably, showcase her excellence, avoid causing trouble, be understanding, and appear attractive to gain their favor. When more outstanding children appeared, their attention would swiftly shift elsewhere. Estella often pondered whether there existed a form of love that did not require effort to attain. Was there someone who would steadfastly stand by her side, regardless of her qualities, even if she were not beautiful, performed poorly, or even turned bad. Estella concluded that such love did not exist. Even during her days at the orphanage, when she was inseparable from Riddle, she never believed he would be that person for her. Therefore, she yearned for the absolute freedom to govern her own destiny. To have oneself was enough. As Riddle approached, he noticed that Estella was holding pastries rather than some dreadful punishment, and his heart began to settle. Yet, why was Estella sitting alone in the corridor, looking so pitiful and crying? Just as he lifted his gaze to speak to her, he was taken aback. Estella was not crying. However, her cerulean eyes glistened with unshed tears, the corners slightly reddened, and her lips formed a pouting expression as she softly asked, "Tom, why are you here?" Riddle had never seen Estella cry before. She would only whimper when she felt guilty, but he could always tell she was merely pretending. This was the first time he witnessed her genuine, vulnerable expression. The fury that had surged within him moments ago had dissipated entirely, leaving him momentarily bewildered, unsure of how to respond. Without waiting for Riddle's reaction, Estella leaped from her chair and threw herself into his embrace. She wrapped her arms around his neck, burying her head in the crook of his neck, rubbing the tears that threatened to spill onto his clothing. Riddle's body stiffened as he felt the warmth radiating from her small frame, the dampness at his neck registering in his consciousness. He experienced a sensation in his heart that was new and exhilarating. He reached out, gently encircling Estella's back. His gaze lowered to the soft curls at the nape of her neck, his expression softening in a way that had not been present before. Despite Riddle being unaware of the situation at that moment, when Estella finally regained her composure, she drew herself away from his embrace, her eyes glistening with tears. Before Estella could utter a word, Riddle spoke first, his voice somewhat dry. "I have come to steal you away." Chapter 46, The Kind and Beautiful Young Lady. "I have come to steal you away," Riddle reiterated, his tone still lacking in warmth. Estella paused, realizing he was responding to her earlier inquiry about his presence. When she first saw him, she had asked how he had arrived. The memory of her emotional outburst in his arms made her feel inexplicably embarrassed. She rubbed her slightly dry eyes and remarked, "We've lingered here for quite a while. It would be easy for us to be discovered." Riddle pursed his lips, his obsidian eyes fixated intently on Estella's face. "It should be fine. I saw no one upon my arrival." Estella responded with a soft "oh." The two exchanged a silent glance, both feeling somewhat awkward after the emotional intensity of the moment. Clearing her throat, Estella endeavored to change the subject. "Your clothes are quite dirty. I had just changed into a new outfit yesterday." However, the instant the words escaped her lips, she regretted them, as it sounded almost like a reproach. Yet, Riddle displayed no signs of annoyance. It was as if his thoughts were wandering elsewhere. "Then I shall change into something else shortly." Estella could discern that Riddle must have put considerable effort into finding her. In the orphanage, although everyone donned drab robes, she had never seen him looking so disheveled since they had met. Riddle's collar was never crumpled like that of other boys. It was always impeccably neat and clean. Estella resolved that from this day forth, she would never oppose Riddle again. Henceforth, she would acquiesce to whatever he proposed. Riddle, however, returned to the matter at hand first. Grasping Estella's wrist, "Shall we depart?" Estella sniffed, her gaze inadvertently drawn to the plate of pastries set aside. "Why don't you wait a moment? I'm quite hungry after crying. Let us finish the treats before we leave. We can take some with us." "A splendid idea." Riddle wrapped the pastries in paper and tucked them into his pocket, leading Estella as they sought a way out of the manor. In contrast to the spacious and bright rooms, the hallways were devoid of windows, casting a dim ambience, with only 2 rows of candlelight on the walls providing a feeble illumination to guide their way. Estella occasionally glanced to the sides, ensuring they were not being watched. Perhaps it was merely her imagination, but she felt as though there were faint rustlings around them, accompanied by an unsettling sensation of being observed. "I just spotted a door at the back of this manor," Riddle whispered. "We can exit from there." Estella crouched down, her voice low. "You're quite remarkable, Tom." Riddle's lips curled into a slight smile. "I had been to inquire about the place." Observing Estella's cautious demeanor, as she always crouched down when doing something sneaky, made him want to chuckle. Indeed, as Riddle had said, they encountered no one along the path they took. However, since Estella's arrival, aside from Grindelwald, Polly, and Alaric, she had only seen Wendy. "How did you know I was here?" Estella tilted her head. "When I came out searching for you, I passed by the kitchen," Riddle replied, his brow furrowing slightly. There was a rather peculiar little creature muttering about what to bring to the kind and beautiful young lady, and it mentioned the study. Its voice was high-pitched, making it easy for him to hear. Riddle shrugged. "When I approached, I happened to see you sitting in the corridor." The phrase "kind and beautiful young lady" made Estella straighten up involuntarily. She raised an eyebrow. "You knew it was me?" To her surprise, she realized he thought so highly of her. With a playful expression, she patted Riddle's shoulder. Riddle felt his ears heat up, but his expression remained impassive. At that moment, I thought, who else would be thinking about food at this hour but you? Humph, Estella scoffed softly, turning her gaze back to Riddle as they continued forward. Just as Riddle had mentioned, there was indeed a back door to the house, unguarded. The door appeared unremarkable, with only a rusty lock hanging from it, devoid of any magical traces. Estella found herself waking in the room, all doors wide open before her, leaving her with no concept of what a wizard's door might be like. Do we just open it? Estella cautiously examined the area around the door, feeling that a wizard's door might not be as casual as that of the orphanage, wondering if there were any traps or such. Riddle's brow was furrowed as well. He harbored a nagging sense of foreboding. Their exit had been too smooth. Even with Ben scouting ahead, it shouldn't have been this effortless. He pulled Estella behind him. Stay behind me. If anything seems off, you must run. Estella peered out from behind Riddle, clutching tightly to the hem of his garment. Taking a deep breath, Riddle's gaze fixated on the doorknob as he summoned his magical energy, his hand clenched in tension. With a click, the lock sprang open. Just as Riddle reached out to swing the door open, Estella held him back, turning to him with a look of concern. Use your clothing as a cushion, she said. Her cheeks puffed out. What if there's poison? Riddle nodded slightly, gingerly using his clothing to turn the lock. The silence enveloped them, the confined space echoing only the rustle of Riddle's garments and the metallic clinking of the lock against the door. Estella could almost hear her own heartbeat pounding in her ears. With a decisive click, the door swung open. Just as Riddle and Estella exhaled in relief, a rush of black mist suddenly erupted from the lock. Riddle, taken by surprise, was engulfed by the dark cloud, his brow furrowed as he instinctively held his breath. But it was already too late. He felt as if hundreds of axes were cleaving at his head, accompanied by strange sounds swirling around his ears. Incomprehensible whispers piercing through the chaos. The black mist surged into his nose, ears, and eyes. He instinctively reached out to push Estella away. In that fleeting moment when he released her, Riddle lost consciousness. Unfortunately, Estella was not spared either. The dark mist seemed aware of their presence. Although Riddle bore the brunt of the attack, a portion of the mist darted towards Estella as well. They both collapsed simultaneously at the doorway, the sound echoing sharply. The moment they fell, the black mist appeared to possess a consciousness of its own, retreating back into the lock and resecuring the door. The corridor fell into a tranquil silence. Chapter 47. The dapper little bird makes its entrance. In a vast, ethereal expanse, Estella wandered in bewilderment. Utterly disconnected from the passage of time, the dimensions of space, and even her own essence. She pinched her arm, only to find herself devoid of sensation. Not only did her body feel insubstantial, but her very spirit also floated weightlessly. It seemed as though she could no longer experience worry or sorrow in this lifetime. Only joy and happiness enveloped her heart. Yet, something felt amiss. It resembled a state of near death. Tom. Estella softly called out Riddle's name. Unsurprisingly, there was no reply, and she couldn't shake the eerie feeling that her voice was swallowed by the vastness surrounding her. In light of this, Estella chose to recline, closing her eyes. After all, her physical form outside was likely lying down as well, which might facilitate her soul's return. Well, she was merely speculating. Even as she lay down, she still could not feel the tangible ground beneath her, as if she were floating in midair. She could fly, unbeknownst to her, far away. A featherless bird was clumsily making its way toward her. Initially, Estella had been walking in its direction, and it had been happily scurrying forward on its two little claws. Who would have guessed that she would suddenly lie down? The bald-headed bird exhaled sharply, only to lose yet another feather in the process. It covered its pointed beak with its almost featherless wings, looking as miserable as a drenched chick. Inside the infirmary, having already ingested the potion, a woman clad in a flowing white robe meticulously set the potion bottle aside. Though she appeared quite aged, her movements were remarkably agile. Her brow furrowed slightly, casting a reproachful glance at Grindelwald, as if he had committed some heinous act. She is still just a child. To treat such a beautiful child with such severity. Grindelwald felt an unusual pang of guilt. He cleared his throat, and before he could introduce her, he said, Madame Mesa, this girl is to be my future daughter. Daughter? Madame Mesa exclaimed, unable to contain her shock. The kind of daughter you wish dead? If she did not consume the antidote within 10 minutes, she would meet Merlin's daughter? Do you realize that if I delay by even a minute in administering the antidote, you would be left a lonely father? Did he truly believe that he could always rely on the rare antidote being readily available? Madame Mesa glared fiercely at Grindelwald. She was one of the few who could speak to him in such a manner. After all, when Grindelwald was just a child, she had been the one to tend to his broken bones after he leapt from rooftops, claiming he wanted to learn to fly. Naturally, his innate magical talent ensured he suffered no injuries from those falls, but when his father punished him, his fingers inadvertently jabbed into the ground. Grindelwald nodded slowly. acknowledging her words. Just as Madame Mesa was about to continue her scolding, he calmly drew back the curtain, revealing Riddle lying on the bed. Madame Mesa's attention was abruptly diverted to the pale boy, and as she opened her mouth to inquire, Grindelwald interjected leisurely, "There is another here." "Another half-minute, Madame Mesa." "What?" she exclaimed, nearly flying to Riddle's side. As she hurriedly rummaged through her bag for a potion, she deftly unhinged Riddle's jaw and poured the potion into his mouth. The instant the potion slid down his throat, she hastily returned his jaw to its rightful position. After a brief moment of silence, during which she confirmed that color was gradually returning to the boy's face, she placed her hands on her hips and turned sharply, only to find herself face-to-face with Grindelwald. His expression seemed tinged with regret. "Grindelwald," she seethed, her voice reverberating with barely contained fury, shaking the very walls of the room. Grindelwald shrugged nonchalantly, "But I saved him, did I not?" Noticing the fire in Madame Mesa's eyes, he stepped closer and gently patted her back, his voice laced with soothing tones. "Do not be angry, Madame Mesa. I truly would not know what to do without you." Madame Mesa remained unyielded by his attempts at comfort, still brimming with ire. "Is that so? I assumed you were confident you could manage without my potions." "Not at all," Grindelwald replied, his demeanor unflinching. "It was purely coincidental. Look, are they not on the verge of awakening?" Before Madame Mesa could continue her tirade, Grindelwald shifted his gaze, feigning surprise as if he had just noticed the children stirring. Madame Mesa, well aware of Grindelwald's nature, let out a huff before turning her attention back to the two children. Grindelwald, in a moment she could not see, silently exhaled with relief. Outside, two shadowy figures pressed their faces against the small window of the door, peering inside. "Azkaban operates with a policy of easy entry but strict exit," Alaric whispered. "After all, Polly has been here for so long and has yet to witness anyone attempting to sneak out. It was easy to enter, but without permission, one could not hope to leave alive." "They are quite formidable," Polly remarked, inching forward. Upon seeing Grindelwald being scolded, she recoiled slightly, well aware of Madame Mesa's temper. Grindelwald would prefer not to be seen in such a predicament. Alaric huffed in response, but offered no further commentary. Polly recalled their earlier conversation in the meeting room, when Grindelwald had been discussing the punishments for their task when a bearded knight had arrived to report that two small children were attempting to escape Azkaban hand in hand. Indeed, hidden in the corners of every corridor were paintings that offered real-time broadcasts. The kind-hearted knight not only relayed the updates, but also provided commentary on the unfolding drama. Estella embraced Riddle, the two basking in their warmth. Riddle boasted about stealing Estella away, causing her to weep tears of joy. They strolled through the corridors, reveling in their affection for one another. Upon reaching the back door, Riddle gallantly shielded Estella, who gazed at him with admiration. They both collapsed, reminiscent of Romeo and Juliet. Grindelwald's lips curled in a sardonic smile. "I believe I have gathered ample evidence to confirm that you indeed spied on Miss Narrow's novel. Should you continue to speak, I shall hand you over to Jaden. Now please enlighten me, what is this black mist?" The knight's inflated sense of oration deflated instantly as he bowed in deference. "There are 10 minutes remaining. You know," Polly mused, "watching them both collapse has sparked a twinge of guilt in me, as if I've interfered with star-crossed lovers." She squinted slightly, her fingertips grazing her chin. "Please do stop," Alaric's voice emerged through clenched teeth. Yet Polly seemed oblivious to the urgency in his tone, a soft chuckle escaping her lips as she pondered something unknown. "Pray tell, is the gentleman's recent pallor attributed to the near calamity brought upon by Estella and her companion? Or is he merely perturbed by the thought of his newly acknowledged daughter being whisked away by some outside suitor?" Her laughter echoed, and with a playful jab, she nudged Alaric at the side. "Polly, truly, do refrain from such remarks." Alaric's voice trembled slightly, betraying an unusual tension. Polly, attuned to Alaric's unease, suddenly perceived an odd atmosphere hanging in the air. Upon lifting her gaze, she met Grindelwald's serene smile. Chapter 48, The Chocolate Frog Tango. Polly's expression turned ashen as she regarded Grindelwald's affable visage. A gentle smile graced his lips, and he caressed his wand in his palm, each motion synchronizing with the erratic rhythm of Alaric's heart. "Given your insatiable curiosity, why not venture into the Albanian woods in search of rare herbs? Perhaps take the opportunity to learn how one might survive there for over a year, a fitting lesson for Estella." Polly and Alaric exchanged bewildered glances. "How old is Estella again?" Before they could utter a word, Mrs. Mayshaw emerged from within, her brow furrowed. "Didn't we agree you would fetch 2 vials of soothing potions?" Grindelwald cast a fleeting glance at the pair before following Mrs. Mayshaw out. Before Polly and Alaric could regain their composure, Grindelwald abruptly turned his head. "Your vigilance leaves much to be desired. Perhaps a month of rigorous training is in order." Just as Polly and Alaric exhaled a sigh of relief, they found themselves stifling it once more. Estella sensed a burgeoning reality enveloping her. Her arms pressed against the ground, and she felt the gentle caress of grass brushing against her skin. Slowly, she opened her eyes, curiously surveying her surroundings. She found herself amidst an endless expanse of lawn, adorned with exquisite, nameless flowers swaying in an unseen breeze. As she blinked slowly, indistinct murmurs floated around her, punctuated by a voice she had never heard before, a feminine tone. It's nearly time to awaken. It should be this hour. An invisible force tugged at her, an instinctual belief that it would lead her back, prompting no resistance from her. Just as she felt herself sinking into the earth, the melodious chirping of birds reached her ears. She turned her head towards the sound, spotting a plump, featherless chick clumsily scuttling towards her, its uncoordinated limbs flapping as if to hasten its approach. Estella couldn't suppress her laughter. Upon noticing her gaze, the chick quickened its pace, especially when it caught sight of its little mistress's radiant smile, nearly tumbling over itself in its eagerness. Yet, time seemed to slip away, and Estella appeared to be on the verge of departure. Unexpectedly, with a beaming grin, Estella exclaimed, "What a silly bird, still bald." In an instant, she was enveloped by the earth, vanishing without a trace. The expectant chick stood frozen, bewildered. Who is bald? It merely lacks feathers due to its youth. And who is the silly bird here? I am a phoenix. In a heartbeat, the phoenix retreated into the void, clutching its featherless form, descending into a silent gloom. Estella's fingers twitched slightly. She felt the rough texture of fabric beneath her fingertips, a scent wafting through the air, indescribable yet familiar. This cannot be. All signs indicate I am well. A voice, aged yet gentle, resonated in her ear. Estella felt a pair of rough, warm hands graze her neck before withdrawing. Is that so? Another male voice interjected, its familiar tone tinged with mockery, instantly recognizable as Grindelwald's. Gradually, Estella's thoughts coalesced. She recalled fleeing with Riddle when the dark mist engulfed her, a wave of guilt washing over her. Perhaps I should sleep a little longer. Riddle has absorbed much, but he should awaken shortly. Let him rouse first. With a sense of calmness, Estella relaxed, intending to empty her mind for a moment of slumber. Just then, she heard a faint rustling nearby, followed by the sound of curtains being drawn aside. Why has she not yet awakened? Riddle's voice was cold, laced with an undercurrent of anxiety. Estella felt his icy grip tighten around her hand resting at her side. I believe that question is better directed at yourself, Grindelwald remarked leisurely, his tone devoid of any tremor of uncertainty. You presume this place is as porous as the orphanage you hail from, where anyone may come and go at will, young man. Estella had intended to squeeze Riddle's hand to signal her consciousness, but this was her first glimpse of a confrontation between the two, an intriguing tableau she could not bear to miss. Riddle continued, his voice laced with palpable anger, unwavering in the face of Grindelwald. Is this the esteemed Grindelwald who wishes to adopt Estella as his daughter? Just as he prepared to speak further, Riddle felt Estella's delicate fingers twitching in his palm. He paused, realizing that she always curled her fingers when excited. So, she was awake but hesitant to open her eyes? Riddle's thoughts stirred, and he emphasized his tone. Do you think threats of death will compel her to comply? You believe I am unaware of your constant surveillance? His voice dripped with scorn. Estella had never witnessed Riddle in such a fierce light. She was struck by how strikingly handsome he appeared. Grindelwald, though his identity was yet a mystery to her, exuded an air of undeniable authority, underscored by the array of tomes on dark magic scattered throughout the study. Grindelwald's gaze fell upon Estella's trembling eyelids. Knowing she had long been awake, Riddle was intentionally addressing her. He clenched his jaw silently. I believe I owe you no explanations. Grindelwald responded, his tone unyielding, as if the insinuations against his intentions were entirely unfounded. Estella listened intently, nearly wishing for a more opportune moment to cheer on both sides. Unexpectedly, the fire of confrontation ignited above her. Grindelwald had, without reservation, laid bare her presence. Estella, your eyelids have trembled to the extent that they could tango with a chocolate frog. Chapter 49, The Next Escape. Estella, your eyelids have trembled to the extent that they could tango with a chocolate frog. Grindelwald's tone was casual, yet Estella could sense the weight of his gaze resting upon her visage. Although she was unfamiliar with the chocolate frog and the tango, she realized she could no longer maintain her facade. Feigning awakening, she slowly opened her eyes, her expression one of bewilderment at the unfamiliar surroundings, asking herself, where am I? Who am I? Riddle and Grindelwald, who were observing the scene, simultaneously twitched their lips. Estella, Grindelwald called her name in a tone devoid of warmth. Estella promptly descended from her perch, beaming with an innocent smile. Father, have you come to see me? Grindelwald's voice remained flat. Did you not claim to have forgotten who you are? Estella chose not to respond, instead directing her gaze towards the forgotten Mrs. Mayshaw. the diminutive matriarch at the pinnacle of the food chain. At that moment, Mrs. Mayshaw regarded her with utmost seriousness, her face a tapestry of crumpled wrinkles. Instantly, Estella donned a radiant smile, her azure eyes brimming with anticipation and a childlike affection for her elder. "Madam, did you save me? If it weren't for you, I wouldn't be able to thank you in person." Her voice was soft, her sincere blue eyes unwavering, infused with a hint of gratitude for her narrow escape. Mrs. Maysha's heart softened. In truth, she had discerned that Estella was feigning sleep. After years as a healer, how could she not recognize such childish antics? She had refrained from intervening during the confrontation between the young boy and Grindelwald, merely seeking to preserve Grindelwald's dignity in the presence of the child, given his age. However, observing the gentle, delicate girl now intensified her reproach towards Grindelwald. At that moment, she heard Grindelwald emit a derisive laugh. "Look at how frightened the young lady is. Too scared to awaken. This father figure ought to reflect on his actions." Without waiting for Grindelwald to respond, she stepped forward and pushed him aside. Connecting the dots from Riddle's earlier remarks, her voice was laced with indignation. "Did you know all along what they were up to, Gellert? I believe I require your explanation." Grindelwald turned his head, taking in Mrs. Maysha's furious countenance, then glanced at Estella, whose eyes were filled with adoration. Finally, he shifted his gaze to Riddle, whose expression was equally vexed, yet laced with mockery. Grindelwald suddenly felt as though the world had shifted. Was he not deemed the most perilous Dark Lord of the century? "Though the poison coursing through your veins has been temporarily alleviated," Mrs. Mayshaw pursed her lips, swallowing the mention of dark magic. "You must remain here and rest for a week, consuming these 5 vials of potions daily." She pointed towards the row of empty potion bottles. Estella's expression morphed into one of sheer agony, her face contorting in distress. That peculiar taste was something she never wished to experience again. "I shall oversee your recovery." Noticing Estella's pained expression, Mrs. Mayshaw found it somewhat endearing, but maintained a stern demeanor to intimidate her. Estella nodded, her face a mask of reluctance. Mrs. Mayshaw then turned to Grindelwald, who was deep in thought as he regarded Riddle. With an intimidating glare, she admonished Grindelwald, "Whatever plans you have for later, I am not concerned. You are responsible for the child's condition, and I must ensure the complete resolution of the poison within him." Grindelwald opened his mouth to speak, only to be interrupted by Mrs. Mayshaw. "He is but a child. Do you truly wish to leave him alone in the orphanage, poisoned and despondent?" Upon hearing this, Estella immediately displayed a look of agreement, nodding earnestly. Riddle, resolute in his strategy, recognized that staying close to Estella and Mrs. Mayshaw was the correct course of action. He resolved to bide his time and consider how to reclaim Estella later. Thus, Riddle's handsome, refined face betrayed no emotion. Yet his gaze fixated on a protruding corner of the blanket, the dark lashes casting a shadow upon his eyelids. Although he appeared calm, an indescribable sense of melancholy enveloped him. Mrs. Mayshaw caught sight of Riddle's demeanor and couldn't help but marvel at how considerate he was, even after nearly facing death. Not wishing to burden anyone, consequently, she shot another disapproving glare at Grindelwald. He hasn't uttered a single word. These 2 troublesome children are more cunning than I anticipated." Grindelwald scoffed, his expression impassive as he quirked his lips. "You two, behave yourselves and refrain from plotting your escape." Estella nodded obediently, while Riddle slowly lifted his head, his dark eyes shimmering with a flicker of hope. "One and all, continue your charade." He averted his gaze, inadvertently meeting Mrs. Maysha's approving expression. Grindelwald's lips twitched in response. "For the next few days, you are confined to this room. You shall go nowhere." Mrs. Mayshaw regarded him with a hint of surprise. Is it possible that this lad is beginning to embody the essence of a father? How peculiar. After Mrs. Mayshaw and Grindelwald departed, Estella attentively noted that the sounds of footsteps had completely faded. She patiently counted to 60 before swiftly leaping from her bed and nimbly diving beneath Riddle's covers. Her expression serious, yet her sparkling eyes revealing an irrepressible excitement. "Tom, when shall we make our next escape?" Riddle gazed at Estella's suddenly close face, his heart racing. Thump. Chapter 50, The Noble Gentleman. As the door to the infirmary clicked shut, the mirth on Riddle's face vanished in an instant. His lips pressed into a thin line as he pondered the impending separation from Estella, once the toxins were entirely purged in 7 days. Just as he was lost in thought, Estella unexpectedly leaped from her own bed, darting towards his with remarkable agility. Riddle, before he could react, Estella seamlessly nestled into his blankets, inching closer to him. Her face was mere inches away, her brilliant blue eyes sparkling with enthusiasm. "When shall we next escape?" In that fleeting moment, Riddle felt as though his heart might burst forth from his chest, a warmth enveloping him. Though he and Estella had often shared a bed to converse, he had never before experienced such a peculiar sensation. Moreover, Estella was willing to flee with him. even knowing she could receive excellent care and a bright future here. Riddle's heart raced fervently. Certainly, Estella remained blissfully unaware of the myriad thoughts swirling in Riddle's mind. Her instinctive perception deemed Grindelwald a figure of considerable danger, yet she harbored an unwavering conviction that he posed no threat to her. Her animal-like intuition prompted an immediate response: flee. Riddle, meeting Estella's eager gaze, subtly averted his eyes and remarked, "Step back, it's rather warm." Oh, Estella shuffled to the side, muttering, "Warm? I don't feel it." Riddle's heart skipped a beat. To deter her from pursuing the topic further, he opted to introduce a new subject. Clearing his throat, he adopted a tone of earnest inquiry. "I suspect Grindelwald possesses some means to monitor the movements throughout the estate. We should endeavor to uncover it, as it is likely pervasive in every nook and cranny. Good evening, children." A man clad in a crimson knight's attire, wielding an elongated sword, suddenly materialized within an empty picture frame before them. His long mustache arched dramatically, nearly brushing against the tips of his nose. With a gentlemanly flourish, he lifted his hat with one hand, gracefully bowing to the young lady and gentleman. The Vasorian knight saluted them. Estella and Riddle exchanged silent glances, a shared understanding passing between them. Estella blinked slowly. "I think we may have found it." Of course, the mustachioed knight replaced his hat atop his head, his abundant hair requiring considerable effort to fit neatly beneath it. The Vasorian knight was omnipresent. He appeared composed, his demeanor solemn, as if he had no intention of uttering more than necessary. Estella's mouth parted slightly, her azure eyes glimmering with admiration. "Sir Knight, are you truly as formidable as you seem?" Indeed, the knight's lips curled into a fleeting smile before it was swiftly suppressed. "Every corner of this estate is equipped with frames through which I can traverse. Some are so small they are nearly imperceptible. There is nothing within Newmontgard that escapes my notice, my dear lady." "Wow, you are remarkable. My father must hold you in high regard," Estella enthusiastically flattered, her sincerity overflowing from her eyes, compelling belief in her words. The knight, clearly unable to resist such praise, maintained a modest demeanor as he lifted his chin, his lengthy mustache almost grazing the sword at his back. "The gentleman has great trust in me. Only I may freely traverse every corner of Newmontgard. He instructed me to look after the lovely and charming lady." Grindelwald had not specified this, merely cautioning the knight to refrain from discussing matters better left unsaid in conversation with Miss Estella. "Well, what he speaks of now is certainly permissible. There's nothing amiss." Their exchange flowed harmoniously, one question answered by another. Riddle's gaze inadvertently fell upon Estella, amusement dancing in his eyes. "What does my father do for a living?" Estella inquired with genuine curiosity. She could not discern Grindelwald's profession, though he appeared perpetually occupied. Yet, his audacious demeanor suggested he was no ordinary worker. The knight hesitated, an unusual occurrence for him, as he stroked his prominent mustache, before lowering his hand. He raised his sword high, his gaze resolute and voice booming. "I strive for world peace. I shall be a man written into history." Although Estella was skeptical, she enthusiastically applauded. She even stood from the bed, prompting Riddle to hastily support her leg to prevent a fall. Her eyes sparkled as she raised her fists above her head, chanting, "For world peace. Written into history. The gentleman's righteousness." The knight, equally stirred, lifted his sword and echoed, "For world peace. Written into history. The gentleman's righteousness." The fervent cries resonated, causing Riddle's ears to throb with the intensity of their enthusiasm, leading him to ponder if his inability to join in was indeed his own failing. Should he also rise to shout? When the duo finally quieted, Riddle found himself exhaling a quiet sigh of relief. He regarded Estella, who was now seated comfortably, and exchanged a knowing glance toward the knight. Estella discreetly winked at Riddle in acknowledgement. Her focus remained fixed on the knight as she expressed her delight tinged with regret. "It's such a pity we didn't team meet sooner. I feel such kinship with you, Sir Knight." "I too lament this," the knight replied, remnants of excitement still illuminating his face, betraying the gravity he attempted to maintain. "How I wish to have known the beautiful Miss Estella earlier. Pray tell, what are your interests, Sir Knight?" Estella inquired with natural curiosity. "What is your favorite song?" The knight beamed, slightly bowing. "I have an inclination towards more vintage music. Might I have the honor of sharing it with you?" "Certainly." Estella's eyes sparkled with delight. "I am certain your singing voice will astonish us." The knight's lips curled once more, clearly pleased by her response. He removed his hat again, bowing to both of them, before launching into song. It must be said, his melody was indeed quite retro, evoking imagery of wild men dancing in grass skirts around a fire, vocally expressing their exuberance. Riddle stifled his laughter, his body trembling with suppressed mirth. Upon the song's conclusion, Estella applauded vigorously, exclaiming, "I never imagined, Sir Knight, that you possessed such a unique voice." The knight did not respond, not out of displeasure, but rather in the midst of a bowing ritual. He spun clockwise, bowing every 5 degrees, continuing until he completed a full circle. As their gazes met, Estella appeared eager to participate. Before she could speak, the knight, ever attentive, inquired, "Might I have the privilege of learning what kind of music the lovely and charming Miss Estella enjoys? Of course, I too wish to sing you my favorite song." Estella feigned modesty, slightly embarrassed. Meanwhile, Riddle seized the moment while the knight's full attention was on Estella, discreetly channeling his magical energy. He grasped Estella's hand gently, applying a slight pressure and gliding his fingertips softly across her hand. The knight, still encouraging Estella from his position on the wall, chimed in, "Do not be shy. Miss Estella, I believe your voice will be equally magnificent." Finally shedding her coyness, Estella straightened her back, preparing to perform. Chapter 51, The Emperor's New Song. A frog opens its mouth, 2 eyes and 4 legs. 18 frogs, 18 mouths, 36 eyes, and 72 legs. Estella sang with exuberance, her mouth wide open, enunciating clearly, her face radiant with delight at her own melodious voice. At this moment, Riddle found himself at a loss for expression. Upon hearing such an enchanting recitation, he was uncertain whether to indulge in the moment or feign ignorance. Meanwhile, within the frame, the bearded knight appeared perplexed, scratching his ear in confusion. He tilted his head slightly, attempting to lean in closer, only to scratch his ear again, still hearing nothing. However, observing Estella's increasing enthusiasm as she sang, he clapped along to her rhythm, his emotional investment palpable. As the performance came to an end, Estella gracefully bowed to Riddle and the bearded knight. The knight, eager to show his appreciation, clapped vigorously, while Riddle, with a twitch at the corner of his mouth, managed to clap twice. Although the intention was to test whether the knight was susceptible to magical interference, there was no need to further torment his already beleaguered ears. Estella, however, pretended not to notice. Riddle and Estella needed little conversation to understand the knight. His inability to conceal his bewilderment spoke volumes. After finishing his applause, the knight, racking his brain for words, complimented the song, despite having heard nothing at all. He did not ponder this too deeply, even succumbing to self-doubt, musing on the nature of the song and whether hearing it required a certain threshold. No, you are far too modest, Sir Knight," Estella earnestly explained. "This is a new genre, originating from the royal court and widely embraced by the populace. It was initially founded by the impoverished yet devoted musician, Mr. Balabalusky." With a serious demeanor, Estella articulated, "This genre is known as the Emperor's New Song." Wow, the bearded knight gasped in astonishment, realizing it was indeed the Emperor's new song. Estella and the knight exchanged a knowing glance, their unspoken understanding prompting simultaneous action. Estella once again rose from her bed, arms raised above her head, while the knight unsheathed his sword, holding it aloft. Together, they shouted in exuberance, "The Emperor's New Song! The Emperor's New Song! The Emperor's New Song!" Riddle barely needed a moment to react. The instant Estella began to rise, he instinctively supported her leg. He felt the subtle tremor of the bedding as Estella's arms lifted, accompanied by the fervent cries of the two. He was utterly bewildered, completely unaware of the source of their excitement. Riddle stared blankly at an empty point ahead, deciding it best to minimize contact between Estella and the knight. Truly, one should refrain from associating with fools. As the duo shouted the third proclamation of the Emperor's new song, the door swung open with a loud bang. Silence. It was Madame Mayshaw returning. In that instant, Estella darted back under the covers, feigning rest, while the bearded knight remained oblivious, still brandishing his sword and calling out, "The Emperor's New Song." Madame Maysha's gaze sharpened as she directed a fierce look towards the boisterous knight. His voice faltered abruptly, cutting off with a sudden gasp. Yet, no one in the room dared to laugh at that moment. Once the night had settled down, Madame Mayshaw turned her attention to the 2 children in the sick room. She had certainly heard the sounds, distinguishing Estella's youthful voice amongst the deep timbre of the knight's. However, as she glanced over, she was met with a pair of glistening blue eyes filled with a mixture of guilt and a cautious hope that she would not be angry. Madame Mayshaw sighed heavily, turning her gaze back to the bearded knight with a stern voice. "Shouldn't you be elsewhere, disturbing the patient's rest?" The knight complied, leaning forward apologetically. "My apologies, madam." He then intended to shift his gaze back to Estella, convinced that, as a gentleman, he ought not allow such a charming young lady to face reprimand. His eyes inadvertently landed on Estella's pitiful blue gaze, brimming with remorse for dragging him into this predicament and the impending scolding she faced. A courageous flame ignited within his chest, and he thought, "I should be the most valiant knight of this century." The knight spoke in a low tone, "I apologize, madam. It is entirely my fault. Estella was merely accompanying me in conversation." Madame Mayshaw had intended to advise Estella to return to her own bed, but was taken aback by the knight's words, raising her eyebrows in surprise. How is it that Estella has become so friendly with the knight in such a short time? After all, he usually disregards most people. I am the most valiant knight of this century. I take full responsibility. Perhaps it was a reflex. But the knight raised his sword again, calling out with conviction. Estella, nestled beneath her covers, slowly withdrew her arm from the warmth of her blanket, raising her fist in solidarity with her new friend. Thank you, Madame Maysha, she and Riddle chimed in unison. Chapter 52, Grindelwald's radar is activated. Observing the bearded knight and Estella both raising their fists in camaraderie, Madame Maysha momentarily found herself unsure of where to direct her gaze. That will be enough, Sir Knight, she said, her expression remaining impassive as she waved her hand dismissively. The knight elegantly sheathed his sword, standing at attention. Madame Maysha's lips moved slightly, as if she were expending great effort to maintain her composure. Estella, what are you doing on Riddle's bed? Her expression was serious, yet her tone carried warmth. Oh, Estella, just felt a bit cold, she replied slowly, batting her eyelashes at Madame Maysha. A softening sensation enveloped Madame Maysha's heart. She was already aware of the bond forming between Estella and Riddle. That scoundrel Grindelwald must have frightened the poor girl. Estella, having encountered a familiar friend, naturally clung to him. Riddle was indeed a good boy. However, as Estella and Riddle continued to roam about New Mongard in the days to come, she might not feel the same way. With a downward glance, Madame Maysha retrieved her wand from her pocket, giving it a gentle wave. Suddenly, the width of Riddle's single bed doubled. Estella's eyes widened in astonishment, gazing at Madame Maysha with admiration. Meanwhile, Riddle clenched his palms, feeling a slight warmth at the nape of his neck. Although something felt amiss, he and Estella simultaneously expressed their gratitude. Thank you, Madame Maysha. Madame Maysha's lips curved slightly as she advised. You two should rest well and refrain from any mischief with the Knight of the Long Beard. Immediately thereafter, she turned her gaze towards the knight, urging, shouldn't you be attending to your duties? In truth, the Knight of the Long Beard found himself rather unoccupied. Grindelwald had assigned him to monitor all of Numengard purely out of his penchant for revelry. Observing the situation with a composed demeanor, the knight ensured that his newly acquainted friends would not bear any blame before he gracefully performed a gentleman's bow, addressing the enchanting Madame Maysha. In the blink of an eye, he vanished from the frame. Once the door was securely closed again, the room was enveloped in tranquility once more. At that moment, Estella lay peacefully, while Riddle maintained a reclined position against the headboard. Despite the bed's increased width, Riddle and Estella remained as close as they had been on a single bed. Perhaps it was an illusion, but Riddle could almost feel the warmth of Estella's breath against his waist. For reasons unknown, he felt inexplicably shy about turning to look at her, his gaze fixed upon an ephemeral spot on the quilt draped across his chest. He remained silent for a time, motionless. Yet, Estella said nothing, leaving Riddle alone with the sound of his own heartbeat echoing in the stillness of the room. Just as he began to ponder whether she had cast a silencing charm, he heard the steady rhythm of her breathing beside him. Riddle turned his head. Estella was now lying slightly on her side, facing him. Her cheek puffed from the pressure of the pillow, her hair, having just danced with joy, tousled across her face. Her fair complexion, having enjoyed a deep slumber, now glowed with a rosy hue, even the small freckles around her nose appearing adorably pronounced. Riddle stifled a silent chuckle. After an exhaustive day of traversing the estate, suffering from poison, and frolicking with the Knight of the Long Beard, she must be utterly fatigued. He had assumed she would be unaware of her exhaustion. With a gentle flex of his fingers, he cautiously adjusted the quilt to cover Estella's neck completely. His hand hovered momentarily above her head before it settled softly against the side of her face. He tenderly brushed the stray strands of hair from her cheeks. Perhaps sensing a tickle in her dreams, Estella murmured and shook her head slightly, then nuzzled closer to Riddle, clutching at the fabric of his waist with a gentle tug. Riddle paused, carefully lowering himself until he lay on the pillow beside her. He turned onto his side, propping his head up with one arm, a subtle smile gracing his lips as his gaze lingered on Estella's face, his eyes deep and unwavering. Due to the demands of the two new arrivals that had monopolized Grindelwald's time throughout the day, he found himself occupied until late into the night. With a slight twist to soothe his stiff neck, he strode back to his chamber, draping his black cloak over a nearby coat rack. Good evening, esteemed Mr. Grindelwald. Suddenly, a voice emerged from behind him. Without turning his head, Grindelwald leisurely unfastened his tie. As anticipated, before he could inquire, the Knight of the Long Beard began to speak with fervor. I believe I have found my true friend, one who appreciates my music. Upon hearing this, Grindelwald turned, his brow arching with interest. Oh, who possesses such discerning artistic taste? The knight, undeterred by the hint of mockery in Grindelwald's tone, had awaited this moment all evening to share this exhilarating news. Indeed, He had already informed every portrait throughout Numengard of the revelation. "It is Estella," the knight proclaimed solemnly, his sword held before him. "I must say, Gellert, you have an eye for selecting daughters." Grindelwald tilted his head slightly. "Estella? Have these two rascals been up to mischief in my absence? Or is it that Estella sings poorly?" "Is that so?" Grindelwald replied, methodically unbuttoning his shirt, leaning against the wall with a casual posture. "And what of Estella?" The knight, unaware of the true nature of Grindelwald's inquiry, continued unabated. "Indeed. She shared with me her favorite music, from a new genre established by the impoverished yet devoted musician, Mr. Balabalusky. The title is The Emperor's New Song." The knight's voice resonated with enthusiasm, his words vibrant and spirited. Without prompting from Grindelwald, he began to enact a silent performance, his exaggerated expressions conveying the essence of the song, lost in a state of rapture. If Estella were to glance over, she would discover that the knight mirrored her earlier lip movements precisely. As the performance concluded, the knight commenced an elaborate bow, while Grindelwald observed the spectacle, bemused by the knight's antics that resembled a creature struck by a griffin's talon, nearly tearing off its buttons without noticing. Strangely enough, Grindelwald noted that the knight now frequently lifted his sword above his head while speaking. Had he not been this spirited before? A slight furrow formed in Grindelwald's brow as he pondered. He couldn't help but chuckle softly. Had these two children inadvertently mastered the silencing charm and concocted a whimsical tale? Was it not the Emperor's New Song? Surely a reference from their Muggle lore. Grindelwald raised his eyes to the knight, who was still performing his 360-degree bow with an air of modesty, blissfully unaware of being played for a fool by the two children. With a disgruntled huff, Grindelwald resolved to send him to fetch Jaden for a reprimand. The knight halted in surprise, having believed that the incident of being caught eavesdropping on Miss Narrow's novel had passed. "Should I summon Jaden for you?" Grindelwald glanced at him with a nonchalant expression. The knight, without further ado, vanished from the frame in an instant. As silence reclaimed the room, Grindelwald slowly approached the bed. He found himself increasingly intrigued by the true magical talents of these two children. He had previously thought them mere uninitiated youngsters. Yet now, he began to grasp why Albus had shown interest in becoming a professor. With his hands clasped behind his head, a faint smile danced on his lips. Meanwhile, Estella and Riddle remained unaware that Grindelwald's radar had been activated, both indulging in a serene moment of harmony. Chapter 53, Digging a Dog Hole. When Estella awoke, she discovered that night had fully descended. As she opened her eyes, she realized her face was pressed against Riddle's side, her arms wrapped tightly around his waist. Riddle, propped against the headboard, was bathed in the soft glow of light cascading over his book, the reflection casting a gentle illumination upon her face, allowing her to slumber undisturbed by the brightness. Wait, what is Riddle doing? Is he actually reading a book? Estella abruptly sat up, only to bump her head against the corner of the book below. Ouch, that hurts. She clutched her head, tears instinctively welling up in her eyes. Why the rush? Riddle gently wiped away the tears from the corner of Estella's eye with his fingertip, playfully ruffling her hair in circles. "Della, you usually choose to comfortably lie down when you see me studying, but why do you always feel the need to rush when you catch me at it?" Estella pouted. "It's like that feeling when you fall asleep during a study session and wake up to find your homework untouched." She decided to lie back down, relishing Riddle's care. "Perhaps I simply love learning too much." Riddle chuckled lightly. "What, don't you believe me?" Estella shot him a glare. "I meant to say, you truly are a diligent student." Riddle quickly replied. Estella huffed in disbelief. "Wendy sent over those 2 books you read," Riddle explained, glancing down at Estella. "It's about house elves, right? Are you hungry?" The thought of Wendy, who was unparalleled in culinary skills, invigorated Estella. She hadn't eaten since the platter of snacks that morning. "Of course, I'm famished." Estella eagerly bit into a massive beef burger. Riddle casually munched on his food, his gaze fixed intently on Estella's face. Beyond their escape plan, a more pressing concern loomed, their potential concealment thereafter. Having read Estella's book, he became acutely aware of their limited understanding of magical knowledge. This was merely the most elementary of texts. He harbored significant doubts about whether they could evade capture upon fleeing. If he were to devise a way for both him and Estella to remain, Grindelwald might compel them into bizarre tasks, and Riddle still struggled to grasp Grindelwald's true intentions. Yet, he discerned that Grindelwald bore no malice towards Estella, nor towards him. Nevertheless, he would not entrust his fate to another's hands. Regardless, he needed to stay with Estella. What about the little grass and flowers? Estella suddenly recalled after swallowing her food. "They're in my room," Riddle replied, coming back to reality, instinctively wiping away the salad dressing that had smudged Estella's nose. "Don't worry, no one will think to check my room during our absence," Riddle shrugged nonchalantly. "They assume I'm at the elves' home looking for you." "Oh," Estella sighed in relief, burying herself once more in her burger. Once they were both satiated, They resumed their discussion about their unfinished escape venture. I think we should research the magic related to that door, Riddle mused, his speech slow as he contemplated. Additionally, the entire manor likely possesses protective enchantments. Also, we should first learn the disillusionment charm, so we won't be detected by the bearded knight. Estella nodded in agreement. So, what is the disillusionment charm? Riddle retrieved the book, flipping through its pages. Here it is, but it seems quite challenging, classified as an advanced spell. This book only touches upon it briefly, and I just attempted it without success. He paused. I suspect that the spells we overlooked might only work on non-magical beings and have little effect on wizards. Perhaps we should find one of those wands they mentioned? Estella and Riddle exchanged a silent glance before simultaneously raising their heads. Maybe before we seek out the magic of that door, we should first brush up on some magical fundamentals. Indeed, Tom replied. Estella and Riddle each held a book, occasionally interjecting with commentary. Don't you think the wizarding world is rather astonishing, Tom? Estella asked. Have you ever looked into a mirror, one that speaks, Tom? I believe what we have read so far is too elementary. The dark mist at Grindelwald's door must pertain to something profound. We might need to camp out in the study. Do you think we can bring blankets? Perhaps the day's events had been too lively. Coupled with the excitement of seeing Riddle again, as Estella now brimmed with energy. Riddle helplessly set down his book and handed Estella the cup of water beside him. Estella gulped down several mouthfuls. Suddenly, her eyes lit up. I've got it. Riddle lifted his gaze from the book, looking at her inquiringly. Estella's face broke into a radiant smile. We can dig a dog hole, Riddle mused. So, where exactly did he fall behind? Chapter 54. Your new father is a dark lord. We can dig a dog hole. Estella beamed with excitement over her brilliant idea. The more she expressed it, the more plausible it seemed. Although the protective magic here was formidable, we could entirely utilize physical methods. Therefore, I propose the following two approaches. Estella raised a finger seriously. First, the conservative approach. Once, there was a man named Little Handsome, who, despite being wrongfully imprisoned, never gave up on himself. He spent over a decade digging a secret passage beneath the large poster in his cell with a small spoon, ultimately managing to escape. Estella spread her arms wide. He blossomed hope amid adversity. To expedite progress, we could attempt to use acid for corrosion. Then, she extended her second finger. Second, the radical approach. We could use explosives to blast it open. Although the specifics of the process are unclear, this could cause one of the walls of Nurmengard to erupt in splendid fireworks. Estella made an explosive gesture with her hands, looking eagerly at Riddle. What do you think, Tom? Riddle's eyes sparkled with amusement as he leaned in and gently ruffled Estella's hair. Sweetheart, if you don't wish to read, you can always go count the stars by the window. Estella pouted, pushing Riddle's hand aside. It's a brilliant idea, you know? Perhaps wizards were as oblivious to these methods as the arrogant aliens depicted in comic strips, given that ordinary people had no opportunity to visit the world of wizards. During her conversations with Polly, Estella discovered that Polly's understanding of ordinary people was not much different from that of a primitive person who had just learned to use fire and dance in grass skirts. Of course, she knew that muggles invented electricity and such, but it was akin to knowing that cats have their meows and dogs have their barks. How could that be? Riddle thought, yet he couldn't help but recall how he had perceived ordinary people before meeting Estella. Back then, he thought those without special abilities were merely fools. Well, I must admit, it's not entirely impossible. Until the following morning, when Mrs. Misha arrived with 2 rows of potions. Estella had forgotten that she and Riddle were still patients. May we roam about during the day, Mrs. Misha? Estella inquired. Her voice transformed into that of an 80-year-old woman due to the peculiar taste of the potions. No, your affliction remains quite troublesome. I must continuously monitor your conditions, Mrs. Misha replied sternly. After organizing the potions, she glanced at Estella, hesitating slightly. Where do you wish to go, Estella? Perhaps to examine which wall might be weaker. To attempt a probing. With an embarrassed smile, Estella remarked, we've been lying here for too long. May we select a few books from the study? Mrs. Misha remained silent until she was about to exit the room, then turned back to say, you may go for half an hour each day, but return once you have chosen your books. Observing Estella's eager gaze, she added, it is also permissible to go to the dining hall at mealtime. Although complete freedom of movement was not granted, Estella understood that the essence of flexibility lay in its very nature. She obediently smiled, yes, Mrs. Misha. Thus, the two commenced a fervent search. In the study, they nearly perused every book related to poisons. Estella slumped beside a bookshelf, disheartened, as none mentioned the precise nature of the black mist that could target individuals. The Wizarding World's texts on poisons predominantly covered herbs, potions, and certain magical creatures. They had reviewed many general texts, yet the descriptions therein indicated that potions were mostly passive or indiscriminate attacks, while herbs and magical creatures each possessed distinct forms, lacking any resembling of black mist. It was impractical to scrutinize every characteristic of all potions and herbs. Estella stared blankly at the seemingly endless shelves of the study, feeling as despondent as she had felt joyous on the first day of her discovery. I must devise an automated retrieval system, she declared, striking her palm with a fist, envisioning herself as a harbinger of knowledge. Riddle glanced at Estella, a soft chuckle escaping him. Yes, that is a splendid idea. He settled beside her, his expression somewhat inscrutable. Estella, perhaps that is not a poison. His gaze drifted to the opposite shelf. It might be dark magic. Estella abruptly turned her head, astonished at Riddle's words. ISNT dark magic subject to age restrictions? Riddle's eyes dimmed slightly, while he did not believe himself to be constrained by age. He smiled gently and pinched Estella's slightly puffed cheek. What are you thinking? I simply noticed this. He handed Estella a newspaper-like item, prominently featuring a magnified photograph of Grindelwald standing amidst a gas stove, elegantly wielding his wand, as though he were a conductor at the Vienna Philharmonic. Blue flames erupted wildly around him. Your new father is probably a dark wizard, Riddle mused, unable to articulate his feelings. As he observed the newspaper's portrayal of Grindelwald's grand achievements, a certain fervor surged through his veins. Although the article was laden with disparagement, it conveyed the palpable fear wizards felt towards Grindelwald. The sheer magnitude of his power and primal ambition evoked a sense of calling within him. Despite his vague understanding of dark wizards at that moment, the identity undeniably captivated him. He lowered his gaze to gauge Estella's reaction, only to find her engrossed in the content. Did she? Riddle's brow twitched, but he was met with Estella's exclamation. Is this a biography of the old man Grindelwald? Look, this paper doesn't even have a crease. She continued, but he does look quite handsome. Riddle, Chapter 54. The Walking 500,000. Estella was a child with a broad aesthetic appreciation. Although she preferred pink, she found no fault in black. Having only recently entered the magical realm, she was unaware of the extent to which dark magic instilled terror and trepidation in the populace. After all, in Polly's descriptions, it was merely a category of exceedingly dangerous magic. Estella possessed no clear concept of the assertion that it could incite extreme emotions. Riddle, on the other hand, held no such reservations. He even believed that magic with a regal aura was precisely the type worthy of study. Nonetheless, despite their youth, both displayed remarkable perceptiveness. Why does it seem that the newspaper is particularly? Estella's brow furrowed slightly as she struggled for a word. Not recommended? She flipped through the pages again, glancing at Riddle. This wouldn't be inscribed in the Wizarding World's penal code, would it? Riddle's lips twitched as he leaned back. Yet your father seems to be doing just fine. It's also possible he is a fugitive, Estella replied sagely. During a meal with a few others in the dining hall, she sincerely posed a question to Grindelwald. Father, are you a peacekeeper or a walking 500,000? Grindelwald slowly raised his head, a hint of confusion in his gaze. What is a walking 500,000? However, recalling how frequently these two children had been visiting the library, he surmised Estella wished to inquire about his activities. Grindelwald leisurely set down his fork. I don't have a specific occupation, but they privately refer to me as the Dark Lord. Many aspire to capture me to achieve fame in the wizarding world. Estella, you just said it so directly? Grindelwald perceived that Estella's astonishment stemmed not from the answer itself, but from the nature of the response. He cast her a fleeting glance. Is there a problem? Of course not. It's rather glorious. Estella resolutely shook her head, regarding him with admiration. Father, you truly are a guardian of world peace. Grindelwald observed Estella, chuckling softly. Indeed. Estella clenched her fists, her azure eyes sparkling. I shall be your most loyal supporter. Grindelwald, with a deadpan expression, scoffed. Then why do you plan to escape? Estella immediately buried herself in her meal, feigning ignorance. Grindelwald twitched his lips. He realized that Estella understood he would not impose upon her, hence her daily sweetly addressing him as father while secretly criticizing him both openly and covertly. He subconsciously glanced at the silently observant Riddle. Despite their constant companionship now, it was likely that Riddle had received similar treatment when they first met. Once Estella felt this topic had run its course, she raised her head again. Father, I wish to return to the orphanage to retrieve my pet. She unconsciously tugged at Riddle's sleeve beneath the table, indicating she wanted to accompany him. After a brief discussion, Estella and Riddle unanimously concluded that if Grindelwald had indeed reached the level of a Dark Lord, they would likely be unable to exit through the door or window directly. Upon reflection, it appears that the most feasible approach indeed lies in utilizing a dog hole. Estrella believes that, as two fledgling wizards destined to become formidable figures in the wizarding world, they must embody innovation for the advancement of their community. Thus, She proposes the idea of first creating a dog hole and subsequently detonating it. The coexistence of conservative and radical factions seems quite perfect. Naturally, Riddle finds this method somewhat lacking in elegance, yet he ultimately acquiesces to the plan. The initial step involves procuring the necessary tools for their endeavor. Riddle senses a hint of anxiety emanating from Estella, and he gently clasps her hand, intending to speak, but is caught off guard when Grindelwald immediately consents. Grindelwald looks up, raising an eyebrow slightly. Very well. Estella instantly relaxes, her face lighting up with a brilliant smile. Oh, shall we quietly take a boat then? After all, we must cross the sea. Grindelwald seems to ponder something, casting a sly glance at Riddle. Given that both of you are muggles in England, this contravenes muggle law. Riddle interjects, is this your way of trying to undermine him? Grindelwald replies, wizards possess swifter means. He gestures towards the living room. We can simply use flue powder to arrive in mere seconds. Estella is genuinely astonished, as the two of them are entirely unfamiliar with wizarding transportation methods. Well, that sounds perfectly legal. Grindelwald reflects on his identity as the Dark Lord. It seems he has never contemplated that crossing borders via fireplaces requires permission, as he often seeks to circumvent official channels. After all, he has engaged in numerous illegal activities. Clearing his throat, Grindelwald imparts the first rule of life that he wishes to instill today. Estella gazes at him with her bright, cerulean eyes, filled with anticipation. Grindelwald, meeting her familiar gaze, speaks without a trace of guilt. Rules are meant to be broken. The bearded knight, who had been silenced for 3 full days within the portrait, had been silently observing their conversation. Finally, he could no longer contain himself. But, Gellert, are you not leading these children astray? Estella, startled, turns her head, her eyes lighting up. Oh, you are here, Sir Knight. Good afternoon, Estella. Riddle, he greets. Before they could engage in pleasantries, Grindelwald abruptly interjects. Has the silencing spell lifted? The knight's expression stiffens momentarily before vanishing from the frame. Estella stares in disbelief at the empty portrait, casting a puzzled glance at Grindelwald. He smirks slightly, leisurely rolling down his sleeves. He had been caught reading novels intended for young ladies, inciting public outrage. The bearded knight, still discreetly observing, silently laments Estrella's naivety. Let us depart at once. Grindelwald glances at the time, raising an eyebrow. This timing is just right. Although Estella and Riddle do not comprehend the significance, they follow Grindelwald's lead. Grindelwald briefly explains the usage of flue powder and steps into the fireplace to demonstrate. He intones, number XX, XX Street, England. As flames surge, he vanishes from sight. Estella looks at the now empty fireplace, exchanging bewildered glances with Riddle. Meanwhile, the silent knight covers his face in disbelief. This is the first time he has witnessed such a method of instructing young wizards in the use of flue powder, unperturbed by the potential loss of the two. Observing Estrella's apparent fear, Riddle squeezes her hand, grabbing a handful of flue powder from the side. I shall go first to try it out. He offers a reassuring smile to Estella, takes a deep breath, and clearly enunciates, number XX, XX Street, England. With the same burst of flames, Riddle too disappears. Estella stares at the empty fireplace, her expression contorting in apprehension. Taking a deep breath, she steps into the fireplace, declaring, number XX, XX Street, England. Estella feels herself yanked into a tunnel by a powerful gust of air. After a moment of dizziness, she feels as though she has rolled out of somewhere, only to be caught by a pair of hands. We have arrived at the elves' residence, Estella, Riddle softly announces. Estella coughs, choking on the dust from the fireplace. Riddle assists her to her feet, brushing the grime from her face. Observing their youthful antics, Grindelwald finds his throat inexplicably scratchy. He recalls the first time he encountered Riddle, believing him to be an ambitious individual, which he indeed is. However, he never suspected he would be so attentive to a young girl. Moreover, Estella is now his daughter. Is she not? Estella and Riddle, alerted by the noise, lift their heads simultaneously. The orphanage has no fireplace, so we must stop here for now. Next, we will apparate. Grindelwald's expression betrays no emotion as he gestures for them. You too, hold onto my arms. Estella, bewildered, follows his instructions and grips his arm. Before she can inquire about the next steps, Grindelwald has already initiated the process. Hold on tight. He swiftly twirls them around. And Estella feels as though she has been stuffed into a sock, the intense pressure momentarily darkening her vision. After a brief interval, when her feet finally touch solid ground again, Estella collapses, uncertain of what she is holding on to, struggling to remain upright. She feels as though her voice might flee. Is magic in the wizarding world always this exhilarating? Above her, she hears Grindelwald's voice, tinged with a hint of irritation. If you do not release your grip soon, you may never get the chance to truly experience the thrill of magic in the wizarding world. With great effort, Estrella raises her head to see Grindelwald struggling to pull his trousers up, his hands trembling from the exertion. At the precise moment when her robe took flight, she had inadvertently grasped his trousers. Slowly blinking, Estrella deliberately loosens her grip. Seizing the opportunity as Grindelwald relaxes, she yanks the fabric down once more. Grindelwald nearly loses his composure, casting a glance at Estrella and then at Riddle, who stands nearby. If he is not mistaken, he felt two distinct pulls just now. "What are you two up to?" Grindelwald inquires, a sardonic smile gracing his lips. "My apologies, I lost my balance." Estrella and Riddle reply in unison. Grindelwald muses. Is it that he does not understand children? Have they only just realized he is the Dark Lord? Is that the extent of his intimidating presence? He had believed Riddle to be a composed child, yet here they are. He had channeled all his tacit understanding with Astoria into this moment. Merely because he had just threatened her? Let us see how he deals with these two little miscreants. Grindelwald, with an impassive demeanor, yanked Astoria up from the ground. As if to say, do not presume I would refrain from disciplining children. Father, you are a gentleman. Of course, you would not engage in such unrefined behavior. Astoria remarked appreciatively, patting Grindelwald's elbow, her sparkling azure eyes reflecting genuine sincerity. Grindelwald let out a cryptic chuckle, striding forward approximately 50 meters. You two may proceed on your own. I shall await your return here. He cast a fleeting glance at the pair. I trust one need not remind you to refrain from attempting to flee? Astoria nodded absent-mindedly, and Riddle offered a slight inclination of his head. In the next moment, Grindelwald waved his wand lightly, and Astoria and Riddle felt their bodies begin to blend seamlessly with the surrounding environment, until they could no longer perceive one another. Astoria, intrigued, gazed at the emptiness before her, extending her hand forward and brushing against the fabric of Riddle's clothing. In response, Riddle firmly clasped her hand within his. Off you go. Grindelwald gestured. Before he could utter another word, Astoria and Riddle dashed towards the orphanage. This must be the disillusionment charm, Astoria whispered. Indeed, it is, Riddle replied quietly, holding Astoria's hand while deliberately slowing his pace to match hers. You head to the room to fetch the little grass, while I will search for the necessary items in the kitchen and storeroom. We shall meet in the stairwell shortly. All right. The door's lock opened effortlessly, as always, and they both endeavored to remain silent to avoid detection by the elderly gentleman at the entrance. Having arrived post-meal, this was the orphanage's designated nap time. Let us proceed. Riddle gently squeezed Astoria's hand and made his way toward the kitchen. The explosive concoction required some saltpeter, sulfur, and charcoal, which could be procured from matches and gardening pesticides, while an acid could be substituted with toilet cleaner. After gathering some charcoal in a bag from beneath the kitchen stove, Riddle headed towards the storeroom. Meanwhile, Astoria climbed breathlessly up to the third floor, racing toward Riddle's room. Upon opening the door, she found the little grass seated sorrowfully by the window, staring blankly at the sky, while the little flower nearby twisted and sang softly. Astoria is the most beautiful, clever, and kind girl in the world, la la la. Underneath the melody, the little grass appeared increasingly despondent, its angle of sadness intensified. Even the little flower beneath it seemed to share its melancholy. The moment the door swung open, the little grass abruptly turned its head. The little flower's song came to an instant halt. It remained still, having been positioned deliberately by the little grass to face the window. The little grass stared vacantly at the empty doorway until it heard Astoria's voice. It's me, little grass. Rubbing its tiny eyes with its short arms, the little grass realized it still could not see anyone, yet it was certain it had heard Astoria's voice. And it leaped from the windowsill. Alarmed, Astoria rushed to the windowsill to catch the leaping little grass. Be careful, little grass. It was only after the little grass fell into the palm of Astoria's hand that it fully believed she had truly returned to fetch it. It nuzzled its strawberry face against her palm, its dark, bead-like eyes gazing up at her unwaveringly, despite perceiving only a void. Astoria felt her heart melt. Unable to resist planting a kiss on its leafy head, the little grass blushed even more deeply. With one hand clutching the little flower, and the other cradling the pot of strawberries, Astoria made her way out. As she reached the stairwell, she remembered the little white one still sleeping downstairs. Perhaps it was best left for Billy, although she firmly believed that the little white one would surely prefer her. After a brief wait, she heard footsteps approaching from the end of the second floor. Astoria delicately pointed her toes, and Riddle, following the sound, located her position, taking the heavier pot of strawberries from her. The little grass, displeased, climbed out of the strawberry pot and leaped into Astoria's pocket, presenting its back to Riddle. Riddle paid it no mind, whispering as he tilted his head, I have gathered everything. Fortunately, I wore loose clothing today. Let us go. Astoria clasped Riddle's hand, and together they quietly made their way outside. Chapter 57. Tom, curse him already. Astoria was unsure why Grindelwald could see the two of them. Perhaps his hearing was exceptionally keen? As they dashed out of the orphanage, Grindelwald raised his head to look over. By the time they reached him, he waved his wand and glanced down at the items they held. A pot of strawberries and a snake adorned with a flower? Or was it made of cloth? Is this a pet? Grindelwald raised an eyebrow, not inquiring further. Upon returning to Nurmengard, Astoria yearned to collapse back onto her pitiful sickbed. The transportation methods in the wizarding world were undeniably exhausting. Yet, recalling her meticulous escape plan with Riddle, she resolved to seize the moment and procure a wand as well. However, before she could voice her thoughts, Grindelwald spoke first. His gaze fell upon the little grass in Astoria's pocket, its bead-like eyes observing everything with alertness. Oh, is this your pet? What other surprises might you have up your sleeve? Had these two children already acquired some basic alchemical skills on their own, without any guidance or assistance? Ah, yes, its name is Little Grass. Astoria's train of thought was abruptly interrupted. Yet she still lifted the little grass to introduce it to Grindelwald, then pointed to the little snake in Riddle's hand adorned with a flower. This is the little flower. Both the little flower and the little grass spoke simultaneously. Ha! Do not introduce me with such a foolish name. The snake, using Riddle's voice, drawled. Little flower, little flower. I am the beautiful little flower. The little flower, in Astoria's voice, swayed its stem with vivacity. Grindelwald remarked, I must say, they certainly reflect personal character. This even piqued his curiosity about how these two children intended to escape. After all, according to their agreement, Riddle would soon be cast out in a few days. These two little miscreants were on the verge of being separated by vast distances. Naturally, they were unlikely to create any significant upheaval. Grindelwald's gaze lingered momentarily before he suddenly raised his arm, his wrist twisting slightly. In an instant, two wands appeared in his hand. These are wands inherited from my ancestors. You two may use them first. Grindelwald handed a wand to Astoria, then turned to Riddle with a light demeanor. You must return it to me before you depart. Riddle pressed his lips together slightly, calming his mind, and offered Grindelwald an innocuous smile. Of course, thank you, sir. Estella could hardly contain her laughter, feeling, for the first time, that Grindelwald was remarkably perceptive. She endeavored to transform her joy into surprise, exclaiming, Wow, truly the handsome and valiant father. Grindelwald smirked, revealing a warm smile. Don't rejoice too soon. I recall that on your first day, you borrowed 2 books. Therefore, a timely examination awaits you tomorrow morning. Estella inhaled sharply. Was the wizarding world this intense? A test right upon her arrival? Whose DNA was stirring? Noticing Estella's expression as if struck by lightning, Grindelwald felt a wave of comfort wash over him. He turned slightly, waving to the two with a gentle gesture. Get to bed early. Remember to review. Estella, the delight of acquiring a wand was eclipsed by the sorrow of impending exams. It wasn't that she loathed tests, but rather she despised such surprise assessments. Are you truly going to review? Riddle observed Estella furiously flipping through books upon her return to the infirmary, perplexed. Yet Estella remained silent, determined to cram knowledge into her mind, and it was already 8 in the evening. Just as she lamented halfway through, Riddle abruptly snatched the book from her grasp. And Estella looked up, meeting Riddle's gaze. Grindelwald just gave us wands. Indeed. So, do you suppose he meant theory or practice? Estella slowly blinked, pondering whether he could truly be so reckless. Before Riddle could respond, Estella's expression turned serious. He could indeed. She circumvented Riddle, returning to her bed with a serene demeanor. Whatever, I'm going to sleep. Riddle observed Estella's demeanor, amusement flickering in his dark eyes. He chuckled softly as he approached her, unable to resist pinching her cheek. Suddenly, Estella opened her eyes wide, sat up, and affectionately wrapped her arms around his. Why don't you curse him, Tom? Curse him to be busy until he flies. Riddle replied. Did you not just say that was inappropriate? It's fine. 50 years old is the age for adventure. Ultimately, the two began to experiment with their newly acquired wands. For Riddle mentioned he had just serendipitously encountered Mrs. Mayshon next door while she was engrossed in her potion making, just as you were losing yourself in study. Riddle's expression bore an inexplicable air of innocence. Previously, Estella would have found Riddle's behavior infuriating, but now she thought, how could this be vexing? It was simply splendid. On the open ground, Riddle waved his wand gently as described in the book, clear spring, like water. In an instant, a water column as thick as a wrist shot forth from the tip of his wand, which he hastily retracted. How rude, exclaimed the mirror, which had gone silent for 3 days, now splattered with water, its irritation palpable. It had been brought over by Estella from the bedroom, claiming that life required a bit of exuberance. However, both Estella and Riddle were too engrossed to pay it any heed. Incredible. Estella marveled at her wand. Back at the orphanage, Riddle required time to conjure such results. Yet now the water emerged instantly and in abundance. Riddle wore a modest smile. Previously, their responses had been instinctive, channeling their innate magical energy through concentrated intent. Young wizards' so-called outbursts before entering magical school occurred when emotions ran high or thoughts were fervent, resulting in the use of magic. Both were exceptionally talented individuals, and during their initial accidental outbursts, they had managed to grasp the subtle sensations of magical energy flow. The wand's purpose was to guide the wizard's magical currents. They each selected wands that felt more comfortable and attempted spells they had previously practiced. "We must be geniuses," Estella declared, proudly lifting her chin. "Look, most of these basic spells are ones we already know." Chapter 58. All set, just awaiting the bang. Observing Estella's prideful demeanor, Riddle raised an eyebrow, but refrained from speaking. Estella recognized that Riddle was considerably more narcissistic than she, yet he appeared remarkably humble at that moment. She made a face at him, loudly expressing her dissatisfaction with his demeanor. The following day, as Riddle had predicted, they were indeed subjected to an exam bright and early. They had only been in the wizarding world for less than 3 days, and as patients no less. Mrs. Macia's voice trembled with suppressed fury, a truly terrifying poison. Estella could distinctly hear the gritted teeth in Mrs. Macia's tone. She now understood, it was dark magic. "You cannot impose your standards on 2 children, Grindelwald remarked. Having chosen this moment to visit knowing Mrs. Macia was brewing potions that morning, he displayed no signs of guilt, feigning surprise as he stated, "I merely came to see them. I had no ulterior motives." Mrs. Macia retorted, "You had better not." She glared at Grindelwald, remaining steadfast until he departed after a round of insincere inquiries about their well-being. Throughout, Estella maintained a demure smile until the door closed, after which she exuberantly leaped onto Riddle's bed. Let us learn the disillusionment charm. The disillusionment charm was indeed quite challenging. The book stated it was a spell many advanced wizards struggled to master. The remaining days were predominantly spent by Estella and Riddle honing this spell. Of course, to avoid suspicion, they occasionally feigned learning other charms in between. Estella even staged a little performance with Riddle. "What was that spell that made us invisible when Father waved his wand that day? I want to learn it." Riddle struggled to contain his laughter, his body trembling, but eventually managed to suppress his mirth under Estella's piercing gaze. He replied solemnly, "Let me find it. I believe I have seen it before, Estella." He pretended to search the index, then began flipping through pages with a serious expression, finally presenting it to Estella. "Here it is, the disillusionment charm." "Wow, it's the disillusionment charm," Estella exclaimed, delightfully covering her mouth. Setting aside their little skit, the two continued their earnest attempts at rendering themselves invisible. Disillusionment, become unseen. Riddle's wand waved lightly, and his entire form gradually melded with the surrounding environment until he completely vanished. After 2 minutes of silence, "We did it, Tom," Estella exclaimed, bouncing with joy, rushing over to embrace Riddle. Noticing Estella jumped in the wrong direction, Riddle swiftly sidestepped, catching her as she leaped. Estella clung to Riddle's neck, her legs kicking in delight. In an instant, Riddle's figure reappeared on the ground. Supporting the exuberant Estella, Riddle's dark eyes sparkled with amusement. He cleared his throat, attempting to suppress his upward curving smile. "We should prepare. Time is of the essence." Estella joyfully hopped down from him, her eyes shining brightly. Yet, upon realizing her inability to master it, she pouted slightly, a hint of displeasure crossing her face. Riddle, upon witnessing Estella's expression, immediately discerned her thoughts. She had indeed made significant progress, though it remained somewhat unstable. After all, she was merely 9 years old. Estella huffed, "Of course." Riddle's lips curled into a subtle smile as he guided Estella back onto the bed, having already prepared everything. In his hand, he held an old tin can, from which a wire extended outward. He had managed to set this up while in the bathroom, knowing well that although Newmongard was under constant surveillance, it typically focused on monitoring particularly dangerous individuals and locations, not to the extent of scrutinizing the lavatory. The knight with the long beard was hardly a pervert. However, due to the limited materials he had, he needed to employ some duplication spells, which would not affect the core principle itself. Estella's face radiated with eager excitement. It seemed that Grindelwald had been quite busy these past few days, absent during meals since the day they received their wands. Thus, everything was in place. Only the bang, remained. Observing Estella's enthusiasm, Riddle felt a slight twitch at the corner of his mouth. He increasingly believed that Estella's plan was merely for amusement. Yet, it was indeed rather entertaining. Wait, what was he thinking? Riddle abruptly halted his train of thought, pinching Estella's cheeks. Recently, he had developed a fondness for squeezing her cheeks. Watching as her face puffed out slightly, her beautiful azure eyes glaring at him with discontent, Riddle maintained a calm demeanor, reminding her softly, "Stay composed and avoid raising suspicion." Estella, although they employed silencing charms during their conspiracies, they could not obscure their actions. with Estella's level of excitement. Anyone familiar with her would easily recognize that she was up to something. Estella pushed Riddle's hand away and leaned in close to his ear, speaking loudly, "I know." Riddle helplessly rubbed his ear. However, another issue arose. Estella suddenly froze. If some peculiar dark magic were to emerge, they would need someone to discover it and rescue them. Would they not? Therefore, would the disillusionment charm cease to function upon losing consciousness? Chapter 59, Rise and Slumber Again, Tom. Would the disillusionment charm cease to function upon losing consciousness? Estella's face contorted with worry. What if something emerged that would lead to their demise within 10 minutes if the antidote were not consumed? She would need to ensure her new father discovered her in time to save her. Riddle's brow furrowed slightly as well. The book did not describe such a scenario. Yet some spells indeed did not require a wizard's maintenance. His gaze fell upon the wand. Perhaps they could find a solution. Before he could articulate further thoughts, a faint rustling sound caught his attention from above. Riddle looked up to see Estella, brandishing a candelabrum, gesturing above his head. Riddle? Upon noticing the darkening expression on Riddle's face, Estella quickly concealed the candelabrum behind her back, feigning innocence as if nothing had occurred. Riddle gritted his teeth. Estella. Having realized that her intentions were discovered, Estella gazed at him with a pitiful look. Can you bear to see your beloved childhood friend endure such torment? She pressed her hand to her chest, exclaiming, "That is a pain only the bravest and most gallant can withstand." Heart-wrenching yet awe-inspiring. Although Riddle's expression remained dark, the mention of beloved stirred something within him, causing his ears to inexplicably flush. Yet his tone remained stern. "You employed that very line to deceive your new father just days ago. Did I?" Estella feigned ignorance, her gaze wandering to the ceiling and floor, deliberately avoiding Riddle's eyes. Then she broke into a radiant smile. "Perhaps I should be gentler?" "You shall not." Riddle's expression was icy. At 2 in the morning, Riddle lay awake, staring blankly at the pitch-black ceiling. He felt drowsiness engulfing his mind, his eyelids battling against each other. The sensation was sticky, rustling. He sat up from the bed and quietly approached Estella's side. After a while in the darkness, one's eyes would adapt, aided by a sliver of moonlight. He observed Estella's face, slightly chubby from the pillow's pressure, appearing to be in deep slumber. He could no longer tolerate this. Although Estella was undeniably adorable, he could not continue to indulge her. With a gloomy expression, Riddle reached out and pinched Estella's cheeks firmly. Her lips puckered slightly from the pressure. "Wake up." Riddle's face bore no expression, but his voice was surprisingly gentle. Estella grumbled, attempting to turn away but was restrained by Riddle. He pinched her cheeks again. "Wake up, Estella." Drowsily, Estella sat up, while Riddle casually flicked his wand, summoning a small flame that flickered beside them, illuminating their faces. During the day, Riddle had ultimately refused to allow Estella to knock him unconscious. He believed she might be incapable of doing so and would only end up giving him a headache. Moreover, such behavior was utterly unacceptable. Who would forget that he initially intended for Estella to be his little follower? And now, who would let their little follower knock them out? Thus, they opted for a more dignified approach. Riddle would stay awake until the early hours, until fatigue overwhelmed him. And then they would test the disillusionment charm to see if it would function while asleep. Yet, he was utterly exhausted. Estella swayed slightly in bed, her eyes barely open. Riddle's expression remained impassive. "Stay alert. At the very least, you must not fall asleep before me." "Oh," Estella replied obediently. Disillusionment, take form. With a gentle wave of his wand, Estella's body gradually blended with the surrounding environment until she was entirely invisible. Riddle immediately lay down, utterly fatigued, his voice carrying a hint of hoarseness, mindful of the time. Almost with a few breaths, Riddle had succumbed to slumber. Estella struggled to keep her eyes wide open, staring intently at her hands. Yet, they remained invisible. It was not until 10 minutes had passed that her hands reappeared. 10 minutes? Would that not mean she would be done for? Estella scratched her head, recalling their previous discussion. This might relate to Riddle's initial magical prowess with the spell. He needed to control the input of magic, much like when she had employed the growth charm, requiring restraint in her force. Once she had formulated a plan, she settled by Riddle's bedside and gently shook his shoulder. "Tom, rise and slumber again." It was difficult to ascertain whether it was Riddle's extraordinary talent or his sheer unwillingness to endure such torment that led to their success. By the time they attempted a third time, Riddle had managed to control it so that within half a minute, Estella's body could manifest. However, Estella proved to be quite adept, and she roused Riddle from his slumber. "Tom, we have succeeded." Upon opening his eyes, Riddle found Estella's face directly in front of his, joyfully shaking his shoulders. He regarded her with a neutral expression, the corners of his mouth twitching slightly, hinting that perhaps she need not have awakened him. Estella slowly blinked, sensing her own misstep. Thus, she gazed at him with her luminous azure eyes, her voice soft and earnest. "You are truly remarkable, Tom." Riddle silently turned away, burying his face into the pillow as he mumbled, "Good night, Estella." Without delay, Estella dashed back to her own hospital bed, pulling the covers up to her chin. "Good night, Tom." Riddle's voice remained muffled. The following day, both awoke late, Riddle due to insufficient sleep, and Estella because he had not called her. Wendy delivered brunch directly to their room. "Wendy, is my father here?" Estella inquired nonchalantly. "He hasn't returned for meals lately, and I'm quite worried." "Mr. Grindelwald left early this morning." "Miss," Wendy replied sharply, uncertain of when he might return. "Very well then. I shall await his return before visiting him." Estella feigned disappointment, though in truth, a sly smile crept upon her lips. Riddle cast a glance her way, and after a silent exchange, they both averted their gazes. Once Wendy departed, Estella waved her wand, concealing their voices once more. Her tone brimmed with barely contained excitement. "He is not here. We shall head to the spot we previously scouted. Let us depart." Chapter 60. Newt's commander has been blown up. Estella and Riddle ventured to the restroom under the pretense of washing their hands. After casting the disillusionment charm, they stealthily slipped out through the door. Although the hospital had not seen the bearded knight for several days, they could not be certain if other portraits were secretly watching. The duo tiptoed towards the exit, striving to make scarcely a sound. "Nighttime operations would be preferable," Estella whispered. "The bearded knight, like all, requires rest, and vigilance wanes in the dark." However, as today marked the 7th day, they were uncertain if Grindelwald would suddenly appear, whisking Riddle away, or if he might set a trap under the cover of night. Furthermore, Newt's commander had seen little activity in recent days, save for Mrs. Mayshaw, who had been residing there to monitor their situation. Thus, they resolved, mischief must be wrought in daylight. "I trust your judgment," Riddle said, squeezing Estella's hand. Estella huffed softly. Yet, the sound revealed her delight to Riddle. He chuckled lightly as they exchanged hushed conversations, making their way to the designated wall. This was the spot pre-selected by Buenos, devoid of foot traffic and with few portraits. Crucially, it led directly outside. Together, they crouched in a corner of the wall. "This will do nicely," Estella whispered. Riddle responded with a soft hum, retrieving the prepared acid and pouring it into the corner of the wall. With a series of hissing sounds, white smoke began to rise from beneath the surface, a caustic odor wafting through the air. Fortunately, being close to the window, Estella waved her wand to expedite the noxious fumes outside. Riddle hastened his efforts, directing the bottle deeper into the wall as the acid corroded the stone. Once the entire contents were poured, a faint light began to seep through the emerging hole, approximately the height of a child's 2 fists, just wide enough for a metal box to fit through. Riddle, ever meticulous, refrained from employing magic for ignition, instead producing a matchbox from his pocket with 2 matches he had deliberately saved. "I shall ignite it now. You should step back," he whispered. Estella responded with a soft "oh," adding, "Make sure to run quickly." Riddle chuckled, affirming her instruction, ensuring Estella was at a safe distance and shielded. He lit the match and cautiously brought the flame to the fuse leading from the explosive. With a sharp crack, he immediately dashed towards the sound of Estella's voice. Almost as soon as he grasped her arm, an explosion resounded behind them. Boom. The tremendous noise made Estella flinch involuntarily. Amidst the billowing smoke, debris erupted into the air. Thankfully, they had sheltered behind a pillar, evading even a single pebble. Once the commotion subsided, Estella peeked cautiously from behind the pillar. She excitedly tugged at Riddle's sleeve. "A hole has truly been created. How splendid." Though Riddle could not see her expression, he could easily imagine her eyes sparkling with exhilaration. He chuckled softly, casting his gaze toward her. "Then let us proceed." Despite the wall now being breached, Riddle remained vigilant, guiding Estella to refrain from emerging immediately. He cautiously tested the hole first. The walls of Newt's commander remained sturdy. Although damaged by explosives, the opening was only a meter high, with cracks radiating outward. However, it was ample for 2 children to pass through. Riddle cautiously prodded with his wand, confirming the opening was sufficiently wide for passage. Sensing no unusual sensations, he beckoned. "Come, Estella." He ventured first through the gap, then reached back to pull Estella through. Upon experiencing the fresh air and sunlight outside, Estella could not help but extend her arms and tilt her head back. "Ah, the scent of freedom." Riddle chuckled, seizing her hand. "We must leave this place. It is still too close." Estella reciprocated his grip as they sprinted away, whispering, "We cannot drop the disillusionment charm yet. Who knows if we might encounter anyone." Yet, before they could take more than a few steps, an unexpected surge of black mist erupted from nowhere. The familiar headache and indistinct, jumbled voices surged once more. This was quite perilous. Estella had not even uttered the word danger before she collapsed again, this time not onto cold stone, but into the embrace of lush grass. Although the difference was negligible, both fell, and half a minute later, the disillusionment charm faded, revealing their forms sprawled upon the inexplicably flattened meadow. The bearded knight had been observing the assembly in the conference room until he faintly heard a loud bang. What has transpired? The long-bearded knight suddenly dashed forward, peering through the gaping hole in the wall, where he beheld Estella and Riddle, hand in hand, lying amidst the grass. The breach served as an irregular frame, perfectly illuminated by the sunlight. Both the composition and their poses exuded an exquisite romanticism. However, the long-bearded knight emitted a sharp, piercing cry. Grindelwald had been exceedingly busy of late. He had scarcely had time for lunch before he summoned the saints back for a meeting. Oblivious to Wendy's earlier concern that Estella was worried about his fatigue, he felt a flicker of emotion. Perhaps having a daughter was rather nice. Perhaps he should ease his original teaching plans for her. But what was this he beheld? He stared at the drafty hole in the walls of Nurmengard, his expression impassive. Had they blown up Nurmengard? Blown it up? On the very day he had brought all the saints back for a meeting? Chapter 61. Every Dumbledore has a bald chick. 5 minutes prior, in the conference hall, Grindelwald sat at the head of the elongated marble table, his demeanor calm as he lightly tapped his fingers on the surface, raising his chin slightly. Share the situation from your end, Alaric. Alaric nodded slightly at Grindelwald, lowering his gaze to sift through the documents in his hands, reporting on the current state of affairs in France. Gellert. A sharp voice shattered the solemn atmosphere of the meeting room. All heads turned towards the long-bearded knight, who had suddenly leapt into the frame. For some inexplicable reason, Grindelwald felt an unsettling premonition. He steadied his thoughts. What was happening? The long-bearded knight's voice trembled, making it difficult to discern whether from fear or excitement. Nurmengard has been blown up. Grindelwald. He regarded the long-bearded knight with an impassive expression. If he were to discover that those two little brats were responsible, the knight's long sword would surely fall from his grasp. Estella and Riddle were lying down again. The countdown to their demise was ticking at 10 minutes. Grindelwald. At that moment, all the saints exchanged frantic glances below, yet none dared to speak, constrained by Grindelwald's icy countenance. Even Polly held her tongue. Take me there to see. Ignoring the eager curiosity of his subordinates, Grindelwald stood and exited the conference hall first. Once he departed, the saints began to murmur amongst themselves. Estella. Is she the daughter the master brought back? It seems so. And who is Riddle? He appears to be a friend from the orphanage who followed her from England after she was taken away. Impressive. They even blew up Nurmengard. Truly a chip off the old block. Isn't Nurmengard's defense formidable? How could these two children manage that? I want to see. I want to see. Would you dare? I certainly wouldn't. Neither would I. Perhaps we should sneak a glance? Just as their whispers grew louder and more audacious, the door swung open abruptly. Silence fell over the room as everyone retracted their smiles, adopting solemn expressions as they turned to the entrance. It was Grindelwald returning. He scanned the room without expression, then fixed his gaze on Alaric. Step outside. Everyone's envious eyes fell upon Alaric, some even whispering as he passed by. When you come back, tell me what it looked like after the explosion. Alaric thought to himself that there would likely be nothing good about it. Sure enough, the moment he stepped outside and closed the door, Grindelwald spoke. You might get hurt. Alaric stared blankly at Grindelwald, unable to process the words. What? Do you want me to do it myself? Grindelwald glanced at him dismissively before turning on his heel and leaving. His footsteps bore an air of urgency. How would he handle these two children? He had previously contemplated sending Riddle back to the orphanage before school began, considering their earlier mischief. Separating them would surely lead to chaos. How naive he had been. It was evidently their proximity that incited trouble. The long-bearded knight was calling out to Grindelwald ahead. Gellert. Hurry up. Grindelwald, his face darkened, broke into a run. Now he had to come save their lives. Had they not succeeded in their explosion, Alaric would have been the one running now. He knew full well that Alaric would snap pictures to show Polly, who would then spread the word. His illustrious name would be tarnished. Blown up by two children. Estella once again entered the once empty space. It was a realm devoid of self-awareness and time. During her last visit, she had chosen to lie down directly. This time, however, familiar with the surroundings, she felt inclined to explore. She recalled encountering a bald little bird here previously. Just as the thought crossed her mind, the bald little bird appeared before her. The bald chick had now transformed into. Estella gazed at it in astonishment. A bald chick? No, wait, a little phoenix. The little phoenix rubbed its eyes with its bare wings, bewildered. What is going on? How come I see Estella again so soon? Unless magical power reaches a certain threshold, or one can summon a guardian spirit, it can only see her when Estella is on the brink of death. Does this Dumbledore have such a high frequency of near-death experiences? Moreover, it realized something else. Why was it being mocked for being bald? The little phoenix sprang up, chirping loudly. Chirp, chirp, chirp. Chirp, chirp, chirp. Estella discovered she could understand its thoughts. Being on the verge of death allows you to see me? What does that mean? She disregarded the little phoenix's incessant complaints. Are you implying that every Dumbledore has a bald chick? The little phoenix? Chirp, chirp, chirp. Chirp, chirp, chirp. The little phoenix squawked loudly. Estella observed the increasingly featherless little phoenix, quickly complimenting. You are the most beautiful phoenix I have ever seen. Just look at every feather of yours. They are exquisite treasures. The little phoenix ceased its jumping, proudly lifted its head. Chirp, chirp, chirp. Of course, I am a phoenix. Estella and the little phoenix began to converse. I don't know why you can summon me. We must check your Dumbledore family's ancestral teachings. Perhaps our ancestors had a pact. You know nothing. I can hear your thoughts too. You're in my head. I'm still a cub. My beautiful feathers will grow in due time. Estella looked at the little phoenix, noting its many downy feathers, perhaps not yet fully grown, leaving only a few feathers completely developed. Estella felt somewhat at a loss, but still reached out to stroke its head. The little phoenix squinted its eyes in comfort. Estella tilted her head, resting her chin on her hand, and inquired, So, when I am finally able to conjure my Patronus, you will be able to appear by my side. The little phoenix lifted its feet in a display of pride. Indeed, but you are still but a fledgling. So that moment has yet to arrive. You will manifest when I am on the brink of death. Then, are you here to save me? The little phoenix hesitated, lowering its foot and raising its head. Not exactly. I merely came to check on you, to accompany you on your final journey. Estella replied with a forced smile. Thank you ever so much. Chapter 62. Do not call me father. Estella displayed a faux grin. I truly appreciate it. The little phoenix, oblivious to Estella's sarcasm, felt quite pleased with itself. No need for thanks. This is our destiny. At that moment, Estella suddenly sensed a familiar tugging sensation, realizing it must be Grandpa Gregor bringing Madame Mesa's potion to rescue her. Although she was still unsure how to confront Grindelwald, Estella feigned a sorrowful expression, looking pitifully at the little phoenix. I still have several years before I can see you again. I will miss you dearly. The little phoenix scratched its other foot, contemplating whether to utter something like just die a little more. Then, it witnessed Estella begin to sink down, her face suddenly breaking into a resplendent smile. This smile stirred a familiar unease within the little phoenix, and indeed, with a resounding call of bald little chick, Estella was pulled beneath the ground. The little phoenix. It leapt up in alarm, and before it could even chirp, all that remained was a void of air. Infuriated, the little phoenix hopped in place, chirping in frustration for quite some time. Upon returning to its kin, it was overheard by the waiting elders cursing, and thus, justice rained down upon it. The little phoenix. Chirp. Meanwhile, Estella faced the righteous wrath of her elders, equally helpless. She placed her hands neatly in front of her, gazing with her beautiful azure eyes at the expressionless Grindelwald. Behind her stood Madame Mesa. Madame Mesa, upon discovering that these two children had blown a hole in Nurmengard, realized they were not as obedient as she had imagined. Yet, confronted with such pleading little eyes, she found it exceedingly difficult to refuse. Gellert, she began, only to be interrupted. Madame Mesa, there's trouble. Alaric is injured. Polly suddenly burst into the medical room, panting as if she had sprinted from afar. She rushed in and grasped Madame Mesa's arm. Estella even noticed tears streaking down Polly's face. Madame Mesa, it's urgent. Alaric is hurt. You must save him. Seeing Polly's desperate demeanor, Madame Mesa, without a second thought, prepared to head outside. Why didn't you bring him with you? Alaric has an injured foot and cannot walk, Polly replied, pretending to be exceedingly distressed as she led Madame Mesa out. An injured foot can still bring him. Madame Mesa retorted. What kind of foot injury would cause such wailing? Suddenly, Madame Mesa understood. She shot a glance at Grindelwald, who bore a similarly concerned and pained expression. Madame Mesa, you should go with Polly to check on Alaric. I will look after Estella and the other child. Before Madame Mesa could say anything further, she was whisked away by Polly, who, it must be said, possessed considerable strength. Just before departing, Polly cast Estella a helpless glance and even managed to give her a fist pump as a gesture of encouragement. You can do it. Estella bang. The door slammed shut, and the medical room fell into silence once more. Riddle had also awakened, silently standing behind Estella with a hand resting on her shoulder. Grindelwald observed the two children, one seated and the other standing, nearly bursting into laughter. He scoffed. Well then, do enlighten me about what you two have been up to these past few days. Spare me the trouble of investigating myself. Estella slowly blinked, and under Grindelwald's gaze, began to count off on her fingers. We created explosives, ordinary explosives, concentrated acid. We learned the disillusionment charm. We sought out a fateful wall, and then we blew it up. Grindelwald, maintaining a neutral expression, smirked slightly. You two have been quite busy. He silently gritted his teeth, pondering how these two children had managed to be so well behaved lately. Clearly, they were just biding their time. The children remained quietly, likely brewing mischief. At that moment, Grindelwald was unaware of this truth. However, in the years to come, he would come to deeply understand this life lesson. Estella smiled shyly. Not as busy as you. Grindelwald clenched his fist in his pocket, striving to maintain his composure, tempted to throw the children away. He shifted his gaze to Riddle. Just as Riddle sensed something was amiss and began to grow wary, Grindelwald suddenly chuckled. I believe it is time for you to return. Before Riddle could respond, Grindelwald raised his hand, and Riddle vanished from sight. Suddenly transported to a street in Austria, Riddle. Estella turned her head, witnessing Riddle's abrupt disappearance. Her mouth agape in shock. She spun back to face Grindelwald. With a cold smirk, Grindelwald remarked, Do you wish to follow him? Estella hesitated, truly wanting to. Yet daunted by Grindelwald's icy demeanor, she dared not voice it. Grindelwald articulated each word. You wish to dream. Estella blinked, gazing at him with wide eyes. Daddy. Grindelwald remained expressionless. Do not call me father. I am hardly worthy of such a title. Estella paused, cautiously inquiring, handsome? Grindelwald regarded her azure eyes, which shimmered with a mix of mischief and a hint of guilt, and tightly shut his eyes, inhaling sharply. Since you are so capable, why don't you research how to render the walls impervious to muggles? Grindelwald gritted his teeth. The protective system of Nurmengard, aside from being attacked by dark magic the moment one steps outside, can absorb nearly all spells, even reflecting them back to the caster. Riddle and Estella had indeed stumbled upon the truth, for Nurmengard's walls had never endured a purely physical assault. It is worth noting that even the most powerful cutting or explosive spells would be absorbed by the walls. However, Nurmengard had never faced a muggle explosion, as muggles could not breach its defenses. He cooled his expression. I will grant you 1 week's time. Should you fail, I shall send you to the forests of Albania to be fed to the beasts. He added, and Riddle will be cast into another forest. He seemed to recall something amusing, a smile tugging at the corners of his mouth. If he wishes to return, that is. He could discern that Riddle possessed a strong sense of pride. Being tossed aside in such a manner would undoubtedly infuriate him and compel him to never look back. As he prepares for his resurgence, he swears to exact revenge upon those who once brought him humiliation. Childhood companions turned adversaries, and a cruel villain who tore them apart. The mere thought of it caused Grindelwald to raise an eyebrow in intrigue. Meanwhile, on a certain street, Riddle gazed, astonished, at a bus that had suddenly materialized before him. Its abrupt halt widening his pupils in shock. Mrs. Mayshaw, too, was preoccupied with thoughts of Grindelwald as she eyed Alaric's slightly swollen ankle. Had she arrived just a minute later, the crimson mark would have faded. She glanced at Polly, who was sobbing quietly, her expression unreadable. What am I summoned here for? To assist in reuniting them? Chapter 63, Grindelwald captures a child. Riddle stood on the street, feeling somewhat disoriented. After all, Bunius remained ensconced within Nurmengard, and locating a clever serpent would require considerable effort. He surveyed the surrounding signposts, ensuring he had not inadvertently returned to Y Country. How then should he navigate back to Nurmengard? Should he inquire for directions? Just as he contemplated summoning a few serpents, a blinding light flashed before him, rendering his eyes nearly unseeing. Accompanied by a thunderous honk, a vehicle brimming with a powerful gust of air came to a halt in front of him. Had Riddle not possessed his usual composure, he might have collapsed to the ground in surprise. The door of what appeared to be a bus swung open with a sharp sound. Immediately following, a woman's voice boomed. Hey there, kid. When hailing a bus, one does so from the curb, not the middle of the road. Come aboard. We're in a hurry today. Riddle's dark eyes fell upon the suspicious bus as he ambled towards the entrance. The woman stationed at the door appeared to be in her 40s. Her hair styled in voluminous waves, exuding an air of carefree exuberance. With an effusive smile, she introduced herself. Good afternoon. Welcome aboard the night bus. I'm your attendant, Lise, and I'm delighted to assist you. She lowered her head, clutching a notebook and a stack of tickets, reminiscent of a ledger. What is your name? And where do you intend to go? Riddle noticed murmurs of discontent emanating from within the bus, though he could not discern their exact words. He pursed his lips, a hint of wariness creeping into his voice. What is this place? Lise, who had been poised to jot something down, glanced up in surprise. Taking a moment to appraise Riddle, clad in muggle attire, he appeared to be no older than 10, a striking figure indeed. Are you not yet enrolled in school? From a muggle family, perhaps? Oh, muggles, those whose families possess no magic? Riddle nodded slowly, discreetly surveying his surroundings. With a radiant smile, Lise explained, this is the night bus, which can whisk you away to any destination you desire. When a wizard's yearning for a particular location is sufficiently strong, the bus will materialize. Given that you are still an unregistered young wizard, you are entitled to complimentary travel. However, additional services will incur a fee. She then displayed her identification badge. Riddle concluded that this was indeed a legitimate mode of transportation. He returned her smile. I am Tom Riddle, and I wish to go to Newmontgard. Lise, taken aback by his sudden smile, swayed slightly. After all, she had rarely encountered such a strikingly handsome young boy. But what had she just heard? Newmontgard? Inside the bus, a cacophony of sounds erupted, crashing glass, clanging metal, and a resounding thud accompanied by groans of discomfort, suggesting someone had tumbled to the floor. Lise struggled to restrain her voice. What brings you there? Riddle was suddenly reminded of the report detailing Grindelwald's fiery rampage in Paris. It's somewhat complicated. In an instant, Riddle's dark eyes dimmed. His delicately curled lashes cast shadows upon his pale, handsome face, devoid of color, and his neck hung weakly. His voice hoarse, he murmured, "It's my friend. He has been taken by him. I must return to Newmontgard to retrieve my friend." In a heartbeat, Lise's expression softened with empathy. "Oh, dear child. I will ensure you reach Newmontgard today." From within the bus, muffled sobs could be heard, and Riddle even caught the sound of someone blowing their nose. Whispers of shock spread through the occupants. Grindelwald truly does capture children. I thought my wife was merely frightening our daughter. At that moment, Grindelwald, currently exasperating Estella in Newmontgard, sneezed. Riddle mused, the wizarding world is indeed remarkably gullible. He endeavored to suppress the upward curl of his lips, maintaining his facade of tragic resilience. "Thank you, Sister Lise. I shall rescue my friend." Lise's heart melted, and she nodded vigorously. "I believe in you, Riddle." With great satisfaction, Riddle boarded the night bus. Basking in the sympathetic glances and well wishes bestowed upon him, along with a complimentary hot chocolate from Lise, he even found himself upgraded to a cabin, an unexpected luxury. "Good child, should you require anything, do not hesitate to inform your sister," Lise said, her gaze tender. Riddle accepted it all without hesitation. "Thank you, Sister Lise." However, as Lise turned away, the once sympathetic crowd suddenly erupted in conversation. "Could you drop me off first? I'm not being cowardly. I'm just in a bit of a rush. My grandfather is about to give birth. I'm also in a hurry. I need to prepare for my father's month-long celebration." Riddle's lips twitched slightly. One could not deny that Grindelwald's reputation was indeed formidable. As the bus roared back into motion, Riddle understood why he had heard the groans earlier. The speed and driving skill were such that, had he not reacted swiftly, his head might have met the glass window with a rather intimate greeting. He glanced at the hot chocolate clutched in his hand, which remained steadfastly in the cup, without a single drop spilled. A bit of a lesson in physics, he mused. Leaning against the cabin, he gradually sipped the warm beverage, feeling his body warm with each swallow. In the swaying bus, fatigue slowly began to envelop him. Meanwhile, on the other side, Estella was grappling with the wall, battling against anti-physical attacks and counter-corrosion. How was she to manage this? Alter his hardness? Or change his elasticity? If corrosion was to be countered, wouldn't she also need to modify his chemical properties? Yet even the hardest substance could be dissolved by aqua regia. It dawned on her that Newmontgard's protective magic primarily relied on the recognition of magical energy flow, thus rendering it incapable of detecting explosives and acids. Estella, her face resting in her hands, stared intently at the wall, lost in thought. Innovation must be rooted in practice, or so firmly believes Estella. In fact, during the last endeavor with Riddle, they had some explosives left over. Why not detonate them once more for experimentation? Chapter 64, A Second Chance. Upon returning to the infirmary, Estella found herself promptly restrained by Madame Mayshaw. "You must refrain from wandering about today and focus on your recovery," she said with a grave expression, placing a hand on Estella's forehead to gauge her temperature. "You are still not fully healed and have already suffered another assault from dark magic. This is detrimental to your convalescence." Madame Mayshaw's thoughts drifted to the unfortunate child who had not consumed the remaining potion, and her ire towards Grindelwald flared. Such actions could easily lead to lingering repercussions, you know. Although a wizard can initially digest the dark magic after consuming that potion, it requires a considerable amount of time. And he is merely an untrained young wizard. Caution is paramount. As Madame Maysha's demeanor grew increasingly severe, Estella cautiously tugged at the hem of her garment. "I shall take good care of myself. Do not worry about me, Madame Mayshaw." The gentle tug elicited a response, and as she lowered her gaze, she met Estella's eyes filled with guilt and concern. Instantly, Madame Mayshaw dismissed the fact that this child had recently reduced Newmontgard to rubble and affectionately patted Estella's head. Such a good child. Estella discreetly concealed the explosives left by Riddle beneath her blanket. "Yes, I shall detonate them tomorrow. No, I shall practice tomorrow." The following day, shortly after breakfast, Estella nestled into a corner with her explosives and acid. Duplicating is indeed a marvelous thing. With utmost care, Estella poured the acid at the corner of the wall, having fashioned a mask for herself. Endowed with keen perception, Estella had discerned that Grindelwald displayed a surprising degree of leniency towards her. Despite his initially fearsome appearance and seemingly malign intentions, His malevolence often felt more like mere words. A dissonance between his speech and his heart. Though she did not fully comprehend the reasons behind this, one thing was certain. She could detonate once more. Oh. But her intent was not destruction, it was practice. Practice is the sole criterion for testing truth. After the acid had corroded a hole, Estella meticulously observed the area. The surroundings bore distinct signs of erosion. Excellent. The next step was to bury the explosives. With precision, Estella concealed the explosives and, with a grimace, struck a match. After finding a suitable hiding spot, she directed the flame towards the fuse of the explosives. With a crackling sound, she hastily dashed towards her refuge. Yet, she was still quite young, her legs significantly shorter than Riddle's. Before she could reach safety, the explosion erupted behind her. Boom. It was rare for Grindelwald to venture out later than usual. After the meeting was interrupted the previous day, he had summoned all the saints that evening to complete the unfinished discussions. He could sense their covert glances, scrutinizing his expression to discern the veracity of the rumors surrounding the destruction of Nurmengard. Would he allow them to see through him? Absolutely not. Maintaining a calm and relaxed demeanor, he navigated the entire meeting, dissipating their burgeoning curiosity. Before retiring for the night, he summoned the long-bearded knight to ascertain that Estella had merely been staring blankly at the wall all afternoon before being called back by Madame Mayshaw for medicine. Obediently remaining in the infirmary throughout the night, Grindelwald nodded slightly, feeling gratified that Estella was earnestly contemplating the task he had assigned her. However, he realized he needed to devote more thought to the issue of Muggles. Previously, he had merely exploited the fact that Muggles possessed the capability to wield nuclear weapons, an immensely destructive force, to incite public vigilance against them. Yet, he lacked a comprehensive understanding of their daily lives and their genuine advancements. Perhaps he should delve deeper into this matter. Just as Grindelwald adjusted his bow tie and prepared to leave, he heard a familiar explosion. What was that? The corners of Grindelwald's mouth flattened. He hoped it was not the mischief of that little imp, Estella. Upon his arrival, he found Estella sprawled on the ground. This time, he was remarkably close to her location. He hardly took a few steps before he spotted her. The air was still thick with smoke from the recent explosion. Resisting the urge to reprimand the child, he approached Estella and helped her up. As he lifted her, he noticed her eyes were closed, her mouth agape. Grindelwald was uncertain where this instinct came from, but he swiftly dodged aside. Achoo! Estella sneezed, having inhaled some of the debris. Although she had not quite reached her refuge, her instinctive reaction caused her to drop to the ground. Only a few small pebbles had struck her, and her makeshift mask had fallen during her hasty retreat. Fortunately, she lay in wait for the smoke to clear. At that moment, as Estella opened her eyes, she found Grindelwald crouching before her, his cold, mismatched eyes devoid of expression. Once she was assured he would not harm her, she felt no fear towards his stoic countenance, recalling her years with Riddle. Yet, she did feel a twinge of guilt. She blinked, momentarily unable to meet his gaze, looking around before finally addressing him with a feigned surprise. "Father, did you save me?" Grindelwald let out a cold laugh. Did Dumbledore have such thick skin as a child? He reined in his smile, his expression returning to neutrality. "Do you require my assistance, Miss Estella? Am I endowed with such capability?" "Of course not," Estella exclaimed, shaking her head in disagreement, her face lighting up with admiration. "You are the most handsome and formidable father." Grindelwald observed Estella, her hair tousled, her face smeared with dirt like a little kitten, gazing at him with her striking blue eyes. He took a deep breath, reminding himself that he had chosen to adopt her. He could not constantly think about discarding her. At that moment, Wendy appeared with Riddle. "Sir, Riddle has returned," Wendy announced in a sharp tone. Upon arriving, Riddle beheld the disheveled Estella sitting on the ground, grinning foolishly, while Grindelwald maintained his impassive demeanor. And the wall bore the scars of the recent explosion. This scene was indeed not what he had anticipated upon his return. However, he was even more surprised when Grindelwald suddenly smiled upon seeing him. That familiar smile filled him with an uneasy premonition. "Tom, you arrived just in time." In an instant, he felt that sensation of being lifted off the ground once more. Upon reopening her eyes, she found herself back on the familiar street. However, a disheveled Estella was now at her side. Along with her return, Grindelwald's parting words echoed in her mind. "Bring her back. She still needs to take the antidote." Chapter 65. That villain is quite fearsome. Reflecting on Grindelwald's last remark, Riddle couldn't help but smirk. He had cast her aside, expecting her to find her own way back. Truly, what a dedicated father he was. Riddle turned his gaze towards the curious Estella, who was observing her surroundings with wide-eyed wonder. "Where are we, Tom? These signs don't seem to be in English. Haven Tea, we returned? Did you come here last time too? How do we leave this place?" Riddle watched Estella, who looked as dirty as a little kitten, peering around inquisitively. He couldn't suppress a light chuckle. Estella turned her head, regarding him with bemusement. What are you laughing at? At that moment, Estella was blissfully unaware of her disheveled appearance. Oh, it's nothing, Riddle said, gently ruffling her hair, only to have her sulkily evade his touch. Do you wish to return now, or would you prefer to explore a bit? He confirmed with Estella. You've taken your medicine today, haven't you? She nodded, though her curiosity was piqued by another matter. How did you get back to Nemontgard? Is there a direct way? Riddle lazily raised an eyebrow. Of course. You can return whenever you want. Estella remained intrigued about his method of return, so they decided to forego exploration and head straight home. Their lack of money weighed heavily on Riddle's mind. He silently resolved to ensure he had some funds before embarking on any mischief in the future. Shall I begin? Riddle inclined his head slightly. Estella gazed at him with excitement. First step, we moved to the side of the road. Riddle, guiding the unusually obedient Estella, led her to the roadside. Second step, close your eyes and feel this profound magic. With a serene smile, Riddle appeared nonchalant, yet within his mind. He began to chant fervently, we wish to go to Nemontgard. We wish to go to Nemontgard. We wish to go to Nemontgard. In the next moment, it arrived. A blinding light accompanied by a familiar honking sound flashed before them. Riddle squinted slightly and raised his hand to shield Estella's eyes. Wow, a bus! Estella exclaimed in awe, covering her mouth. Are you really that impressive, Tom? Riddle offered her a small smile. Come aboard, my lady. With a sharp sound, the bus doors swung open from within, followed by a welcoming voice. Good afternoon. Welcome aboard the night bus. I'm your conductor, Liz, and I'm delighted to assist you. As Riddle beheld the familiar face, he recalled that he had forgotten to inquire whether there was only one bus. Just as Riddle's expression grew slightly tense, Estella had already joyfully pulled him to the bus door. She waved enthusiastically at the woman. Good afternoon, Sister Liz. Hello, young witch, Liz greeted warmly, her smile radiant. What is your name? Where are you headed, Riddle? Her gaze shifted slightly, landing on Riddle's familiar visage. She was well acquainted with him, having just delivered this little wizard to Nemontgard. What a pitiable yet resilient child he was, and quite handsome too. Her attention then turned to the dirt-streaked Estella. Clearly having endured considerable hardship, realization dawned as she looked at Estella. Is this your friend? Did you really rescue her all by yourself? In such a short time? Riddle thought it unnecessary to emphasize how he had been unceremoniously cast aside in such a brief interval. Initially, Estella had believed she had uncovered some monumental truth, but as she listened on, it became apparent that Riddle had concocted an incredible tale in her absence. Estella immediately pouted in feigned distress, looking at Liz. Yes, that's right. That villain is quite fearsome. Riddle, believing he might be embarrassed, found it amusing that Estella seemed to be enjoying herself. He managed a strained smile, attempting to appear cheerful. Indeed, but Liz struggled to suppress her desire to lean in closer to hear. But what? Riddle's brow furrowed slightly, his lips pressed together in restraint. My friend's friend was captured by Grindelwald. Estella, fully complicit, leaned against Riddle's shoulder, her demeanor exaggeratedly sorrowful, as if she were on the verge of tears. Riddle quickly patted her back, whispering soothingly, don't make a sound. Liz was deeply moved by the scene before her. She gently patted Estella's shoulder. You two are such good children. So where are you headed? Riddle nodded gravely. Yes, we are going to Nemontgard. Just then, a familiar cacophony erupted from within the bus. The sounds of chaos, unmistakable. Yet, this time, no one tumbled out, perhaps due to fewer passengers. Liz, with unwavering determination, stated, good children. I will ensure you reach Nemontgard today. Her gaze shifted to Estella. By the way, what is your name? You can call me Estella, she replied. All right. Liz led them inside, presenting them with complimentary hot chocolate and upgraded sleeping arrangements. Good children, if you need anything, just let your sister know. Estella had already shaken off her earlier melancholy, sitting obediently on the bunk beside Riddle, both chiming in unison, thank you, Sister Liz. Liz watched the two children cradling their hot chocolates, one composed, and the other sweetly obedient, feeling her heart melt. Is there anything else to eat on the bus? As Riddle had suspected, there were only 2 passengers aboard. However, unsurprisingly, as Liz passed by, they tugged at her sleeve, whispering, could you take me first? It's not that I'm cowardly, I just really need to go. Riddle observed Estella taking delicate sips of her hot chocolate, her beautiful azure eyes curiously scanning the surroundings, and he couldn't help but smile subtly. Estella. Estella looked up. Come a little closer. Although she was puzzled, she complied, shifting closer to him. With a sudden blaring horn, the bus lurched forward, darting away from its previous position. Estella's eyes widened in shock, but fortunately, just as the vehicle surged forth, Riddle wrapped his arm around her shoulders, preventing her from being thrown off balance. Once Estella acclimated to the bus's speed and was able to lift her head, she turned to Riddle, her eyes sparkling with admiration. Impressive, Tom. Riddle maintained a restrained smile, carefully concealing the arm that had bulged with veins from excessive strain. Chapter 66. It's time for you to return, Tom. Tom, did you return in this very vehicle yesterday? Indeed. Tom, we didn't pay. We wouldn't be fare dodgers, would we? No, unregistered young wizards are exempt from fares. However, the complimentary hot chocolate does incur a cost. Then we must remember to bring money next time. And I've also been contemplating some leisurely explorations. Very well. Amidst her cheerful chatter with Estella, Riddle found the night bus surprisingly less bothersome. Despite the equally abysmal driving, the cacophony of snores around them and the intermittent boisterous laughter of some wizards persisted. Yes, he could certainly endure a few more rides. With only 2 passengers ahead of them, Riddle and Estella returned to Numenor that evening. We've arrived, young wizards. Liz called from the front of the bus. Riddle gently nudged the now sleeping Estella. Wake up, we're here. Almost as soon as they disembarked, the night bus sped away. Estella, still groggy from her slumber, murmured, "Did we arrive?" "Indeed," Riddle replied, taking her hand as they approached the grand entrance of Numenor. It was only upon reaching the threshold that Estella realized it was her first encounter with the imposing gate of Numenor. She gazed up in wonder. The door appeared immensely heavy, adorned with intricate patterns that exuded opulence. It was perhaps the tallest and grandest door she had ever seen. Turning to Riddle with sparkling eyes, she asked, "Shall we attempt to blow it up from the outside? I still have one in my pocket." Before Riddle could respond, the door swung open with a resounding thud. Estella found herself face to face with Grindelwald's inscrutable expression. His mismatched eyes regarded her without emotion, yet his very presence radiated an air of coldness. Slowly blinking, Estella beamed at him. "Father, we're back." She theatrically counted on her fingers. "We haven't seen each other for an entire afternoon and a night. I've truly missed you." Grindelwald let out a derisive chuckle, crossing his arms. He enunciated each word with deliberate clarity. "First, surrender all your explosives. Then, close your mouth and return to your room. To sleep." 6 months later. "Good afternoon, and welcome aboard the night bus. I am your attendant, Liz, and it is my pleasure to serve you." Liz was pleasantly surprised to see her 2 regular patrons. Tilting her head in curiosity, "Is your dear friend still not rescued?" Estella proudly lifted her chin, responding obediently, "Not yet." Liz sighed in disappointment, blinking her eyes. "So, where are you headed this time?" "XXX Street," Estella exclaimed, raising an arm in joy, but quickly remembered to temper her enthusiasm. Placing her arm behind her head, as if scratching it. "First, we'll get her something to eat, and then we'll rescue her." Estella smiled sweetly. She handed a golden galleon to Liz. "For 2 silver sickles, please." After Liz placed the coins in Estella's hand, she guided them to their seats. However, this time, Liz did not immediately turn to leave after handing them hot chocolate. Instead, she leaned in with a conspiratorial air. "Is your friend Grindelwald's daughter?" Estella and Riddle exchanged silent glances. Without waiting for a response, Liz continued, "I heard that Grindelwald has reclaimed a daughter, but she is quite displeased with him, always causing chaos in Numenor." As she spoke, Estella noticed the spark of excitement in Liz's eyes, which was unmistakable. This has evidently caused Grindelwald considerable distress. It seems everyone has noticed he has been more subdued of late. His daughter must be demanding enough of his attention to distract him from other matters. The moment I heard about it, I thought of you too. You must be friends of his daughter, which is why you have repeatedly infiltrated Numenor without any harm. Liz winked at them playfully, whispering, "I shall keep your secret." With that, she sauntered back toward the front of the bus. Riddle chuckled softly, leaning against the side. "You're quite the celebrity, Estella." She shot him a glare, biting into her pie. "I believe you'll outshine me in fame soon enough." Riddle raised an eyebrow, not contesting her remark. As Estella turned her gaze, she met his slightly smug expression, and she rolled her eyes dramatically. After meandering through a Muggle shopping mall, they wandered aimlessly through a wizarding trading village. By evening, Wendy unexpectedly appeared beside them, catching Estella, who was eager to sample some beer. "Miss, you cannot drink alcohol." Wendy struggled to suppress her instinct to shout. "We cannot sell alcoholic beverages to minors," a passing shop assistant explained with a smile. "This is merely a glass of orange juice that resembles beer." Estella immediately wore a betrayed expression. The shop assistant felt an inexplicable pang of guilt at the sight of the girl's innocent eyes, though she couldn't quite place the reason for her remorse. Riddle swiftly inserted the straw from his cup into Estella's mouth, prompting her to instinctively take a couple of sips. Her eyes brightened. "This is quite delicious." Riddle chuckled lightly, his gaze softening. "This cup is also yours." Estella happily set aside her thoughts of beer. Wendy earnestly interrupted, "Miss and Mr. Riddle, you ought to return now." "Sir instructed." Wendy stated firmly, "You cannot stay out overnight." "Very well," Riddle replied leisurely, shifting his gaze from Estella to Wendy. "Let her finish." Upon returning to Numenor, they found Grindelwald seated in the living room, engrossed in a newspaper. Hearing the faint sound of a puff, he turned the page of the newspaper with a casual air. Glancing at the 2 children and an elf who had appeared seemingly out of nowhere. Grindelwald raised an eyebrow. It's time for you to return, Tom. Chapter 67. The Unseen Future. It's time for you to return, Tom. Grindelwald flipped to the next page of the newspaper, feigning disinterest. However, his mismatched gaze lingered on Riddle and Estella, revealing a hint of intrigue. Riddle's previously upturned lips gradually straightened into a thin line. Estella, momentarily taken aback, looked up at Riddle and then turned her gaze to Grindelwald. Riddle tightened his grip on Estella's hand. School hasn't commenced yet. Riddle's obsidian eyes fixated intently on Grindelwald. Over the past 6 months, although Riddle and Grindelwald had never explicitly agreed on when Riddle would depart, both were equally obstinate. Riddle refused to leave Astoria alone in this place, while Grindelwald would not consent to Astoria's departure from Numengard. Thus, through an unspoken understanding, Riddle chose to remain. Moreover, it was crucial to note that Riddle occasionally required several days in the infirmary alongside Astoria. Mrs. Mesa vehemently opposed allowing a young wizard, yet to enroll, to wander aimlessly after being afflicted by dark magic. Grindelwald observed Riddle, whose demeanor was rife with wariness, and chuckled softly. He set aside the newspaper and scrutinized him leisurely. What are you glaring at me for? It's not even the designated start of term. Before Riddle could respond, Astoria spoke up. She slowly blinked her eyes, casting a reluctant glance at Riddle. But the normal start of term should be in September, and it's only June. Delilah, Grindelwald interjected abruptly, his mirth vanishing, replaced by an undercurrent of menace in his gaze. What right does my daughter have to side with him rather than me? Yet, would Astoria be intimidated by Grindelwald's threats? Certainly not. His menacing words were less frightening than the ominous whispers of the dark mist. Grindelwald clearly understood Astoria's sentiments, gritting his teeth in silence before donning a semblance of a smile. Wendy has prepared your favorite mashed potatoes, he said quickly, his eyes subtly directing the nearby house elf. Or they will go cold. Astoria's eyes widened in shock. What? Does my dearest father truly regard me as such? Is mashed potatoes more important than Riddle? This indeed warranted contemplation. At that moment, Riddle suddenly smiled, startling Astoria. She cast a furtive glance at him. Does Riddle know what I am thinking? Yet. Riddle merely gave her hand a gentle squeeze, urging her, you should go. Feeling her gaze upon him, he offered her a reassuring look. Otherwise, they will go cold. Astoria mused. Are these two rascals conspiring over some nefarious scheme, thus seeking to distract the kind and lovely me? Nevertheless, she had no pressing desire to uncover their secrets. With a resigned shrug, she said, all right, I shall take my leave. She shot a fierce glare at both Grindelwald and Riddle, leaving no morsel for the two of them. Grindelwald and Riddle observed as Astoria waved her hand dismissively and headed towards the door. No need for Wendy to escort me. I know the way. The moment Astoria exited, the once vibrant room fell into an eerie silence. Riddle and Grindelwald exchanged wordless gazes, one standing and the other seated, as if engaged in an invisible duel. Ultimately, it was Grindelwald who broke the silence first. Delilah, do not eavesdrop. With a slight gesture of his hand, the door swung open. Astoria stumbled, nearly re-entering the room. She feigned a casual demeanor, waving at the two. I assure you, I am truly leaving. Astoria recognized that the miserly Grindelwald genuinely did not wish for her eavesdropping, her expression shifting to one of indignation as she turned her head. Just before the door closed, she abruptly glanced back, winking at the two with a radiant smile. Their mutual gaze was laden with an ambiguous tension. Before they could react, she slammed the door shut. The atmosphere of tension between the two dissipated entirely due to Astoria's interruption. Grindelwald closed his eyes, taking a moment to regain his composure after the sudden release of tension. With a soft chuckle, he lazily waved his wand, conjuring a sofa opposite him. I do not wish to impose upon you. Hogwarts has commenced its summer recess, and the professors will soon begin preparations for the upcoming term. Riddle approached the sofa slowly, his gaze unwaveringly fixed on Grindelwald's eyes. Grindelwald shrugged dismissively. You must understand. Having grown up in a Muggle orphanage, it is essential for a professor to guide you through the wizarding world. One of the primary responsibilities of a teaching professor is to communicate clearly with your Muggle guardians. His tone carried an inexplicable weight. Riddle was not deceived by Grindelwald's feigned nonchalance. He discerned the underlying implication. In other words, Astoria would attend Hogwarts as Grindelwald's daughter, while he would feign ignorance of their acquaintance. But why go to such lengths? Through their time together, he had learned that Grindelwald had never ventured into Y country, the reasons for which remained unclear. What, then, did Grindelwald intend for Astoria? Did he genuinely wish for her to surveil the deputy headmaster of Hogwarts? Such reasoning was utterly flawed. He could not fathom it. I know you comprehend my meaning. Grindelwald observed Riddle's hesitant expression, chuckling lightly, but you need not know the reasons. After 6 months of interaction, Grindelwald had grown increasingly familiar with Riddle's expressions, gaining some insight into his character. This individual possessed a staggering innate talent, particularly in the realm of dark magic. While Astoria was still timidly igniting matches, Riddle's prowess with the dark arts could already be seen dancing like flames. He and Albus were already exceedingly rare prodigies, yet Riddle was a young wizard who astonished him even further. If that were all, it would be inconsequential. Genius merely hinges on probability. However, what truly unsettled him was his inability to foresee Riddle's future. He seldom employed divination, for such extraordinary gifts often demanded a steep price. Though he could endure those costs, who would willingly seek out self-inflicted torment? Yet Riddle's presence instilled a powerful instinct within him that he ought to gaze into his future. This was the first time he felt such a compelling desire for prophecy since witnessing Dumbledore pointing his wand at him. He heeded his inner calling, directing his gaze toward Riddle's future. Yet, to his dismay, he beheld nothing. Chapter 68, Professor Dumbledore's Visit. A person whose future eluded his foresight. This presented two possibilities. The first was that Riddle's future was inextricably linked to his own. Yet he could not comprehend how he could glimpse fragments of Dumbledore's future while being entirely blind to Riddle's. Could it be that the bond between him and Riddle surpassed that with Dumbledore? The very notion sent chills down Grindelwald's spine. This was most inappropriate. Thus, he leaned toward the second possibility. Riddle's future was fraught with uncertainties, ultimately leading to two completely divergent extremes, almost a dichotomy of devil and angel. Though Grindelwald found the possibility quite absurd, it was still more credible than the first scenario. When he recalled Riddle's prodigious talent in dark magic, it inevitably led him to contemplate one of his potential paths, likely one steeped in malevolence. Initially, Riddle's connection to him, or to Astoria, was of little consequence. However, if this were indeed the case, the matter would escalate significantly. He certainly would not bear the brunt of this burden. Despite having assumed the title of Dark Lord, it was unreasonable for him to inherit the troubles of every Dark Lord that came before him. If Dumbledore were to mistakenly assume he was involved, he would have to clarify that it was not his concern. Yet, truthfully, teaching these two troublesome children was a torment. While they did not enable him to bask in glory within the magical community, they threatened to tarnish his reputation in the realm of parenting. Such an ordeal. Nevertheless, Grindelwald maintained an air of nonchalance, exuding an aloof composure. He made it clear that any association with him would be detrimental to Riddle. Riddle's gaze fell slightly. In truth, he shared this sentiment. He was utterly unwilling to be subordinate to anyone. He raised his face slightly, offering Grindelwald a faint smile. Very well. The moment Riddle's smile flickered, Grindelwald abruptly rose from the sofa. Excellent. Then you shall depart tonight. Riddle, seeing no response from Grindelwald, was met with an expression of sudden realization. Oh, you mean you wish to join Astoria for mashed potatoes, correct? By all means. Wendy prepared a large bowl, and Astoria cannot possibly finish it. With a casual wave of his hand, Grindelwald promptly exited the room, moving with such haste that one might think Riddle would retract his decision to leave if he lingered for even a moment longer. However, Riddle did not depart that very day. Upon entering the kitchen, he discovered Astoria jabbing at her bowl of mashed potatoes with a fork, her face twisted in frustration. That insufferable Grindelwald, she exclaimed, punctuating her irritation with another jab at the potatoes. Astoria was a girl of her word. Yet, as she consumed her fourth bowl of mashed potatoes, only to hear Wendy mention there was more, she began to sense something was amiss. Typically, Wendy prepared only a modest amount for late-night snacks, mindful of the two small children under her care. Though indulgent, Wendy prioritized health and nutrition, preparing just enough to prevent the children from overindulging and suffering from indigestion. However, today was different. When Astoria accompanied Wendy to the kitchen and beheld a massive bowl of mashed potatoes nearly as tall as herself, she realized her oversight. Why were there so many prepared for a late-night snack? Astoria's eyes widened in shock. Mr. said to prepare extra, as the leftovers were to be fed to stray dogs. Wendy wore a puzzled expression, as she did not recall Mr. being particularly compassionate towards stray dogs. Moreover, if her memory served her correctly, dogs preferred gnawing on bones. Astoria scowled, clutching her final bowl of mashed potatoes as she angrily thrust her chopsticks into it. Just then, Riddle entered, witnessing this scene unfold. "What's the matter?" he inquired, suppressing the turmoil within as he chuckled softly while pinching Astoria's cheek. Astoria, already displeased, puffed up her cheeks further at his touch. Initially intending to swat Riddle's hand away, she brightened upon raising her gaze. "These mashed potatoes are delicious. Would you like to try some?" Riddle, recognizing that every time Astoria displayed such an expression, she was up to mischief, found himself instinctively opening his mouth as she offered him a spoonful of mashed potatoes. After swallowing, he observed her smile grow even brighter. Grindelwald prepared a whole bowl of mashed potatoes and claimed the leftovers were for the stray dogs. Riddle mused. I must say, Grindelwald is becoming increasingly childish, straying far from the image of the man I first encountered. He then heard Astoria muttering, I'll put some in his cup before he goes to bed. Everyone shall be a dog today. Riddle noted, Astoria, too, is regressing into childishness. Even more so than when she was 5. Ultimately, the reason Riddle did not leave that day was indeed tied to the mashed potatoes. Grindelwald, Mrs. Mayshaw exclaimed, her voice laced with suppressed anger. Allowing children to consume such a digestive concoction is hardly advisable. Their digestive systems are quite fragile. Grindelwald was left speechless, at a loss for words. Though he recognized that Astoria could be somewhat scatterbrained at times, he had not anticipated she would genuinely eat the mashed potatoes. Astoria, wearing a pitiful expression, lamented, Mrs. Mayshaw, Daddy even said I was a dirty, unwanted stray dog. Producing a small handkerchief from seemingly nowhere, she began to sing plaintively. The day lilies are cool in the field. Grindelwald. Mrs. Mayshaw's hair nearly stood on end. Riddle suppressed a smirk as he observed Astoria hiding her face behind him. Her guilt evident as Mrs. Mayshaw's attention shifted to Grindelwald. It was not entirely Grindelwald's fault. Astoria had realized something was amiss by her third bowl, yet the mashed potatoes were simply too delicious. Thus, she ended up consuming 5 bowls. Mrs. Mayshaw cast a fleeting glance at Astoria, only to meet her somewhat evasive gaze. However, Mrs. Mayshaw could not bring herself to scold this well-behaved child too harshly. After all, she was a girl raised in an orphanage, who had never had the luxury of good food. And then Grindelwald had the audacity to call her a dirty, unwanted stray dog? Mrs. Mayshaw shot a furious glare at Grindelwald. Grindelwald, he protested. I said not a word. Who knows how he has fared these past 6 months? Riddle finally departed the following day, once he confirmed Astoria was none the worse for wear. He had arrived with only Bunis in tow, but left with both Bunis and 2 bowls of mashed potatoes gifted to him by Astoria. Astoria, in a serious tone, insisted on first tending to her pet, declaring that they could not allow the stray dogs to have all the spoils. How considerate of her, Riddle mused, though he still took the bowls with him. Upon opening one, he discovered a small note, freshly made by Wendy this morning. Tom is certainly not a dog. Riddle could not suppress a gentle smile. After a month of solitude at the orphanage without Astoria, he received a visitor, Professor Dumbledore. Chapter 69, Professor Dumbledore. Madam, how may I address you? I am Professor Dumbledore, here to extend an invitation to Tom Riddle to attend our school, Hogwarts. It is a magical institution dedicated to children with extraordinary talents. On an ordinary afternoon, an unexpected visitor arrived at the Wool Orphanage. The man, clad in a meticulously tailored dark purple velvet suit, stood upon the monotonous and dilapidated wooden floor, creating a stark contrast to his surroundings. He possessed a strikingly handsome visage, and the gentle smile that adorned his face evoked a sense of warmth and approachability. Yet, within the depths of his exceptionally bright azure eyes lay a subtle detachment that was not easily discernible. Mrs. Cole gazed into those eyes, momentarily lost in thought, as a vague sense of familiarity washed over her, though she could not quite place it. However, this notion was fleeting. A hint of skepticism graced her typically stern countenance. You may call me Mrs. Cole. A magic school. Exceptional talent? Are you referring to that child, Tom Riddle? Indeed, Professor Dumbledore replied with a slight smile. Exuding an air of gentlemanly politeness, I am keen to learn more about Tom Riddle. Ah, that boy, he certainly leaves an impression. A remarkably intelligent child, well-liked among his peers. As for his peculiar abilities, he has always been rather extraordinary. He never cried upon his birth, displaying a precociousness that allows him to navigate challenges with surprising ease. Dumbledore raised an eyebrow, intrigued by Mrs. Cole's high regard for him. May I meet him? Of course, she replied. Dumbledore followed Mrs. Cole up the creaking stairs, their ascent punctuated by the sounds of years of neglect. As they passed by, children clad in matching gray robes, though frayed, maintained a semblance of neatness. Their eyes cast downwards. Mrs. Cole led Dumbledore to a room on the 3rd floor. With a creak, the door slowly swung open. Dumbledore lifted his gaze, locking eyes with the boy within. Clad in a loose gray robe, the boy's brilliance shone through the drab fabric. He was exceptionally handsome. It was hard to articulate the charm of a 10-year-old boy. Yet he possessed a look that was unforgettable. Riddle's dark eyes held a perfectly balanced sense of distance, and upon noticing the newcomers, a subtle smile graced his lips, neither overly effusive nor insincere. It was a smile that radiated comfort. Good afternoon, Mrs. Cole, and you as well, Sir. Riddle stood, greeting them with a smile. This is Mr. Dumbledore, who wishes to invite you to his. Mrs. Cole hesitated, finding the name of the school rather cumbersome. Hogwarts. A school for magic, Dumbledore interjected seamlessly. Yes, Hogwarts. Mrs. Cole nodded slightly towards Dumbledore. You two may converse. As the door closed, silence enveloped the room, and the two regarded each other in quiet contemplation for a brief moment. Riddle was the first to break the silence. Sir, please take a seat. With a smile, he gestured toward Dumbledore, then turned to sit on his bed, offering the sole chair in the room to Dumbledore. Dumbledore chuckled softly and inclined his head. Thank you, Tom. With the sound of shoes against the wooden floor, they settled into their respective places. Dumbledore discreetly assessed the impeccably composed boy before him. He appeared flawless, yet an unsettling feeling tugged at Dumbledore. Here was a young wizard, a remarkably gifted one, dwelling in a place devoid of understanding. In a stark and dreary environment lacking any familial warmth. How could he maintain such an unsettling poise and decorum at such a tender age? Dumbledore sensed that he was missing something crucial. He could feel Riddle scrutinizing him with equal discretion. Drawing his wand from his pocket, Dumbledore waved it gently. Summoning 2 glasses of juice to a nearby table, he leaned forward and offered one to Riddle. I wonder if you would enjoy orange juice. Riddle accepted it with ease, responding with a light smile. Of course, I am not particular. Dumbledore lifted his own glass. Glancing up, it seems you are not surprised by your magical abilities? Riddle remained silent, taking a sip of his juice. He felt a surge of annoyance at the very sight of Dumbledore. The name alone conjured thoughts of separation from Estella, and the pretense of not knowing her for an extended period weighed heavily on him. He instinctively overlooked the fact that Estella would start school 2 years later, making their reunion uncertain. Moreover, despite sharing the same striking azure eyes, he found himself irked by Dumbledore's gaze. Estella would never regard him with such a watchful, yet feigned cordiality. All right, let us set aside the early days of our acquaintance, he thought to himself. In any case, his irritation towards this man was palpable, yet he knew he must maintain a facade. He could not allow any threat to Estella. Riddle lifted his gaze from the juice, sidestepping the previous question and instead broaching another topic. How did you come to know of my magical abilities, sir? We have not crossed paths before. Dumbledore did not press Riddle on the topic shift. He merely raised an eyebrow and patiently explained, from the moment of your birth. Your name has been recorded on Hogwarts' enrollment list. Riddle tilted his head. So, Hogwarts knows everyone's birthday? Dumbledore was taken aback by the question, but shrugged lightly. From that perspective, yes. The roster at Hogwarts does indeed record the details of enrolling wizards. He paused, considering the possibility that Riddle might have encountered a wizard who had shared such information, casually inquiring, Are you curious about anyone's birthday in particular? Riddle detected Dumbledore's probing nature, but paid it no mind. His thoughts wandered to Estella, who was still unaware of her own birthday. Perhaps one day, he could casually visit the headmaster's office. As he met Dumbledore's inquisitive gaze, he found himself thinking that the man wasn't as bothersome as he had initially perceived, although he still felt a lingering annoyance. Riddle maintained his poise, revealing no tension. He placed his juice aside and casually inquired, then raised an eyebrow, addressing Dumbledore's earlier question. Chapter 70. A letter from Grindelwald. Riddle lifted his brow slightly and methodically began to respond to Dumbledore's earlier inquiry. Yet his demeanor remained impeccably courteous, even humble. I certainly recognize that I am quite different from others, which has caused me some trouble in the past. You see, unexpected situations tend to arise. I do not concern myself whether it be magic or wish spirits. Ultimately, it is not a bad thing. However, if it is indeed magic, then I must admit I am quite pleased, as it seems to be a sort of special ability. Hogwarts, a sanctuary of magic, beckons with promises of knowledge. Dumbledore, momentarily taken aback, pondered why Riddle's demeanor diverged so starkly from his preconceived notions. Shouldn't the boy exhibit a semblance of excitement? Yet, his countenance betrayed no hint of joy. Moreover, there lingered an uncanny familiarity about Riddle's poise and disposition, a relaxed yet earnest demeanor that compelled one to believe every word he uttered. It bore a striking resemblance to another individual, particularly when that person sought to persuade others. Despite their inherent differences, Dumbledore couldn't shake the association. Abruptly, he realized Riddle was posing another question, an inquisitive child unbound by his conversational rhythm. It felt as though an interview was unfolding before him. Dumbledore chuckled softly. At Hogwarts, you shall learn to harness your abilities. I am confident you will become an exceptional young wizard. With a flick of his wrist, an envelope materialized in his hand. Tom, this is your acceptance letter to Hogwarts. Inside, you will find a list of the books required for your first year. You may peruse it at your leisure. In a few days, I shall accompany you to procure the necessary supplies. Hogwarts will provide ample financial aid to support your 7 years of study, so there is no need for you to prepare anything. Dumbledore glanced at his watch, estimating their meeting for the afternoon of the day after tomorrow. Will you be available? Tom, of course. Thank you for your assistance, sir, Riddle replied with a subtle smile, rising to approach Dumbledore. The latter stood as well, noticing Riddle extending his hand. He reciprocated the gesture. For reasons unknown, Dumbledore sensed Riddle was subtly urging him to depart. You must be quite busy. I apologize for taking up so much of your time. Until the day after tomorrow, sir, Riddle said, his lips curving into a perfectly polite smile, all the while suggesting he should leave. Dumbledore mused. Indeed, it was not merely an illusion. There truly was little left to discuss. Perhaps it would be prudent to observe him more closely once the term commences, to ascertain if he is indeed as he presents himself. After retracting his hand, he inclined his head slightly towards Riddle. Until the day after tomorrow, Tom. On the afternoon of their scheduled meeting, Dumbledore duly arrived at the orphanage. He escorted Riddle to Diagon Alley, where they acquired all the books and items on the shopping list. Naturally, due to budgetary constraints, most of Riddle's texts and items like cauldrons had to be sourced from secondhand shops. Yet, Riddle's expression remained devoid of humiliation or any other emotion, his demeanor steadfastly calm. Although Dumbledore remained uncertain of Riddle's true nature, an impulse to bestow a gift upon him stirred within. Do you wish to have a pet, Tom? As your future professor, I would be delighted to present you with a token to celebrate your inaugural day in the wizarding world. Riddle lifted his chin, locking eyes with those strikingly familiar azure orbs, not belonging to Delia, but reminiscent of her, the very gaze that had severed their connection. It had been a month since he last beheld Delia. With a polite smile, he responded, "Thank you for your generosity, sir. However, I must decline. It would be rather noisy." Dumbledore, perplexed, felt as though Riddle's words were directed at him, imploring him to speak less. He offered a courteous smile. "Since you prefer not to, shall we return now?" "Certainly, sir," Riddle replied, mirroring the smile. That evening, Riddle received a letter from Grindelwald. Bewildered by the swiftness of the correspondence, the owl had been enchanted with a concealment charm. The sudden clattering of glass in the dead of night was a jarring experience, especially with the knowledge that the world was not solely material. Grindelwald's script was elegant and flamboyant, imbued with his distinctive sharpness. Learn the art of mind concealment. Dumbledore's soul reading is formidable. I refrained from informing you earlier, fearing you might falter in your composure. Dumbledore, as a professor, possesses the decorum not to employ soul reading on an uninitiated young wizard. However, do not presume that your own vexatious nature will spare you from his scrutiny. Master your mind. Riddle mused. It seems Grindelwald is quite familiar with Dumbledore. Yet, Grindelwald failed to understand him. How was he vexatious? Disregarding parts of Grindelwald's message, Riddle retrieved another item from the package, a thick tome. Unwrapping it, he was met with the glaring title, Mind Concealment and Soul Reading. Perusing the table of contents, he placed the book alongside those he had purchased with Dumbledore earlier that day. He found himself momentarily lost in thought, reflecting on the volumes he had perused upon returning home. Although he had explored many texts in Grindelwald's library at Nurmengard, the curriculum seemed to diverge from what was used here. Nevertheless, the content appeared largely consistent. First-year courses were quite elementary, after all. He and Estella had delved into numerous spells over the years. "I currently have no food," Riddle remarked, turning towards the owl perched by the window. "Would you mind waiting while I write a letter?" The owl replied with annoyance, "What else should I do? You've shut the window tightly to prevent my return." It opened its beak, ready to squawk, but Riddle swiftly covered its mouth. "Keep your voice down, we might attract attention." An hour later, the owl, gazing at the stack of parchment filled with Riddle's writings, narrowed its eyes in a mix of impatience and exhaustion. Seeing no sign of Riddle pausing, it hopped onto the letter, tilting its head to nuzzle Riddle's nose. Riddle grasped its wing and tossed it aside. "Your feet are too dirty," the owl protested. "If you're capable, then don't send me with letters." Ultimately, the owl received Riddle's missive. Riddle glanced at the depleted parchment, furrowing his brow. He should have purchased more paper today. Yet, as he surveyed the thick stack, his lips pressed into a thin line. Grindelwald had erased all traces of his time at Nurmengard, and for an entire month, he had refrained from contacting it. After all, while the owl could be concealed, there remained the potential for oversight. Sending such an extensive letter to Della all at once felt somewhat awkward to Riddle, though he could not quite discern the source of this discomfort. Ultimately, he retained most of the content, discarding only 2 pages. He tucked the letter into the envelope sent by Grindelwald, fastening it to the owl's leg. "Off you go," Riddle instructed, as he opened the window. The owl, unable to resist, pecked at Riddle's hand after observing the brevity of his letter, before soaring out into the night. Riddle couldn't help but grimace in irritation. Knock, knock, knock. Grindelwald heard a commotion at the window, and looked up to see the owl returning from England. Upon unsealing the envelope, several sheets of letter paper fell out, along with a slender, jagged scrap that appeared hastily torn from the original sheets. If he wasn't mistaken, the letter pages were intact, bearing no signs of being ripped. Since the pages were folded, he opened the scrap first. It was exceedingly brief. "Understood, the rest is for Della." Grindelwald mused that it truly wasn't his fault that Riddle was so bothersome. Did he not deserve a slightly wider piece of paper? Thinking of Estella darkened Grindelwald's mood further. Who knew what kind of mental torment she endured daily? Remembering that Estella had been quiet in her room all morning inexplicably filled him with unease. Surely, that little rascal wasn't he up to any mischief again? With a resigned sigh, he stood and made his way to Della's room. Knock, knock, knock. Grindelwald rapped on the door, and upon hearing no protest, he pushed it open. To his surprise, a blue flower sprang forth to greet him. Nearly identical to the talking flower he had encountered with Estella. The familiar heat radiating from it prompted him to draw his wand, extinguishing the flames in an instant. With a scowl, he addressed the situation. Della, are you attempting to incinerate Numengard now that Riddle is absent? And who has ever seen flames take the form of a flower? Can you not conjure a proper manifestation of fiend fire? The form of fiend fire heavily correlates with the intentions and emotional state of the caster. As a potent form of dark magic, it typically requires extreme emotions for release. Thus, it generally takes on highly aggressive forms. The thought of Estella, one day bearing his surname, conjuring fiend fire before an audience, only to unleash it in the guise of a foolish floral visage, caused him considerable distress. The mere image of it was enough to induce a headache, an overwhelming headache. You are a Grindelwald. In a Grindelwald household, there is no such thing as a harmless fiend fire. Must you amuse your enemies to death? Estella, who had been reclining lazily against her pillow, shot upright in alarm upon hearing Grindelwald's entrance. He had been scanning the room for any residual fiend fire when he finally noticed her appearance, causing him to shut his eyes tightly in disbelief. You are lying there playing with fiend fire. 5 minutes later, Estella stood meekly against the wall, her head bowed, listening attentively to Grindelwald's lecture on magical safety. Observing her guilt-ridden expression, he had come to understand over the past 6 months that it was likely feigned. Did not all children fear him? Why did Estella seem utterly unfazed? He exhaled heavily. Are you listening? Estella lifted her face, her striking azure eyes looking up at him obediently. I heard you. Every time Grindelwald encountered those eyes, he felt a slight disorientation. However, her response inexplicably reminded him of Riddle's earlier comment. Understood. Grindelwald grimaced. It was clear that both Riddle and Estella, in each other's presence, were a source of mutual annoyance. Seeing her father struggling to regain composure, Estella blinked and attempted to soothe his evidently unstable demeanor. I promise I won't do this again. I'll practice in the designated room. I only played here because I knew you were home, not to mention I was just learning. With you being so skilled, I knew I wouldn't encounter any issues. Besides, I can now control it. Grindelwald remained unmoved, snorting derisively. I'm not concerned for you. I'm primarily worried about my house. And what you call control is hardly that, considering your fiend fire doesn't even wish to ignite a piece of wood. I have never encountered a wizard who could turn fiend fire into a mere trinket. Indeed, Estella was a remarkably gifted young witch. She undoubtedly cast a legitimate fiend fire spell. Yet her manifestation lacked any aggression, retaining the form of a flower. He speculated that her lack of extreme emotions, combined with her exceptional talent, allowed her to wield it effectively. It is well known that dark magic is highly influenced by the caster's mindset. Overzealous pursuit of power could easily lead one down a dark path. Thus, control was the most challenging and crucial step. Yet, Estella seemed to defy this norm. This perplexed him greatly. How was she able to do so? He even wondered if she had secretly tampered with her spells while he was preoccupied. Staring into Estella's crystal-clear gaze, he shut his eyes in resignation. Enough. He would test a few more dark spells. Surely, he would uncover the underlying issue. With an impassive expression, he regarded Estella, pulling a letter from his pocket. A letter from Tom, meant for you. Do not even think of asking me to deliver your messages. Chapter 72, Slytherin. In the ensuing month, Riddle re-established contact with Numengard. One night, as he received a letter from the owl, he slowly unfolded it. Leanne seems quite displeased with your failure to feed her. So I've brought a few treats for her, hoping she didn't discover them and gobble them up en route. However, the thought of her stretching her foot to her head would be rather amusing. Riddle's gaze fell upon a bulging parcel, a smile unconsciously creeping into his eyes. No wonder Leanne had flown so swiftly today. He refrained from immediately tearing into the treats for Leanne, instead continuing to read on. The next part contained Estella's ramblings. Beginning with her encounter with a dark magical mechanism at Numengard, followed by complaints about Grindelwald's incessant nagging. You have no idea how tedious he is, Tom. Is it possible that the saints are willing to serve him simply because he is so bothersome? Perhaps I should take notes. Riddle couldn't help but smirk. In this world, it seems that only Astoria finds Grindelwald's incessant chatter bothersome. At the end of the letter, Astoria's handwriting is noticeably hasty. As if something compelled her to hasten the completion of her correspondence. Perhaps it was Wendy's mashed potatoes. Riddle pondered expressionlessly. Tom, tomorrow you shall depart for Hogwarts. Do remember to write to me. He meticulously reread the letter from beginning to end. It was only when Leon began to scratch at the table with impatience that Riddle diverted some of his attention, offering the creature a small snack. After dispatching his reply with Leon, he carefully organized the letter, inscribing the date, and placing it atop the pile of envelopes Astoria had sent. His gaze drifted toward his neatly packed luggage, his dark eyes glimmering with anticipation. Tomorrow he would embark on his journey to Hogwarts. The thought of entering a realm filled with peers, a genuine world belonging to wizards, stirred an undeniable excitement within him. He contemplated his future, his ambitions, and the prowess he was about to unveil to the world. In 2 years, Astoria would join him on this journey. As Riddle nestled beneath the covers, his eyelids remained stubbornly unclosed. Slytherin. In the very heart of the Hogwarts Great Hall, as the tattered hat barely made contact with Riddle's head, a voice, slightly worn with age, resonated throughout the chamber. Instantly, the silver and green colors of Slytherin erupted into enthusiastic applause. The other 3 tables offered polite claps out of courtesy. Riddle rose, placing the sorting hat back upon the chair, a calm smile gracing his lips as he strolled toward the table designated for his house. Although the sorting ceremony continued, many gazes remained affixed on this new Slytherin. This first-year student was undeniably striking, exuding an air of courtesy as though he were easily approachable. Yet, there was an undeniable Slytherin pride about him that did not come across as overbearing. Indeed, how astute you are. That is precisely the impression. Alas, I shall graduate next year. Who knows if he will fancy his elder sister? Be quiet, he is still but a child. Such were the murmurs of the other houses. Primarily Hufflepuff. The Slytherin students merely smiled in welcome, refraining from discussing their new peer openly. Riddle noticed a young girl seated at the forefront of the table, perhaps a 2nd or 3rd year. Her face was elongated, with pronounced cheekbones, giving her an air of unapproachability. Her deep-set eyes, sharp and piercing despite her youth, scrutinized him with evident disapproval. Riddle keenly observed that many Slytherins would occasionally cast glances in her direction, as if she were their unspoken leader. The boy seated to her right, also youthful, appeared equally difficult to approach. His sharply defined features bore no expression, and he frowned slightly as he regarded Riddle. Beside him were 2 older students, adorned with badges indicating positions of authority, likely within the student council. Riddle sensed that a portion of the Slytherin gaze was marked by restrained appraisal, even detecting Professor Dumbledore's discreet scrutiny from the classroom seating. Yet, his countenance remained unchanged. Upon reaching the table, the girl at the head withdrew her gaze, an unmistakable air of arrogance enveloping her. The older boy rose first, though he appeared astute. He bore a gentler demeanor. He stepped forward, extending his hand. Welcome, Riddle. I am Florian Rosier, the prefect of Slytherin. Riddle reciprocated the handshake, a smile adorning his face. Thank you, Prefect Rosier. Rosier chuckled lightly, retracting his hand. Find a place to sit, Riddle. Riddle inclined his head slightly in acknowledgement. He had heard Grindelwald speak of the pureblood ideology within the wizarding world, though he had not perused any tomes about Hogwarts, the subtlety of their attitudes. Allowing a junior without any standing to sit in the prominent seat suggested a connection to this notion. Moreover, he discerned that it seemed unique to Slytherin. Their pureblood lineage likely held its own genealogical significance. Perhaps he would investigate further in the Hogwarts library. Wisely, he stepped back, seeking a place to settle until he could familiarize himself with his surroundings. However, just then, he was hailed by someone in front of him. The boy seated at the opposite end had been facing away from Riddle until he turned around, and Riddle realized he recognized him from somewhere. The boy's appearance was striking, his exceptional features and distinctive aura making him stand out even in the haughty company of Slytherin. Riddle had caught a glimpse of this boy's profile while waiting for the sorting. He seemed to be called Tom. I am Alpha de Black, also a 1st year, Alpha declared, a slight smile playing at the corners of his mouth as he waved familiarly at Riddle. Come, sit beside me. As Alpha's invitation resonated, Riddle noticed the collective attention of the Slytherin table redirecting toward him once more, particularly from the girl at the head. Her gaze was sharp enough to seem as though it could pierce through him. Chapter 73, Walburga and Alpha. As Alpha's voice faded, the Slytherin table's focus once again converged upon Riddle. Unperturbed, Alpha maintained his light-hearted demeanor, seemingly oblivious to the shift. Riddle hesitated for a moment, but then smiled and nodded at Alpha, naturally taking a seat beside him. No sooner had he settled than the girl at the head spoke. Her tone stern. Are you looking to make new friends, Alpha? Riddle detected an undercurrent of reproach in her voice and glanced over. Alpha appeared quite familiar with her. He merely shrugged, a nonchalant smile lingering. Are you going to meddle in this as well, my dear sister? The way Alpha pronounced sister was tinged with subtle mockery. The girl, seemingly unfazed, furrowed her brow seriously, casting a fleeting glance at Riddle. You must remember the honor of the Black family. Father asked me to remind you. The atmosphere around them thickened, as though it had become nearly stagnant, while everyone at the Slytherin table feigned attention toward the sorting hat at the center of the hall. Nearly all eyes were discreetly observing the unfolding drama. Alpha appeared unfazed by the scrutiny, merely chuckling at the girl. So what? What does the honor of the family dictate I should do? Miss Walburga, the spokesperson for the Black family's glory. Almost instantaneously, Walburga's expression darkened. It is undoubtedly prudent to refrain from befriending someone of dubious lineage. Upon hearing the surname Riddle, one can surmise that he is either a muggle or a half-blood. Yet, she cannot articulate this sentiment openly. After all, the majority of wizards in the magical realm are not of pure blood. Even though it is well known that the esteemed Black family places great importance on lineage. However, such words cannot escape their lips, especially from someone who has yet to ascend to the position of head of the family. Furthermore, what does it mean to be a representative of honor? Is it merely a directive to monitor his friendships? Is Alpheus truly dissatisfied with her for such reasons? Nevertheless, she must tread carefully, for she cannot afford to push him too far. After all, she holds little sway over him within the confines of their household. Walburga's expression momentarily froze. She retracted her earlier aggressiveness, yet her gaze remained unwaveringly fixed upon him, as if to remind him that she is fully aware of the implications. Alpheus, on the other hand, wore an expression of indifference, a smile lingering at the corners of his mouth, thanking her for her trust, dear sister. It was as though a gust of wind had swept through, dissipating the tension that had just filled the air, even though all were acutely aware of its prior existence. Riddle, despite his lack of familiarity with the intricacies of wizarding families, discerned that these two individuals hailed from a family of considerable prestige, one that evidently revered blood purity. As an unknown figure, he was of little consequence to this aristocrat, who cautioned her younger brother to choose his friends wisely. Yet, Alpheus did not act merely to uphold her wishes. He was not so self-absorbed. Should Alpheus appear to be under Walburga's thumb, even in matters of friendship, he would be perceived as nothing more than an appendage to his sister, devoid of any authority. He would receive flattery, but likely not genuine respect. Riddle, however, was uncertain about the Black family's inheritance system. Unable to ascertain whether Walburga's motivations stemmed from a genuine sense of family honor or from a desire to position herself as a contender for the future head of the Black family. Yet, these matters bore little relevance to him at present. Initially, they had been siblings, and he could not interfere in their relationship. But now that they had reached an understanding, he realized that remaining silent might render him vulnerable, perceived as an easy target. He understood clearly that the Slytherins possessed a remarkable ability to adapt to circumstances. He could not allow himself to be seen as merely Alpheus's subordinate, sharing in his fortunes and misfortunes. Set aside the fact that he would not even bow to Grindelwald. Alpheus's attitude remained an enigma to him. He had intended to find a discreet corner to observe and assess the current dynamics before making his move. However, as Alpheus and Walburga averted their gazes from one another, signaling an end to their confrontation, Riddle seized the opportunity to speak. With a poised smile adorning his lips, he adopted a demeanor that was both relaxed and respectful. While I am unaware of the specific expectations your esteemed family holds regarding friendships, I trust that your family would be inclined to associate with those of capability. He articulated with a measured cadence, imbued with an undeniable authority that compelled listeners to lean in. His gaze fell upon the cup before Walburga, prompting the others to follow suit. Riddle extended his hand and snapped his fingers lightly. In an instant, Walburga's cup transformed into an owl, which flapped its wings twice, bobbed its head, and took flight, leaving a few feathers scattered upon the table. The Slytherin table fell into an astonished silence. The sound of a pin dropping could be heard as everyone held their breath. Moments earlier, the Slytherins had pretended to be engrossed in the sorting ceremony, casting furtive glances without direct engagement, but now they were wholly captivated. Riddle's dark eyes betrayed no emotion, yet the smile on his lips suggested he was a most gentlemanly and amiable young man. He chuckled softly at Walburga, enunciating, "Am I mistaken, Miss Walburga?" Chapter 74. Where did this little oddity come from? The onlookers, taken aback by this unexpected turn of events, generated a cacophony of chair and floor scraping sounds throughout Slytherin. It must be noted that these Slytherins held their decorum and propriety in the highest regard, yet they could not help but murmur a series of astonished exclamations. Merlin's trousers. Merlin's long socks. Merlin's creamy mushroom soup. Brother, are you hungry? Riddle, though unaware of who Merlin was, appeared quite affluent. Is this an advanced transfiguration spell? And to perform it wandlessly and soundlessly, what an extraordinary little oddity. The house cup would likely remain within Slytherin's grasp, he mused. Yet, would the Blacks hold him accountable? It was difficult to ascertain, yet his demeanor suggested no hostility, maintaining a tone that was neither subservient nor aggressive, affording the Blacks ample room for interpretation. Indeed, if the Blacks were not foolish, they would not hold him culpable. But if he were to cross paths with them, whom would he side with? It was a challenging decision, yet this Tom Riddle was merely a first year. Surely he must be undergoing some developmental phase? To wield such advanced transfiguration spells wandlessly and without sound, what potential could he possess at Hogwarts? Even upon graduation, he would not stand a chance against someone so accomplished at their entry. You speak too much, brother. Walburga, already irked by Riddle's words, found herself unwittingly following his rhythm, leaving her no time to respond. At that moment, she was startled by the sudden appearance of the owl, nearly recoiling in shock. However, years of noble etiquette prevented her from making any overt reaction. She inhaled deeply, though she still regarded someone of mixed blood as inconsequential. Reason told her that an individual of such remarkable prowess should not be met with immediate hostility. Moreover, she was still uncertain of the true origins of this Tom Riddle. After all, she did not believe that those of mixed or Muggle heritage could produce such exceptional individuals. Alpheus raised his eyebrows in surprise, having not anticipated that his sister would target such a formidable individual right from the outset. Meanwhile, the commotion among Slytherin drew the attention of the other houses. For such a disturbance was a rarity for Slytherin. Walburga felt the weight of countless gazes upon her, compelling her to maintain control over her expression, though she was unwilling to utter another word. Riddle had no intention of directly confronting the Black family. He merely offered Walburga a gentle smile, devoid of any intent to humiliate her. He then redirected his gaze back to the sorting ceremony. Contemplating his lessons from Grindelwald, there was no need to strike a crippled adversary on their weak leg. Such restraint would serve to enhance his demeanor and leadership qualities. Walburga involuntarily exhaled a sigh of relief, only to then feel her heart race. How dare he? Yet, to voice anything further at that moment would truly be beneath her. Although the crowd's attention had shifted from the trio, hushed discussions continued to circulate amongst the observers. Riddle's lips curved slightly upwards, maintaining an air of humility and courtesy, as if the recent events had left no mark upon him. Alfred, who had only previously encountered him on the streets, found himself genuinely intrigued by this classmate from the Muggle world. He tilted his head, a lazy smile playing at his lips. Do you remember me? Riddle glanced over, having recognized the individual immediately. This was the boy he had met with Estella last Christmas. Ah yes, he had given Estella a bell. It remained a mystery as to where Estella had placed that bell. However, when Grindelwald took Estella away, she likely had no time to carry it with her, meaning it was quite possible that Mrs. Wolf and her associates had taken it. This thought inexplicably brought a sense of joy to Riddle's heart. He raised an eyebrow slightly. Of course I remember. At that time, Estella had mistaken him for being around 12 years old. It seemed the food at the Black household was far superior to that of the orphanage, allowing Alfred to appear much more mature than his peers. Unaware of Riddle's musings, Alfred shifted his posture and casually inquired, "Will that girl you were with be joining us as well?" Upon hearing Alfred mention Estella, Riddle felt an inexplicable irritation rise within him, and his voice took on a distant tone. I suppose. Suppose? Alfred tilted his head in surprise. Could it be that Riddle was uncertain whether the girl was a Muggle or a witch? After all, they had met in the Muggle world. Yet, Alfred noticed Riddle's lips flattening and the coldness in his tone. Suddenly, it dawned on him. With a bemused expression, Alfred pulled at the corners of his mouth. Seriously, Tom. You can't even ask. At this, Riddle felt an uncharacteristic surge of annoyance, casting a glance at Alfred. This has nothing to do with you, Mr. Black. Alfred, as if having discovered something profound, scrutinized Riddle's expression before breaking into a look of realization. He placed a sympathetic hand on Riddle's shoulder. Indeed, you are still a child. Riddle? Were they not the same age? Why would he refer to himself as a child? Before he could voice his thoughts, Alfred had already turned to continue watching the sorting ceremony. Riddle noticed that others were surreptitiously observing their exchange, seemingly eager to discern the nature of their conversation. Although he often surveyed his surroundings, it was undeniable that being surrounded by overly inquisitive individuals could be somewhat vexing. Riddle suppressed his irritation and leaned slightly forward, whispering, "But it pales in comparison to Mr. Black, who must also contend with his sister's supervision while attending school." Riddle no longer cared for the niceties. Perhaps he had come to recognize that Alfred was indeed a person worth befriending. He chose to confront Alfred directly. As expected, Alfred's body stiffened momentarily, and he slowly turned his head, his voice languid. "What can I say? She simply thinks I'm handsome." Riddle. The two fell into a silence thereafter. The rest of the Slytherins began to weigh the situation in their minds. This newcomer, a rather peculiar sort, seemed to have formed a bond with Alfred. Yet why had they suddenly turned stony towards each other? Had they quarreled so swiftly? The sorting ceremony finally drew to a close. Headmaster Dumbledore stood at the forefront, delivering a lengthy opening address. First and foremost, do not venture into the Forbidden Forest. The Forbidden Forest, blah blah blah. As his words neared their conclusion, nearly everyone was left starving, leaning over the tables in anticipation. Finally, as he uttered the last two words, everyone perked up. some already rubbing their stomachs in eager anticipation of the feast. Lastly, 10 points to Slytherin for Tom Riddle's outstanding transfiguration spell. Chapter 75, A Pleasant Collaboration, Alfred. Riddle, with his striking appearance, had captured attention during the sorting ceremony, and the recent commotion at the Slytherin table had drawn the gaze of many, including those from the Black family, towards this first-year newcomer who seemed unfazed. Dumbledore's awarding of points only heightened the excitement. The term had not even officially commenced, yet points had already been allocated. This ensured that Tom Riddle's name was etched in the minds of many on the very first night of school. Early the next morning, Riddle, clutching a letter he had penned, intended to borrow an owl from the Owlery to send it to Estella. However, he pondered whether the school's owls would be subject to scrutiny regarding their travels. He indeed required a pet, a capable owl for correspondence. Riddle hesitated at the dormitory entrance when a voice called out from above, "Tom?" Alfred pulled aside a corner of his bed curtain, his voice still tinged with sleep. "Why are you up so early?" His gaze fell upon the envelope in Riddle's hand. Raising an eyebrow, "Are you sending a letter?" Riddle hesitated, contemplating whether to borrow Alfred's owl. Their family's owl should remain unmonitored, yet he wondered if Alfred's curiosity would be piqued. However, based on his observations, Alfred did not strike him as someone who pried into others' lives. Besides, Grindelwald was the type to take care of matters. Resolving his thoughts, Riddle smiled gently at Alfred. "May I borrow your owl?" Alfred lazily swung his legs off the bed, his hair slightly tousled, which only added to his disheveled charm. "Of course. Just give me a moment." Alfred dressed with surprising speed, contradicting his usual leisurely, aristocratic demeanor. Riddle stood with the letter in hand, leaning against the doorframe, lost in thought. "Ready," Alfred announced, adjusting his tie with a flourish and gesturing for Riddle to follow. With a subtle smile, Riddle joined him as they made their way to the Owlery. However, he ultimately did not utilize Alfred's owl. Just as they reached the hut, a familiar owl flapped its wings and landed on his shoulder. It was Lean. "Looks like you need my Oberstein after all," Alfred remarked lazily. Riddle glanced down at Lean. It seemed the owl had arrived the previous night, likely sent by Grindelwald to assist him with his correspondence. Riddle lowered his gaze slightly as he tied the letter to Lean's leg and gently patted its body. Without a hint of reluctance, the owl took flight. Riddle turned, smiling at Alfred. "I truly appreciate you accompanying me, Alfred." Alfred shrugged nonchalantly, a slight smile gracing his lips. "To experience the dewy morning at Hogwarts alongside the emerging figure of renown, I am most honored." Riddle suppressed a smile, donning a polite expression. Unwilling to engage in a rivalry with Mr. Black, the two strolled towards the Great Hall, exchanging light-hearted banter. Behind a nearby tree, Dumbledore observed the scene with profound tranquility. Albus suddenly spoke up, remarking on Riddle's admirable qualities, his talent and humility. A smile of satisfaction graced his face as he noted how these two children were up so early, so unlike others their age. Dumbledore non-committally hummed in response, choosing not to elaborate further. "We must depart. The ministry personnel await us," Albus said, giving Dumbledore a reassuring pat on the shoulder as he walked in the opposite direction. Dumbledore cast one last glance at Riddle's retreating figure before his gaze drifted towards the direction from which Leanne had just flown away. He followed Albus's lead as they made their way outside. Thoughts of the owl lingered in his mind, although he had never seen the creature. He pondered its origins and who had bestowed it upon Riddle. He had been discreetly observing the Slytherin table yesterday. Riddle had not actively courted trouble, yet he managed to handle situations with composure and dignity, even refraining from being aggressive when he caught others off guard. This temperament left Dumbledore with little to critique, especially given Riddle's extraordinary talent. One must recognize that such a level of aptitude is largely independent of instruction. Otherwise, children from noble families would dominate their peers from the very start of their schooling. He began to harbor concerns that Riddle might have already caught the attention of certain individuals, although the likelihood seemed minimal. Meanwhile, Riddle and Alfred had already settled in the Great Hall, where breakfast at Hogwarts was quite ample. Riddle casually sipped pumpkin juice, seemingly lost in thought, and asked Alfred, "Do you know where one might procure potions or magical trinkets?" Alfred had long noted that Riddle's circumstances were less than affluent, as evidenced by the fabric of his uniform. Though impeccably neat and proper, the material lacked quality. Nevertheless, he refrained from probing further and feigned ignorance while addressing Riddle's inquiry. "Surely you've visited Diagon Alley. There's also Hogsmeade nearby Hogwarts. If you're looking to resell some illicit potions, you might try Nocturne Alley, where you can buy ingredients as well. However, at your age, it's best to send a letter. There are many peculiar individuals around." As he concluded, Alfred set down his spoon and regarded Riddle with an unusually serious expression. "If you are willing to trust me, I could assist you. I have connections that don't involve the Black family." Alfred himself was uncertain if he was being impulsive. Although he had only spent a day with Riddle, he felt an instinctual pull, He sensed that this newly admitted boy might ascend to heights unimaginable to ordinary individuals, becoming someone whom the Black family would eagerly seek to befriend in the future. Alfred was unsure of the source of his intuition, yet he felt it prudent to forge a bond early on, while Riddle had yet to fully develop. Perhaps in the future, he would reap unexpected rewards. Of course, if not, that was acceptable too. He genuinely found Riddle to be a commendable individual, inexplicably so. Perhaps it was due to the fact that such a capable and ambitious person also possessed an unexpected innocence. In a place like Slytherin, where ambition and cunning were the norm, loyalty was undoubtedly a significant asset. Riddle was somewhat taken aback by Alfred's sudden trust and friendliness. Considering his observations suggested the Black family was typically quite haughty, Alfred was almost candidly conveying that he was building connections independent of the Black family. This secret was likely kept from everyone else, yet here he was openly sharing it with someone he had only recently met. However, Riddle's surprise was fleeting, and he quickly responded with a smile. Of course, you are my first friend at Hogwarts. I look forward to our collaboration, Alfred. This was the utmost sincerity a young scion of the Black family could offer, and he certainly intended to embrace it. Chapter 76. Dumbledore's Visit Again. 2 years later. Butterbeer cocktail. Dumbledore's voice was measured and unhurried. The password is correct. The door to the headmaster's office creaked open in response to the ring of the doorbell. Dumbledore exhibited no extraneous expressions as he stepped inside. Albus, take a look at this, Albus said warmly, seated behind his desk, beckoning Dumbledore forward. Dumbledore approached, extending his hand to receive a letter from Albus. Upon glancing down, he found it to be an acceptance letter from Hogwarts. A hint of confusion creased his brow. While it was true that the orientation of new students was assigned to various professors, the headmaster's deliberate presentation of a letter to him piqued his curiosity. As he unfolded the letter, all his uncertainties dissipated. The opening read, Dear Miss Estella Grindelwald. Dumbledore did not read further, but neatly folded the letter back into its envelope. He raised his gaze to meet the unwavering eyes of Dipit. Dipit regarded Dumbledore with a gentle demeanor, adopting a tone of negotiation. Although Miss Grindelwald does not require a guiding professor like a Muggle-born student, we both know that someone must assess what her father intends. It was well known that Grindelwald's influence had nearly enveloped all of Europe, save for Britain. What, then, did he mean by sending his daughter to Hogwarts? Was he attempting to convey some sort of message? Dumbledore met Dipit's gaze, his fingers unconsciously caressing the envelope in his hand. He had heard whispers long before. Did he truly have a daughter? In fact, the Ministry had urged him multiple times to confront Grindelwald. Yet, he had consistently declined. Dumbledore could still feel the faint warmth emanating from the blood-packed pendant in his pocket. I apologize, sir, Dumbledore said, placing the envelope back on the desk. I fear I do not have the time. Ah, yes, I certainly understand that you are busy, Albus replied, seemingly unfazed by the refusal. However, you are my most trusted ally. Albus fixed his gaze on Dumbledore, his eyes filled with affection and admiration. I cannot think of anyone else who might meet him and return unscathed. Moreover, if Grindelwald intended to send his daughter to Hogwarts, he would not harm a visiting professor. Noticing Dumbledore's lack of response, Albus slightly tilted his head. Or, do you have reservations, Albus? Dumbledore's gaze remained calm as he looked at Albus. He knew that this venerable headmaster was unaware of the prior acquaintance he had with Grindelwald. In fact, aside from those directly involved, no one was privy to that knowledge. Dumbledore opened his mouth, contemplating what justification he might employ to decline, when Albus spoke once more. He placed the newspaper he held down on the desk. Grindelwald must hold his daughter in high regard. One can observe that he has recently altered his demeanor. Dumbledore cast a sidelong glance, his gaze drawn to the headline that boldly proclaimed Grindelwald's assertion during the meeting, Unite all forces that can be united. Dumbledore's tone bore a hint of gravity as he remarked that Grindelwald had merely repackaged his approach, noting the evident support he received from the pureblood families of late. Almondo, perceiving a certain melancholy in Dumbledore's demeanor, felt a twinge of curiosity, as it was rare to witness such overt emotion from him. He inquired, Do you know him well? Dumbledore paused momentarily before responding, We had a brief acquaintance in our youth. Almondo's eyes sparkled with newfound enthusiasm as he clapped his hands together and chuckled. Then there is no cause for concern. Your presence will provide a splendid opportunity to reminisce about days gone by. I knew no one could be more suited to this task than you. Very well, it is settled, Dumbledore replied. I have other matters to attend to, so I shall leave you to your thoughts. However, there is indeed a peculiar occurrence that warrants mention. It seems someone has entered the headmaster's office recently. Yet nothing appears to have been stolen. How strange. Murmuring to himself, Almondo breezed past Dumbledore, making a beeline for the fireplace without uttering another word. Triple X Street, he exclaimed, vanishing in an instant. His movements were fluid and swift, entirely at odds with the image of an elderly gentleman, affording Dumbledore no opportunity to respond. Dumbledore mused silently, recognizing that Almondo had been grappling with this proverbial hot potato for quite some time, eager to pass it on to another. He picked up the Hogwarts acceptance letter from the table, releasing a heavy sigh. Not that I was attempting anything, protested Estella, who stood at the back door, her eyes widening in shock at the sudden appearance of a familiar dark mist. With a swift turn, she fled. The dark mist, too, recognized Estella, leisurely pursuing the fleeing girl and occasionally darting close to her ear, prompting her to dodge away. Singing merrily, the dark mist reveled in its game. Exhausted from the chase, Estella glared at the mist. It hesitated before her, uncertain of her intentions. You know, your singing is truly dreadful, Estella said with a radiant smile, emphasizing each word with great conviction, certainly worse than the long-bearded knight. After several encounters, Estella had come to realize that the mist's incoherent babbling was its attempt at song. She could not fathom how Gnomungard could boast so many musical artists. Honor is paramount. The mist screeched, launching itself toward Estella's head. In her final moment of consciousness, Estella exclaimed, "You cannot handle the game, you little nuisance." The little phoenix gazed up at the suddenly reappeared Estella with a sympathetic expression. "You have been absent for quite some time. It appears you have fared well recently." It had inquired with the elder members of its kin, who had never witnessed anyone meeting with Dumbledore so frequently before his growth. Typically, such encounters were rare, if they occurred at all, leading the little phoenix to conclude that the unfortunate Dumbledore was likely enduring some form of tribulation. Estella sat up from the void, expertly cradling the phoenix in her arms. As she stroked its feathers, she mumbled, "This is all quite unexpected." The little phoenix closed its eyes in contentment, aware that Estella sought to reclaim her dignity and thus refrained from exposing her sorrows. It opened its mouth to speak when, in an instant, Estella vanished from sight. The little phoenix blinked in confusion. Why is everything happening so quickly today? Estella opened her eyes to find herself face to face with Grindelwald, who wore an inscrutable expression. Before she could concoct a plausible excuse, he emotionlessly handed her a vial of potion. "Stop pretending to be innocent. Drink this and rise. Your uncle has arrived."